In one of the distant lands, people were glad that the young gentleman even smiled at them. For them, this was something out of the realm of fantasy. They often discussed this gentleman, because recently there were rumors that he was training hard, and it seemed like a whole week had already passed since he started doing this. The gentleman himself spent quite a lot of time in his room and thought only about how he would do everything possible to ensure that the tragedy never happened again. The young gentleman's name was Ernst Stilgard, and he was 16 years old when all this happened. He was 33 years old when the tragedy happened to him, and unfortunately, he died in his past life. Ern was born into the noble Stilgard family, which has ruled the northern part of Navarro for generations. His grandfather is a war hero who was able to stop the takeover of the Pavar Empire, and his name was Rabahan Stilgard. Ern's father was simply a brilliant knight, whose strength was incredibly difficult to compare with, because he was a knight of heroic rank, and his name was Rebadan. As for Ern's abilities, he wouldn't have enough of them even for the little finger of one of them, because he was a pitiful knight of the third rank. And although he wasn't good enough, he still managed to become a count. And then in just 3 years, he lost everything. There was a popular saying that even in a pride of lions, a puppy can be born. Apparently, in the case of the Stilgard family, the puppy turned out to be Ern, who was called a fool because the county was completely taken away from him. Ern was treated even worse than the city homeless and was constantly bullied, but everything they said was true. Although he could not compare with his father, he tried to do everything possible to become at least a good count, but he was deceived and robbed, deprived of both his order and property, and in the end he died at the hands of mercenaries who were sent by his main enemy. This man was the bastard Kuntz, who was always jealous of Ern, and even after he took everything from the guy, it was still not enough for him, and he hired mercenaries to finally deal with him. Ern tried to resist and shout at them that they had no right to touch his things and him. But all this only made these guys even more angry, so for every word he said, they simply started beating him. Ernu didn't care about all the valuables he had with him. He was only interested in the book of measurement transactions because these were not simple pieces of paper. This is the family's treasure, which allows them to make trade deals with residents of other dimensions. And if he had not been deceived, he would have used it correctly, and then he would have been able to raise the family from its knees. But while he was thinking about this, one of the mercenaries continued to mock and threaten the guy that he would burn this book. Ern most of all did not want to allow this to happen, because for this book, he gave all the wealth of the family, and essentially gave his life. At some point, he calmed down a little because he noticed that something had fallen out of the book. It was a wish bookmark. In fact, it was one of the trinkets he received in these deals. But as it turned out later, there were words about this thing being very expensive, and that it could fulfill one wish in his life, but only when he gave his property for it. He finally realized that they were scammers, and he had no wish. Once he decided that since he lacked abilities, he wanted to save his weakening family, at least through deals. But in the end, he failed, and he made things even worse, and he drove himself into the basement where they mocked him. This was not simple torture, because the guy was given a healing potion that provides temporary recovery. The first time he still had hope that they would let him go, but then he learned from one of the mercenaries that they were asked to play with him as long as possible, so they couldn't just take and destroy him. Well, before they started, they told him that Kunz asked them to tell him that this was his last gift. The mere mention of Kunz made Ern incredibly angry. He was almost torn to pieces, because it was this man who took his title and his property from him, and then arranged everything in such a way as if it was not enough for him, and he decided to take his life as well. Towards the end of his life, Ern was already starting to go crazy because he started talking about how he was the last of the Stilgards, and apparently he would have to end his life as a dog. They continued to mock him, but he no longer cared at all, because the thought that if he had not been such a fool, they would not have treated him like that was even more painful for him. At some point during the torture, he thought that if he had only one chance, he would definitely take it and would definitely correct all his mistakes. But it is impossible to turn back time, so hope evaporated more and more with each passing second. He switched off, but these thoughts influenced the bookmark of desires, which fell out of that very book, and thanks to this was able to activate its action. The will of the one who was faced with death but was not completely broken and dreamed of correction. This is the condition that was fulfilled for the fulfillment of the desire. All that remained was to pronounce his last wish. But Ern was unconscious, so the wish bookmark began to look for a solution to this situation on its own. It performed an analysis and found a solution based on the owner's wishes based on his memories. When Ern came to, he screamed, and it was not surprising because just now he was in the basement where mercenaries were mocking him, and now he was in his room as if it was all one terrible dream. He calmed down a little and began to look around. The first thing he noticed was the view from the window, which he always looked out of when he was a teenager. For a long time, Ern couldn't understand what was going on here, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Izel, who asked the guy for permission to enter his room. He allowed it, and then he began to remember that Izel was his maid who looked after him more than 10 years ago. And as soon as she entered, he was convinced that it was really her, which made him even more surprised. Ern immediately began to look around, where he saw his bedroom, decorations. All this was so long ago, so he began to guess what was going on. But first he decided to ask Izel how old he was, and the maid, not understanding the meaning of this question, answered that this year the guy turned 16. Ern confirmed his guesses, and he apparently really did go back 17 years, which made him incredibly happy. So much so that he even decided to hug Izel. She assumed that he was just having a nightmare since he was acting like that, but he just kept looking at her and repeating that it really was Izel in front of him and that this wasn't some kind of dream. Ern always loved and respected Izel, because she was the person who believed in him, even when the whole family lost hope, for which he was always grateful to her. Izel assumed that the master was angry with her, so she began to hastily ask for forgiveness and say that if she had done something wrong, then he only needed to tell him, and she would be ready for any punishment. Ern immediately stopped her to say that in fact she had misunderstood him, and that was not the point. He couldn't explain to her what was going on, so he decided to change the subject and find out why she came to him, to which Ilya replied that the head of the family was waiting for the guy, and she came here to tell him about it because yesterday he was also not at the meeting, which really angered the head, so he asked the girl to call Ern again. Ern heard her and immediately assured her that he would go, which greatly surprised the girl. So the guy had to turn around and find out what surprised her so much? Did she really think that it was better for him not to go there? Ilya herself did not fully understand why she was so surprised, so she answered the guy that it would of course be better for him to go. Ern began to get dressed and at the same time thought about how it happened that he was given another chance. But he was very glad that the momentary mistake that led to the destruction of the family and his terrible past had disappeared. Now he is Ern Stilgard, who will try like crazy to change the future. The next day, Ern came to the training ground to fulfill his promise, and the first thing he noticed was that the knights that the Stilgards were proud of were still the same as before. Ern knew that before he hadn't cared about them at all and had simply thought that they were sweaty old men, but now he had completely changed his mind, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a knight of the first rank, Raphael, who held the position of captain of the Knights of Stilgard, who wanted to know from the young master, or had he just arrived? Ern, looking at the captain, understood that he also had not changed a bit, after which he decided to ask him for forgiveness for being a little late. Raphael didn't care at all that the guy was late. He just wanted to find out from the young gentleman whether he had not forgotten his promise, because he had doubts due to the fact that Ern was not at training yesterday, and today he would be working for 2 days. And so that the guy would immediately understand that the man was not joking, he decided to tell Ern that he had to run about 50 laps, make 1,000 swings with the sword, and how surprised he was when Ern simply agreed with him and said that he would do everything without any problems. Raphael was almost sure that the guy would start making excuses as usual, but this did not happen, which is why he wanted to know what happened to the guy. At that moment, the only thought in Ern's head was that the Ern who put everything off until later had disappeared. After all, everything went back 17 years and only he changed. Now everything is in his hands. Besides, he knows the future, so he can try in any way to become better. After some time of training, Raphael was already more than sure that the guy was serious enough. Ern continued to train confidently, and his main motivation was that he would definitely be able to stop the enemies who were waiting for him, and then protect his family. He completed his workout completely for the first time, and although it was incredibly difficult for him, he was still pleased with himself, and was glad that all this had become a reality for him. Ern was thinking about his strengths and weaknesses, and also about upcoming events. There were enough chances for success, but first of all he needed to improve his physical fitness, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a strange voice, which seemed to be in his head. And after a few seconds, an icon popped up in front of him, where it was written that he was detected as a new user. And then he was offered to accept a deal between dimensions, which made him scream, because he had absolutely no idea what this was and what he should do with it. He immediately turned to Raphael to find out if he couldn't see this thing that was hovering in the air. But from the knight's face and from his words, it was immediately clear that he didn't even roughly understand what Ern was telling him. The guy was very surprised that Raphael could not see anything, and the man could only assume that the guy began to see hallucinations due to being too tired. At that moment, it dawned on Ern that he was the only one seeing it, but he didn't understand at all why it was hovering in the air. But he realized that he would not understand until he accepted this deal. And as soon as he did this, a book appeared in front of him, and then it dawned on him that this was a deal between dimensions. His thoughts were interrupted by a knight who wanted to know if the guy had finally come to his senses, because he was worried about him, because Ern was saying some very strange things. Moreover, he thought that Ern was not feeling well, which is why he needed to call a doctor. But the guy took his hand from his shoulder and assured Raphael that he was actually fine, after which he added to the knight that in fact he was no longer the same as he had been before. Raphael had never seen such determination in the young master, and the only reason that could help him explain it was that the boy was beginning to be influenced by the blood of the steel guards. At this point their training ended and Ern went to rest. In his head there were thoughts that Raphael was unlikely to lie to him, although on the other hand he saw everything too clearly for it to seem like a hallucination. At that moment, the butler approached him, who immediately noted that since the guy was from training, it would be nice for him to eat. But Ern refused, and also made sure that the butler also did not see what was in front of him. But apparently he was wrong, because a few seconds later the butler wanted to know what this strange blue flame was coming from the young master's eye. Ern understood that perhaps the book of dimensional transactions was right in his eye, but he decided to tell the butler that this was probably how mana was displayed, and there was definitely nothing wrong with it. After which he hurriedly went to his room, where he sat in one place for a long time and could not believe that all this time it was in his eye. But he understood that if he thought about it, it was even harder to believe that he had died and returned 17 years into the past. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted again by this system, which notified him that from now on he would continue under this account. This time the guy simply could not refuse it. So he pressed the accept button, and the system immediately notified him that it was starting a deal through dimensions. And this did not surprise the guy at all, because he assumed that everything would start from scratch. But he was surprised by another fact that was incomprehensible to him. He did not understand at all where he got so many coins from. The guy decided not to rush and continue living his normal life for now. He went to training, and after a week of efforts, Raphael offered him a sparring match with another knight, to which Ern happily agreed. Raphael called Fry over to him, asking him to keep the gentleman company. But he did not forget to ask the man to use only his left hand, and also forbade him to use mana, because he understood that although the guy was training hard, it was still too early for him to enter into sparring with a real knight. Ern knew this knight very well, because Fry was a knight of the 6th rank, who in the guy's past life considered him a vegetable. But in this life everything is different, so he asked the knight not to listen to the captain, and on the contrary, to give it his all. Fry was reluctant to use his full strength at first, but Ern began to attack with such force that he essentially left him no other choice. The man wanted to be gentle with him, but the speed, the sense of attack, and even the technique of his sword were beyond his expectations, so he was not entirely sure that this was really the young master he knew. The spectators who watched this battle also could not even imagine that it would be such a hot battle. They were especially surprised by the fact that the young master was pushing Fry back. For a long time, the knight could not understand what was happening at all. He only assumed that for some reason he had weakened. At some point, Ern added a little strength as well as mana, which helped him put his opponent on the ground and thus win the fight in which he was considered an underdog. The man was sure that he had definitely used magic, so he couldn't even begin to understand how it had happened that he had lost. Ern didn't tell him anything except that he asked the man to admit his defeat, because this was the only right decision he could make now. A week ago, Ern, sitting in his room, opened his small chest, in which everything was in place, after which he began to think that this time no one would deceive him for sure, and this time he would spend everything properly. He clearly understood that now the most important way for him to make a deal between dimensions was exchange. Ern decided to make a small exchange, during which he managed to get more coins than he initially expected. Instead of 25, he managed to get as many as 30 coins. When he began to actively make transactions between dimensions, he finally understood the main rule. Depending on the market situation, the value of goods changes, and in each world, goods have different values. So to get the maximum benefit, you need to buy cheap and sell expensive. However, there are no fools sitting on the exchange either, so certain goods have taxes and commissions, and the lower the transaction level, the more restrictions. And to increase the level, there must be real results, And to get real results, there must be a high level. Finding a normal product at the 0 level is like picking a star from the sky. While he was thinking about this, a rather interesting seller posted an ad that he was selling small and medium mana stones. Ern immediately decided to write to this person and ask about these stones, to which he replied to Ern, saying that his mine produces stones of excellent quality and everything suited Ern, except that the name of this seller, for some reason, was glowing red, so he decided to click on it. As it turned out, if you make a similar movement, you can find out information about the user, which was quite convenient. At this point, Ern thought about the fact that in all those 3 years that he had used the deals in his past life, he had not seen such reports. So first, he decided to find out the price. And as soon as the seller told the guy the price, the system immediately notified him that the seller essentially wanted twice as much money and said that the price was market price. In other words, this seller turned out to be a scammer. Ern decided not to hold back and ask this seller how he can sell stones at twice the price, given that the market price is much lower. As soon as he told the seller about this, he immediately noticed that the man was completely confused. So Ern assumed that what he saw in the information window was true, and he was also sure that the seller was fully aware that he would receive sanctions from the exchange for the wrong price. Having told this seller all this, he suddenly stopped lying and began to say that, in fact, the profitability of the mines had fallen so much that he didn't even have enough money to pay his employees, so he literally had to do things like this. However, Ern still saw that the seller was lying to him, so he continued to put pressure on him, and the man did not even roughly understand how the guy again found out that he had lied to him. So the seller had to offer the guy to sell his stones for only half the price, which he thought about quite seriously. After some time, he managed to buy these stones at a pretty good price. Moreover, he spent only 22 coins, although he put in 25, and this left him a little confused as to how this had happened. Everything looked stranger and stranger. Even information about the seller and the transaction report appeared in front of him. Even the number of coins in the transaction decreased. As it turned out later, it was cashback, which surprised the guy even more, because he knew perfectly well that cashback is a privilege for VIP clients. And he simply couldn't believe that he was a VIP client. In any case, he received the stones, and now he had to check if it was a fake. And for this, he began to absorb mana. He felt the mana flowing through his body, which gave him the understanding that this was definitely not a fake. After that, he diligently studied the special mana breathing technique of the Steelguard family, which was once improved by his grandfather, and he did this in order to master the breathing of steel. And for this, it is necessary to fulfill 2 conditions. The first condition was a strong body, but the second was that you needed to have a lot of mana, which in the guy's past life was simply impossible for him, because he did not possess any of these conditions. But now, everything has changed because he can get a strong body with the help of endless efforts and training, and the second one thanks to the purchased mana stones. So it was thanks to this that he was able to succeed in mastering the breathing of steel, and thus was able to achieve a glorious victory over the night. Although even after such a confident victory, some still continued to say that it was a stage training, and Fry simply played his role perfectly. Ern did not argue with them, but simply decided to prove his strength by inviting Michael to a sparring session, with whom he offered to compete. He knew perfectly well that this guy was perfect for showing off his abilities, because he was strong enough, and the other knights weren't against it because they thought it would be quite interesting. Although Hafel was against it, he was stopped by Mrs. Rabadana, who asked him to calm down, and she also understood his concerns, but she still wanted to see it. She then told the knight that if he was worried about competing with Mana, they could just have a sword fight, which he had to agree with. Coach Erna understood that Michael was a 6th rank knight, and in a normal sword fight, comparable to a 5th rank one. And what was most important for him was the distance. Michael was tall enough. His arms were long, so it would be very convenient for him to fight with Ern. But he immediately changed his mind as soon as he saw that Ern began to push Michael, which surprised not only the trainer, but also the other knights who were watching this closely. This was so surprising for Hafel, because just a few days ago, Ern was blown away by the wind, and now he was fighting so confidently. In the end, Mikael lost to Ern without a win. Moreover, it felt like it wasn't difficult for Ern at all. At that moment, his sister came up to him, who wanted to praise the guy and tell him that he was really a great guy, and she apparently thought badly of him all this time, but now she should change her mind. Rabadan Stilgard's eldest daughter, Karen, was quite talented, and her father always regretted that Karen was born a girl because she could not master the breath of steel. which was transmitted only to male steel guards. But her talent was visible to the naked eye. The breath of steel is the root and foundation of the steel guard family. It is passed down only through the male line, and no girl in the family can master it, even if there is a certain talent. Because of this condition, the girl did not even have a chance. That's why Karen, like no one else, understood the value of Ern's silent training days. So after his small success, she approached him to tell him that he was a great guy because he tried so hard to achieve this. She also wanted to ask him for forgiveness for underestimating him, and she is his older sister. But not that she did not support him, but like everyone else, she simply condemned him. Ern didn't quite understand what was going on and why she suddenly started talking about it. He could only assume that the girl was tormented by her conscience. Although he was quite happy with what she told him, because he originally planned all this to get recognition from his sister, and he apparently still managed to do it. Of all the brothers and sisters, she is the one who can see the situation more clearly, without prejudice, full of kindness and insight. Ern thought that she would be the first to notice and recognize the new Ern, and that's what happened. Although he mentally apologized to her, because he believed that at the moment he simply had no other choice. And although everything was going as he had planned, Ern still wanted to know what would happen next. That evening, the whole family gathered for dinner, and the head of the Steelguard family, Rabadon Steelguard, suddenly said that he was in a particularly excellent mood today. They responded to his words by asking the servants to cook as deliciously as possible, since Ern would soon have to leave for the academy. Ern, sitting at the end of the table, was glad that his plan was going as it should, because as soon as he drew his sister's attention to himself, she immediately began to take care of him. After which their father decided to tell about what he had been told, that Ern had managed to defeat the knight in training, and he himself was so glad that his father had said it first, although he tried not to show his emotions. But in his head there were only thoughts about how his father had finally become interested in him. So he wanted to do everything possible to ensure that he would not miss this chance under any circumstances. And for this, he decided to say that he was not yet good enough to defeat the knight and that it was only a small sword fight. The father was surprised by his son's answer, because until the end, he was sure that Ern would answer completely differently. After Ern's words, Rabadon's eldest son, Kiran Stilgard, intervened in their conversation, wanting to say that that knight was only of the 6th rank and that he didn't even use magic. Erna was of course angered by this, and Kiran was clearly not part of his plan, but apparently the older brother did not particularly want Erna to be discussed in this family at all. Karni intervened in this conversation and said that Kiran also seemed to have become a 5th rank knight only at the age of 18, and Erna was only 16. But Kiran immediately began to prove the opposite, namely that it was at the age of 17 in the winter, and after that, he received his rank officially. Suddenly, the father noticed that Ern was actually a great guy, and he was glad that the boy was finally starting to get something done. Rabadon also added that his grandfather first went onto the battlefield at about the same age as Ern, so his father wanted to ask the boy if there was a reason why he suddenly became so smart. Ern seemed to be prepared for this question, and as soon as the man asked him, he immediately shook his father's hand and said that he had turned 16, so he decided to finally take hold of his head. He also understood that at the moment, he and his father were holding a combat handshake, a kind of competitive action when people pass mana through each other's hands. And Reben did it for a reason. He wanted to conduct a small test to see how ready the guy was, and Ern clearly understood this. But there was also a thought in his head that of course it was very important to please his father, but at the same time, in order to avoid unnecessary suspicions, it was necessary to hide all skills above the 3rd rank. After a combat handshake, Reben noted that the guy had actually grown noticeably, and he also added that he had once been worried that his youngest son would grow up to be a good-for-nothing, but now he could relax a little. This means that the father was confident that his son would be able to show himself well beyond the walls of Stilgard. Reben also realized his mistake, which was that for a very long time he paid too little attention to his youngest son, and this urgently needed to be corrected. So he decided that as a gift upon entering the academy, Ern could ask his father for anything he wanted. Ern immediately admitted to his father that there was indeed one thing, but he felt it was too much for him. Although his father asked him to speak and not be shy, because he should at least listen to it. Ern assured his father that he did not want to ask for anything too big, and besides, he was sure that he would most likely be refused. But when he finally told about his request, his father noted that he did not know that their youngest son could also control people's souls. So he decided that if Ern wanted it that way, he would take an oath, which caused indignation in his eldest son, Kiran. Rabadan didn't give a damn about his words and simply decided to say that he, as the head of the Rabadan Steelguard family, swears by Mana that he will not break his promise and will do everything possible, as his abilities allow him, to fulfill the request that his son, Ern Steelguard, voiced. Hearing this, Ern realized that he essentially had no other choice but to make his request. After Ern said what he really wanted, Kieran literally couldn't contain himself and told his father that it was impossible and they had no right to break family traditions. He always thought that no one except the leader could enter the treasury, so he didn't even understand what kind of visit Ern was asking for. Rebadan answered his son that, to be more precise, the right to visit the treasury belongs entirely to the head of the family, but he had also entered there earlier with his father. Kieran didn't know what to say, so he decided to point out that it was a different case. But then his father wanted to ask him if he should really break the oath of Mana. The eldest son replied that this was also not worth doing, and as soon as he said this, the man asked the boy to leave so that he and Ern could enter the treasury. Ern was so happy that he had managed to outmaneuver his older brother, who had taken on too much, but now he had managed to put him in his place. Kieran was very angry, and it was evident on his face because his younger brother essentially received the right to enter, which even he does not have. While the father was opening the vault, he told his son that, in fact, the rules were quite simple. He could only enter the outer treasury. He was not allowed to go inside. And according to his father, he could take any item, but only one, and Rabadan was ready to give the guy as much time as needed so that he could choose absolutely calmly. Although he had a lot of time, the guy actually already knew perfectly well what he wanted to take, and it was a real book of dimension transactions. The book of dimension transactions is the most powerful weapon, so that nothing threatens his new life. This book must be owned by him alone. Before his last death, during the last 100 years, there were only 2 traders from the land of 1342, grandfather Rebahan and he. But unlike his past life where he found this book in the treasury, in this life he can see the deals in other dimensions in his eye, which means that most likely the real one is still kept in the treasury, but Ern couldn't find it yet. Ern understood perfectly well that it was simply impossible for someone else to find it. He clearly realized that he was literally obliged to destroy the real book of dimensional transactions. But since he couldn't find this book, he decided to choose as his subject an ordinary hero figurine, which surprised his father a little, because the man thought that his choice would fall on completely different things. A hero figurine created to praise Rebahan, who defended Navarro from the Empire, and its price exceeds 1,000 gold coins at the rate of their state, the thing that is easiest of all to see in the treasury. Reuben thought that this was just a momentary benefit, so it was quite strange for him, and he decided to ask his son if he really wanted to just enter the treasury to just collect some gold. The boy understood what his father was thinking and also understood that he needed to change his thinking, because this was not quite what he needed. That's why he decided to say that now this is the most valuable thing for him, because thanks to this figurine, he can buy both a sword and a mana stone and still have money left over. The father's reaction was ambiguous, and he immediately told the boy that it would actually be better to spend this time not on buying and selling things, but on hard training. To which Ern told him that it seemed to him that there was not always only one path. Of course, he did not deny that he had an innate talent for the sword, and that, as he said, he was wasting his time. Although the boy thought that maybe he should try something different, and then he could find a path that would really suit him more than just following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather. Reban heard the guy and did not scold him. Moreover, he understood that apparently there was no particular point in proving anything to Ern, because he had his own opinion, and it was not as bad as it might seem at first glance. Hearing this from his father, Ern was very glad that he finally managed to convince him. A few minutes before this, in the treasury, the guy was in a bit of a panic because he still hadn't found the book. He began to think that perhaps she was not here in the first place, but then he simply did not even have any idea where else she could be. Ern began to turn on his brain and actively think about where he could have left her. Initially, he had 2 hypotheses, the first of which was that he had not yet seen it, because it was not a simple book, and it could easily move from one place to another. The second hypothesis was that perhaps someone is now using it to conduct small transactions, and neither hypothesis can be confirmed at the moment. The thought that the guy still had 17 years, although if you count from the moment he became a count, then 14 years, could not leave his head. He had no idea what had happened to the book during all this time. He could only hope that the book had not fallen into anyone's hands. Otherwise, he would clearly have problems. In the evening, sitting in his room, he realized that it was a great achievement to find out that the book of dimension transactions was not in the treasury now, and of course he grabbed the first thing that came to hand, but the hero's figurine could bring him good money. So in any case, it was better than nothing, and there was definitely no need to be upset. Besides, using a system that is right in his eye, with the help of such money, one can make a good amount of money, considering the privileges he has. He discovered these privileges during his deal with Hearthstone, when he learned that he was a VIP client. Thanks to this, he had one of the privileges, which was called counting, from which the head is spinning. This effect gave him the opportunity to receive as many as 10 coins daily, which could not but please the guy. And considering what other privileges he has and what opportunities they open up, he began to understand that with them, he can achieve incredible heights and take his family to a new level, becoming a hero for them, as his grandfather once did. He decided to act immediately, and first wanted to get the coins from the figurine that he managed to take from the treasury, and for this he used the appraisal effect. Having carried out this assessment, the system informed the guy that this item was worth about 115 coins, which was a little strange for Ern, because according to his feelings, this figurine should cost no less than 140 coins. Therefore, he immediately activated the VIP client privileges to recognize the true price flow of this item. And thanks to this skill, he learned that according to the Zero World's assessment, this item is worth about 150 coins, and it is definitely suitable for exchange in the Zero World. Having learned about this, he immediately understood that the stock market rats literally immediately wanted to cheat him out of 40 coins, which in real life is equal to almost 400 gold coins. With all this in mind, he had to make a deal, even though it was so hard for the guy to follow through and do it. Although at one point he realized that he might not do this at all, because at the moment he was already quite comfortable. He can lie on his bed and make deals lying down, and this is all because the book of deals of measurements is now right in his eye. These thoughts made him jump up from his bed and think about the fact that this book was right in his eye, and since it was not in the treasury, he assumed that the book that he had been looking for so long was the real one. He decided to put this issue aside for now and sell his figurine, and he managed to do it quite quickly, which couldn't help but please the guy. He was able to sell the figurine for 150 coins, and as a result, the guy already had almost 500 coins in total. Ern began to get excited, and in his head he began to think only about what product he should choose next. After digging around a bit on the exchange, he noticed a pretty good seller who said he was selling cheap and high-quality mana stones, which meant only one thing. He was another scammer, who was clearly worth playing with and taking a few stones from him. This time Ern wrote straight away. He called the seller a swindler, which couldn't help but anger him. But this seller, having looked at the guy's profile, immediately realized that this was the same buyer, so the communication this time was more civilized, and Ern immediately said that he wanted to buy more mana stones, and he wanted to do it at the old price. The seller tried to say that it was impossible, and then the guy had to tell the man that if he stopped lying to him, then they could save time. Besides, he was more than sure that it would not affect him, and most importantly, that their previous dialogue was saved, and the guy could always write a complaint about it. The man was seething with anger, but even in this state he understood perfectly well that his complaint would only temporarily block him, and the worst thing about it was that he would lose profit for these few days. And this was already a weighty enough argument to work with this guy and still sell him these stones cheaper. While the man was thinking about this, the guy suddenly decided to ask him how someone who had about 10,000 coins could be so petty. Hearthstone did not answer these words and simply wanted to clarify with the guy how many stones he needed. As a result, the guy bought medium stones for 10 coins each at a pretty good price, and small stones for 3 coins each. The total number of stones came to 45, and he spent 270 coins. But since he got cash back, it turned out to be even cheaper, which couldn't help but please the guy, because he essentially just fulfilled the basis of all transactions. Buy cheaper, sell more expensive, and get a profit. While the guy was happy, there was not a very pleasant atmosphere in Hearthstone's room, because he was not happy with the fact that some impudent guy was behaving like this, and he could not do anything about it, so he had to sell him these stones for such a cheap price. While the man was angry there, Ern decided to get some sleep, and when he woke up, he noticed that he had an incredibly huge number of different messages. He started reading them, and realized that Hearthstone was very unhappy that he was selling his stones at such a price, because in fact, he could have sold the guy nothing at all. This only made him smile, because in the 3 years he spent on deals, he learned a few things, and first of all, he understood what he needed to do if the person he was talking to raised his voice. In that case, the guy knew perfectly well that he could raise his voice twice as much and ask his interlocutor why he even decided that he could raise his voice at him. And it really, really worked, because the man calmed down and began to actively listen to the guy while he lectured him and told him how he should behave. Once in a past life, Earn clashed with an adamant salesman, and his special manner of speech forever sank into his soul. So Earn did not think long and decided to use it. And as it turned out a little later, this manner of speech consisted of the fact that he simply shouted at the interlocutor and told him that he was wrong. At some point, Hearthstone asked the guy to calm down, because he actually already understood everything, and it could have been explained more calmly. After this preventive work, they concluded another deal, and after the guy made several more similar deals, which could not but please him. Hearthstone continued to complain anyway, and offered the guy a price, at least the one he was buying them for, since it was not profitable for him to sell at such a low price. Then Earn assured him that in fact, it was his own fault, since it was only because he had sold them too expensively before. But the man believed that he would no longer sell at such a price, because he was tired of constantly going into the minus, and if the guy wanted it that way, he could write a complaint. Earn decided to make concessions and offered to sell him the stones at market price, but the man was so unhappy that he was not going to sell the guy these stones at any price. The guy wasn't particularly worried about this, but just started to make sure that the man would only think about the fact that he was losing potential benefits because of his emotions. Because Earn understood that for guys like Hearthstone, money is both religion and faith. Therefore, if you properly awaken the appetite, then such people quickly begin to understand that there are things more important than emotions. And these are those who are ready to do anything to benefit. Simply put, these are those who are easily convinced by the word profit, and he was absolutely right. Because after a few minutes, Hearthstone came to his senses and agreed to the deal. Earn was happy about this, so he began to calculate that if he now had 455 coins, and he could spend 30% more, then this amounted to approximately 657 coins. So he made a decision and ordered from the man about 50 medium-sized stones and about 20 small stones. This shocked the man because he had never fulfilled such a large order, even taking into account the fact that he had a mine. The maximum he could do was about 25 medium stones and 50 small ones. Earn had no other choice, so he decided to agree to this, because he understood that in any case it was more than good for him. Besides, he will still sell these stones at a low price. And if you look at it from the side of an ordinary buyer, he does everything to make a loss. But since Earn is a VIP client, even if he reduces the price by 25%, he will still be in the black. This is especially true for mana stones because in addition to high demand, they have another advantage, which is that the restrictions on sale are very loose. Hearthstone was very unhappy because the guy buys stones from him and then resells them for such a low price, because in this way, he loses all his clients, and as soon as he wanted to say something to Earn, he simply closed their dialogue, and that's it. And while he was selling, he had some free time, so he decided that he needed to spend it usefully, and in this case, he needed to absorb mana. After all, he believed that if he could make a good body, then wherever he went, everything would be fine with him. But so far, he had only quickly coped with the basic requirements and was still far from the ideal result. All this was because he's not a real genius yet, and if everything remains as it is, then he will have shortcomings and stagnation. And if this happens, then when he rises up there, he will not be able to survive there. And there was very little time left before heading there, so the guy decided that he urgently needed to spend time calculating and figure out what and how he should do. The first thing he did was to lower the price of the stones to 9 coins, which caused a huge stir, and he immediately had a huge number of buyers who were not against buying the stones at that price. In his previous life, in order to go there, he had to give up the entire year in the first year of the county, but in this life, only 8 days had passed since he began to make transactions across dimensions. But when he owned Steelguard, it took a whole year, and now everything has changed. Even now, he has much more power and opportunities than in his past life. Because the guy was doing so many trades at the same time, he was able to fulfill the necessary conditions, and thus he increased his level, which gave him the opportunity to enter the first level channels. And he immediately decided to take advantage of this opportunity and move to system number 1. At that moment, he felt that everything was just beginning for him, and it was so wonderful. He was finally able to move on to the number 1 system, a system where even errand boys and restaurant workers become as strong as knights, or as it is popularly called, the world of Marima. The first thing Ern noticed when he got into this system was that communication here is on a completely different level. People here speak very rudely and almost no one talks about what he needs. But even in this world, the guy had one privilege that he was not shy about using, and that was the Eye of Insight, which allowed him to show information about who he was trading with, and also helped him get a report from the stock exchange center. At least that's what it seemed to the guy, but after trying to use it for the first time, he realized that it didn't work, and it was such a disappointment to him. So he thought about the fact that the guys from the system should tell him why he got privileges in the first place, or at least let him see the reason through the Eye of Insight. Although on the other hand, Ern understood that the reason most likely lies on the surface, and he just needs to see it, and the first thing he could think of was that most likely these privileges open up with an increase in level. He decided to dig around in this place, and as soon as he opened the available events, he immediately panicked, because there were a huge number of different events that were available. So he got scared and did not know what to do next. Ern understood that even if it was a special sale, the discounts depended on the market price, so it would still be very expensive. Well, because of his level of privileges, the lack of a commission did not matter. Suddenly he received a message from the system in which he was called a trader and congratulated on the transition to System 1. The exchange center will reward him for this, and in general he has 3 coupons that he can use in the center. He immediately realized that it was some kind of customer service, but he was more interested in knowing what they gave him as a reward. He could only hope that it wasn't something cheap. When he opened his rewards, he saw 3 items there, but what interested him most was the item called Maximum Body and Sword Concealment. And as soon as the guy used this item, the system notified him that he had used this effect, and thereby reduced the absorption effect. The martial arts of this world use mana as fuel, but in system number 1, they use internal energy. And if someone asked him what is better, he would answer without any doubt that there is only one martial art in the system, a strange sword technique that symbolizes Lazakon. And it seems as if it is not of this world. It is a technique from the world of martial arts. Martial arts are similar in that they both use the power of nature, but mana is in a more natural state, and internal energy is a refined version of mana. Although this new privilege is compatible with the mana core, you still have to open your meridians and veins. After all, it is in this way that his skills become much more refined and accordingly stronger. In other words, the guy, thanks to this system and the rewards from it, was able to learn a whole sword technique in a very short time, thereby being even more surprised because he could not even imagine that this technique was so amazing. And then he began to think about whether there was a limit at all in the spatial trade, because if everything was arranged like this here, then he could essentially buy anything, of course, if he had money. Now he had essentially finished his preparations, and it was time for him to head to his first target, and he decided to start with the exchange merchant, Mu Hedge's estate. The man always told his customers that they should think of these exchanges first and foremost as love for the human species, not love for dimension. And when he was asked to show his range of goods, he replied that he sells a lot of things, but always asked clients to refrain from such requests. And the same thing happened with Ern, who came to him. The man immediately thought that the guy was from a small system, so he would definitely be able to deceive him. Although on the other hand, he was very happy about it, because he lives only at their expense. He sometimes even thought that he should thank them somehow, because if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have been able to earn so much. But he had to put these thoughts aside and go back to the client to listen to what kind of martial arts he was interested in, and according to Ern, he had a couple of them, including triple sword techniques, sword balance techniques, and also the crouching tiger technique. While Ern was telling him all this, he kept thinking that no matter how many times he listened to him, it would still be very difficult to understand his manner of speech, because this man's specialty was selling random cheap scrolls at an inflated price. The seller, having heard about the guy's techniques, immediately began to tell him that at first the progress would be insignificant. However, he already sees unlimited potential in his techniques, and if Ern tries and succeeds in mastering them, then he will definitely be able to become the strongest in the world. The guy knew that this man chooses people of the system who dream of the martial arts of the number 1 system, for example, like Ern in his past life, who are essentially real weaklings. In his past life, Ern often found himself being deceived very often, because it was difficult for him to understand that the triple sword technique was a normal technique that contained 3 movements, stabbing, cutting, and blocking. But the guy believed everyone, that's why they deceived him. But now he became smarter and accordingly stronger. That's why he was sure that it wouldn't help him. He answered the man the same way he did in his past life, so that he would not suspect that the guy was not a weakling. And it worked, because as soon as the man was convinced that the guy was a weakling, he immediately offered him additional help. But for this, he had to pay an extra 20 coins. The leader of the mountain bamboo sect, Jusen Ha, could not believe that his main enemy, Hakshol, had been found. He screamed at the top of his voice because first of all he wanted to know how they found him and what source of information led them to him. The man Jusang spoke to was Ern, who responded by telling the man that he actually had a lot of questions too and would not answer them all. The only thing that worries him now is whether they will give him a reward for taking care of their enemy. Jusang was very angry when he heard this, because he thought that sweet words would not do, and the guy would definitely not earn his trust if he just said things like that, because he had not yet ruled out the possibility that the guy was actually a simple swindler. Ern didn't try to prove anything to him. He just told the man that if he didn't believe him, then it was only his problem, because first of all, Hakola was their enemy, not his. So since they were talking to him like that, he would just let him go. These words made Jusang even more angry because he thought that if the guy was saying such words to him, it meant that he was just inviting him to joke around with him. Ern immediately responded to him and said that this was absolutely not true, and that this could be understood quite simply by just looking at his personal information. Jusang immediately checked her and didn't see anything serious, except that the guy was from the lower system. Ern was glad that the man noticed this information, because now he can ask him a question in which he is interested to hear the man's opinion. How does he think he knows about the secrets of his book of techniques? Jusengu quickly realized that Hakchul had told him about this, and this could only mean that the man was apparently also a traitor. Ern noted that if the man had figured it out so quickly, he was very smart, and most likely for a fugitive like him, there was no better backup than the Book of Dimension transactions. Immediately after these words, Ern received 200 coins into his account from the leader of the Mountain Bamboo sect, and he clearly did not expect this, because in his mind this deal would last for a long time. Moreover, Jusang immediately added to him that if this was not enough for the guy, then they would not be able to give more, at least for now. Although in Ern's thoughts it was that 200 coins would be quite enough, because he had initially counted on a significantly smaller amount for this one. Now that Ern had received this money, the only thoughts in his head were that Hakchul would soon cease to exist, and most likely he would never again know that these 20 coins had become the point of no return for him. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by Jusang, who told the guy not to even think about the fact that he would leave him if he suddenly deceived him, but if he eventually brought Hakchul to him, he would receive even more coins for it. This seemed like a very unexpected stroke of luck to the guy, but even so, he believed that he should not miss such an opportunity under any circumstances. Hanchul Ern could have let him go because he lost almost nothing compared to another person, and his real reason for moving to the #1 system is Seok Hyun, a first-class seller of martial arts scrolls, and the guy is not even exaggerating if he says that he became the harbinger of the death of his family, the one who deceived him and made him waste money senselessly. After that, the guy's family finally fell when he bought that very wish bookmark from the person who was in the system #2. The shame and pain he went through was something the boy would never forget, so he was going to do whatever it took to give it back to them. Before moving on to his main plan, Ern decided to ask to see the entire assortment, because he was primarily looking for sword techniques. Hearing this, Sion suggested him the plum blossom technique. This technique exhausts the pleasant aroma of plum blossoms, and it is said that the higher the skill, the deeper the scent. Ern immediately noticed that this was a pretty good offer, and therefore he wanted to know what the price of this equipment was. The market price was 50 coins, but since the guy was visiting him for the first time, the man was ready to sell him this equipment for 50 coins. But Ern understood that this was a scam, even taking into account the fact that he was ready to give a discount. But he still decided to take this equipment, having bargained down to 35 coins. Seok was glad to hear this, so he immediately told the guy that he was not only rich, but also had a keen eye for technology, so he wanted to know how the guy made money. Ern was waiting for this question, and as soon as Seon asked him, he immediately said that he also works in this business, and therefore it seems to him that they will meet often. Seok answered him that he was very glad that he had a new colleague, although he was mentally thinking that the guy was talking about business, without even knowing the market price and class of equipment. But the man still decided to tell the guy that they were always happy to have customers like him, so he offered the guy to become friends, and in his head there was only one thing. He could never let this guy leave. In fact, all of this was part of Ern's plan, so he quickly accepted the friend invitation and thought about how Seok clearly didn't have much longer to laugh. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ezel, who knocked on his room door and asked for permission to enter. And as soon as she entered, fear immediately appeared on the girl's face. Ern immediately understood what was going on because his thirst for destruction had burst out and he had been unable to control it after meeting Seok-hyun. He decided to quickly correct the situation and immediately told the girl that she was not guilty of anything and that he had such a face because of some thoughts. She looked at him and thought about how much he had progressed in just a couple of days. Ern immediately noticed that the girl blushed very deeply while looking at him. There was only one assumption in his head. It seemed to him that Ezel saw him as a man, although he had not yet unlocked even half of his potential. But she was already looking at him as if he was one of the strongest in this world. In any case, Ezel decided to get down to business and she came to him in order to talk about the matter with young Master Kiran this morning. It was in the morning at the training ground when Ern's older brother came up to him and wanted to talk to him. Ern immediately noticed that it was very surprising that his older brother came here, because he usually does not train with knights because their skills are nothing compared to his. Kiran didn't understand why the guy thought that way, but Ern assured him that anyone would understand it at first glance, and besides, he believed that even though Kiran didn't show up on the training ground, he was more than sure that Kiran was training in the corner on his own. And while he was talking about this, Kiran literally boiled with anger. He wanted to hit the younger one for such an attitude towards him. Ern realized that he had gone too far with such words, so he decided to ask him for forgiveness and say that it was a joke, and then immediately decided to change the subject and ask his older brother what he wanted to ask. Immediately after this question, Kiran took a swing and said that although he wanted to ask Ern something, first he needed to teach the guy a lesson. Ern dodged and at that moment thought about how his older brother had always been easy to hurt, but this behavior already seemed too unjustified. He couldn't even imagine why his older brother was so upset and why he wanted to teach him a lesson so much. But while he was thinking, Kiran continued to attack him and shout at the same time that the guy shouldn't even think that he was better, just because his father praised him. Ern got tired of dodging his attacks, so he decided to answer his brother by striking back. And this defensive blow was quite successful, because not only was he able to block his brother's blow, he also managed to push him away from himself. Kiran certainly didn't expect this, so he immediately wanted to ask Ern where such strength came from, and in his mind, he thought that his brother was like an ordinary 5th-rank knight. But he didn't care, because he thought that the main problem was still that he had let his guard down. But from now on, he would no longer hold back, and he immediately wanted to tell his brother about it. Aura, this is the true beginning of the mana enhancement technique, and the basic requirement for a 2nd-rank knight. This caused Ern to be shocked, so he asked Kiran to stop because he was clearly going too far now. Along the way, he thought about the fact that he still had to pretend to be a 5th-rank knight, so he basically couldn't use the aura here, which meant that he had one way, and that was to stop his brother with words, as much as possible. But apparently, doing this will not be as easy as it may seem at first glance, because according to Kiran, he is serious and is going to teach the guy a real lesson. Ern realized that he apparently had no choice and his brother would attack him now with his full strength, so he would have to fight him. Immediately after these thoughts, they collided with each other, and Ern at that moment showed his true strength for the first time. Kiran couldn't teach his little brother even the slightest lesson, but what surprised him most was the fact that Ern was so strong. In the end, it was Kiran who started it, who suffered more, and not Ern who defended himself. The older brother immediately started yelling at Ern to immediately tell him how he managed to become so strong. Ern answered this question rather unusually, saying that although they were not close and could hardly be called friends at all, it still seemed to him that he had gone too far when he decided to start attacking him. Kiran apparently couldn't calm down, so he kept asking his brother where he got this power from, and his main assumption was that Ern got his power from a secret storage. After hearing this, Ern finally understood why his brother was so angry with him, so Ern began to say that there was no point in Kiran being upset, because he should have been in the secret storage by now too. But from the reaction and from the words, it became clear that Kiran did not even know that there were 2 types of storage, as well as the fact that besides their father, there were only he and Ern in this storage. It was hard to believe, but it changes everything dramatically, because if it is true, then it must be that the father does not even know about the existence of the Book of Transactions of Dimensions, and in his past life, he did not use it either. Although on the other hand, he also understood that the probability of someone actually using the Dimension Transaction Book was very low since he had never been to the internal storage. So for him, there were 2 options. Either it was in the internal storage, or it didn't exist at all. but it is much more difficult to get into the internal storage than the external one, and he will clearly have to try hard to do this. All this time he was thinking, and just silently in front of Ezel. So when she asked him to give her an answer, he smiled and said that in fact, nothing special happened between him and his brother, because he just asked him to show him his aura, but he lost control of his power in the process. Ezel was clearly scared, and immediately wanted to know if the guy was feeling okay, if he had any injuries, and if he needed a bandage. But mentally she understood that the young master had already grown up quite a lot, so he would hardly like it. And while she was thinking about this, Ern actually told her that he was actually fine, and he was very grateful to her for her concern. He was glad that his brother did not take out all his discontent on him, because then the consequences would have been much worse. And after their conversation, he suggested that Ezel go and rest, because he no longer needed anything. After she left, the guy immediately thought about the fact that now he needed to find a way to get into the inner storage, because he understood that he had to get there before he entered the academy, so he had very little time left. At the same time, Karan simply repeated that this was impossible, and this could not happen. Rabadan's second daughter, Darren, stood next to him the whole time and told him that he had apparently disgraced himself quite badly. But Kiran was sure that this little bastard was clearly hiding something, and it was not for nothing that he became so strong. And what is most important is that he has been pretending to be weak until today for a reason. Darren didn't understand why he was so surprised, because it was obvious that the guy was not an ordinary guy. But now they know for sure that he is a predator. But even so, Darren wanted Kiran to understand that he was still just a child. And didn't he reveal his true nature because he was tired of enduring his own teasing? And she, in fact, in his place would have hidden for all these 10 years. Although Kiran believed that the situation was much worse than they might think, because according to him, he literally felt how Ern was holding back and not attacking Kiran with full force, which could not help but interest Darren. Kiran didn't find it funny at all, because if you think about it like that, you could assume that Ern could be a real tiger. So he suggested to his sister to find out what the younger one was hiding from them and what he was planning to do. Darren smiled and told him that it would be easy to do, and she could handle the task with ease, so he didn't have to worry about it. She loved nothing more than to figure out other people's secrets, which is why she agreed to it so quickly and assured her older brother that she would do everything possible to get to the smallest details of Ern's secret. Meanwhile, on the market, other buyers were talking about how they should unite against Ern, because he had only been trading for 2 days, but had already completely captured the market, which could not help but be frightening. So Hearthstone decided to gather them all together to discuss the plan of action they would carry out to punish this guy. Meanwhile, Ern was sitting in his room and thinking that everything was developing too quickly, and he clearly did not expect this. So it was all surprising to him. The monostones he sold were 1 coin less than the market price, but even so, the other merchants became angry with him because he had reduced the average price, and their prices began to fall accordingly. In other words, the guy started the licensing competition, although Ern himself believed that it was far from his fault and not his problem, because he, as before, makes a profit thanks to VIP privileges. At the moment, he had about 1,000 coins, so he thought that he could lower the prices of medium stones a little more, although as for small stones, selling them for less than 2 coins was unprofitable, and for now he decided to suspend their sale. So far, he has only made a profit from the medium coins, which was 1 coin per stone, and that was pretty good and suited the guy for now. At the moment, he had something else to worry about. The only thing on his mind was that he needed to take revenge for his past life, Siak. But first, Aaron decided to turn to the Library of 1,000 Swords, where the main librarian was Chin Sen, who immediately offered Ern a good assortment of goods. The guy looked at each piece of equipment and couldn't help but notice that they were quite expensive, although on the other hand it was normal, because he wasn't in a stall somewhere in the market. However, even in such a place he could not find what he needed so much, so he wanted to ask the librarian if he had something more expensive and powerful. The man certainly didn't expect that in such a large assortment, the guy wouldn't be able to find anything suitable for himself, so he decided to offer Ern a unique skill from their library. He started talking about how this was a basic set of unique primary skills that they were selling, and after looking at it, Ern immediately realized that the price of these sets was too high. 1,000 Swords Castle is a sect with enormous influence. Even in the 5th Muram system, its influence cannot be compared even with the Mountain Bamboo sect. In addition, the unique primary skills are a martial art that is only passed down within the 1,000 Swords Castle. Knowing all this, the guy noticed that he needed to check something before he purchased one of their techniques, and the librarian immediately became interested in finding out what Ern wanted to know. After visiting the library of 1,000 swords, Ern returned to Seok, who was so happy to see the guy, because it seemed to him that he would not come again, so he waited impatiently for him all day. Right after that, he gave the guy what he asked him for yesterday. He was able to get 2 8th Cloud Dragon martial arts cards and a Green Scarlet Dawn technique for him. Ern was glad about this, because he never thought that the man would be able to get both skills, but it only proved to him once again that they work quite quickly. According to the man, they worked quite well, because these were the skills the whole team was looking for, because they were used to working so that their clients were happy and did not wait for a very long time. And right after that, he wanted to ask the guy if he would like to buy anything else. Ern smiled and answered him that, of course he wanted it and would buy it. And then he started talking about how Hifael, the rich guy he serves, is a real martial arts fanatic, so it's quite difficult to please him with a mid-level martial arts book. In other words, the guy wanted to say that he needed their help, and Seok was glad to hear it, because they were ready to help the guy in this difficult choice without any problems. And as soon as he heard this from Seok, Eren immediately began to talk about how he was thinking about showing him something big, rather than many small ones. The man didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so he asked him to explain what he meant when he talked about something big. Ern began to tell him what he thought about the Thousand Swords Castle's unique primary skill, and to the man's confusion, the boy assumed that it would be difficult to do, even for him. But the man immediately calmed him down, saying that although this skill was quite rare, they would still try to get it, and mentally he thought that he would definitely be able to do it. The main thing in this matter was not to get caught by the librarian, although the man could not even imagine that this was the main plan of Ern, who was finally able to make his main enemy at the moment fall for the trick. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a man who wanted to tell the guy that this looked quite risky for him, so he would like to take a small advance payment from Ern. As an advance payment, the guy decided to drop 200 coins, thereby showing the seriousness of his attitude, and Seok made it clear that he more than believed the guy and was already ready to do everything that he was told, and asked to give him 5 days to complete this task. Seok understood that if he got to the library at the right time, then there would be only the two of them there, he and the librarian himself, so his main task in this case would be that he should not get caught under any circumstances. A few hours later, Ern approached the librarian to ask him what would happen if someone tried to sell the unique primary skill somewhere else. The librarian started laughing at the guy and telling him that it was actually impossible, because he couldn't even imagine what kind of crazy martial arts master would think of stealing from divine swords. Besides, he was ready to swear on his honor that if someone decided to do such a thing, then he would only regret that he had not died earlier. This was what Ern wanted to hear most, so he could complete the first step of his plan. After all, his only problem was that he needed to find the 1,000 coins that he had promised Seok-hyun, but he felt that the 5 days he had left should be more than enough to dig up that amount somewhere. A few hours later, he was looking through his inventory and couldn't help but notice that his supply of medium mana stones was rapidly melting away before his eyes, and he should think about stocking up. But when he started writing to the sellers, at some point he realized that they seemed to have conspired against him, because each of them was not going to sell him anything, and continued to say that he was very much mistaken in the idea that he would be able to survive in this system. Ern could clearly see that their responses were a little more aggressive than he might have thought, so it didn't take much intelligence to realize that this would have a huge impact on his work. Suddenly, he turned his attention to some strange cry that was emitted not far from him. Coming closer, he noticed Izel, who was talking to his sister, and before he could say a word, the girl hit her. The two daughters of the Stilgard family were completely opposite. Karen was the eldest daughter, and she had the warmth of a spring ray, and Darren, in turn, was the second daughter, and was very cold and contemptuous, so it was not surprising that Darren was feared by all the educators and maids. She spoke in the same tone with Izel, to whom she said that she didn't want to hear that she didn't know something, that this wasn't the answer she needed, so she decided to ask again, what was Ern hiding from them? Izel tried to explain to her once again that she was first and foremost a simple servant who took care of the young master, so how could she know what he was hiding from them? Each such word made Darren even more angry, so she swung again and wanted to hit her. But at the last moment she couldn't do it because she was stopped by Ern, who asked Darren to finally leave Izel alone and stop bullying the girl. Darren was not at all scared and was glad that Ern appeared at that very moment, after which she decided to immediately ask him what brought him here. But instead of answering, Ern wanted to ask her what she was doing here with his maid. Darren found it funny that he treated his maid so well. Was it because she was responsible for him? Although in her opinion, she was clearly doing her job below average. But Ern was not going to argue with her and asked his sister to just leave her alone. But apparently the girl was not going to do this and immediately told him not to interfere, because she was teaching her a lesson for what she did wrong, and in general she believed that he should be grateful to her. After which she swung again and screamed that she was doing him a favor and training his maid for him. Izel felt like she was about to get hit in the face again, but at the last moment this blow was stopped by Ern, who then added that if Darren had any complaints about his maid, then she should report it to him first. The girl immediately started yelling at him and telling him to let her go immediately because she didn't understand at all how he dared to touch her. But Erna was going to stop there, after which he hit her again and said that he had already told her not to dare touch his maid. Darren immediately started yelling at him and saying that he had gone crazy, after which she asked him to remember what his sister and some insignificant servant even meant to him. Ern immediately told her that his sister apparently didn't understand when she was crossing all the boundaries. So he was going to explain to her that she better not touch his people. Otherwise, she would quickly regret it. So before he got even more angry, he advised his sister to apologize to her immediately. Hearing these words, she began to hit herself in the face, which scared them a little. After which she came to her senses again and began to talk about how the guy needed to wake up and finally understand who his father would prefer if she came running to him with such wounds. In this way, she essentially threatened Ern and said that she would be very interested to see his face when she told him that her brother had raised his hand against her. But after waiting for her to finish speaking, he carefully leaned towards her and said that she never ceased to amaze him, and then added that he wanted her to remember once and for all what he was about to tell her. And as soon as he finished speaking, she immediately started yelling at him in response and saying that she had nothing to do with it, and that he had definitely made it all up. According to Ern, he was very glad to hear this, because if this was so, then nothing terrible would happen if he just went and told his father about it. But from her expression and growing anger, it became clear that she didn't like this idea at all. And besides, she couldn't even imagine how Ern even found out about this. And after a little thought, she screamed that it was she who was to blame for this whole situation, and she could promise that she would try to ensure that such situations did not happen again. Ern was glad that he was finally able to resolve this situation, and his maid Izel was completely fine. Although then she started crying even more and started talking about how, in fact, she didn't deserve to be treated like that, to be protected by Ern like that, as if she were some kind of insignificant servant. But he immediately assured her that she was one of his people, and if anyone dared to touch one of his people, then he would never ask him, whoever he was, even if it was the emperor himself. Darren watched all of this closely and heard every word they said, and throughout this entire time, she had the impression that something was clearly wrong with this situation. Meanwhile, Ern continued to tell Izel that she was worthy of it anyway, and Darren continued to try to understand how he even knew about it. How did it suddenly dawn on her that perhaps those people had passed the information directly to Ern? Several days later, the members of the multi-union led by Hearthstone were still arguing among themselves about what they should do next. Suddenly, during the argument, Hearthstone noticed a new stone seller whom he decided to check, and his level, description. All this suggests that he is a fairly experienced merchant and did not end up here just like that. And when he started a conversation with him, he heard from this merchant that sometimes 10 coins in the present are more valuable than 100 coins in the future. Hearthstone had heard these words somewhere before and completely agreed with them, because there was definitely some sense in his words, although he didn't fully understand what this man was getting at, because even if he made quick deals when he really needed coins. But in response, he received rather unpleasant words, because the new seller told him that because of sellers like him and others, order is collapsing. Then Hearthstone decided to ask him what he was proposing to do, since he was so smart. It was an easy question for him because he believed that they only had to choose one of two possible options. The first was to buy everything before the intruder could get to them. But before he could tell about the second option, Hearthstone interrupted him and said that this proposal was actually impossible to implement and immediately wanted to hear the second option. Well, the second option was even simpler according to him. It was only necessary to reduce the price of mana stones even more than Ern does. And so, over time, the multi-union will lower the price of mana stones, which is why buyers bought them up like crazy. Immediately after that, the system notified Ern that the price of medium mana stones was changing, and it changed from 6 coins per unit to 5 coins. But the guy didn't panic too much when he found out about this, because he understood that this was possible, and most likely a war for lowering the price would begin. Thereby demand would grow quite quickly. And after that didn't do anything. Hearthstone started yelling and saying that it didn't do anything at all, even though the new salesman had promised him that it would definitely fix their situation. Although the new seller immediately noted that he actually didn't remember this, because it seemed to him that he simply said that in order to prevent the offender from getting all the mana stones, they just needed to lower the price. But Hearthstone was still very angry, because he believed that even if the man told him that he was not stopping selling mana stones, he could thus notice that the new seller was acting solely in his own interests. Apparently, the seller didn't give a damn about anything he said, because he thought that Hearthstone could criticize him as much as he wanted, because he didn't hide the fact that his predictions were wrong. But on the other hand, he asked Hearthstone to note that he essentially had no other choice and he would still have to trust him again. And this time, he assured the man that they could win this fight, because he had a secret plan up his sleeve that would definitely help them stop the intruder. After which he began to tell the man that the newcomer was slowly losing momentum. The man absolutely did not agree with this, because he believed that they were the ones losing momentum first, while he was only increasing his power at that moment. The new customer didn't agree with the man at all, because according to him, with this tactic, when he loses 1 coin, Earn loses 2. And when he explained everything in detail to the man, he finally understood everything. The only thing that confused him was that perhaps Earn was hiding something, because he is clearly one of those people who hide their trump card until the very end, and then show it. No matter how hard Hearthstone tried, he still couldn't understand why the guy was taking the risk at all. His thoughts were interrupted at this point by a new salesman who told the man that there was really only one answer. He was clearly planning to overtake the entire mana stone business. Hearthstone couldn't believe it, because he was almost certain that it was simply impossible, because there were certain limits that simply couldn't be forgotten. But the new player thought that Earn was the kind of person who could easily solve this problem by finding assistants who would sell instead of him, or by creating a small union, just like they were doing now. This is the main point of creating a multi-union, to gather several sellers and increase control over the mana stone market, and then become the one who will control the prices of mana stones. The new player was very surprised that the man still hadn't understood this, because it seemed to him that he had become the head of the multi-union only for this. And to be honest, according to the guy, it was Hearthstone who enlightened him and helped him understand this knowledge, although the man, in fact, would never have thought about it. But after thinking about it, he realized that in fact the idea was quite good, and he had a good chance of implementing it in life. And when the new buyer told him about it, Hearthstone decided to pretend that he had planned it that way from the very beginning. Hearing this, Earn felt a little funny inside, because in fact, he was the new salesman, and he came up with this whole plan just to annoy the other salesman. And as for Hearthstone, he saw right through the man, and was sure that the man wanted from the very beginning to just be called the boss. Earn had been expecting this alliance to form since he started selling mana stones, but since he had a special privilege, he wasn't really worried that this alliance could hinder him in any way. But now he decided to take advantage of the situation and literally destroy them. He seemed rather depressed by the looks of it, but Earn understood that information was an important aspect of trading, so he could understand why control of information was a special privilege. And when Hearthstone asked a new player when he would become a member of the multi-union, the guy always answered in his head that he had become one from the very moment of its foundation in all this, in order to arrange a bloody competition for profit in the future. He always suspected that there were originally 2 kinds of people who participated in these competitions. The first being those who could not live without instant gain, or the second kind, which is most easily called madmen. And Hearthstone considers himself both the first kind of such people and classifies himself as the second. Earn knew that the man was probably thinking about something predictable, and if he successfully took Earn out of the game and took the mana stone industry for himself, then he would be able to control the price. And what if a merchant appears who challenges the multi-union? Then he will most likely immediately receive from the union. This is exactly the excellent scenario that was in Hearthstone's head. And Earn continues to do everything to ensure that Hearthstone continues to think only this way and lead him in this direction. And the best part is that the ordinary members of the multi-union have not realized this yet, but within this competition, some will start to defend themselves and watch the fight between Earn and the multi-union closely. They will hire a third party to take all the mana stones for themselves. But the only wise person who will do this will be Earn. Thanks to them, he will be able to keep all the stones for himself, and then when the price is high again, He will sell them at the highest price and will be the only one who will win the battle of the Union and earn. But for now, he has time to just sit back and relax. Meanwhile, Darren was in her room and continued to think only about how her younger brother even found out about this. How could he do this? She couldn't be mistaken, and when he leaned towards her, he pronounced the name of the company with absolute accuracy. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a knock on the door, and before she could say that she was busy for now and did not want to talk to anyone, she suddenly heard Ern's voice, who told her that they needed to talk urgently. She was very interested in why he came at all, so she immediately opened the door for him and asked this question. Ern looked at her with a smile and said that he thought it was time for them to sit down and talk about something. At first, she didn't want to let him in, but the guy knew the magic word that sounded like Damien's company. And then, even though she didn't want to, she still had to let him in. The thing was, Damien's company provides the houses with the materials they need, and it's a relatively stable and respected company. But the problem is that they have a close relationship with Darren. After Ern became a lord, the company used money to manipulate him, and now he will use it against them. The first thing she wanted to know from him was how he even figured this out, to which the guy answered her that the trading company had changed significantly after she began to participate in their affairs. And this was quite obvious to him, but she wasn't going to listen to him until he gave her evidence. But Ern reacted to this calmly and asked the girl to be just as calm, because he was here just to understand her position and nothing more. And so that she would understand what was being discussed, he wanted to remind her that he was the youngest child in the family, and even if he was a member of the Steelguard family, it was still very likely that he would not receive anything from his family. As a son, having mastered the breath of steel, he would probably be able to earn money as a swordsman. But as for Darren, he clearly understood that she was trying to find a way to earn money for a living, and this seemed normal to him. At some point, she got tired of listening to this, and she finally reminded him that he had been hiding his true self all this time, and now he was trying to show her something. So for a long time, she could not understand what he was trying to achieve. Ern didn't expect any other reaction. He understood that she wouldn't buy it so easily, so he continued to put pressure on her and tell her that it would be a good idea for her to listen to him first. Because according to him, there was only one thing that interested him. He wanted to know whether she came to the company or whether they invited her. Darren immediately answered him that of course they came to her because she is such an important person. According to her, they said that they just wanted to do her a favor. But before they do that, she has to do something to repay them. Listening to all this, Ern understood that she was lying to him with almost 100% probability, because the chances of such an influential company coming to her first were practically zero. While the guy was thinking about this, the girl started yelling at him and saying that he was most likely pleased with himself and should be proud that now he can criticize her as he wants. That's why Ernu had to repeat to her that he didn't come here for that. But she still continued to talk to him like that, so he became interested in finding out what he needed to do in order to earn her trust. Because if you think about it, they are quite similar to each other. Darren understood him less and less with each passing second, so at one point she decided to simply ask the guy what he wanted from her. Ern realized that the girl had such a character that it would be easier if he told her directly, so he asked her what she thought about starting to work together. He understood that she definitely didn't expect to hear this, and this meant that most likely it would be very difficult for her to refuse this, and this would only play into Ern's hands. In the end, they finished the conversation, and the guy left her room. At the end, he told her that he trusted her, and she assured him that she would not let him down and would tell him the details later. Ern walked away and realized that even though it was a lie-filled argument, at this point it still wasn't such a bad deal. Because in fact, he was forced to work with her because it was very important for him to see what would happen after some time. In his head, there was an understanding that at the moment, the main thing was how Harston would act next. And suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he received a rather strange message. This message said that the guy had received 800 coins from the Mountain Bamboo sect. And upon seeing this, the guy almost immediately realized that they seemed to have caught Hakchul Lee, and this was incredibly good news for him. In addition to the coins, he was also given bamboo life pills from the Mountain Bamboo sect. Users of the Dimension Deal book have hit a gold mine, and it all happened because of the bloody price war between Ern and the Multi-Union. Of course, Hearthstone had a plan, and it seemed he was trying to minimize his losses, saying that the middle class of mana stones was now limited, and you could only buy 5 per day. Ern watched with great interest as he threw away 4 of his coins, but even though the guy was clearly in control of the situation, he could tell with certainty that Hearthstone was using his brain and not acting in any way. But on the other hand, He also understood the fact that he had an asymmetry of information, and all he needed was to change the name and buy them up. Plus, if you take into account the price and cashback, it comes out to 3 coins per stone, which was just an incredibly good price for it. At this rate, the guy essentially needs to collect another 500 stones, and then his plan can be put into practice. While Hearthstone was confident that they were temporarily in the red, Earn continued to actively get rich and was confident that if this continued, he would be able to destroy them all. Meanwhile, near Damien's company, a local security guard was angry at a visitor, to whom he was telling that he couldn't just walk around here now and that he had to leave immediately. But the man standing in front of him certainly didn't think so. So he immediately told the guy to immediately call the manager because he had a serious question for them. The security guards didn't quite understand, so the man had to ask them to tell the boss that Yulaf had come to see him and wanted to see him urgently. After some time, the attitude towards him immediately changed, and one of the guards said that they were actually waiting for him, and if you believe his words, that Mr. Darren was already waiting for him inside. When Yulaf entered inside, the leader of the company, Damien, immediately approached him to introduce himself, and Darren, who was also in this office, tried to understand who this man was, if they were treating him like that. She began to actively analyze all possible options in her head, because it seemed to her that they were trying to deceive her, because she didn't even roughly understand who this guy was, perhaps some kind of supplier of stones. But looking at him, it didn't seem like quite the right option. Suddenly she remembered the words of Earn, who told her, not long before she went to the company, that when an influential merchant came to them, he could be trusted, and there was definitely no need to worry. After this, the man sat down next to the girl and decided that they should immediately get down to business. And he decided to start with the fact that his mana stones were good enough, and he wanted to know how much they were willing to pay him for them. The head of the company answered him that he had had enough time to carefully study the samples, but according to him, it was quite difficult for him to make a decision, having only 1 stone in his hands. Julaf understood all this perfectly well, and that's why he didn't come here empty-handed. The next moment, he took out a small bag, which contained quite a lot of mana stones. A human mask made from human skin that allows you to look like a completely different person. When someone puts it on, others will not be able to recognize the one who put it on, no matter how well they know. And this item costs about 100 coins. A voice changer pill costs about 2 coins, and after taking it, your voice changes for 30 minutes. Earn had about 5 voice-changing pills in reserve, which he thought should be enough to hold a conversation with the head of the company. While he was talking with the head of the company, he reminded himself quite often that he needed to complete this deal in 30 minutes. And when he gave new stones to try, the head immediately noted that they were of incredibly good quality, and this could be felt even when simply holding them in your hands. And as soon as he said this, Julaf immediately offered him a price of 100 coins, which was a bit expensive for the head of the company, so he immediately offered to lower it to 90 coins, because he was sure that no one else in Lehit would offer such a price. But apparently Julaf definitely didn't come here to bargain, so as soon as he heard this figure, he immediately suggested that the miss get up and leave here. He took her cloak and remarked that he was not going to waste time bargaining with someone who knew absolutely nothing about things. Darren realized that she needed to play along at this point. So she started talking about how it was indeed a bit strange on the part of the head of the company, because she thought that they would be able to come to an agreement, because they were trading with nobles, and this was exactly what Earn needed. He was glad that his sister immediately understood what to do in such a situation. Before leaving, Darren said that they would contact another company, and as far as they knew, there was a crate company nearby. This had all been planned for quite some time, just like the reaction of the head of the company, who began asking them to stop and talk again. The man noted that Yulaf was quite a fierce man, but this only motivated him even more to work with him, and so he agreed to a price of 100 gold coins. But apparently it was already too late, because Yulaf turned around and said that the price was now 120 coins. The director of the company certainly did not expect to hear this, and this was evident from his facial expression. But Yulaf pretended that he was one of those people who did not repeat the same thing twice. So he looked again at the director and said that he had heard everything correctly. The price had changed. But the thing was that the head of the company understood that if the price was 120 coins, then he would not be able to make a profit this way. Therefore, he still hoped that he would be able to come to an agreement with Julaf and not raise the price so much. But as soon as he began to say so, Julaf turned around and told him that if he thought that he had come here and had not found out the market prices, then he was clearly very much mistaken. The head of the company realized that he apparently had no chance of emerging victorious from these negotiations, so he began asking Yulof and Darren to sit down first and continue the conversation, because according to him, he did not refuse the deal, and it certainly seemed that way to them. And besides, he was ready to consider the deal price of 120 coins. But Yulof immediately said that he was not satisfied with simply considering the price, so the head of the company had to say that they would work at a price of 120 coins, and he was absolutely ready for this. Ern, who controlled this body, was so happy inside to realize this because his plan continued to work, and this could not but please. Darren couldn't believe her ears at that moment, because it seemed to her that all this simply didn't make sense, because they had just argued about the price between 90 coins or 100, and now suddenly 120. Until the end, she believed that the guy was just pretending to look scary, but now she changed her mind because she realized that in fact he was planning something. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the head of the company, who wanted to say honestly that he could get up to 130 gold for this quality. But he still can't raise the price to such a level, when suddenly he was interrupted by Yulof, who was clearly unhappy that the man was even talking like that. He thought that the boss was apparently trying to play a joke on him. The man didn't quite understand what he had said, because he believed that he should also receive at least some profit for his wages, and he should do this until Yulof gave him enough to compensate for the low profit. Then Yulof sighed and threw the bag on the table, saying that the man apparently completely underestimated him. According to him, there were only 300, and it seemed to him that this would be able to cover the wages, storage, management, transportation costs, and despite everything, he did not think that the company would remain at a loss. The expression of the head of the company spoke for itself. He clearly understood that such an opportunity might only come up once in a lifetime, and he definitely had to take advantage of it. The price of a mana stone depends on its availability, and even if a person has money, he still won't be able to get it because it is usually never available. And all this knowledge made him understand that even if he had just been humiliated during negotiations, it would still benefit them. So he decided to agree to Yulof's terms, saying that their deal would definitely benefit them, and they could finally conclude a contract. After which he added that, in fact, when he heard that there was a merchant willing to trade, he did not expect much, but now he can confidently say that they have completely exceeded his expectations. Although on the other hand, he may not have many connections, but he still thought that he knew quite well how this market was structured, which made it strange for him to realize that he had never heard of them before. Yulof thought that the man essentially wanted to say that it was suspicious that someone he had never heard of or seen before was selling expensive stones. The head of the company immediately began waving his hands and saying that, in fact, he had misunderstood him, because he in no way suspected the person whom Darren herself had recommended. He just wanted to satisfy his curiosity, so he asked, and if the guy didn't mind, the man would be happy to listen to a little more information about him. All this really irritated Ern at this moment. He wanted to believe that Darren would refuse the man this request. But looking at her, he noticed that she looked too interested, as if she herself would not mind telling the man about all this. He sighed and realized that he had to take matters into his own hands again, so he told the man that he didn't need to know what kind of person he was. Suddenly he fell silent and stopped talking because he felt his face begin to return to normal. And then it dawned on Ern that apparently 30 minutes had already passed, and he needed to end this conversation immediately. But now was not the best time. So he immediately took out a pill that transforms his voice and drank it, so that he could at least stay a little longer in another body and with another voice. The only thing left to hope for was that the man didn't suspect anything, and the head of the company at that moment wanted to know what was going on with the man and how he was feeling in general. Yulof came to his senses and answered him that at the moment everything was fine with him, but the problem was that he was forced to take medication because of his illness. Hearing this, the head of the company immediately stood up and said that he definitely could not be detained, so he would immediately take care of the payment. At this point, Ern thought about the fact that even though it wasn't planned, he still managed to avoid the question in this way. The payment went through quite quickly, and they were finally able to go outside, where they were finally alone. The first thing Darren wanted to tell Yulof was that she had acted as if she was on his side because of the deal. But now that they were out, the first thing she wanted to know was who he really was and how he knew their youngest family member. Ern thought she had figured it out, but now he realized that the girl wasn't that smart. But it was only to his advantage, so he decided to repeat to her that it was none of her business, although she thought that she more than deserved to know. Besides, looking at the guy, She wanted to ask him what he thought. Why did the company suddenly decide to buy monastones of unknown origin? Before Yulov could say a word, she answered her own question and said that this deal had been successful only because of her, since it was she who had presented the guarantees of Darren of the Steel Guards. Ern, listening to all this, did not quite understand what kind of confidence this was on her part, since he essentially did everything himself. But she still felt that it put her in a difficult position, and that if something went wrong, the company would blame her. Besides, she didn't like this strange behavior of Yulov, which she simply couldn't close her eyes to. That's why she wanted him to tell her, first of all, why he was so desperately trying to hide his identity. And in general, she was almost certain that Yulov was not his real name at all. Ern had to take his words back, and now he believed that Darren was not as stupid as it might seem. Considering that she finally figured it out, one could safely assume that she was still quite an insightful person. But before he could answer her, she suddenly screamed that this was apparently all part of the plan of that little scoundrel Ern, who simply decided to set her up, and that's why he came up with the idea to set up this whole trap. At first, Ern didn't know how to react, but then he suddenly started laughing as if the girl was joking. But this made her even more angry, because she didn't understand at all why he was laughing like that. He calmed down a little and started telling her that only a madman could come up with something like that, because she herself saw how they essentially burned 36,000 gold coins. So he wanted to ask her a counter question. What does she think? Is this a good price to just make fun of some girl? After all, if you believe her words, then she essentially wants to say that these mana stones were stolen, and he is some kind of ordinary criminal, and given the expression on the girl's face, that's exactly what she thought. But in order for her to finally calm down, Yulov decided to explain to her that in order to get 300 stones, he would probably have to rob the Imperial Vault. But he did not consider himself talented enough to pull off such a thing. But if this was true, then the girl finally wanted to know how he was able to get so many stones. In response to this question, he came closer to her, put his hand on her head, and said that he had heard that some brothers and sisters behave worse than enemies. She immediately started yelling at him and telling him to take his hands off immediately. But he wasn't going to do it until he finished telling her, according to him, only after he grew up, he finally realized that the only people you can rely on are essentially family. And he would like to give her advice, which was that she should do everything possible to get along with them, so that later, in the future, she would not regret it. At this point, he finished his monologue and began to leave, asking her to wait for him in the carriage, and he would send compensation for this situation through Ern, if she didn't mind, of course. Ern, sitting in his room, thought about the fact that the final price of medium mana stones for Damien's company was 120 gold, and if you translate this into real coins, then it is about 12. In the end, having bought for 3 and sold for 12, even taking into account Darren's share of 1%, he still received an incredible profit. But he couldn't get the idea out of his head that his words had never reached Darren before. But when he disguised himself as another person, it seemed to him that she understood him, no matter how ironic it sounded. At least his current life is different from his past. Of course, he is not yet ready to take any action towards his brother and sister. At least all the hatred and resentment that he felt towards them has long since disappeared. And that was quite good for him, as a start. And in his opinion, that was not what he should be focusing on at the moment. The main thing for him now is that he's just a few steps away from the person he wants to destroy the most. And that person is Seok Hyun. The common currency of the continent of Jian is gold coins, while in the world of Murim it is gold pieces. And in principle, gold is a rather rare metal that is very often used as currency. Ern was able to sell a lot of gold that night, and thus his balance amounted to almost 3,000 coins. This was incredibly good news for him, because in this way he was able to complete his preparations, and was thus ready to move on to the implementation of his main plan. And as soon as he thought about it, he received a message from Seok Hyun, and the guy realized that this was exactly the moment he had been waiting for so long. As soon as he decided to accept this message, suddenly something stopped him, and he thought that he couldn't do this because he shouldn't pretend that he was in some kind of despair and was only waiting for a message from Seok. He started preparing because he thought he should look natural, and to do this, he decided to breathe a little to come to his senses. And as soon as he was ready, the guy entered the chat, where Seok was already waiting for him, who was glad to see the guy. After which, Seok started telling the guy that he had been putting so much pressure on himself to acquire the secret arts of the poison sect in the Heavenly Sword Castle. But as soon as he casually mentioned poison or the poison sect, everyone immediately left the chat. In other words, he wanted to say that it was quite difficult for him to get what Ern asked him for. He even had to use his connections, which could not help but surprise the guy, because he knew very well how the man actually acted. But he still thanked the man for his hard work, and that they eventually came to a common decision. Seok confirmed this and began to tell the boy that unlike the heavenly cultivation technique, which can be mastered by anyone who is part of the heavenly castle, this technique is only allowed to be used by a select few. It is an internal cultivation technique that contains the laws of the entire universe. Listened to him attentively, and based on the description, he believed that the man had gotten the equipment he needed. So he was happy to tell Seok that he was okay with the way things were and that they could easily make a deal. Seok smiled and decided that before they did that, he wanted to ask the guy to give something to a client named Hifael. Didn't quite expect to hear this, so he rather wanted to hear what it was he wanted to convey. Seok decided to be extremely honest with the guy, after which he began to talk about the fact that 2,500 coins, without a doubt, is a huge amount. But even such an amount is small for the technique of cultivating chaos. He also added that on the official market, the heavenly cultivation technique costs about 2,000 coins, and even if we consider that this is an inflated price, it still cannot be resold in the channels, and therefore we can conclude that the chaos cultivation technique simply has incomparable value compared to the heavenly cultivation technique. He was leading up to finally saying that, if he wasn't mistaken, the market value was something around 5,000 coins. And then it dawned on the guy what the man wanted from him. Knew that his ability to sow seeds in the minds of customers was simply excellent, because he was able to dispel any doubts, as well as push them to buy his junk at inflated prices. The guy painfully remembers how the man in his past life often deceived him, and each time did it so professionally that simply could not do anything about it. Then Seok often said that saving human life should always be a priority, so he asked to trust him, and then he would definitely be able to help him. Then he would be able to provide him with everything he needed to become a real expert. Fell for these tricks more than once, especially after Seok called these meetings fateful. Besides, he convinced that he was a merchant, so he simply could not afford to go broke from big losses, but he would try to offer him the best price. And throughout the entire cooperation, the guy could easily ask him any questions that he had during training. He would try to answer them in full. Now realizes that back then he made one stupid decision after another. But still, he couldn't help but ask the man how much he ultimately wanted to sell her for. Seok was waiting for this question and was already ready to say that he agreed to sell this equipment for 4,000 coins, thereby giving the guy a discount of as much as 1,000 coins. In his opinion, no matter how you look at it, you can see benefits everywhere, which the guy didn't quite agree with. But he still couldn't help but notice that in that case he owed him only 3,800 coins, considering that he had given him 200 last time. But Seok upset him a little when he said that it definitely doesn't work that way, after which he suggested that the guy was probably working on a major deal in the #1 system for the first time. According to him, these 200 coins were spent to buy the equipment for which they are now bargaining with the guy. Hearing this, immediately told him that he was now in a little shock, because the man was asking for not 1, not 2 coins, but 4. Seok understood that the amount was quite large, but he asked to go into a little more detail and think about what benefit would follow them. Besides, he did not understand the guy, why he was so worried about this, if the only person who would pay was Hifael. Decided to take his time and think it over as thoroughly as possible, so he told Seok that he should talk to his client first, and then he was ready to continue this conversation. And as soon as they finished their conversation, couldn't help but notice to himself that Seok hadn't changed at all. He remained the same bastard that he always was, because he was still trying to make it look like he would be the only one who would lose if he didn't agree to the deal. But in any case, didn't have enough coins to make this deal yet, and even if he used all his special privileges, he would still be short 25 coins. However, he still began to calculate what his loss would be in such a case. Although, having thought that he would still recoup his investment hundreds of times over, he immediately realized that he should make this deal. So he entered into a dialogue with Seok again, and told him that he had consulted with his client, and in the end, the deal was not that bad, so he did not mind doing it. The man was of course glad to hear this, and he also couldn't help but note that the guy's client was quite a generous person, and when they finally had the deal ready, and all that was left was to press one button and close the deal, began to smile and think that his victim had finally taken the bait and fallen into the trap. The deal was completed and Ern's precious trap was finally activated. Although the guy now had very few coins in his account, he finally learned what revenge tastes like. Now he understood very well why the people from the Mountain Bamboo sect had been persecuting Hakchul Li for more than 10 years. What was even more incredible was that he was now feeling so good thanks to a person like Seok. Now he would look forward to meeting new people with impatience. But that wasn't the sweetest moment because the guy decided to tell the man that he looked pretty happy. Seok didn't hide it because according to him, it's normal at the moment because they don't sell something for 4,000 every day. Couldn't help himself and decided to ask the man how long he would feel like this. At first, the man didn't quite understand what the guy was even talking about. But didn't stop and continued to say that something was clearly wrong here, and that he had suspicions that the man clearly looked like a common swindler. And then he wanted to ask him if the librarian Chin-sen knew what the man was doing here. Seok immediately jumped up from his desk, thinking how did this guy even know about this? But thoughts immediately came into his head that he immediately needed to calm down, because he couldn't just confess. So he decided that he needed to continue pretending. And to do this, he began to tell that he had no idea what was telling him. The guy was even a little glad to hear this, because he believed that in this way, a man would only further disgrace himself and humiliate himself. And to finish it faster, suggested inviting a third party to check, and fortunately the librarian Chin-sen turns out to be online too. Started calling the librarian and talking about what Seok did, and as soon as it happened, the man immediately started screaming and asking the guy to stop, because he was ready to admit that his name was actually Chun-heng. The guy sighed and told him that the man was going to confess anyway, so he didn't quite understand why he had to drag it out. At that moment, Chun-heng couldn't get the questions out of his head about who this guy was, a rich employer, an aristocrat with a lot of money, or just a genius salesman, because the trade that looked like a joke was ultimately a trap. Only someone special could pull something like that off. But as soon as information about who this guy was surfaced before him, the first thing he noticed was that the guy was from the Zero system, which was very difficult for him to believe. The fact that he stole the martial arts from the library, and his nickname Seok-hyu, and he never told anyone. In addition, he also stole the book of transactions, so there are no records of transactions in it. But thinking about all this, he just couldn't understand how a brat from the lower system could know all this. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by who decided to tell the man a few new rules, and in his place, he would remember them, because as soon as he broke them, he would immediately become enemy number 1 in the castle of the Heavenly Sword. But suddenly these words made the man smile because he understood that if the guy told about this, then he too would essentially become an enemy, and this meant that such threats would definitely not work on him. Was glad that the man still had hope inside that he would get out of this situation, but unfortunately he was in a hurry to tell him that all these threats would definitely work on him. He then added that it didn't really matter how majestic the Heavenly Sword Castle was, since he still believed that they wouldn't be able to travel across dimensions. Seok realized that he was in trouble, but he still didn't fully understand how the guy was going to pull it all off. And what about trading? Because now they definitely wouldn't let him through. Although certainly wasn't worried, because he had a smile on his face and kept saying that he would soon start feeling guilty. So he suggested that he could immediately return the chaos cultivation technique to them and say that they had a corrupt librarian. Although the man was silent while the boy was telling him all this, it was still clear from his facial expression that he was incredibly surprised and did not know what to do next. And continued to tell his plan, and at this moment he just came to the point that a man should speak respectfully to important people, because he heard that in the Heavenly Sword Castle, people who stole the highest skills were treated as criminals. In other words, wanted to give the man a one-way ticket and a lifetime of torture to boot, which Seok certainly didn't like. But the guy was very pleased and even decided to tell the man that he was brave, because in his place he would never have messed with the unique higher skill. Chun-heng, a real man who was not afraid of anything. These are the words that will be said when he is punished. Didn't just escalate the situation. He tried to do everything to make the man literally tremble with fear when he heard all this. And after he paused for a short time, he finally wanted to ask the man what he would say. Did he want to live or not? Chun-heng didn't think for long before answering the guy that he of course wanted to live. And then the guy told him that he just didn't need to do anything stupid and remember everything he told him next. Firstly, wanted the man to answer him for no more than 5 seconds. If he could not fulfill this condition, he would die. Secondly, he would destroy him in the same way if he dared to close the dialogue tab. And finally, the third condition, he would die if he did not follow the guy's instructions. And all this will be in effect from today, to which Chun-heng immediately responded. And while was talking about this, a fourth condition came to his mind, which was that the man should address him formally and, most importantly, with respect. Well, when they finally finished with this, Earn ordered him to immediately start the gathering time, which was a little unclear to Chun. This angered the guy, and he immediately decided to come up with a fifth condition, which was that he would die if he did not understand it the first time. A few seconds later, Earn received back 3,400 coins, which was a little confusing to him, because as far as he remembered, he gave the man 4,000. Chun immediately began to make excuses and say that it was not his fault, because it was all because of the 5% commission for the transfer. Earn had actually forgotten about it, but in any case, he thought that a commission of almost 600 coins was too much. But the guy quickly found a way to solve this problem. He simply decided to blackmail Seok so that he would return this commission to him. Otherwise, he would complain to the librarian. The man essentially had no choice, so he immediately returned the coins, and Earn was glad that he finally realized it. Suddenly, Earn saw that after returning the money, he had 1,000 coins more than before he paid him, and even taking into account the transfer fee. So he assumed that if he repeated this, he would have a lot of coins. At first, the guy couldn't believe that everything was set up this way, because if it was really so, then it would be safe to say that the exchange center was incredibly stupid, because they essentially had no way to solve the problem that people could abuse the system. He still doesn't know why he gets maximum level privileges, but he was sure that if he does something suspicious, he will only harm himself. So he decided to check this loophole of the system a little later. He returned to the conversation with the man to find out from him when he would return his 200 coins. After all, he gave this money as a deposit, so it would be quite logical to return them back. Seok no longer knew what to do, because in fact he used all his money to obtain the chaos cultivation technique. He even had to bribe the guards and other employees. Earn could no longer stand it and began to literally threaten the man, saying that he should finally understand that he was not a fool. And if Seok continued to behave like this, then he would definitely earn himself even more problems. Seok realized that he probably had no chance of keeping even a little bit of money for himself, so he ended up throwing away 200 coins and asking the guy for forgiveness. And when they finally figured it out, Earn decided that since they could figure out the chaos cultivation technique, they could easily move on to the green technique and the 8 Cloud Dragon martial arts. As a result, when they came to an agreement and discussed new conditions, Earn received coins simply for talking to the man. And at such a rate, his trading rank dropped to the first level, and he essentially lost everything that he had earned during the entire time of trading. But the guy decided that this was too much, and he would be kind enough to the man, and he wanted Seok to just send him 215 coins. But the thing was that these were all the coins the man had, and he was a little surprised that the guy asked for exactly this amount. Seok was shocked for a while that the guy knew how much money he had in his account. It even scared him a little. Suddenly, a thought came into his head. Only a person who has a VIP has such an ability. And if this is so, then this explains a lot. And as soon as he hinted at this, Earn immediately asked him to be quieter and not shout about it so much. But the only thing that didn't fit into Seok's head was the question, which was what the VIP was doing on this level, because he clearly shouldn't be here. And when he finally found out all this, he decided to ask the guy directly what he wanted in the end. Was it really to return some old debt? Earn smiled and said that the man had made a pretty good point when he said he was there to pay back an old debt, because that was essentially what he was. After which the smile disappeared from his face, and he noted that apparently Seok still did not understand the seriousness of the situation and what he had gotten himself into. He then reminded the man who he was, and that he had to fulfill all the guy's requirements and criteria. Otherwise, he would be finished, and no one would be able to help him with that. Seok himself understood this perfectly well. The only thing that interested him at the moment was what the guy still wanted from him, because he had no more money left. Every time the man said this phrase, Earn became even more angry, because he believed that the man should have stopped lying a long time ago, because the guy was more than sure that the man had created a good fortune for himself by deceiving people from the system. The man did not deny that he had a lot of money, but no matter how ashamed he was, he still eventually admitted that he spent it all on alcohol, betting and providing for his 2 wives, which sounded quite logical, but it still surprised Earn. However, almost immediately he realized that there was nothing to worry about, because it did not mean that all he had was coins. The man probably had a lot of martial arts hidden up his sleeve. Seok assumed that the guy meant books with martial arts techniques, so he immediately admitted that in fact he had quite a lot of them, and he could make a decent amount of money if he sold them all. Mentally, he understood that getting 1,000 coins from selling several of these books would definitely not be difficult for him. He felt a little ashamed to realize that he would have to get rid of them, but at least in the future he would definitely be able to get most of them back. And he also knew that he didn't have to sell them all. He only needed to sell enough to last him a month. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ern, who did not understand what books he was talking about at all. He meant, first of all, the martial arts themselves, which he had definitely managed to master during this time. Ern believed that internal energy, internal cultivation techniques, and body lightening techniques were all essentially a man's main weapons. So he thought it would be fairly fair to assume that he had learned a bunch of auxiliary techniques and sword techniques. And he told him all this so that the man would finally understand that the guy was essentially asking him to give him all these techniques, and that this needed to be done as soon as possible, which shocked the man. This was clearly not just like that because Seok, like no one else, understood that the guy was currently telling him that he essentially had to end his life here. Although Ern did not think that this was the same as dying, because he would still be able to continue to exist. Besides, he believed that he essentially had no choice, because on the one hand there was the librarian who would definitely destroy him, and on the other hand, he could give up all the techniques but still continue to exist. The guy was always interested when he was told that those who live in the number 1 system live and die with their martial arts. But he never had time to find out in his entire past life if this is true. And when the man finally passed on all his techniques to the guy, this one incident was enough for Ern to understand that, in fact, this was far from true. And when he finally did it, he realized that Seok had nothing valuable left except his life. But still, he didn't understand one thing: why Seok's techniques were so weak. Although he understood that if it were only about honed techniques, but looking at everything else, he sincerely didn't understand how the man couldn't level up in all this time. Seok couldn't stand such bullying anymore, so he started yelling at the guy and telling him that he didn't see anything wrong with it, and he also asked him to finally tell him what he really wants from him. After which he calmed down and began to cry. He asked Ern to finish this, because now he definitely has nothing left, and all his internal energy, all his money, all his martial arts, nothing more, and also his balance is minus due to numerous transaction fees. Although Ern believed that the man was clearly making a big deal out of it and that nothing bad had actually happened to him. After all, the guy knew very well that Seok was the type of person who would wriggle and deceive someone even in such a situation. So he decided to see how bad things really were for the man. And as soon as he opened his profile, he realized that Seok was not exaggerating at all, and he really had nothing left, which was both joyful for the guy and at the same time a little sad. So he decided that he would give the man a chance and leave him alone for now. In other words, he allowed him to just do what he had always done before. But Seok was not at all happy about this, because he clearly heard the word bye, and he, in turn, clearly remembered that Ern promised him that he would leave him alive. Ern noted that apparently the man had misunderstood him, and there had been a slight misunderstanding between them, because he had only told him that Seok should do as he said in order to continue living. The guy understood that this did not mean that he did not consider the option of destroying him, but having destroyed him once, that would be the end of it. And when he remembered his past life, he realized that he could not let him slip away so easily. There was a clear understanding in his head that revenge itself had meaning, what was put into it, but he really needed him to feel everything that Ern had to go through in his past life. In other words, he planned to do everything possible to make the man pray to be simply destroyed because his life would be as miserable as possible. And when he decided this, then right after that, he told Seok that he would be in touch with him. So he asked him to make sure that he would check his mail regularly, and he also asked him not to forget that now his whole life is in Ern's hands. The man started yelling at the guy and asking him to stop and not do this. But Ern seemed not to hear him, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately interrupted their conversation. And as soon as they finished it, Ern literally flew with joy. He wanted to scream and cry at the same time, because he was finally able to take revenge on the man. Everything went exactly according to plan, and now Seok-hyun is in his hands. And not only the man himself, all the martial arts techniques that he had dreamed about in his past life were now also in his possession, and they would all definitely be his. And when he finally did this, he was finally ready to study them in more detail. The first technique that Ern decided to master was called the 1,000 Sages Footwork, which many say brings 1,000 different changes to the user. Ern felt every change, just as it was written in the description. However, using this technique, he clearly understood that fast running was not all that became available to him after he began to use this technique. He was capable of literally everything. At one point, it even seemed that he had learned to fly. Now he understood that all this was worth all the effort, because at that moment he thought that he would die because he absorbed this skill, relying only on a special privilege, which was called a sponge inside the head. Remembering all this, he now clearly understood that it was a big mistake, because if he had not used the special privilege, his brain would have simply exploded in an instant. Swan Tian's basic sword technique was the second technique that mastered. It was performed in the manner of a peaceful water wave, but its power was simply incredible. The secret technique that turned the hero Rebahan Stilgard into a knight of mythical rank, a mystical blade that was considered a lost technique after the death of its owner. In a past life, only 10 years later, this technique began to exist again in the native lands of the Stilgards. And now, this legendary technique was taken over by who for a long time could not believe that he now had such enormous power in his hands. Considering what had become capable of, it seemed to him that in some ways he was perhaps even stronger than Raphael, even though he was a first-class knight. But he still did not forget that a simple sword would never compare with an aura, and to believe that a pacifist swordsman from the system alone would surpass the greatest knight of the country, Ern's father. Now the guy understood why in his past life he considered him a low system and constantly ignored him, which is why the guy was always upset. But now that he had mastered this technique, he realized that in fact there was no need to be sad, because he was definitely better off because this sword was so trained. He continued to test one technique after another, and the next in line was the Heavenly Holy technique, which the guy immediately liked very much. Xiantian's sword technique. He was speechless here. He was just pleased that he was able to master this technique. Little by little, he began to master the 1,000-dimensional footwork technique, which over time became quite simple for him. The guy also didn't forget about the technique called the initial destruction of despair, with the help of which his fist accumulated enormous energy. But among all these techniques, there was one that seemed the worst to the guy, because it included a lot of pressure skills, so it seemed quite useful to him, although he did not yet quite understand where he could use it. In any case, all 5 martial arts are compatible with the continental arts. But suddenly he realized that he was only increasing his physical strength, and while he was doing this, he completely forgot about his mana, which, as it seemed to him, also needed to be increased. Besides, he still had the thought in his head that martial arts attracted too much attention, and he couldn't stand out too much right now. But at the same time, no one stopped him from using the cultivation of Dantian in this situation, or as it was popularly called, the mana heart, in order to become stronger. He understood that this was a rather complicated technique, and creating mana at his stage of development would be quite difficult, but he still decided to try to do it, because he definitely had no other choice. Closing his eyes, he began to concentrate all his internal energy in his hand, and in this way, he tried to recreate the flow of energy and create an aura. And as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed that he succeeded, and he did it quite well. At this point, he finished his training and returned home, thinking along the way that he had managed to do something that until today had seemed simply impossible. But now, he understood that the desire for revenge and hard work is an incredibly powerful combination that allows you to achieve great success in all aspects of life. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the butler, who immediately ran up to the guy as soon as he entered the palace. The man first of all told him that he had been looking for him all day. Did not understand the urgency, because he was just going for a walk, to which the man immediately replied that his father was looking for him and wanted to urgently talk to him about something. And if you believe the butler, the Lord has been looking for him for quite some time, so he asked the guy to go there immediately. Tensed up a little because he sincerely didn't understand what his father suddenly wanted from him, and especially so early in the morning. But he still decided to listen to the butler, so he went into his room to find out what his father wanted, and as soon as the boy crossed the threshold of his father's office, he immediately saw in front of him the warden, who was also there. This man's name was Keloy. He was quite a useful person for their family, because he watched over the island, and although he is not a knight, his sword control is quite good. And if we talk about Raphael being his father's right hand, then Keloy was essentially the left one, who's constantly in the shadows and does some pretty dirty work. In his past life, had not met this man many times, and it was quite difficult for him to understand what he was thinking, so coming to an agreement with him, in Ern's opinion, would be quite difficult. His father interrupted his thoughts when he decided to ask the boy where he had been and where he had been all morning. Had he really been busy training since early morning? Ern confirmed this information and added that he is giving it his all because he most of all does not want to disgrace the name of Stilgard. The father was very glad to hear this because he really liked this attitude. Ernu was of course pleased to hear this from his father, but at the moment he was only thinking about the fact that just looking at his father, his whole body tensed up, and this was apparently due to the fact that his father had a heroic rank. These thoughts made Ern remember the wall, which was called the Awakening Heroic, which in the guy's opinion he would never be able to overcome. Because this wall was not easy, it crushed many knights into despair. Even though this was a barrier in the head of every knight, the guy was still very scared, because passing this level was not only difficult, it was almost impossible. However, he was not going to give up just like that, because now he has a completely new life, in which he is not the simple person he was in his past life. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted again by his father, who decided to ask the boy whether he was really doing what he needed to do, because it seemed to his father that the boy had other plans. Ern didn't quite understand what the man was talking about, so he had to add that, in his opinion, training from dawn seemed a little out of place. But the guy didn't quite agree with his father, because in his opinion, there are many different paths, so he believed that it is not at all necessary to follow any one of them. You can always choose several and try to advance in each of them. The man did not deny that this was a good tactic, but still it was much more difficult than if the guy had chosen one well-established path. But before Ern could answer him, his father suddenly added that he never thought that one of his sons would have two wonderful talents at once, such as a sword and trade. It was immediately clear from the expression on Ern's face that he definitely didn't expect to hear something like that from his father. But what scared him most was that the man had apparently found out her secret, and now all his plans and work would be lost. The man meanwhile decided to continue their conversation and first ask Ern why he was hiding this talent. The boy thought for a bit and told his father that the nail could be sticking out of his pocket, but it would still be better not to show it to others. It would be better to hide it away. The man apparently expected such an answer, because he was not at all surprised by such words, after which he added that he had finished praising his son. Because now it's time to talk about the mistake the guy made. Ern knew right away that if the conversation was about trading, then most likely this issue would come up sooner or later. So he was prepared for the fact that they would have to talk about this mistake, which was that the guy used the family name for trading. The father confirmed these words, and then added that the man's shop was under the protection of the Stilgard family, so he must have known him. Well, now, father will have to meet with Yulaf personally, and he plans to do this as soon as possible. Ern fell silent, and his father had to repeat his question. Could the boy contact him and arrange such a meeting for them? The boy panicked a little, but then realized that he would have to take care of this anyway before he left these lands, so he told his father that he understood everything perfectly and would contact Yulaf to make sure that he would meet his father soon. The man was glad that they had resolved this issue. Now he would like to talk a little about the fact that Ern was leaving for the Night Academy in 3 days. To begin with, the man wanted to know from Ern whether he was ready for this at all, to which he gave his father a quick answer that he was already fully prepared and ready to leave. Rebahan was pleasantly surprised by the guy's words, so he decided to offer him some help before the guy went on his journey. Ern was waiting for this offer. In his mind, he was only thinking about the fact that his father could help him, although at the moment he couldn't tell him about it. For this reason, he had to tell the man that the fact that he cared about him was more than enough. After these words, the man was once again convinced that his son had changed a lot in recent days. At this point, their conversation ended, and the guy left his father's office, after which he literally began to breathe in the hallway and try to come to his senses, because he still did not understand how his father managed to find out all this. Kaloy followed him out to talk to the guy, which scared Ern quite a bit. This was something new for the guy, because the warden never started the conversation first. Therefore, Ern agreed to this conversation quite quickly. Besides, he believed that chatter never hurt. Kaloy immediately began interrogating the guy, and the first question he wanted to know was how Ern found out about the relationship between Darren and Damien's company. Ern hoped until the very end that this would be a nice conversation, but as soon as the man asked him this question, all the guy's hopes were dashed. But thanks to this, he now knows who is on his tail. The guy decided to answer him, but his answer was completely different from what Kaloy expected to hear, because the guy started talking about how his father had surprised him a lot. At first, Kaloy didn't understand anything, but when the guy added that he always thought that his father was not the kind of person who would allow his sister to play, Kaloy immediately began to talk about how the Lord highly appreciated his sister's talent. Moreover, if we believe his words, then instead of warning and punishing, he allowed her to realize the consequences herself, although he was sure that she would not understand anything anyway. This was quite interesting to hear for Ern because he had not thought that Darren could fall so low in Calloy's eyes. Meanwhile, his father's left hand continued to persuade the guy to tell him who from the company told him everything. Ern decided that he couldn't really show his cards yet, so he decided to say that this time he just guessed and got lucky. After which he added to Calloy that on Earth their size requires large clients. Traders will do everything to lure such, and he simply threw the bait, and his sister got caught, that's all. All the magic. Calloy couldn't even imagine that everything was so simple. It seemed to him that the guy had big connections, but it turned out that he was just lucky, and in fact, he was not involved in anything like that. And when they talked about this, Ern suggested that they end their dialogue here, because he was in a bit of a hurry, because he needed to organize a meeting with Julof. After this, Calloy had no more questions, and the guy began to leave, thinking that this was starting to irritate him quite a lot, but he was glad that it would end very soon. The only thoughts in his head were that there was something he had to do before leaving for the academy, something he had to do for the Steel Guards, something dangerous, and he was not at all sure that he could do it. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that he would never know about it until he did it. He came into the room and immediately began to evaluate the new market, where the prices were incredibly high, because even the average price of a first-class knight was significantly lower than some artifacts. But he realized that one must understand that what an ordinary martial arts user can obtain by training for a whole year, using only basic cultivation techniques, no one can obtain in ordinary life. It has been a long time since the people of the System 1 settled on this meaning, and so the guy was quite interested to know what the meaning of the year of internal cultivation is now. Ern couldn't just say it was expensive, but he could have bought it cheaper if he had looked a little on the affiliate market. He immediately began searching for where he could buy a year of internal cultivation and set the price at no more than 300 coins. So he was able to find Huan Yun quite quickly, who offered the lowest price, and in her profile there was a description that her husband, like a rabbit, and children, like foxes, were starving, and she wanted to save them by selling her service. So the price was an order of magnitude lower, 250 coins per year, so Ern decided to buy. Ern knew that considering the price, it would be better to buy potions or fermented cultivation and just consume them. But unfortunately, he didn't have time for that. That's why he bought this product, which needed to be consumed. So the guy took a comfortable position for himself and began to concentrate only on this. After a few minutes of such meditation, he was still able to release so much energy that it was enough for him to absorb this object. And in this way, he was able to skip 60 years of internal cultivation. It was great for him because in System Number 1 it means almost nothing. But in real life, he pumped up his skills quite a lot. And now that he was able to do this, a direct path to System Number 2 opened up for him. But at the same time, the guy still thought that it was practically impossible for him. There were too many difficult requirements. And although he had managed to reach this level in his past life, it was only due to luck. And up until that point, he had planned to sell all his martial arts and stop trading. But now he realized that he simply couldn't do it. In his past life, he could not even dream of spiritual status. But in this life, he can achieve other statuses, because already at such a young age, he has surpassed his past self. But he decided to think about this later, because first, it would be nice for him to get another item that he definitely saw in the partner store. And this object was the yin and yang beetles, which looked very bad in appearance and certainly did not attract attention. But before using them, Ern decided to take a closer look at them and read the information, which said that this pair of parasites are very compatible with each other, thanks to which you can easily control your victim. To begin with, Ern decided to find out more in order to do everything correctly in the future. And for this, he created a chat with a bloody and respected demon. The guy hinted that he wanted to talk about an object called the yin and yang beetles. But before he could finish speaking, the demon interrupted him and said that it was far from an object, it was an organism. Ern was sure that these creatures were put in the same category as objects. So he said so, but did not say anything to the demon, and simply apologized for his mistake. After which he said that he wanted to learn a little better about how this organism could be used, since the description did not describe everything well enough. Hearing this question, the demon immediately understood that the guy was from System Number 1, but still began to tell him that the word beetle, which stands before the name, is in fact a symbol of loneliness, and such creatures live inside people and cause special symptoms, and especially this couple. After which the demon began to talk some nonsense and ask the guy strange questions. which made Ern a little upset because the guy was hoping that he would be able to find out more information. But apparently that won't happen. And at that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a demon who began to laugh even more and simultaneously talk about how Ern had already swallowed these parasites. The demon began to describe the worst symptoms, that the guy's heart would soon begin to sink. Over time, he would lose hope and would desperately think that his end had come. According to the demon, if you use these beetles, you can easily turn an honest and rich person into a deceitful and poor one. And even people thirsty for revenge instantly turn into cattle. Ern listened to all this, but mentally thought that the demon was some kind of incredible madman. So the boy decided to use the eye of insight and saw that it was an evil god of cruelty who had cast aside humanity. A devil with the face of a man who had turned from a man into a devil. But on the other hand, the guy understood that this made this demon even more reliable. The demon, meanwhile, continued to tell the guy about the peculiarities of using these parasites, and according to him, he would definitely not recommend using them on his mistress or family members, although this will avoid side effects. But in any case, there is no way to avoid side effects. He also said that people often come to him and want to know how to remove these effects, especially those guys who came to conquer a girl. And coming out of this information, he asked the guy to remember the most important thing, that as soon as this substance enters the body, it can no longer be removed, or the effect from it can be removed. So he asked the guy to use these parasites exclusively for emergency reasons, and when he is sure of what he's doing. But every word about these parasites being incredibly dangerous made the guy even happier, because it seemed to him that with such an effect he could achieve a lot. But the guy couldn't calm down until he tested these parasites in action, so he went to the training ground, where he met Sir Jevis. The man had just finished his training at that moment, so he was completely ready to talk to Ern. He also decided to tell the younger prince that Captain Hafael's training was serious enough that the knights would fall from fatigue. Ern was glad to hear this, but he also couldn't help but notice that Sir Havis was still on his feet, as one would expect from a knightly warrior. Sir Jevis was very glad to hear such words, for he was really pleased. And as soon as the knight thanked the guy, Ern decided to offer him a drink of water, because he understood that after such training, he was definitely tired. The prince understood that he could not refuse, so he took this glass, although mentally he tried to understand why the prince gave it to him, because they had never even spoken, and he was so kind to him. But on the other hand, he didn't forget that the guy was the son of a lord, so it would be pretty good if he was on his side. Although then he looked at what was inside the glass and realized that it was far from water. The knight didn't understand even more why the guy even gave him something like that to drink, and whether it was even possible to drink it. He was almost certain that after he drank this, he would feel very bad. Meanwhile, Ern continued to look at him with such a look, as if he was putting pressure on him, and wanted the man to drink this drink quickly, because of which the knight simply could not refuse while he was looking like that. So he decided to drink anyway, because deep down, he was sure that the guy simply couldn't give him something bad to drink. But when he took a few sips, he immediately felt that it was simply disgusting. This drink was incredibly vile, and it was almost impossible to drink. Ern smiled and then wanted to ask the knight how he liked the taste of this cocktail, because he actually prepared it especially for him. The knight understood that he definitely couldn't tell the truth. So he decided to answer the guy that after this cocktail, he began to feel much better, and it was definitely good for his body. Ern was glad that the knight liked it, but he still wanted to make sure that the knight finished it all. And to do this, he needed to take the glass from him. And as soon as he took it in his hands, he immediately noticed that the glass was completely empty, which could not but please him, because he understood that since the knight did this, the parasites were definitely inside him. The knight, meanwhile, continued to thank Ern for taking such good care of him. Ern smiled and said that since the knight was so grateful to him, he would like to ask him for one favor, because, as is well known, it is better for people to return good with good. The knight was happy to fulfill any request the guy made, and in his mind he continued to think that the guy could thus not force him to drink this drink. Ern immediately told Havis that for this, they would need to step aside so that the guy could ask him about what interested him so much. Havis was very surprised that the guy took him there to ask the knight to help him create an aura. The knight understood that it was difficult for the guy at the moment, but he immediately assured him that if he followed the instructions, he would definitely be able to create it. Ern didn't argue with him, but he really wanted Havis to show him his aura because he really wanted to see it. And when the boy asked the knight about it, the man finally realized why Ern had given him that thing to drink, and in fact, he thought it was quite nice. Havis usually doesn't show his aura to anyone, But this is a prince, and he understood that he essentially has no other choice and is literally forced to show it, so he had to agree. He asked Ern to take a few steps back, and then concentrated and cast an aura on his sword, which at first glance was quite strong. Ern immediately noticed this and was not surprised, because he did not expect anything else from the royal knight. He looked closely at this sword and immediately noticed the quality of its color and the density of its aura, which was incomparable to his older brother. However, he doesn't need to worry about an aura of this level, and according to his feelings, everything is going even better than he could have expected. Immediately after this, he complimented Javis, saying that the knight was simply incredible. Javis was flattered by such words, because he considered himself to be nothing compared to the count and the captain. He also wanted to tell Ern that there were actually many other aura users, and so he wanted to ask the guy why he chose him, to which Ern answered him quite simply, saying that he was simply the youngest, and that interested him. Then the guy started talking about how if the knight did everything right, then he was probably able to master the aura in about 4 years. And even if he got it earlier than the others at 20, then not even 10 years had passed. Ern believed that it was Javis who was able to feel the feeling of overcoming a wall, as well as master the knowledge of how to surpass oneself. Now Javis understood why the young prince had chosen him, but he was still surprised that the boy had invited him to such a place, because he believed that he should not be ashamed of his passion for the aura. Although later, he immediately realized that he had said a few unnecessary words, because some teenagers feel differently from adults and often have complexes because of this. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ern, who began to clap for Knight Javis and tell the man that he could see from his face that the man finally understood him. Although Javis actually didn't understand anything at all. And more importantly, it seemed to him that the young prince had suddenly changed and seemed to have become a different person. Looking into Ern's eyes, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed greatly because his calmness had disappeared and the guy began to behave completely differently. Ern suddenly started talking about how all this was complete nonsense, about how Javis had overcome some kind of wall, about how it was very difficult for him to do this, and he also believed that the knight would have a hard time when everyone found out about this. Javis really didn't understand the guy and what he was talking about, so Ern told him straight out that at the moment, he was telling him about his personality. And then I suddenly decided to ask Javis how he likes the weather in the south. And then Javis realized that he had been exposed and the guy knew that he was Mr. Imperial Spy. But like a true professional, he tried not to show that he had been found out. So he tried to tell Ern that all this was too much and that he was definitely wrong. Ern didn't really understand why everyone behaved like that when they were under pressure. The guy had already spoken to him as directly as possible about the fact that he hadn't just called a novice knight along for no reason so that he could show him his aura. He wasn't some kind of maniac. Well, when Ern named Javis's real name, which was Harvest Oracle, it dawned on the knight that his mission had failed. The guy saw from the man's face that he had not expected anything like this. So he repeated to him once again that as he had said, it would be very bad when everyone found out about this. So he had specially brought him to a quiet place. Harvest realized that perhaps this was a trap or a ruse that was created so that he would confess himself. So he started asking the prince to stop saying such things, because even he has a sense of pride. And besides, if he had evidence, they would hardly be standing here. Harvest was almost certain that the boy would have told the count or the captain about it, and then they would definitely have dealt with it. Ern did not react to his words and simply asked the man to admit that he was a spy. Harvest immediately answered him that this was far from true, and he was only trying to explain that the guy was lucky that he was not a spy, and as an argument, he wanted to assure Ern that he would not have left this forest if he really were a spy. The guy, of course, took this as a threat from Harvest, but the knight immediately denied this information and told the guy that this was not entirely true, because in fact, according to him, he was simply saying that the guy was careless when he thought out this plan. Ern didn't argue with him, but still decided to point out that the only thing was that he was the only one who knew who Harvest really was. Besides, since they are here together, the knight can easily destroy him and thus leave no more witnesses who know his secret. At that moment, Harvest had absolutely no idea what Ern was thinking. Was the guy really that stupid, or was this all part of his plan, and he was just trying to lure him into another trap? But on the other hand, no matter what, he understood that there was no need to worry about it, because Ern knew his name, and that was more than enough to destroy the guy. So he immediately jumped up and ran to attack Ern. But as soon as he swung his sword, and it seemed that this story would end, Ern literally evaporated and disappeared from his place. Harvest immediately began to look around and try to find the guy, because he was sure that this attack would be successful, and he would definitely destroy the guy. But as soon as he realized what was going on, the guy was already behind him and was already attacking him, which was quite unexpected, but Harvest still managed to block this attack. And when he looked at Ern again, he saw that he had a sword in his hands, around which there was definitely an aura. But these were not all the surprises, because when the knight looked at his sword, he realized that only a small piece of it remained. Ern interrupted his thoughts to point out that Harvest was not the best spy. Not only had he turned his back, but he had also attacked when there was real evidence against him. Harvest never cared about the youngest son of the Steelgrads, so he couldn't even guess that this guy would be so problematic, and even after they found out about his hidden talent, everyone still thought that he was a weakling, because the island was actually full of geniuses and talents. But when he saw that Ern had an aura at the age of 16, he realized that his opponent was much stronger, and he would hardly be able to defeat him so easily. Harvest understood perfectly well that if the guy was able to awaken his aura so early, then this meant only one thing, that the blood of Rebahan and Rebadon could awaken in him, and if this is really the case, then defeating this guy would be incredibly difficult, if at all possible. The only thing he was sure of was that now was not the best time to settle the situation. After all, at this moment his life is at stake, which he must save by any means necessary, and since he no longer has a sword, he suggested that Ern have a fist fight. The guy agreed to this proposal too quickly, which couldn't help but embarrass Harvest. But he was glad that the guy threw away the sword, and with it his terrifying aura disappeared. And now when he went into battle against Ern, he was almost certain that he would be able to defeat this impudent fellow, and thus keep his secret a secret. But after their collision, only Ern remained on the battlefield, who simply stood with his fist outstretched, and behind him was a long trace that remained after his blow. The guy himself was quite surprised because he didn't think that there would be such a huge power inside him. After Ern's blow, Harvest began to spit blood and felt incredibly weak inside. And there was complete confusion in his head because he could not understand how this was even possible and how the guy managed to hide such power for so long. Ern began to approach him closer, and along the way told him that he didn't even think that he would receive internal injuries. He was even interested to know if Harvest's mana heart was okay. He would also like to ask Harvest not to resist, because in this way, he would only further delay his inevitable end. Besides, this time, he could promise the guy that he would not get off so easily. Harvest, like no one else, understood that Ern was definitely not joking, and that he was definitely serious about what he was saying. After all, looking at the guy, he had only one thought in his head, that they simply had a colossal difference in strength. So he decided to give in and finally ask Ern who the puppy was, who dared to tell him who Harvest really was. But the answer was immediate, and Ern immediately made it clear to him that he apparently did not fully understand the seriousness of the situation, namely that he would definitely not be the one asking the questions here. After these words, Ern began to tell the guy about something that had always been interesting to him. This island is known only for the fact that it is the land of Rebahan, who stopped the Empire, and it is neither a research center nor a strategic point. So it was surprising for him to realize that the information department had so much free time. And now that he has the right person in front of him, he would like to find out from him what they want to achieve by sending spies to the Steelguards. Harvest was silent, so Ern asked him to look into his eyes and understand that he would never return to his country again, so it was time to make them believe him and want to keep him alive. In his mind, Ern was thinking that Harvest had all the skills of a spy, and he was also a knight with an S-class aura, and the fact that they sent someone like that could only mean that they were incredibly worried about the Steelguards. So he continued to prove to Harvest that he had better start telling about everything. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him in the future. Moreover, in his opinion, Harvest is nothing more than a replaceable tool that can be easily removed, and the Emperor will not even notice its disappearance. Harvest still thought differently and apparently was going to continue fighting, which made Ern laugh because he thought exactly the opposite, since every such word only made Harvest worse. But Harvest didn't give a damn about all his words, and he immediately wanted to tell Ern that he could do whatever he wanted with him, tear off his legs, limbs, in general do whatever he wanted, and he still wouldn't tell him anything. Ern became even funnier from this, at least from the fact that he is not a savage at all, and he definitely did not intend to do something like that. Besides, he knows better than anyone that torturing an untrained spy is a waste of time. Besides, he had a much more effective and better way in which he could do without violence. Harvest didn't understand what was actually in this small jar. He could only assume that it was a small larva. Ern sighed and told Harvest that he was far from the right answer. According to him, it was yin-yang beetles, and he would have lost his temper if he had heard that. But if we talk in more detail, then according to Ern, in his hands was a beetle named Yin, and the one that Harvest ate was called Yan. At first, the knight did not understand what Ern was talking about, but when the guy reminded him of the very drink that the knight drank without any regrets, that was where the parasite was. He immediately began trying to spit it out and did it in rather strange ways, so Ern had to ask him to calm down, because it was too late to change anything anyway. The parasite was already inside him anyway. Moreover, it seemed to Ern that during this time he had already managed to get into his head and thoroughly settle in there. Harvest was very angry, but he restrained himself from starting to yell at Ern, and for now he just wanted to know what all this meant. Ern knew that nothing could help this guy, so he started telling him that the yin and yang bugs share feelings, and of course, pain is on that list, which means that they can worry about each other. Therefore, it was quite logical to assume that if Yin died, then the Yar would lose the will to live and begin to devour his brain. Then he would also die, and along with him, the owner of the brain. Harvest immediately raised his head and began to tell Ern that he was not so stupid as to believe this nonsense. Besides, he had never even heard of such creatures. Ern didn't try to prove anything to him, because he believed that it was better to feel something once than to explain it hundreds of times. He took out a small needle and poked it into the parasite that was sitting in his jar. And as soon as he did this, Harvest immediately felt incredibly strong pain, which was simply impossible to bear, so he began to scream. At that moment, Ern remembered the words of the demon, who told him that the yang beetle was more painful than the yin, but the owner of the brain would be the one who would suffer the most. So he decided to tell the guy a few tricks so that the owner would not die too quickly and cause problems because of it. First of all, he advised the guy to lightly poke the parasite in the jar. Then the owner would feel pain, as if he had been pierced by countless spears. Next, the best thing, according to him, would be to throw the victim into cold water. Then it will feel as if his body is frozen, because of which he will not even be able to breathe. And they say that this is worse than being tortured naked on a snowy mountain. The third piece of advice that the demon shared was that he suggested that Ern place his victim next to the fire, because then it would feel as if he had been thrown into a pit of hellfire. Moreover, according to him, these feelings will be so acute that they will be able to feel their flesh burning, but all this will be their imagination. Well, then he started saying that there were a couple more steps, but they were pure evil, so he was ready to swear that these 3 steps would definitely be enough. This is exactly the conversation they had. And now when Ern recalls his words, he understands that the demon did not lie to him then. After all, looking at how Harvest almost immediately began to talk about who he was and that he was from the Imperial Information Department, it became clear that this method of torture works 100%. Therefore, Ern did not stop and continued interrogating Harvest. He first of all wanted to know why he came to the Stillguards and what does the Empire want. Harvest began to talk about how the main reason was that the Empire was afraid of a second Rabahan. Since even the mythical ranks were lost to history, it was said that the legendary rank was the last in sword mastery. And the man who destroyed this faith, the knight who stopped the Empire from capturing an entire continent. And this knight began to be called the Guardian of Navarro, who was in fact Ern's father. But the guy didn't want to hear what he already knew. Although he agreed that the heroic rank was amazing, but it seemed to him that the Empire in this case had nothing to worry about anyway. Harvest agreed with the guy and then added that the Empire has enough knights who have a heroic rank and a legendary rank. But according to him, the important thing is that the heroic rank, the son of the mythical rank, is not just a coincidence. So the Empire started to think that it was all about the blood of Steelgrad, which had enough power to be passed down from one generation to the next. And to find out more about it, they decided to send Harvest. But Ern wanted to know more, much more, but Harvest's silence spoke for itself. Harvest began to talk about how among the grandchildren of the great warrior, Kieran stands out the most, because reaching the 2nd rank at his age is quite a great achievement. So they think that if he can reach the level of his grandfather, or at least if he can reach the level of his father, then they will definitely have a hard time, and then the Empire will be forced to act. But according to Harvest, he will only be glad if this does not happen. Although he really thinks that the power flows in their blood, however, it weakens with each generation. However, he thought so only until this day, because now he sees that he was wrong, because Ern simply hid his skills perfectly, and now the knight is sure that it was Ern who inherited the most from Rebahan. Ern was thinking at that moment that Harvest was not just wrong, he was absolutely wrong in everything he was trying to say, because the issue here was definitely not that strength was weakening with generations. After all, he can use the aura because of the Book of Dimensional Transactions. This has nothing to do with inheritance at all. But what was even more important was that the Empire was still keeping an eye on them, which couldn't help but anger him. And as far as he remembers, the fall of the Steelguard family began precisely with this. First, Ern's father miraculously disappeared, and this in the guy's past life was called the biggest mystery of Navarro. In his past life, Ern was never able to find out the truth about what really happened. But now if you think about it, his father was essentially the target of the Empire, and all this time they were not just watching them, but in fact did everything to prevent the emergence of a second Rabahan. Ern certainly didn't expect anything like this, but now that he has a rough idea of what's really going on, he can easily start a new chapter in history. Meanwhile, Rabahan continued his training and once again had to stop because he began to bleed more and more often and had headaches during training. He understood that this was not just like that, and it was clearly very dangerous. So he began to think about how he could solve this problem and what he should do about it. The man understood that he no longer felt any signs, and perhaps this was his inner enemy, who was inside him and did not allow him to exist normally. Kaloi suddenly showed up at his training session and first asked the man for permission to enter. And when the man allowed him to enter, Kaloi first of all apologized for the fact that he suddenly burst into his training, but he thought that it was quite an urgent matter, and Rabahan should definitely know this. As it turned out, the matter was that the youngest son, Ern, brought the merchant Julof, who was already ready to meet with the man. But Kaloi wouldn't come here to say this, and Rabahan understood this perfectly well, so he decided to find out from him. Or did something else happen that he should know? Kaloi immediately told the man that Julof did not come alone, and the main problem was precisely the person with whom he came here. Rabahan came out to them and confirmed with his own eyes that Julof had come to the meeting and had brought with him a spy of the Empire. What drew attention to itself was that this spy had already died, for which Ern asked for forgiveness because according to him, he tried to do everything possible to save his life. But unfortunately, he was unable to do so. The father noted that, in fact, there was no need to apologize about this, and then asked his son to go get some treatment. Ern assured his father that he did not need treatment because he was fine. The man did not insist, and in this case, asked the guy to tell them in more detail about what happened. Ern began by introducing Julof, who was the very mana seller that Rabahan wanted to see so much. Then the guy started talking about how he went to Lehit to meet Julof, after which he explained his situation, and the two of them left. But at that moment, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. According to Ern, he immediately found it strange that a certain man was following a merchant, so he decided to lure the spy to a quiet place to ask him who he really was. And then, according to Ern, the spy pulled out a sword and began to attack him, but fortunately his skills were enough to stop him. For Ern's father, this story was rather dubious, so he wanted to hear from his son how he was able to determine so accurately that this man was really a spy. Ern was prepared for this question, so immediately after it, he took out a small letter, which he asked to be given to his father. He read the letter carefully and then gave his answer, which was that he believed his son that Javs was a spy. The eldest son, Kiran, immediately shouted out, because all this made him very angry, and he was the first one who wanted to know what was written in that letter. Rabahan's answer was quite unexpected. He replied that he actually didn't know, because there was some strange code inside. The Imperial Information Department often does this, and he saw it a couple of times with his own eyes, so he believed Ern. Kiran could not calm down and continued to argue with his father, saying that this letter could easily be an ordinary copy and nothing more. But just one look from his father, and the words that he apparently didn't want this to be sent to the Empire, made the guy shut up and just listen attentively. And then he decided to tell his son that when something happens, there are people who believe in the best at all costs, thinking that tomorrow it will rain, because today it did not, is not always right, and especially if he is a future lord, because if there is no rain, then you need to prepare for a drought. Kiran lowered his head and realized what he had done wrong, and also assured his father that he understood him. After this short dialogue, the father praised Ern and said that the boy had done a pretty good job. This, of course, was another reason for anger on the part of Kiran. He was literally ready to explode because his brother turned out to be better again. In the end, after all these conversations, the guy was still sent for treatment. The master ordered to check Ern after each meal, which made it clear that apparently they really were focused on treatment, although the speed of regeneration of the owner of the aura is much higher than that of an ordinary person. In any case, Ern didn't like all this. It seemed to him that it was a pitiful sight that needed to be stopped as soon as possible. Julof, who had been with him all this time, thought that there was nothing wrong with this, and that he was simply taking care of the boy. To which Ern became even more angry and asked him to immediately take off the mask, which Harvest did without any problems, and then noted that it was Ern who made him put it on. And when he finally did it, Ern immediately wanted to know from him what he and his father talked about and what he told him. Harvest told him that their conversation was quite ordinary, and at some point in the dialogue it became clear that Rebahan absolutely did not care about Yulof because of the spy. But in any case, he couldn't help but say that this face was made simply beautifully, and even the Lord believed it. Ern interrupted him to tell Haraeus that he had to take care of this mask because he would never be able to create anything like it again. It was strange, and Harvest decided to clarify what the problem was, which made Ern smile because the answer was quite obvious. There was simply no other face like that in this world. This caused Harvest to panic and scream, so he threw the mask on the floor. Ern, seeing this, realized that apparently Harvest had not understood him at all, because he had just told him that he needed to take care of this mask, because it was his only salvation. But Harvest was surprised that Ern was able to create it all, and it was unclear to him where he got all these skills. So he decided to clarify this with Erna, but first asked him if he could ask a question. And when Ern gave permission for this, the guy immediately wanted to know from him why he was hiding his skills. Ern thought that there was nothing good in this. Showing off his skills was not what was needed, after all. He was only in the 5th grade, and some people were already uncomfortable. Harvest felt that he didn't care. Sooner or later he would have to say it, especially at his class level, where the difference was very noticeable. Besides, in Harvest's opinion, he believed that no one would dare to object to the guy, even if he told everyone. Ern was already tired of this advice, so he immediately asked Harvest to stop being rude to him, because for him, it would not lead to anything good, after which he showed him the jar with the parasite again, and thus reminded him that it was his property, and not the imperial one, so no one could help him anymore. Harvest didn't understand in his mind what he had said, but he still decided to ask Ern for forgiveness for saying too much. Since they were already talking about it, Ern decided to ask him for a report of the conversation that Harvest was supposed to write. When Ern started reading this report, the first thing that caught his eye was that there were no significant changes, and Rabadon Stilgard was definitely hiding his real rank, so it was quite difficult to say how strong he really was. Also described there was Kieran Stilgard, who according to Harvest occupied the 2nd class and had the potential to take the 1st class. But after talking to this guy, it became clear that he was not at all friendly. Jason Stilgard, this guy is weaker than the first two, looks like a 3rd or 4th grader, because for now, he is just trying to learn his body. Well, this list of course could not do without Ern Stilgard, who in Harvest's opinion shows no signs of advancement, and according to first impressions, he is still a non-entity, and most likely will not achieve anything in his entire life. Also in this report, there was a mention of the communications manager, Gilbert, who apparently got caught. So Harvest tried to find out the real reason, but at that time the Steelguard family increased the number of guards, so he decided to refrain from further contacts, at least he wrote so in his report, which was supposed to be transmitted back to the Empire. Ern, of course, didn't like the fact that Harvest considered him a worthless person from this whole report. He also got the feeling that this report was biased, and this pissed him off a little. Harvest immediately began to justify himself and say that he in no way thought that way. But according to Ern, when the guy starts apologizing, he arouses even more suspicions towards himself. Harvest was almost crying because of this. It seemed to him that with each such conversation, Ern was starting to play with him more and more. But as it turned out, Ern just wanted to explain to the guy that his job was to hide a lie inside the truth, and if you were too straightforward, you could easily get caught in a lie. Harvest knew what Ern was talking about, so he assured him that he would definitely correct it. And in the report, he would write that Ern was approximately 6th or 7th grade. Ern was glad to hear this, but he was more concerned about how Harvest was going to contact them without a communications manager. Harvest assured the guy that it really wasn't that big of a problem because he knew an agent in Acadio. Ern didn't expect to hear something like that, but when he thought about it, he realized that it was actually quite good, and apparently, they would soon have a short trip. At this point, he decided to end their dialogue and allowed Harvest to leave, but at the same time reminded the spy that he must do everything possible to avoid being caught. After Harvest left, Ern immediately thought about how this guy would be a great double agent, because thanks to this guy, he would be able to keep an eye on the Empire, and later in this way, he would be able to find out their plans. On the other hand, he clearly understood that if this guy started working with the Empire again, he would be able to destroy him without any problems with the help of the parasite that was still sitting in his head, so this risk should be justified in any case. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ramadan, who entered the room to ask how Ern was feeling. From the guy's expression and reaction, it was immediately clear that he definitely did not expect to see his father here. He immediately began to get out of bed, although his father allowed him not to do so. After all, he came here solely to find out how the guy was feeling. Ern assured his father with a smile that he was actually feeling just fine, and that it was all thanks to his care, because it was on his orders that the doctors had given him potions, so that now he was feeling much better. The man was very pleased to hear this, because he was already thinking that they would have to postpone the trip, although Ern immediately assured him that there was no need for this, and that he was really fine. After these words, the father lowered his gaze and said that if that was the case, then he would go anyway. Ern immediately noticed that his father seemed upset about this and seemed to want to hear that something was wrong with the guy, so that he could at least postpone this trip for a little while. And when these thoughts appeared in his head, he also wondered if his father had come to his room in his past life. But he quickly managed to answer this question because, in fact, they had not had personal conversations like this. And now, when his father stands in front of him and they talk like this, it was incredibly difficult for the guy to get used to it. However, this was only the beginning, because then the boy's father sat down next to him, and the boy had the feeling that he hadn't done anything wrong, but he still felt like he was guilty of something. He just sat and waited for his father to tell him something, because he simply didn't know what to do in such a situation. Ramadan broke the awkward silence that had arisen between them when he began to tell them what they had found, where the spy had stayed, and according to him, they had been searching all night, so it had taken longer than they could have expected. According to the man, he was disguised as a merchant from Lehith, so the man believed that given all this, they needed to urgently increase the number of guards and make sure that there were no more spies. These words could not help but please the boy, because in this way he understood that his father no longer thought that they were completely safe and was now more than sure that the Empire was targeting the steel guards. Moreover, the man was grateful to Ern for the fact that he was the one thanks to whom they were able to identify the spy. But that was not all that the father wanted to tell the boy. He also wanted to add that Ern should be extremely careful. According to the man, he did them a great favor, but that still doesn't mean he can risk his precious son because of some spy. The father he knew was not so friendly towards him, and in his past life he was a stern man with a cold heart and was completely different from the one he sees now. Therefore, when the guy heard these words, for a long time he could not believe that it was really the same person. At that moment, he remembered the faces of his family in his past life, which he saw when the collapse of the Stilgard family happened, but his father was definitely not there. If we stick to the chronology of events from the past life, then the disappearance of the hero will happen 2 years later. When his father disappeared, then the guy was at the academy, so the memories of him remained only from childhood. These thoughts were interrupted when the boy's father spoke again, and this time he decided to say that judging by the way Ern had been acting lately, it seemed to him that everything would be fine for him in the capital. But he still asked the boy once again to behave extremely carefully and keep his eyes open. Even though Ern agreed with his father, he still thought in his mind that, in fact, it was only his father who should be more careful. At one point, Ern even realized the fact that he almost let his emotions take over and tell everything. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that if he told all this, he would be able to prevent the worst future. But on the other hand, his father would most likely consider him crazy. So he decided to say nothing and continue to do everything possible to change everything on his own. After they talked, the father offered the boy a whole hour so that he could look around the place, for which Ern was very grateful. As it turned out, the father allowed the boy to enter the secret storage, which could not but please him, because he had been waiting for this moment for quite a long time, and in fact, Ern believed that he got here quite deservedly. The father immediately noticed that the boy was literally crazy about this secret storage, so he offered the boy an allowance. Ernu was, of course, pleased that his father was offering him such a thing, but he couldn't get the thought out of his head. Why did his father look so gloomy? He had a hunch that given that if the Knights of Navarro were given the same opportunity, they would all ask for only one thing, and that thing is to learn from a great knight of heroic rank. But the guy took a completely different path and asked for something different at first, which is why the man was upset. But Ern decided to point out that he asked to enter this vault not to take gold. According to him, he just wanted to see what else was there. Although mentally, he understood that he already knew everything from his past life. So he had the feeling that everything he was telling his father was just a lie. The man didn't get angry, so he simply agreed with the guy, after which he decided to take him to that very storage facility. And when he did this, he decided to leave the guy outside so as not to disturb him, for which Ern was grateful to his father. Finally, Ern entered the storage, and as far as he knew, the outer secret storage mainly contained emergency supplies that could be used at any time, and the inner storage was filled with rare and unique items. Of course, we shouldn't forget that if these items are rare, this doesn't mean that they are expensive. Passing by the commander's shield, the boy thought that this magic shield, given to the family by the king, should have been taken by his father, because they say that this is not just a shield, it is enchanted with magic that increases morale so that it can support the spirit of the entire army. But on the other hand, he sincerely did not understand why a knight of mythical rank would need something like this, although most likely, even legendary or heroic ranks would not use such a sword. Ern was clearly aware that the king who granted such a gift clearly had ulterior motives. And when the king's motives were finally revealed in his past life, Ern's grandfather decided to place this shield here, in this vault, so that no one could get it. In general, having won the war, his grandfather could do whatever he wanted, because he was a knight of mythical rank, supported by society, and if he really wanted to, he could have captured the entire kingdom of Navarro. But he decided to remain neutral until the last. Of all the titles and other awards he received from the king, he received quite a few, but these awards were not even close to his achievements. But on the other hand, they also couldn't simply sell this shield, because it was given to them by the king, and that meant too much for any family in the state. Walking a little further, Ern saw real treasures that cost a lot of money and his attention. It was the equipment of his grandfather who fought for them. And Grandpa Ern's best friend was also there, Dark Sky. That was the name of his sword, which according to legend was the strongest and most powerful in the whole world. At that moment, an idea came to Ern, and for this he needed to open his inventory and check something. Although looking at his inventory, which, although not completely occupied, the guy still decided that putting such a legendary sword in such a place would not be entirely correct. And since he had such a problem, he decided that it was high time for him to update his inventory. Increasing the level of the inventory cost about 200 coins, which was very cheap for the guy, because he had earned much more from the last exchanges. But he was not going to stop there, because further improvements did not cost much more, so he decided to continue improving his inventory. But at one point he stopped, because the system notified him that increasing the inventory to the 4th level costs 1,200 coins, which seemed too expensive to earn. Even though he had so many coins, he still decided that there was no point in spending so many coins on this upgrade, and decided to stay at the 3rd level of the inventory for now. Thus, his inventory began to contain up to 4,000 units. Around it was made of old wood, and there was also a floor, which, although not entirely presentable, was clearly much better than it was before. Ern understood that everything here looked somehow cheap, and apparently he would need many thousands of coins in order to arrange everything here. Although on the other hand, he was just going to test one of his theories, and for this, he did not necessarily need to have the perfect inventory. And his experiment worked. As soon as he put the sword in his inventory, he immediately saw its characteristics. Now Ern knew that this sword was different from the swords of this system, although it was not surprising because his grandfather was good at martial arts. So he assumed that his equipment would be from the #1 system. And since this sword has characteristics, it could only mean that his grandfather was originally involved in spatial trade. Well, in any case, he just satisfied his curiosity, and that's where he should stop playing with that sword. And as soon as he put it back in place, he immediately remembered that he had gotten too carried away, and in fact, he didn't have time for this. After all, the original reason he pulled all this off was because he needed to find the Dimension Transactions book, which should be around here somewhere. There should be only one spatial merchant from this earth, and if this book falls into the hands of his close people, then he will most likely simply repeat the fate of his past life. So if it does exist, then he is simply obliged to do everything possible to get it first. Having walked around almost the entire internal storage, Ern realized that these books were absolutely nowhere to be found. He tried to find it everywhere, looked on all the shelves, and also tried to find hidden places where they could put it. The guy tried to remember all the details from his past life where she could have been hidden, but he still couldn't find her. This continued until one fine moment. He discovered one interesting thing that was hidden far behind the shelves, but he could not reach it. But over time and with great effort, he still managed to get it. He held in his hands an ostrich egg, which, according to the guy's first impressions, was made of metal. Ern immediately realized that this was not his area of expertise, and that he should not even deal with this item, so he decided to return the egg to the place where he found it. After which he thought that since he did not find the book in this place, this only once again confirmed the fact that the Book of Transactions of Dimensions is not in the internal storage. And if this is really so, then it turns out that only he has such a book, and now all he has to do is figure out how he got into the past and how he began to interact with the spatial exchange system. And from the day he returned here, he came up with only one possible explanation, which with each passing day seems more and more plausible to him. This explanation revolved around the very same wish bookmark that the guy dropped during a conversation with his destroyers. But when the guy tried to remember what happened there, he couldn't, because it was so painful for him that he didn't really remember anything. It seemed to him that he could ask for another chance, but then his memories were interrupted. However, he also understood perfectly well that the bookmark, in its essence, gives only one desire, and in the guy's head, nothing works out. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how this could have happened. And besides, the only thing that mattered to him at that moment was that there was no other book, and he finally had nothing to worry about. Although he was worried deep down that it would have been pretty bad if he had left her here unknowingly, but now instead of her, he would be able to take something else. He began to walk around this treasury and think about what he could take from here, constantly remembering the words of his father, who assured the guy that he had no limit and he could take whatever he wanted. So at some point he approached something in the dark sky and thought about taking it. But these thoughts quickly left his head because he understood that this was too much, and he definitely shouldn't take such an object into his hands. In addition, this storage contained an incredibly huge number of different items that previously seemed so cool to the guy, but now he doesn't need them even for free. After another lap around the vault, he noticed his grandfather's notes, which seemed like a good option to choose as an item. And as soon as he reached for this book, he suddenly felt something hit his leg. It was the same metal egg that the guy had put back, and when it reappeared in front of him, it looked pretty weird because it didn't look like the egg had legs at all. Looking at this object, he began to understand that it was in an internal storage, his grandfather's personal storage, in which anything could happen, which meant that he simply could not ignore such signs. After thinking for a bit, Ern decided that he needed to take this egg and put it in his inventory to conduct a similar check that he did with the sword. But this time, the success was not the same as with the sword, because there was no information about this item. However, this does not mean that this information does not exist, because according to Ern, if most of the basic information is missing, then this could mean that it could be at a higher level. But in any case, in his opinion, this ball did not just roll out and catch his eye again. So Ern decided that he urgently needed to deal with it. And first he decided to activate the Eye of Providence, which was supposed to allow him to do this. Ern remembers the day from his past when he went to the academy very well. And he remembers that day so vividly because all the people who saw him off said that it was only good that Ern was leaving, because they considered him a burden to the whole family. It was more like a celebration than a departure and farewell, because everyone had only smiles on their faces. But now, he has a completely different life, and therefore going to the academy looked completely different. Now people were sad because Ern became the only hope of the Stillguards. Even his sister came out to see him as he was leaving, wanting to say goodbye to him, since the next time they would see each other would most likely be in 4 years. Ern assured her that in reality it only sounded like that, because he would often come home during the holidays, and they would still see each other. She understood all this, but she still felt very sad, so she decided to ask him to write to her when he arrived at the academy. She also wanted him to remember that when he travels to foreign islands, his health should be his top priority. In other words, she asked him to eat well, not forget to exercise and find friends. She was sure that her brother would be fine, but she still couldn't help but worry, and most likely, it was because he was just her younger brother. But she didn't finish there. She asked Ern to give her hand, and then handed him a small bag. She asked him not to open it right away because it was a small gift for him. Although Ernu was pleased, he still decided to ask her why he needed money at the academy at all. The girl didn't really know, but according to her, she heard that they could be useful to him, so she decided to give the guy some anyway. In his mind, the boy thought that if he needed gold, he would exchange his coins, for which he could afford to hire a whole group of knights, so he had no need for them, but he was still glad that she took such care of him. He also added to her that she should not worry about this money, because he would try to use it correctly. Suddenly, the realization came to him that his sister shouldn't have any money at all, after which he looked at her again, and noticed that the ruby pendant that she always wore had suddenly disappeared somewhere, which simply could not help but frighten the guy. When the guy got into the carriage, all he did was look at this small bag. And in his head, Thoughts were spinning about how his sister's ruby pendant had always been with her. But on the other hand, he didn't deny that it would never have stopped her from simply selling it. Besides, it didn't look like it belonged to their mother, and it didn't seem to have been passed down from generation to generation, so there was nothing special about it. But he still couldn't stop thinking about it, because he knew very well how much she valued him. Perhaps the whole reason was that the Stillguards did not have a mistress, so she, as the older sister, had to become one, and perhaps because of this pressure, she could make such an impulsive decision and sell this amulet. But on the other hand, he understood that at the moment, he simply did not have time to grieve, because he had to be prepared more than ever. And right after he calmed down, he decided to enter system number 1 and solve several problems there. And the first thing he did was enter into a dialogue with Seok, whom he immediately began to scold for not working well, because he still hadn't gotten what the guy had asked for, although the man assured him that in fact, getting something like that wasn't as easy as it might seem to him. But the man immediately began to justify himself and tell the guy that in fact he was trying his best. But it was difficult for him, because he still had clients. But this did not mean that he had forgotten about Ern's words, because he had been watching him while he was working at the register, after which Ern became very angry and repeated what he had already told the man many times, namely that the man should not try to deceive him at all, because it was simply useless to do so. And so that this would become another lesson for the man, the guy again changed the interest rates to the detriment of the man. Thus he began to receive even less. Ern also assured him once again that if he says something to a man, he should literally immediately forget about everything and start doing what he told him. Seok had to apologize to the guy and promise him again that he would do his best not to disappoint the guy again. At that moment, Ern was only thinking that it was natural that this worked, because the contract that he forced the man to sign essentially made him the master, and the guy could mock him as much as he wanted. The contract was that in exchange for protecting and keeping Seok Hyun's secret, the man in turn had to follow his orders and give him 80% of the profits for 100 years. In other words, he essentially agreed to be his slave for 100 years. Besides, in the guy's opinion, Seok Hyu had already enjoyed luxury and fun, so even if Ern took 80% of the profits, he still wouldn't stop selling, because the usual salary would no longer satisfy him. He's basically like a candy that doesn't melt, so Ern is going to spend his whole life collecting income from him. And while the guy was thinking about this, the man suddenly told him that he had finally managed to get the very item they had been talking about, which could not help but please Ern. Immediately after that, he was ready to look at the object called Evangeline's breath. But the explanation of this object ended too quickly, so Ern was still unable to clearly understand it. He immediately decided to use the Eye of Providence, but even with its help, nothing changed. So he decided to turn to Seok again and find out if he had really found what they needed. The man was not sure of the answer, but he told the guy that he had actually studied the book as well, and from this he realized that the guy apparently needed a person with the 3rd level. Ern didn't like this because he didn't quite understand who the man was calling the 3rd level. Seok again didn't understand his reaction, because everyone around him knew that if a person couldn't use the chi sword, then most likely he was no more than a 3rd level. Ern immediately ordered him to shut his mouth, because the only one here who is 3rd level is a man. In his mind, the man continued to beg himself to endure all this abuse, because he understood that he simply could not risk his life over this. Ern interrupted him every time to ask another question, and this time he wanted to ask the man what about stability. Seok collected his thoughts and answered the guy that this technique was quite flexible and gentle, so most likely the risk of internal injuries was small. He also couldn't help but add that he could barely get it when he wrote to his friends, and they immediately told him that it was practically impossible. Besides, he didn't quite understand the guy, why he was using the arts of the zero system, if he essentially needed the methods of studying the internal energy for women that Seok had. But Ern immediately rejected his offer and said that it didn't concern him at all and that he should better work on other techniques. Seok didn't argue with him. He just told the guy that he was still waiting for the sellers to answer him. Ern didn't wait for this, so he ordered Seok to send him a message when the sellers contacted him. At this point, their dialogue ended, and Ern began to think that he had not made a mistake when he had spared Seok, because the man was quite useful to him. After which he immediately began to read this book that Seok got for him. The first feeling was wonderful, because it was perfectly translated. But in any case, he got this book not for himself, but in order to give it to his older sister, to whom he gave it before leaving for the academy. Ern knew that it might seem strange at the moment, but he thought there was a reason why he was giving it to her. And if we believe his words, then she will be able to find out this reason when she reads it, and he in turn will be grateful to her if she does this, at least once. She smiled back at him and promised to do so, and also thanked him for such an unexpected gift. At that moment, Ern was only thinking about the fact that his sister actually had talent and that she would in any case be useful to him in the future. Especially if she learns iron breathing, then maybe the steel guards will never fall, and thus the guy will be able to rewrite history. He couldn't say it for sure, of course, but he was sure of one thing, that his sister would do everything possible not to miss the chance to raise her talent. Martial arts of the #1 system or the highest mana stones, Ern can essentially give her everything if he wants. But for now, he believed that the right time had not yet come. And now that he had done all this, he could leave. But at the last moment, he remembered what else he wanted to do. Among the people who saw him off was Darren, to whom Ern made it clear that even though he was leaving, he would continue to keep an eye on her, so she had better not relax and keep her eyes peeled. In his past life, going to the academy was a road to hell, but now a lot has changed. Good relations with people who simply hated him in his past life, positive views of those around him, all this has changed. This is what is most unlike his past life. So Ern was more than confident that it would help him create even more differences in the future. On the way to the academy, Siak made himself known when he wrote to Ern that the sellers they had talked to him about had answered him, and the guy immediately wanted to know if they were selling what he needed so much. Siak gave an immediate answer, saying that they of course sell what they need, but it seemed to him that before buying it, they should discuss some details with the guy. Ern didn't mind, so he asked Siak to contact the seller so they could discuss what he needed there. The guy was incredibly happy that he was finally starting to figure out what kind of egg it was and why he needed it at all. After some time, Ern learned that this is the egg of a Bulgasari, which is incredibly weak at birth, but will later grow into an uncontrollable beast that is capable of eating metal. And as an adult beast, it is so strong that it is capable of causing natural disasters. But he was also recognized for his loyalty to his owner, so a well-trained Bulgasari is an excellent companion and friend, which was a little hard for Ern to comprehend that such a monster could be in such a small egg. After which he told Siak that he had done a pretty good job, but that was it. He didn't need him anymore and they would contact him a little later. But before they left, Ern noticed one thing: the salesman they were talking to, whose name was Henry, was from system #4. This couldn't help but be confusing, because it was difficult to even imagine why someone from this system would work in system #1. Having opened more detailed information, Ern immediately saw that Henry is a warrior of great rank. He was once a warrior who participated in competitions, and he was also incredibly obsessed with championships, because then he spends all his winnings on gambling. Upon learning of this, Ern thought it would be a good idea to talk to Henry, with whom he began a dialogue, and immediately said that he was the one who wanted to buy the taming manual from Henry. Upon hearing this, the man immediately realized that this was the guy from the #1 system, about whom he had already been told. Ern was pleased to be informed about it, but he still wanted to continue business and see the goods first. The man showed him this book, and Ern immediately noticed that it had a part about Bulgasari, which he needed so much, so he immediately wanted to buy it. This is where the problems began, because right after Ern told him that he wanted to buy the part, the man replied that he had already told his slave that he could not sell it. Ern understood perfectly well what the man was getting at. He just wanted to sell everything at once, which Henry confirmed with a smile, adding that the price would be around 2,000 coins. This was not so pleasant to hear, because Henry essentially wants Ern to throw away 2,000 coins for an egg planting allowance. That's why he started talking about how it was too expensive, and the man must have gotten something mixed up, but Henry immediately interrupted him and began to assure the guy that this book was made by the Emperor of Beasts and that this price was not expensive at all. Ern realized almost immediately that Henry was simply blatantly lying to him, because this book is not special for this reason, because as far as he knows, the Emperor wrote this book after he took office. The man realized that he was not dealing with a fool and his trick did not work. Afterwards, Ern decided to offer him his offer, which was 150 coins for the part that describes how to grow Bulgasari. And this, according to him, is an incredibly profitable offer, because in this way, the guy gives him 8 coins more. Henry clearly didn't like this proposal because, according to him, the complete collection is worth more than 300,000 coins. Ern sighed and said that he was talking about the complete collection now and when they were all together, not when they were separate. The man immediately realized that the guy simply did not understand him, because he still believed that this was a high-class item, and it was definitely worth much more than what Ern offered him. Besides, If you believe Henry's words, the guy definitely won't be able to find such a book in system number 1, and this is essentially his only chance. And no matter how bad it was, Ern still mentally agreed with the man. He definitely won't be able to find such a book. But on the other hand, he also believed that this did not mean that in such a case the seller could poke him. So he decided to offer the man to sell him a copy, for which he agreed to pay 100 coins, which left Henry stunned. And then he started shouting that it was just unperturbable, because in his opinion, the guy wanted to use a licensed item without paying the full amount, which drove him crazy. Just thinking about how much blood and sweat the author who created this book shed, Ern didn't quite expect to see such a reaction. And at first it seemed to him that Henry was simply on drugs, since he was telling him such things when he himself regularly violated these rules. But suddenly it dawned on him that perhaps Henry had such a reaction because of copyright. These are marks on books that are managed directly by the exchange center, and if they are caught selling copies with such a mark, then the merchant will most likely be blocked and all the coins will be taken away. With this in mind, it was no surprise to Ern that the seller had told him exactly that, after which he had asked him to apologize, since he had not seen the mark, and therefore had decided to offer such an exchange. Henry continued his lecture about how the guy should be extremely careful when he said such words, because everyone knew how crazy the center was about these marks. But Ern was not going to stop there, and offered Henry 200 coins for the part with Bulgasari, and then added to him that the man should be wise, because this was his last offer, and he most likely would not have any more chances to sell it. He didn't hear a single word in response, so Ern decided it was time for him to close this chat. And when he did this, all he had to do was wait until someone in a more desperate state became active. In their case, Henry was the first to give in, eventually saying that 200 coins was too little, and he offered Ern a price of at least 250 coins. The guy didn't fall for his tricks and decided to ask him again if he knew what the words in the last sentence meant. Henry realized that he had no other choice because no one had been buying this product from him for a long time, and he had less and less money. So he agreed and suggested Ern to create an exchange, and this once again proved to Ern that in this system, it is worth being strong, and then everything will be fine. Besides, he knew perfectly well that the man actually had only 400 coins at the moment, and apparently he was so desperate that he came to system number 1 to win back the money he lost in gambling, so he essentially had no choice. And when he finally acquired this part of the book, Ern was more interested in finding out what the Emperor knew about Bulgasari. The description said that this was a regional threat level, because if well-trained, this monster could reach the national level, and there were also cases of continental level. But the training of this creature is quite difficult. Having learned about this, Ern now sat and looked at his egg, and thought about how he had essentially thoughtlessly dragged the egg along with him. But at the same time, he certainly had not expected much from it. But now, looking at this metal ball, he understood that with proper training, this creature could reach the planetary level. And just the thought of it caused fear in the guy. In any case, he absorbed the knowledge of this monster, and once he did, he realized why this monster was called the Imperial Beast, because this knowledge was definitely worth it. Besides, if he understood correctly, then incubation is only the beginning. Day and night methods of education are different, and in fact, it is almost impossible for someone in system number 1 to raise him. And since Bulgasari is an imperfect organism, in order to breed it, genetic information from another organism, such as an elephant, or other bodily secretions, such as blood, would be required. At the very beginning, the most important thing is potential. To make it bigger, you need powerful genetic information as a basis. Beasts exist even in the 0 and 1st systems, although sometimes there is a feeling that it is more like the martial arts users here call them spirits, because not a single particle is wasted, and it seems they are actively sold in the store. Looking at the offers from the sellers, Ern immediately noticed that according to the description, the order was as follows. First was the human level, then the earthly, heavenly, and the heavenly closed the list. So it was quite difficult for Ern to decide on a choice, and he did not fully know what to take. But he did not forget that he always had someone he could ask about anything, and he would definitely tell him. And that person was Siok, whom he asked about the spirits. The man's reaction was a little confusing to Ern, but then it dawned on him that the man must have thought that he would have to tame some kind of animal. But right after that, he assured the man that he would not do this, and the man was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, because he was seriously scared. Ern only wanted to find out from Siok how much information he knew about these creatures, to which the man gave a rather short answer, saying that in fact, he knew no more than the others. The guy didn't expect to hear any other answer, so he asked the man to look at the file he sent him. Ern started talking about how if the information in this file is correct, then good healing skills do not mean that the beast will have high strength. Seok, having looked through this file, immediately noticed that the guy had managed to put together a pretty good list, and as for healing skills and combat power, they were not connected at all. After which he began to tell the guy that the blood of a 10,000-year-old iron mouth is well suited for cultivation. The only downside of this beast is that in the end, it will still become an ordinary old turtle. He also knew that the blood of a bloody fire dragon and the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear were much more difficult to deal with. According to him, the bloody fire dragon is one of the most powerful creatures, although it takes a very long time to train, and it is not so easy, which was already clear to Ern. He wanted to know how art users hunt such beasts. Seok said that sometimes he himself does not understand how this happens at all, but according to him, incredible people live here who are capable of anything, even hunting such animals. Ern thanked the man for helping him so much, and was about to end this conversation when Seok suddenly asked him to wait and not to rush so much. He wanted to tell him something, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it, so Ern had to hurry him up and ask him to tell him quickly, because he didn't have much time to talk to him either. Seok finally made up his mind and started talking about how he bought Evangeline's breath with his coins, and they seemed to have entered into a contract with him. Ern smiled and asked the man if it had really hit his wallet so hard that he decided to tell him about it. But before the man could answer, Ern asked him how much that book cost. At this point, the man began to worry even more, because he bought this skill for 300 coins, and this expectedly surprised Ern, because it was a little expensive, but Seok explained this by saying that he was in a hurry, so he did not bargain, and took it at the price that the seller offered him. Ern saw that this time the man was not lying to him, because this time he used flow recognition to check the price. He also believed Seok when he started saying that he was no longer going to lie when his life depended on it. For such honesty, he decided to reward him with a 3% increase in the rate, which seemed incredibly generous to Ern, and thus he considered that they had settled accounts with him, although Seok clearly had the feeling that he had simply been screwed. At this point, Ern decided to end their conversation, and before finishing, he told the man that when he needed him, he would call him, and if Seok did not answer him within 10 minutes, he would give him a warning. After their conversation, Ern immediately went to the store and bought fire dragon blood, but he was clearly not sure that this could work because this egg had been lying in storage for 10 whole years. However, he didn't see any other option, so he opened this small bottle and poured out a few drops. At first, nothing happened, but then at one moment the egg began to glow with an incredibly strong light. Ern immediately thought that he had finally managed to do it, and apparently it was not for nothing that they called him a beast, because it was alive after so many years of oblivion. But he was still worried about how such a rare egg could have disappeared in his grandfather's storage, and in general, where did he get it from? Did he really bargain with people from system number 4? However, he probably won't be able to give answers to these questions yet. But he was even glad that the blood of the fire dragon had taken root in this egg because he was a little afraid that he might not like it. And at this point, all he can do now is wait. But not even a few hours had passed before the egg began to move, and Ern could not believe his eyes that it worked so quickly. After a few minutes, the egg began to crack, and fog began to emerge from it, which made the process even more mysterious. At this point, Ern was watching the infamous werewolf from the 4th system hatch, and in planetary level theory, it was simply a living disaster called Bulgasari. However, this was only according to legends, but when this little animal was born, Ern immediately fell in love with it because it was incredibly cute. But on the other hand, he began to feel that something had gone wrong, because he had hatched exactly like that, because he was not at all like the beast described in the legends. Although looking at him again, Ern immediately realized that in fact there was no difference at all, because this was the cutest creature he had ever seen. Since Bulgasari do not have mammary glands, they feed their babies with blood instead of milk, and Ern knew this very well, so he cut his hand and offered this cutie a little snack. Also, according to legend, the children will remember the taste of blood and will treat this species as their own. They will thus follow the owner of the blood. Like a mother, their aggressive behavior will disappear, but it is still best to feed them with your own blood to facilitate control. The main thing is not to overdo it, because they eat quite a lot, and Ern immediately understood this. So he decided that he urgently needed to find a way to feed him differently. Otherwise, he would die from blood loss. Suddenly, he woke up and realized that he had to give a name to his new friend. Ern thought for a bit and decided to suggest the name Sari to his new friend, although from his expression, it was not entirely clear whether he liked it or not. The next day, Ern met with Harvest, who immediately noticed that something was wrong with Ern's hand, but the guy reassured him, because he believed that it was nothing serious, just a small cut. Although Harvest insisted that there was obviously something wrong with him, because he was still bleeding from his arm. Ern once again assured him that he was actually okay, because he was just bored in the carriage, so he decided to play with the sword, and this is what happened. But Harvest didn't believe a word he said anymore, especially after he demonstrated his true skills on him. Ern noted that Harvest spoke quite correctly, and that he needed to come up with better stories. In any case, Harvest realized that Ern would not tell him, so he decided to tell him that although he did not know what the guy was planning, he would very much like to ask him to be more careful, because his main task was to protect him. Ern decided to take their conversation in a different direction and asked why they had stopped, to which Harvest replied that they were making a short stop so that the people could eat and gain strength. Harvest did not forget to offer Ern a snack, to which the boy agreed, but asked him to bring him food to the carriage. And as soon as he finished speaking, Harvest heard a strange sound in the bushes, so he immediately reached out to take out his sword to be ready to attack. But he was immediately stopped by Ern, who told Harvest that there was no need to worry about it. Harvest didn't quite understand what was going on, and this lasted until the moment when Sari jumped into Ern's arms. The knight thought that it was some kind of weasel or something like that. Ern wasn't eager to tell who it was, so he simply said that it was his new friend. Besides, Ern was a little surprised that Harvest hadn't seen Sari because as far as he remembered, it was the knight who played the role of their family's main spy. After which he asked Sari to say hello to Harvest, and this little animal looked at the guy with his amazing eyes. This, of course, could not leave Harvest alone, so he immediately began to scream and ask Ern for permission to pet this cutie. Ern was just waiting for this offer because he wanted to check how Sari would behave with other people. As soon as Harvest touched Sari, the animal's sweet face disappeared, and it became clear that apparently Sari doesn't love anyone except Ern. Harvest immediately realized that Sari apparently hated him, although he so wanted to pet this handsome man. Although Ern thought that this was a more than normal reaction, since Harvest almost pointed a sword at him. Harvest even felt a little offended, so he decided to go to the guys to bring Ern some food. Bulgasari is a ferocious beast that becomes stronger by eating metal, and can also take other forms. This can be useful, but also very dangerous, because if it gets out of control, then it will be very bad. But looking at Sari, Ern only thought that the blood was worth it. Based on the Emperor's territory, Bulagasari's potential strength is the strength and energy of the organism provided in childhood. At least that's what was written in the book. He solved the first part of the equation when he chose the bloody fire dragon, but to solve the next part, he needs sources of strong energy, such as elixirs. But the problem was that they were damn expensive, and it was practically impossible to just buy them. For example, the bamboo life pill that the leader of the mountain bamboo sect gave him, it alone is worth 150 coins. Ern understood that the money he had would not be enough. Even if he sold all his things, it would still not be enough. So he decided that he needed to start acting from that moment on. The guy understood that he had 53 days left before the mana stone limit was reset, which meant that during this time, he needed to choose the next product. He started listing in his head what these items could be. He didn't yet understand what it should be, but he knew that it should be desired by everyone in the #1 system, and there should be enough of it. And what is very important is that the base price should be high so that he can make a big profit. After thinking about it a little more, the realization came to him that he had to buy it. Internal cultivation is a fairly popular item that sells well because it is desired by everyone in the #1 system, and it can be purchased for a tidy sum of coins. If you do a little math, Ern realized that even if he buys 250 coins and then resells them, he will still get almost 60 coins on top, thanks to his skills. Ern was sure that if he simply resold, he would in any case be able to earn thousands, tens of thousands of coins. The only problem in this regard is that the exchange center will definitely not allow this to happen. He rather needed to come up with a solution to this problem, because he really couldn't wait long, and if he didn't solve it in the next few days, then he would have to wait more than a year for another chance to appear. And he had one idea, which was based on the fact that he recently received an achievement called the King of Gold. Now that he has money and such an achievement, he can easily try to improve the scene of his actions. Therefore, he began to actively buy the elixirs that he saw, although he understood that they were not as good as real internal cultivation, but they were the best at improving him, the elixir category, and each one is individual, so in fact there is no limit on sales. And this meant only one thing, that he just needed to prepare himself in order to earn as many coins as possible. And when he finally completed all these exchanges, he immediately began using one elixir after another to improve Sari's skills and strength as much as possible. As a result, Sari changed quite a lot in a couple of days. The color of the fur of the Bulgasari depends on the creature of the first blood. When the animal grows, its fangs and fur completely change, and looking at Sari, one could say with confidence that the baby stage is ending. Now that he has reached the limit, feeding him elixirs makes no sense, and we need to move on to the next stage as quickly as possible. Ern invested 30% of his profits into the exchange, 50% went to Sari, and the remaining 20% he spent on internal cultivation and other items he needed. The item that Ern used the most was Pure Body, the second circle of daytime healing magic. Ern understood that if chi breathing was good for the soul, then there was essentially nothing better than it for cleansing the outside. After all, the guy never denied the fact that appearance is an incredibly important aspect of life, so Ern was ready to do everything possible to look as good as possible. Suddenly, Ern's thoughts were interrupted by one of the knights of his team, who wanted to tell the master that there was still half a day left to Acadio, and therefore they would like to ask him if they needed a rest stop. Ern immediately told him that he was fine and asked him to tell Harvest that they should continue moving and rest when they arrived at their destination. This brought the guy back to the real world a little, because while he was trading, time flew by so quickly and half a day passed. But he was not going to stop there. On the contrary, he wanted to continue trading and scale it up even more. After some time, they finally arrived at the second city of Navarro, Acadio, which immediately captivated all the knights with its beauty. In addition, Ern decided to rent the best hotel for his warriors so that they could have a good rest. Harvest thought it was a bit over the top, but Ern certainly didn't think so, because in his opinion, these people had come such a long way because of him, so he simply had to thank them for it. He also asked Harvest to take all these people to wash up, because in his opinion, they also represent the honor of the Stilgard family, and they cannot be thought badly of. Ern knew it wouldn't be free, so he gave Harvest 200 coins, which he allowed absolutely everyone to use. Harvest was a little shocked, but still managed to tell Ern that this was more than enough to feed and wash the boys. Ern also added that there was gratitude for him in this bag, but he still asked Harvest to do everything possible to ensure that his people relaxed and rested. Harvest understood him, and before he went to carry out Ern's order, he wanted to tell him that he left a mark near the castle walls, and they would contact him as soon as they noticed it. Ern was glad to hear this, because in essence all they had left to do was just wait. While the knights were resting, they decided to approach Ern and Harvest, who were sitting separately, to offer them a drink together. Even though Harvest told them that he couldn't drink now, they didn't want to listen to him at all, and practically dragged him to them by force. He himself was not against it, but when he looked at Ern, who looked at him with his crazy gaze and literally said that if Harvest even dared to drink a glass, he would immediately die. The knight captain's desire instantly disappeared, so he began to convince his subordinates that he could not drink, even a small glass, because it was too dangerous for him. He stated that if he drinks even one glass, it will turn into a second, third, and so on, so he definitely does not want to continue drinking. The knights realized that there was no point in trying to convince him, so they went on drinking and told him that if he suddenly changed his mind, he could always join them, although they were not sure that there would be any more drinking. In his mind, he thought that it was a shame for him, but he couldn't do anything about it because he couldn't risk his life for liquor. And as soon as he sat back down in his seat, Ern immediately wanted to know from him whether he had lost what the guy had given him. Harvest assured the guy that when he asks him something like that, he gets offended. By evening, Harvest received the message he had spoken to Ernu about, and they both went out to discuss what they should do next. Ern just wanted to know if everything was going according to plan, as they had agreed. Harvest assured the gentleman that everything was going as it should. He also added that his man was an agent with whom he had worked before, so he assumed that everything would go more than smoothly, and he was going to go to him to finish this matter faster. Ern was a little embarrassed that he was going to go there alone, although according to Harvest, they always did this. It was a kind of small guarantee of safety, but this did not suit Ern, so he suggested going with Harvest, and so that he would not be seen, he would simply hide somewhere. Harvest, of course, was not against it, but he asked Ern to understand that there were too many eyes in Acadio, and if they saw them together, then their whole conspiracy would fail. As much as he didn't want to admit it, in Ern's opinion, Harvest was right. But the main problem was that Ern couldn't completely trust Harvest. Even though they became closer during this time while they were traveling, it still wasn't even close to trust. So Ern decided to ask him for a progress report on the progress he was making. Given this request, Harvest immediately realized that Ern simply did not trust him. The guy asked the knight to understand him correctly. In his opinion, there could not yet be what people call trust between them. And when Ern read the report, he immediately noticed that Harvest was not lying and that he really did change the part that he ordered him to. As soon as he finished reading, Harvest suggested that he search him so that Ern could make sure that he was not lying to him. Ern realized that he was not saying all these words just like that, and most likely the knight was simply offended. Harvest assured him that he had no right to do so. After all, he was the one who knew his place. He also said that his life is very important to him because he does not want to go through that hell again, and all this because of some remaining suspicions. Ern made a decision and handed the guy his report back, then told him to go there alone. Harvest took the piece of paper, bowed, and said that he would be back very soon. When he left, Ern seriously thought about whether he deserved his trust or not, because he always had a hard time understanding someone's real intentions. And it is for this reason that there is a process that he is obliged to go through, especially if one of them finds out about his process. Ern decided that to be on the safe side, he should go with Harvest, and in order to avoid being noticed, he decided to use the invisibility skill. Ern really liked this skill, because it was much better than he could have imagined. He especially liked using it in combination with the skill that makes the body light. In this way, he was able to become the most secretive. He was like a feather that no one notices. He watched Harvest closely, and looking at him, he could conclude that the knight was truly a real pro, because even his gait was honed perfectly. He walked neither quickly nor slowly. He had fully adapted to his surroundings, and did not at all look like a stranger among them. Still, Ern noticed that Harvest was being followed by quite a few people, so Ern was once again convinced that it would be bad enough if he went along with him. So Harvest finally came to the very meeting place. He knocked carefully, and one of his men let him in. Ern had been watching him closely all this time, and so far everything was fine with him, because Harvest was doing everything he told him to do. Now it's time to try out new martial arts abilities. Ern had a skill that allowed him to hear even a squeak 100 steps ahead, so he heard everything that was said inside this building. Having filtered out all unnecessary sounds, he finally heard the conversation he needed. The man whom Harvest wanted to meet first of all wanted to know from him why he came here. Harvest began by telling him that Gilbert had died, which could not help but shock his interlocutor. They felt very sorry for Gilbert because he was an important person to them, and they were a little upset that he apparently remained silent until the very end. But suddenly it dawned on one of them that since Gilbert had died, why was Harvest now standing in front of them? How had he managed to avoid this fate? Ern was worried about Harvest. He even caught his breath because he understood that apparently something went wrong, since they suspected him. But his thoughts were interrupted when Harvest spoke, and did so with particular cruelty, because according to him, he did not find it funny at all, which he could not say about his interlocutor. The reaction was immediate. His interlocutors asked the guy not to get so angry because they were just joking. He also added that he was very sorry about what happened to Gilbert, but he believed that they could no longer do anything about it. Such was their life. According to him, they still had to continue the work, and then Ern realized that everything was going according to plan. At this point, the guys wanted to ask Harvest how he got here at all, or did the others not suspect anything while he was getting here? The knight assured them that he had used the younger one to get here safely, and he also told them that he had mentioned in this conversation a visit to Acadia, and he had immediately agreed to it. But what was most offensive in this conversation for Ern was that Harvest called him stupid, so it was quite easy to deceive him. Even though Ern understood that he was not saying all this seriously, he still felt a little hurt and unpleasant from his words. Harvest, meanwhile, moved on to explaining why he had come here in the first place. He handed them a small piece of paper and said that it was a progress report that he had asked to be encrypted and sent to the Empire. He didn't want anything else from them, so as soon as he came to an agreement, he immediately turned around and started to leave. Ern was thinking at that moment that this is exactly the life of a real spy, and he even felt a little sorry for Harvest. But on the other hand, he was very glad that Harvest had handled everything and in the end had not deceived him. Ern was about to leave too when suddenly he heard the conversation of the people with whom Harvest was talking. They started talking about how it was rather strange that the agent was alive, but the liaison died. The captain thought that this was complete nonsense, and he did not want to believe until the end that Harvest could change sides. But one of them was almost certain of it, because he believed that technically he had also been demoted, although the captain believed that Harvest was not the kind of person who could betray them. And he thought so, at least for the reason that he knew very well how Harvest valued his family. Everyone who communicated with him knew that he would prefer to die than to cause them trouble. The captain continued to deny it and even suggested that the guy who was talking about it simply didn't like Harvest, which is why he was saying it. This guy didn't have time to say anything before the captain asked him to immediately close this topic and stop making a fuss. Besides, they had a lot of work, and this issue would be resolved by the top management, to whom they should simply pass on the information they received. Earn, looking at Harvest, would never have thought that this guy had his own reasons for staying alive and returning home. After some time, Earn stopped using invisibility, and after using this skill, he was more than sure that the coins he spent on these skills had already paid off 1,000 times. He was more than sure that he would have to use this skill more than once. On his way home, he noticed a small herd of people making noise in the middle of the night, which seemed rather strange to him. But looking a little closer, he noticed that his guys were involved in this brawl. During all the shouting and arguing, Earn heard one of them say that if there were no steel guards, then his powerful Marquis of Albert would not have existed at all. Hearing this name, the guy literally fell into the ground because this name Marquis Albret was incredibly strongly remembered by him from his past life. While the guy was thinking about this man, the guys got really angry and decided to start a fight to sort things out. Suddenly, they were stopped by the cry of the second captain, who ordered them to stop immediately and put an end to this madness. Meanwhile, Earn stood to the side, and when he saw this man, he immediately felt an unpleasant feeling inside, as if his whole body was being torn into small pieces. After all, this was not just a man, this was the one who took everything from Earn. Earn was already seething with anger, because he was definitely not prepared to meet this man in this place. Kunz Albert, this very man who stood behind the second captain, was the one whom Earn simply hated and was ready to destroy with his bare hands. The guy was ready to do it right there on the spot, without even trying to talk to him. The anger was building up more and more with every second. He literally lacked a little bit to break away from the spot and run to this man and tear him to pieces. But he still had enough control to come to his senses and understand that it was still too early, and he definitely had to calm down, because he would definitely still have time to deal with this man. Earn understood, like no one else, that he simply could not destroy him quickly and painlessly, just to satisfy a sudden desire. He decided that he would act much smarter this time, and to do this, he should return all the pain to this person. The second captain, meanwhile, scolded the knights and told them that if he remembered correctly, he had already told them that they had no right to make noise here. They immediately asked him for forgiveness and promised that this would not happen again. But he didn't believe them too much, so he decided to tell them again that he was the second captain of Albret, whose name was Derek, and he was the one responsible for making sure that they all behaved quietly here. One of Earn's knights introduced himself in response and said that they were from the Steel Guard family. Derek was a little surprised, so he asked what the Steel Guards were doing in Acadio. Before they had time to respond to this conversation, Earn intervened in their dialogue, deciding to answer this question, and to do this, he had to come a little closer, which he did. Derek, looking at the guy, immediately noticed that his gaze was quite calm, but sharp, as if he were looking not at a person, but at a dagger. But Earn, in turn, immediately noticed that the captain was surprised, but on the other hand, this was to his advantage. After all, considering his gaze and the hand that reached for the sword, one could conclude that Earn frightened the man with just his gaze. But looking closer, Derek noticed that it was just a child, from whom he wanted to find out what he was doing here. Instead of 1,000 explanations, the guy simply introduced himself as Earn Stilgard, and also added that he was the youngest son of Rabahan Stilgard. Derek couldn't believe his ears that one of the Stilgard family members had actually arrived to see them, because this way, everything could become much more complicated than he could have thought. After this performance, Earn suddenly wanted to ask Derek why he was even interested and why they were here. Were there really reasons why the Steel Guards could not be in Acadio? The second captain immediately assured the guy that he didn't really mean it. Earn didn't let him finish before saying that he decided to stop by here before he went to the academy. He was interested in finding out what the second city of Navarro looked like. But on the other hand, he was interested in another question. Why was Albert here? The second captain assured Earn that his young master actually had the same reason. Young Kunz wanted to visit this city. Derek also wanted to add his apologies for the previous misunderstanding that occurred between their people. But Mr. Kunz thought exactly the opposite, and immediately began to say that they should not apologize to anyone at all. At this point, Derek understood perfectly well that the Steelguard family could not be suppressed by the title of Marquis. And if he did this to them, there would be a backlash, so he asked his master to finish here and return to the room. But Kunz again was not going to just leave, because he believed that they were not guilty of anything, and therefore had every right to stay here as long as they wanted. Derek continued to insist that there was a misunderstanding between them, and it would be better for them to discuss it in the morning. Suddenly, Ern intervened in their conversation, who assured them that, in fact, there was no point in waiting, after which he decided to ask about something that he did not quite understand. He would like to find out from Kunz if he knew what happened here at all, because as far as Ern understood, the guy just came here. Kunz continued to consider himself the most important in this society, so he answered Ern that, in his opinion, it seemed to him that this was not so important, because as far as he knew, the Baron was higher than the Marquis. This made Ern smile, because he realized that Kunz was essentially saying that since his title was higher, it was they who were to blame for everything. Kunz didn't deny it at all. Moreover, he hinted that Ern was a bit stupid if it was taking him so long to figure it all out, and he hated explaining every detail. Ern's reaction was quite unusual, because he started laughing at him and saying that Kunz was talking complete nonsense, but so confidently. Such a reaction simply could not help but anger him. He literally immediately turned red and began to shout at Ern. He pointed his finger at the guy and said that he had to immediately take his words back. Otherwise, he would soon regret it very much. Ern continued to speak to him quite calmly, because he was not at all against taking his words back, but only if he was wrong. And in order to find out who was to blame here, he decided to turn to the knights who were shouting about titles and ask them to tell about what happened to them. One of them started talking about how the Steel Guard started all this. According to this guy, they started yelling at them and threatening to start a fight. Kunz didn't even let the guy finish speaking before he cut him off and started yelling at Ern again to immediately fall to his knees and start apologizing to him. Ern turned to him again and in the same quiet voice asked him not to rush anywhere, because he was not a small child and most likely could restrain his emotions, and in any case they needed to listen to both sides. After which he turned to Michael, who was part of his squad, to find out if this was true. Michael did not argue that they started the quarrel first, but he wanted to say that their opponents were the first to laugh at the Steel Guards, and thus they provoked them into this dialogue. According to him, they didn't just laugh, they literally ridiculed them and asked how much longer they would milk Rebahan's achievements. He also didn't forget to tell them what they mentioned, that they were acting too brazenly, considering how old the Steel Guard family's glory was. He was ashamed that they made a fuss, but he wouldn't apologize for his actions, because he believed that they did the right thing. After all, in his opinion, if they sit lazily and listen to such things, then they will not be able to call themselves Knights of Stilgard. Hearing this, Ern became really angry, so he wanted to understand if this was true, and for this he again turned to the titular boy. The guy answered this question rather slowly, because he was constantly stumbling and could not put his words together. But it was absolutely clear that he was trying to justify himself. From his words, Ern understood that this was actually true, so he asked his knights to raise their heads and told them that they were good and did everything right. And after, Ern said that as a member of a family that inherited a heart of steel, he simply cannot ignore what happened. Afterwards, he stated that the Stilgard family is one of those who defended Navarro, still defends it, and will continue to defend it. They will fight as long as they are remembered, and will shed the blood of those who decided to laugh at them. And then he asked these guys again, is it true what they think about them not meaning anything? Derek immediately felt the strong aura that this child emitted. It seemed to him that they would not be able to defeat him. Until the very end, the captain thought that Ern was simply using his grandfather's fame to say standard political nonsense. However, now he realizes that he can stand up for himself with such elegance, as well as the strength that he hides within himself. But apparently Kunz was not smart enough to understand that in this situation, they needed to retreat. So he continued to provoke Ern. But his second captain, Derek, understood perfectly well that it was better not to do this, because provocations would only take the situation out of control, and thus he would make things even worse. Therefore, he immediately decided to act, and for this he struck one of his knights who stood next to him. But he didn't stop there and continued to beat all his men until they were all lying on the floor. After which he turned to them and said that they were great guys and had tried hard to discredit the name of the Albrecht family. They began to apologize, but Derek immediately told them that they should say this first of all not to him, but to Mr. Ern and his people. And from his look, it was clear that they had better do this quickly, because otherwise he would make it so that they would never be able to speak again. They immediately began to ask for forgiveness and begged to forgive them because they did not do it on purpose, but in the future they can promise that this will never happen again. Ern immediately noticed that Derek had acted quite smartly and was definitely not joking with his people. After all, he was essentially able to create an atmosphere in which one could easily replace the word ridiculed with provoked, and by forcing them to ask forgiveness from him and Mr. Kunz, He was able to pretend that the quarrel was only between knights, reducing the size of the situation. In other words, Derek was able to both retreat and at the same time do everything possible to avoid ruining his reputation. Such sensible actions on the part of the second captain showed that he needed to be kept an eye on. But Kunz apparently didn't understand anything, because at some point he became so angry that he simply couldn't speak. So he turned around and decided that he was going to sleep. Ern decided not to let him go just like that, so he told him afterward that he felt like he had received nothing, but he still accepted Marquis Albrecht's apology. It was clear from Kunz that he was ready to shout, but he had to hold back, because he had no more trump cards left and he couldn't say anything in response to the guy. So in the end, he decided to leave. Captain Derek and his men followed him. At that very moment, Harvest appeared, who had returned from his small mission and immediately wanted to know what they were doing here. The knights turned around and looked at him as if he were their enemy. He realized that it would be best to apologize, although he didn't even know what he was apologizing for. The next day, while Kunz was eating, he wanted to ask the second captain if that Stilgard child wasn't known for being the worst of the worst. Derek confirmed these words and said that as far as he knows, the sons are nothing compared to their father, and the youngest cannot even catch up with his brothers, although now he does not deny that these are just rumors, which should not always be trusted. Although Kunz believed that these were not rumors, but the truth, besides, they had not seen his mastery of the sword, and they certainly would not exalt his sharp tongue. Besides, he doesn't like Ern at all, and he's still mad at Derek for ordering their knights to apologize for what they did. The second captain tried to convince Kunz that at that moment the only right decision was to retreat, because there were still people who were afraid of the Steel Guards, and if they continued, they could anger the Lord. Kunz realized that the second captain was right in some way, but he still asked him to continue watching Ern and his guys. But even after such words, he believed that the second captain was wrong and he would have to pay for it. And now that he thought about it, he wanted to point out that he hadn't seen a single rat from the Steel Guards, and so he wanted to know where they all went. Derek told the guy that they all left in the morning, and he suggested traveling together, because they were also going to the capital. But they said that they could not be late, and immediately set off on their way. But of course, these words angered Kunz, because in his opinion, the captain was doing something that he was not asked to do at all. However, the captain believed that there was nothing strange in increasing the number of defenses, and besides, he did all this only to increase Kunz's safety, because this was his primary task. The next night, when Kunz went to bed and fell asleep quickly, his sleep was interrupted when he felt someone grab his face. And a few seconds later, he saw Ern in front of him, holding his mouth. For a long time, Kunz could not understand what was going on here and where Ern got such great strength from. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when Ern started talking about how he had been looking for a way for quite a long time to get revenge on him, to give him the opportunity to return all his feelings that he had to endure. But in the end, he still decided that he would just watch as Kunz broke down. He assured Kunz that in this life, everything would be completely different and that the one who would mock would be Ern. And before he started doing this, he decided to tell Kunz that in his past life, he was chasing the Steel Guards and was always trying to take everything he had. But now, the very night has come when Ern will not allow this, because he will simply destroy Kunz. Ern had memories of screaming at the top of his voice and trying to find out from Kunz why he was doing all this. To which Kunz responded with a crazy smile. He said that he simply hated Ern from their first meeting, and until today this feeling has grown even more. In his past life, Ern couldn't do anything about it, so he could only talk to him and assume that it was probably for the same reason that he took over their lands. Kunz then answered him that even though Ern was able to learn the Steel Breath, he was still better than him, but because Ern was from the Steel Guard family, he was still considered stronger and was greeted with a smile everywhere. In his past life, Kunz was incredibly cruel, and therefore achieved the fact that Ern knelt before him and listened to him that he was broken and pathetic, and therefore much weaker than him. After all, he essentially made him a lord, who was incredibly guilty because he lost all his lands. And he became the great Marquis Albrecht, who eventually won their confrontation. Kunz listened to all this, and sincerely could not understand what kind of nonsense this psychopath was talking about. The only thing that worried him at that moment was that Ern really was capable of destroying him. Suddenly, Ern let go of his hand and no longer held Kunz. Of course, he immediately started screaming and calling for help from Derek, who should have been outside the door. But suddenly, he realized that his voice had simply disappeared, and he was literally incapable of speaking normally, let alone shouting. Ern laughed at him and then told Kunz that he had just used pressure points. That is, he had pressed on one of them and blocked his mouth. And the most important thing is that Kunz will not be able to speak until Ern unlocks this ability for him. Thanks to this skill, Kunz remained silent all the time, so Ern had the opportunity to say that if it were up to him, he would stuff Kunz's face into a frame and hang it somewhere. The Marquis was very scared. 1,000 thoughts were spinning in his head at the same time, and they were all trying to help him understand how this could have happened, because there were guards all around his room, and Dirk was in the next one. Suddenly, Kunz realized that Dirk was in the next room, which was connected by only one door, so he jumped out of his bed and immediately ran to this door. He was sure that if he just opened this door, then he would definitely have a chance to save his life. But all his hopes were shattered when he felt an incredibly strong blow from Ern. In this way, he was of course able to stop him, although it was incredibly radical. Ern looked at him and was glad that now it was Kunz who looked incredibly pathetic, and he also wanted to praise him for his desire to live, because even after such mockery of him, he still tries to crawl to the door. But the guy, of course, wasn't going to let him do that, and for that, he used those same points again. At one point, Kunz's body stopped listening to him altogether. He had a vivid feeling that he was in some kind of swamp from which it was impossible to escape. Ern walked up to him, grabbed him by the clothes, and advised Kunz to just not move, because by doing so, he was creating even more problems for himself. Besides, according to Ern, he came here just to talk, which means that Kunz just needs to listen to him carefully, and then everything will be fine with him. He sat Kunz down at the table again, and the Marquis immediately noticed that he was able to move again. But apparently it wasn't just like that, because Ern put a piece of paper in front of him and ordered him to start writing. Kunz thought to himself that he certainly wouldn't listen to Ern, because it was obvious to him that the guy would destroy him immediately after he finished writing. But apparently Kunz did not take into account another point, that Ern would do everything possible to make Kunz start writing, and he decided to start with his sword, with which he cut off the guy's hand. Then Ern looked at the boy again and told him that in his case, he better pick up a pen and start writing. According to Ern, Kunz himself is to blame for this, because he told him several times that he should not complicate the situation, but he still continues to create problems. And to motivate Kunz even more, he took out his sword again and told him that his foot would be next. Kunz was crying and screaming in pain at the same time, but even in this state he noticed that Ern was using aura. And as soon as Ern swung his sword again, Kunz immediately shouted that he would write down everything he said. He forgot about his pain and immediately sat down at the table to start writing what Ern would tell him. Ern also warned him that if even one drop of blood fell, he would immediately cut off his head with one blow, after which he began to dictate to him what he should write. And Ern decided to start with the fact that Kunz calls himself a pathetic son of his father. At that moment, Kunz tried not to pay attention to what he was writing and what Ern was dictating to him. In his head, the only thoughts were that, in fact, everything was fine with him now, because he could always just get a prosthetic arm. And besides, the servants always took care of everything anyway. He clearly understood that now his most important task was that he simply had to stay alive. Kunz also thought that when he fell, he definitely made enough noise that the guards should have heard. All his hope was on Dirk, who was a knight of the first rank, and it seemed to the guy that he should have definitely understood that something had gone wrong. But quite a lot of time has passed since these thoughts, and no one has come to him, and he's already finishing writing the last sentence. Kunz decided that help was definitely coming, which meant that he just needed to buy enough time to wait for them, and then he began to come up with a cunning plan, like dripping ink on paper or making a deliberate mistake. But suddenly, he was interrupted by Ern, who came down closer to Kunz and told him that he had actually heard all his thoughts from the very beginning, so he could not even dream that at least one of his stupid plans would work. Kunz clearly didn't know what to say to these words, so Ern asked him to continue and finally finish the last sentence. And when he finally did this, Ern took this small piece of paper and began to read it carefully, so that there were no mistakes. This was what he needed, for which he praised Kunz, because no matter how bad a person he was, he always knew how to write. Kunz was thinking about what to do next, because at this rate, he definitely wouldn't last long. His bleeding was already critical, and he urgently needed doctors. Suddenly, he again felt an incredibly strong pain in his throat, after which Ern added that most likely it was unpleasant for him to live without a voice. But now he can easily fix it and can speak again. And as soon as this happened, Kunz immediately began shouting at Dirk to come to him immediately and help him, because there was an intruder in his room. Ern found this so funny, because he didn't think that Kunz was so stupid, and all he could think of on the edge of his life was to simply call Dirk. But he was not going to stop him. And moreover, Ern advised him to shout even louder, which of course confused Kunz, because he sincerely did not understand why Ern was so calm. After which Ern turned to him again and said that if Kunz thought he was so stupid that he did not foresee this, then he was very much mistaken, According to Ern, he used the scroll of silence as soon as he entered this room, which means that not a single squeak will leave this room. But this number included not only sounds, but also various kinds of vibrations and the like. Kunz didn't understand anything at all and wanted to find out from Ern why he took his voice away from him then. Ern smiled and said that in fact everything was very simple. He created the appearance that Kunz could still survive, so that he would write him what he needed, because if Kunz knew that he had no chance of survival, he would hardly have written something like that. After these words, he realized that he had essentially lost, and all this time, there had only been an illusion around him that he was able to survive. And Ern was happy to say that Kunz had lost to the Steel Guards and would never bother them again, and the main reason for this was Ern. Ern also believed that Kunz did not deserve the power and wealth that he so dreamed of, although Kunz did not even understand what he had done and why he was being mocked so much. Ern knew that he probably wouldn't understand it, so he decided to tell him that it was all because of his inferiority complex. And as soon as Ern swung, Kunz immediately crawled to him on his knees to start begging him that their family was damn rich and they could pay him any amount if only he would give him a chance. But Ern didn't give a damn about his money. All he said before he struck was that Kunz clearly shouldn't have destroyed him in his past life. Well, a few seconds later, Kunz's screams stopped because Ern struck hard enough to knock off his head. After this blow, Ern hit his sword and said that the expression on Kunz's face was the best he had ever seen, and he congratulated him. But Ern had things to do, and he urgently needed to leave. But before leaving, Ern decided to use bone acid, which melts the body when it comes into contact with blood. It easily melts hard substances such as bones, teeth, nails, so it is very suitable for hiding the body. Ern believed that he needed to make it look like Kunz was missing and not dead, and this needs to be done in such a way that it looks plausible and as if Kunz simply disappeared from the Marquis's reach. Ern felt a little uneasy because it was quite terrible, but he believed that in any case he often passed off the impossible as possible. Before leaving, Ern only had to get Kunz's things and put them in his inventory. The Knights of Stilgard travel on horseback and are now in a city a day's journey away, so they thus have an alibi. There was no way they could have gotten here in one night, and the Albrets could of course have suspected Ern, but he believed that he had an excellent alibi. And when he finished all his business, he immediately used 3 scrolls. The first was invisibility, stealth, and speed. In the letter that Kunz wrote, it was said that he thought for a long time and decided that he would not be able to lead the Albrets, and if he were given responsibility for the family, then their family would definitely perish. He came to this decision after several years of reflection, so he decided that it would be better for him to escape to a place where he could live not like Kunz Albret. After his nighttime adventure, Ern went to bed, which was pretty normal considering he hadn't slept all night. At that moment, he thought that finally the revenge he had dreamed about his whole life had come true. However, he understood that even if he raised a glass to wash away the misfortune, it would still not be enough. In other words, it was not enough for him. And inside him there was still a feeling that tormented him. Satisfaction, jubilation, and accompanying depression. Everything would have been different if he had planned his revenge a little more carefully, and then he would have been able to return the debt to Kunz in the same amount as he himself suffered. Although on the other hand, he did not forget that it happened by accident. So it seemed to him that all the time, and if he was honest with himself, he was almost sure that he would definitely not have another chance for revenge. And for now, it was enough for him that he regretted the countless things he had done in his past life. But Ern, like no one else, understood that because of this, he could not take control of the feelings that were overwhelming him. However, at some point, Ern realized that he was making too many mistakes. For example, he realized that the fall of the family did not happen because of Kunz. The disappearance of his father was the decisive factor that influenced the outcome. The Steel Guardian who has always owned Northern Navarro, and against him is a pack of wolves that roam around the declining family. And if you think about it, then Kunz was simply one of those wolves who wanted to bite off a piece of the tiger's family. In any case, Ern felt that he needed to come to his senses immediately because he still had a very long way to go. When he finally decided what he would do next, he immediately began selling all of Kunz's things, and it was quite a pleasant occupation because they were quite expensive, and he was able to get a good amount of coins for them. Ern could guess that the exchange attached a name to the item's title because it wasn't on the channel, and so he thought it was a bit rude. When suddenly, he received a message from the ubiquitous beach lobster, who wanted to buy Ern's sword for 500 coins, and this was quite good for Ern. Although the sword was actually quite good because it was not some kind of trinket, it could easily be used many times. According to Ern, If a knight fights against a knight with similar abilities, then this is more than enough to influence the outcome of this duel with the help of this sword. At this point, Ern suddenly became interested in knowing whether he could defeat Dirk, who, according to Harvest, was stronger than all the special knights. He understood that if his strength was assessed, then now he would have no problem dealing with a first-class knight, and he could even be proud of the fact that he was the best at this level. The heir of the mystical blade, by cultivating deep internal cultivation, he has already overcome 1 year of 60, and if we take into account Ern's age, he was able to achieve crazy achievements. However, he understood that this was still not enough, and that it would be unwise to engage in a duel with a special knight. As for his sword, he understood perfectly well that if he carried it around with him everywhere, it would only once again bring unnecessary suspicions upon him, and therefore this option was definitely not suitable for Ern. So he decided that the best solution in this situation would be to simply sell it. And before pressing the sell button, the thought came into the guy's head that this was a magic sword, and it was worth quite a lot of money. And he became very interested to know what the potential value of Sari would be. In the end, Ern did not sell this sword, but simply gave it to Sari so that he could enjoy the taste of this metal. And the animal did not get confused and immediately began to gobble up this sword with both cheeks. Ern understood perfectly well that 500 coins was actually quite a large sum, but on the other hand, compared to the coins invested in Sari, it looked like mere trifles. Meanwhile, while he does not have the opportunity to use coins, he still needs to try to grow the one he tamed. But in any case, Ern was glad that Sari did not give up metal, and this could mean for him that his level is much higher than they can assume, but all this is nothing compared to what level Sari can reach in the future. While Ern was thinking about this, Sari managed to eat the entire sword and didn't even notice it, although this little animal looks pretty cute. But its appetite is brutal. In any case, Ern gave him this sword not just for him to eat, but also for him to try to absorb the magic inside this sword in order to use it later. And as soon as Ern asked Sari about this, the animal immediately began to scream and show with all its appearance that it was ready to demonstrate its new abilities. Ern was of course glad that he was so confident in himself, but he still asked him to hold back his strength and under no circumstances to think about demonstrating a lightning strike, especially in this carriage, because if it went up in the air, they would clearly have a lot of problems. Sari still decided to show something amazing, and for this he created something similar to a magic shield. It was incredible for Ern, because his animal was able to create such a strong shield at such a young age. Therefore, he understood that its potential value was at least of the highest level. At one point, Ern decided to try something else and gently asked Sari to take the form of the sword he had eaten. A few seconds later, the system notified the guy that the Bulgasari he had tamed had turned into a sword that he had recently absorbed, and the system also congratulated him on the fact that the guy had been able to raise a Bulgasari that had reached its maximum capabilities. Although it sounded cool, it looked pretty weird because Sari's tail still remained, and it didn't quite look like a sword. But be that as it may, Ern still happily praised Sari for having worked hard enough. And to consolidate this success, he asked his friend to try to do it again. Sari was already a little angry, because he didn't like turning into a sword at all. He tried again, but the tail still remained. Ern was not upset because he believed that this was only the second attempt, and he would definitely have more attempts to correct this mistake. But no matter how hard Sari tried, he still couldn't turn into a perfect sword every time he was left with a tail. Little by little, Ern began to understand that apparently Sari was not able to transform into the sword that he had before. Sari was very upset about this, so Ern had to cheer him up, because he thought that the animal was already a great fellow, at least because he was able to absorb the magic of the sword. Ern knew that before Sari finally lost heart, he needed to somehow console him, but he didn't quite understand how he could best do this, because such a case was not described in the complete collection of the Beast Emperor. But suddenly a good idea came into his head. He told Sari that he was able to reach the highest level, and in the highest class, this is the best. And if taking all this into account, then Ern believed that he definitely didn't need to kill himself so much because he was currently #1 among those like him. This again raised the animal's spirits, so much so that he even cried a little. Ern continued to support him and tell him that his little animal Sari was the best, and what he wanted most was for Sari to believe it himself. And when Sari stopped being sad, the guy was finally able to breathe a little easier because he was very worried that he could completely fall apart. Moreover, he resolutely refused the valuable things from the inner secret storage and chose Sari, although the Eye of Providence helped him. But the truth is that the result was close to an adventure without any guarantees. He had already attempted to paint a fairly large picture, and although it was not perfect, he still came back with good results. As Ern had expected, everything is completely different in this life, which is why he constantly has a good feeling, especially when he already has a 5-digit sum in his account. This is no longer the level that can be ignored at the first stage. And the only thing he thought about was that since everything was going so well, he definitely shouldn't stop there. Over time, Ern's group arrived in a city called Midium, and the first thing they did was go to a local pub to have a bite to eat, because the route was quite difficult. But now they were already quite close to the gates that led to the capital. Michael believed that if you work hard in advance, it will be much easier later, which Harvis, with whom they were sitting at the same table, could not but agree with. The knight suddenly became interested in finding out what the young gentleman was doing at the moment, because as soon as they arrived here, he immediately went to his room, and from that moment on, he never left it. The other knights thought that Mr. Ern was a little worried because tomorrow they would all be in Theros. Moreover, according to them, they all noticed that the gentleman had a rather gloomy face. In their opinion, even if he looks smart beyond his years, it seems like he is still worried about the academy, and this is quite possible, however. The gentleman has quite strong abilities, so they did not think that he should worry about this at all. Harvis was a little unsure if Ern was acting so strangely just because of the academy. In his head there was a thought that perhaps he had other motives. And he was right, because Ern did not leave the room not because he needed to go to the academy soon, but for the reason that his elixirs were not selling at all, and he was betting big on them. Ern was quite worried about this because so much time had passed and there was no change. He couldn't believe that it was because the heavenly elixir was an expensive item that cost about 2,000 coins each. However, this was not part of his calculations because it was a whopping 100 coins cheaper than the average transaction price. But the main problem was that he didn't even have a single order, let alone a flow. And it looked pretty strange, so he thought that maybe the reason was something else. Besides, no matter how much he looked, there was no one who sold elixirs cheaper than him, and there were no problems with the function to update every hour. And then the guy realized what the problem really could be. He made a feedback tab where there were a lot of feedbacks that said that Ern is a scammer who cheats for coins, and it is better not to deal with him and not to buy his product. This obviously angered him because he hadn't even managed to sell anything yet, and they were already attacking him, saying that he was supposedly a fraudster. At that moment, he remembered that he had heard about this before. There are forces that act only to mislead public opinion, and he doesn't know where he got this term from, but these guys are definitely part-time workers. When Ern checked the information, he immediately noticed what confused him the most: the 5 main producers of elixirs, who are the personification of each world of Murim, united against him. But the guy couldn't understand for a long time why this happened because he didn't start selling elixirs yesterday or today. The guy understood that now his trades would be much more difficult, because until now he had only dealt with wages and deposits, so they did not touch him. But if you think about it, then because of one annoying little gnome, he will have a much harder time. But if this little annoying gnome is selling heavenly level goods, then there is no way this can be ignored. Therefore, he decided that he urgently needed to crush the potential competitor in advance. Ern was so furious that at one point he noticed that this was something new for him because he had never had anything like this before. But he was very angry at the thought that since they had settled at the top of the system, they decided that they had the right to throw mud at others. However, in his opinion, they still do not know who they are up against, and Ern happily accepts the challenge to this game, and now he will do everything possible to raise them to the ground. And then he will look at them with such a crazy look and wait until they realize that they have gotten involved with the wrong person. After a while, Ern started to take action, and the head of the Great Mountain Center was furious that he even dared to complain about them. The head of the Heavenly River agreed with him, but he also asked him to stop being so angry, and he wanted them to start thinking about what to do next, instead of engaging in useless chatter. The priest from Chongjin Temple immediately told them what he had already told them, that it was not the best idea, and they should not have done it from the very beginning. The man from the center, Great Luck, agreed with this, because in his opinion they wrote something that they did not agree on. The head of the Great Mountain immediately started yelling at them, because he thought that they didn't know about it. But since it had already happened, they should work together and find a solution that would help them get out of this situation. The head of the Heavenly River supported his words because according to him, there would be no benefit for either of them if they quarreled. But the main problem was that none of them knew what measures they should take regarding that bastard, all except the head of the Great Mountain, who assured them that he could deal with it, and that they just needed to play along with him. According to him, He was going to do everything possible to show the idiot from the lower rung what the state of affairs was in the first system. After this conversation, all these heads entered into a dialogue with Earn to find out from him why he was causing people so much trouble. And they also wanted to tell him that there were 5 people gathered here who had great influence in the system, and therefore they assured him that he would be held accountable for his actions. Earn laughed at them, and first of all asked them not to call him a friend, because according to him, he was much older than them, and it became interesting to know what they would do in such a case. The head of the great mountain was already seething with anger, because he did not want to believe that the guy was older than him. After all, he was already almost 70. In response to these words, Earn noted that he was a little embarrassed to listen to him, because considering the way he screamed, the only thing he could boast about was his enormous age. Nobody expected such rudeness. All the heads immediately understood that since he was from a lower system, he had absolutely no manners. This made Earn laugh even more because it seemed to him that they had decided to attack him all at once, but he somehow didn't care, and he once again convinced them that he would still be doing the deals. After these words, they all heard a completely different voice in the chat, which used the complete silence mode. By doing so, he blocked all sellers and the chat was suspended. Earn immediately thought that one of the system's managers had entered the chat. This being then introduced himself as a channel master named Mayam. And according to him, this meeting was prepared in order to hear explanations from the 5 of them regarding the suspicions expressed by a stock exchange trader named Earn. He also asked them to understand that they were not there in the first place to argue, so he very strongly asked them to refrain from sarcasm or foul language. He also warned that if he had to use the silence regime again, they would lose the right to speak out, and the decision would be made without them. And as soon as the silence was lifted, the head of the great mountain immediately wanted to speak out. And he started by saying that Earn claims that they have mobilized part-time workers. But he has heard this kind of nonsense so many times that he is already pretty tired of it. He believed that those who jump above their heads and then get burned are bound to do something like this, and frankly speaking, if his product was of good quality, he definitely would not have received such bad reviews. And all these words made the guy smile, because he understood perfectly well that they would act exactly according to this plan. And while the guy was thinking about this, the head of the great mountain asked him to understand that everything here is different from the lower system, because in the first system, the main quality is trust. So the man thought that instead of the guy just wasting his time on pointless complaints, he should improve the quality of his product, because that is the real attitude of a real salesman. Right after the man finished speaking, Earn attached a file and asked to check it, because according to him, he had no records of selling a heavenly level elixir. And from this we can conclude that people who did not buy anything complained that the goods are of poor quality, and therefore it seemed to the guy that if these are not part-time workers, then who are they? The head of the great mountain continued to wriggle out of the situation as best he could, and said that the guy could easily change this document. Miam noted at the same time that as a result of the transaction history request, it was confirmed that the document contained valid information. The head of the great mountain had no choice but to agree that this could be a part-time job for the workers. But he still wasn't going to admit to the accusations that they were the ones who bribed them. Earn believed that Miam could confirm this as well, but Miam told him that suspicion alone could not reveal information from other exchanges. It was a little strange for Earn because he thought that there was nothing wrong with it, since he just wanted to confirm their affiliation with the organizations. But Miam once again assured him that this was simply impossible, because the personal information of buyers was very valuable. In that case, Earn didn't understand how they were going to get part-time workers at all, because it seemed to him that in that case, they would just watch and do nothing. Miam didn't even know how to respond to these words, because he was simply responsible for the channel and nothing more. This means that Justice is far from his job, so he will most likely just continue to watch them. This immediately brought smiles to all the heads, because they understood that the guy would not be able to prove anything otherwise, and without this, no one would buy anything from him in the future. Earn had long been aware of the dark collusion between the master and the partner store, but he had little hope because Miam seemed legally neutral to him. But now he's more than sure that they are all on the same team that is trying to destroy him. Despite the fact that Earn knew about the close relationship between those who adhere to this scheme, in essence, it still did not change anything, and he remained the one who always expected some kind of justice, although this was clearly a mistake. Miam, meanwhile, already wanted to end this meeting, because all the heads no longer had anything to say. But they were stopped at the last moment by Earn, who wanted to ask a question, which was that they really meant to say that there must be some hard evidence and not just suspicions. Miam didn't really understand what the guy was getting at if he had already told him about it. And suddenly Ern said that he actually had some evidence, but first he wanted to know what Miam would do in that case. The head of the high mountain immediately thought that this was just a bluff and that the guy actually had nothing like that. So he decided to tell him that he was just a level 0 who shouldn't act like that and shouldn't invent something he didn't have, thereby creating a problem out of thin air. Ern smiled and told them that when they saw what he had, he was far from sure that they would be able to continue to say that and lecture him. Right after these words, Ern attached a file that seemed impossible. There was a report on the exchange with 4 people, including a narcissist. Ern further added that he had saved the exchange reports of the exchanges that had left bad reviews on his product. According to him, they belong in turn to the healthcare center, the head of the Great Mountain, and all the other heads. The head of the Great Mountain immediately gave his reaction and began shouting that this was a common falsification of documents, and they definitely did not do such a thing. But Ern wasn't going to answer because he was talking to Miam first, and he wanted to ask him what he thought about this document and what they would do with it next. From Miam's expression, it was clear that he was far from aware of what he should do in this situation because he was not prepared for such a turn of events. He was so shocked that Ernu had to ask if Miam had accidentally activated the silence mode. Miam immediately gave him an answer and said that he was here, after which he added that the screen save provided by the exchange could not be edited. In other words, this file is real, and Ern is absolutely right. And this was already too disadvantageous for the heads of all the centers. Right after that, Ern jumped in and started talking about how if they said that, then he thought the level of suspicion had increased. Miam didn't know what to do anymore, so he decided to say that given this information, it turns out that the 5 important guests really did use part-time workers to write bad comments about Ern's product. The head of the Great Mountain continued to shout and say that Miam couldn't do his job properly if he was telling them such things. Miam would not tolerate such an attitude, so he immediately ordered them to shut their mouths, because he had warned them at the beginning that they must maintain perfect silence. Otherwise, their words would simply not be taken into account. But apparently the old man was not going to do this and continued to shout, saying that Miam was doing his job wrong and that it would not lead to anything good if he continued. While they were yelling at each other, Ern decided to enter their conversation and ask them to calm down a little, because it seemed to him that they were yelling at each other too much, although according to them, they had not done anything wrong. And when they calmed down a bit, Ern again pointed out the fact that part-time workers are a prohibited action on the exchange, and as it seems to him, some measures need to be taken. According to Miam, in such a case, at the first detection of a violation, trading is suspended for 30 days. The same with the exchanges that made such an order. In hearing this, Ern was more than satisfied. Miam had no choice but to process this request and announce that the 5 companies that used part-time workers were suspending their trading since this was the first such case and they would only be punished for 30 days. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Ern, who at the last moment noted that they could actually come to an agreement, since he too was not particularly interested in the administration of justice. In his opinion, in order to engage in exchanges, coins are needed, so he suggested that they solve this problem using this currency. In other words, he asked the guests to choose what they would rather be, to simply be removed from trading or to pay compensation and continue doing business. Each of them understood that such a delay from trading was quite a long period of time, and most likely they would lose a huge amount of coins. But on the other hand, they were even more reluctant to provide a service to such a scoundrel as Ern. They thought about it, and Miam lifted the complete silence mode from them so that they could say what they had finally decided. The first thing the Great Mountain Chief wanted to say was that Ern was essentially revealing his true nature with such actions, and he was almost certain that the guy had started all this for this reason. And then he got angry again and started shouting that compensation in their case was absolutely unprofitable for them, and they did not want to pay it. Ern answered him absolutely calmly that if they were twisting everything like that, then they could always just accept the suspension of trading. In response to these words, they began to prove to him that their healthcare center is at the top of the peak, and yet it is overcrowded with representatives of the Marima world who buy their elixir. So he believed that waiting 1 month is not so critical for them. They hoped that Ern would refuse compensation, but the guy didn't care at all about their words, and he continued to say that if they wanted to, they could suspend their activities for a month, and he didn't mind. The head of the Great Mountain was sure that they were not called the 5 main producers of the elixir for nothing, and such a joke would definitely not work on them. But apparently, only the head of the Great Mountain thought so, because all the other heads did not support him, and agreed that it would be better for them to simply pay compensation. However, first they would like to know the price the guy wants to get, and only then will they seriously consider this option. Earn knew that if he named too high a settlement, they would simply say they were willing to suspend operations, and if he named too low, they would catch him. So they will accept it as if they can't do anything about it, screaming in pain, when in fact their mouth will stretch into a smile that covers half their face. But Earn was in complete control of the situation, so he was more than sure that this would only happen over his dead body. So he started telling them that the real problem was not that he couldn't sell the elixir. It is that his reputation was undermined, and they branded him as a seller who sells low-quality goods, and just the thought of this makes him furious. Thus, he believes that he will not be able to get rid of the oppressive feeling of anger for a long time if they do not eventually receive punishment. Besides, the guy understood that in any case, the monthly income of each large company would be different, and it would be stupid for him to offer. In any case, the monthly income of each large company will be different because it would be foolish for Earn to offer a settlement in such a situation. Therefore, the guy decided to tell them that he would agree to resolve the issue with only 3 companies, and the other 2 would have to be punished. Besides, he already knows that one company has made its choice and will definitely go on vacation for a month. All that remains is to determine who will be the second. Earn understood perfectly well that they would hardly be able to cope on their own, so he suggested that they resolve this issue in the form of an auction. Before starting, Earn decided to announce the rules of the auction to them, which were quite simple and consisted of the fact that they had an unlimited number of bids available, and whoever offered the lowest bid would receive a card to suspend trading. This seemed like complete nonsense to all the heads, and so they started shouting and being indignant. And of course they turned to Mime so that he could tell Earn that this definitely couldn't be done. At that moment, Mime was thinking that, with his authority as the channel master, he could easily press the stop button and end this dispute. But he also understood that if he intervened, he could find himself in an even more difficult situation. So he quickly made his decision that the best solution would be to simply play the role of an observer, and it was precisely because of this that he told everyone that in fact there was no problem. The method of agreement was left to the discretion of the applicant. Aaron was glad that Mayim had finally come to his senses and understood which side was best for him to play. And as for the auction, Aaron suggested that they finally started, because they were all busy people here, and it was better for them not to waste their time like that. Within a few seconds, the betting had already begun, and most of the men were not sparing any money, and were betting impressive amounts, while Earn was simply watching and waiting to see how this story would end. Along the way, he understood that since this group of people united only for the sake of profit, they could also stab each other in the back for the sake of that same benefit. And this made the guy even happier, because it was just a wonderful start for him. So he wanted so much for them to continue arguing and bet even more coins, just to save themselves. After some time, all the leaders were incredibly nervous because the bets had already reached almost 10,000 coins, so each increase in the bet was quite difficult. Earn at this point continued to think that they were slowly approaching the estimated amount of damage that would be caused by the suspension of trading, and this is where the fun begins. The price reached 9,400 coins and stopped. Earn already thought that at this point the auction would officially come to an end. As Earn had thought, an argument immediately began between them because someone had decided to raise the price by just 10 coins. All that Earn lacked at that moment was popcorn, because watching them was incredibly interesting and funny. Moreover, in his opinion, even if at least one crack appeared in this group of heads, it could already be called a success. But now Earn sees that this alliance has literally broken into pieces. Eventually, the price went up to 10,000 coins, and one of them decided that he was leaving the game because he thought that if it continued like this, he might end up penniless, and it would be better for him if he stopped trading for a month. Mayim was so happy about this, because he thought that they had finally been able to find a solution to this dispute and that they would end this dialogue. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the head of the Great Mountain, who decided to unexpectedly enter this game and bet 12,000 coins. He was immediately asked why he suddenly decided to place a bet, to which the man replied that he had thought it over carefully and came to the conclusion that this was the right decision and he simply could not act differently. He also added that he simply could not think about monthly income so frivolously. He meant that the position of their outlet would fall sharply during the downtime, and if we take into account the time and cost of restoration, he still decided to go for settlement. One of his colleagues realized that under such conditions, He would be the one who would have to suspend the trade, so he decided to clarify once again whether the head of the Great Mountain could definitely participate in the auction. Immediately gave him an answer and said that this would not really change anything, and if he wanted to continue participating in the auction, then he just needed to make his bid. Hearing this, the man was already at his limit, because for him, an amount higher than 9,000 coins would already be unprofitable, but more than 10,000 was definitely too much. Given the man's doubts, assumed that a decision had just been made. Mayim was glad that this dispute was over, and he could finally announce that the Great Fortune Center and the Heavenly River Center must stop their work. According to the chat manager, the two exchanges will be banned from all channels for a month and should also pay special attention to future trades, as the punishment will increase as the disciplinary actions accumulate. And when he finally finished with it, was glad to assume that everyone who was supposed to have left and everyone who was supposed to pay him remained, and most likely should do so right now. And as soon as all the heads of the centers transferred the money to him, they immediately began to tell the guy that he had actually made a big mistake and that he had definitely now remembered his name. And this, according to him, was not good news for The guy didn't argue with him and said that it was actually his business and he could do as he wished. He just wanted to give the man one piece of advice that he thought would help in the future. The advice was that believed that if they had time to do stupid things, they should stop doing it and spend it on improving the quality of the product. The head of the Great Mountain began to get even more angry, because it was he who said such words to when they had just started this dialogue. At this point, their conversation ended, and all the heads immediately left the conversation. And it seemed to that they probably felt the bitter taste of defeat and could not bear it. In any case, he thought that it would be a good idea for him to gradually leave, since he had things to do. But as soon as he decided to press the button to exit the dialogue, he was stopped by Mayim, who decided to ask the guy to stay a little longer and talk to him. For this was quite unexpected because he didn't even imagine why the man decided to talk to him. Suddenly the thought occurred to him that perhaps the manager had found out that providing coins legally was not a privilege, and this thought scared quite a bit. But he was almost certain that this was impossible, because he had checked this aspect several times before filing a complaint against the Big Five. Mayim suddenly interrupted his thoughts when he started talking about how was a fairly rich man in the Zero system, and as far as Mayim understood, he had quite a lot of coins. So he would like to ask the guy why he was even bothering with the elixir industry. Understood that most likely Mayim could not see his data, and this could mean that the topic of conversation should be related to the disclosure of the exchange report, and the guy thus simply had no choice, and he would have to answer as honestly as possible. He answered Mayim quite calmly and asked the man if he had any other questions for him. Mayim noticed that the guy was dodging the question and pretending that he didn't understand it, so the man decided to ask him the question directly. And this question was quite unexpected because Mayim suddenly wanted to know if was by any chance performing the role of a pharmacist. Was a little shocked by such a question, so he sat silently for a while and did not know what to answer to this. And Mayim at that moment continued to tell him that pretending was absolutely useless and that would be better off telling him everything right away, because he was very perceptive and would definitely find out the truth. He also could not help but say that although he had decided to take care of the convenience of the exchanges that had entered the local trading points, he was very conscious and moderate in his actions. And even if one single manager was fed, it would not change anything. Just listened to him and tried to understand at least something, because what Mayim was telling him was like a dense forest for him. Mayim continued to say something about his work, and then suddenly decided to ask the guy if he would really report this to his superiors. At first, wanted to answer him that he didn't understand him and that he wasn't an auditor. But then he changed his mind because he finally began to understand what Mayim was talking about with him. As time went by, his smile began to spread across his face because he began to smell the new chance that might be given to him. After a short conversation with Mayim, the only thoughts in head were that a crisis is an opportunity. And in this situation, this phrase fits quite well. After all, managed to win the confrontation with the 5 largest manufacturers of the first system, and Mayim mistakes him for an auditor who seemed to have decided to check how he works. In fact, was a little hesitant about filing a complaint because the top-level privileges he was given were like luck, and he was always worried that they could be taken away from him at any moment. And so he realized that if he sent a useless complaint, he would only start to doubt Mayim's privileges. But now he understood perfectly well that it would be quite stupid to refuse honey for fear of being stung by a bee. Ern was able to pay off all his debts, and he still had about 30,000 left in his account, which meant that a little more, and it would be a huge amount. But what was most surprising to Ern was that today he was essentially able to earn a year's profit in Steelguard. However, he was an experienced trader and understood that when easy money comes, you need to do something with it quickly because it can just as easily go away. After some time, Ern posted an ad about wanting to purchase a method for increasing the technique of internal cultivation, and people immediately started writing to him and flooding him with messages. It was a little different from what Ern expected, so everything didn't quite go according to the plan he had in his head. So he thought that maybe he should have first changed his profile to the first system and then posted a request, because considering how many people wrote to him, they all just see him as a person who is easy to deceive. But this certainly didn't suit Ern, so he decided to find what he needed on his own. Even though he got easy money, this does not mean that he should squander it left and right. So he actually had a bad situation because of those recent restrictions. And even if he absorbed key energy at a certain point, it was still not the same amount of energy absorbed as before. And no matter what he did, his combat skills did not increase. The so-called saturation phase, when his internal strength has reached its maximum, which is capable of holding a 5-star technique. But this was too little for Ern, so he decided that he needed to increase his attainment level and cultivate his internal chi energy. But the first-class wall was not so flexible that he could climb it in one fell swoop and study it right away. And that meant that the only way was to think slowly, to practice until he could achieve success. But that was before the dimension deals. But now he had a deal book, which allowed him to save a lot of time. However, all these conditions will work only if a person has many thousands of coins available. Ern chose several different techniques, which he decided to send to a professional for verification before buying. And this person turned out to be Seok, who quickly looked through the file and answered Ern that he had chosen quite good techniques. However, according to him, although the guy made a good choice, he still decided to ask him to remove the magical equipment from here. Ern didn't quite understand this advice, but Seok explained that it was all because of the exchange's policy, which prohibited the use of techniques that concentrated too much evil energy. Moreover, this is not the most important reason, because according to Seok, the big problem is that if he absorbs magical power, then his capabilities are reduced, and this is a rather serious disadvantage in choosing this technique. Now the guy realized that the deeper he essentially immerses himself in magic, the more difficult it is to master martial arts later. In this case, the same principle worked as in the difficulty of purifying water that had become cloudy from ink. In addition, Seok told the boy that times have changed since interdimensional trade became active, and in the past, choices and opportunities were limited. But now an era has come where everyone can be taken into account and learn martial arts. Because of this, perceptions changed greatly, and people began to question whether they really needed to learn magical techniques with obvious weaknesses. Naturally, the amount of mana also decreases, so there are big limitations in improving achievements. Now it became clear to Ern that if he wanted to reach a high level, he would have to expand his capabilities with pure martial arts. Considering all this, Ern decided that all magical techniques were out of the question, and he would not learn them. Thus, he came to the conclusion that it would be fun to hit someone with lightning instead of aura. But if a simple knight started throwing lightning, then he would obviously attract the attention of the entire continent, and Ern did not need that. Moreover, the fact that the 5-star martial arts were displayed on the same page as the 7-star martial arts, so one could conclude that its limit was extremely low. Then sooner or later, Ern will have to choose one of two things, the Northern Lights technique or the spiritual Yang technique. It was quite a difficult choice, but Ern still decided that he would choose the spiritual Yang technique. This decision was quite surprising for Seok, because he expected that the guy would not choose this technique. But the man's reaction made Ern doubt his decision, so he wanted to ask him what was wrong with it and why he reacted that way. Seok immediately began to justify himself and say that he didn't really mean anything like that. It's just that if he were in Ern's place, he would have made the opposite choice. After all, for him, the Northern Lights technique is the essence of the purest martial art. Ern was not aware of it and decided to find out a little more about it. But what he was most interested in finding out was this technique stronger than the one he already had, which was called the Heavenly Cultivation Technique? Seok didn't even think about the answer and immediately assured the guy that of course this technique was much stronger, and most importantly, in terms of purity, it was much higher and therefore stronger. He also added that the Heavenly Cultivation Technique was known for its rapid achievements and gentleness. But if he looked closely, he could see that this martial art was just a common technique of the Heavenly Sword Castle sects. Didn't deny that there was indeed truth in Seok's words, which made him even doubt his choice a little. But these doubts were dispelled when he read a little more about the technique he was going to choose. The description said that as an additional service, secret recordings would be sent. Seok thought that this was not such an advantage, because if it was all because of the secret records, then he could provide them to the guy, because they were in the library, so he could take responsibility and copy them, and then send them to Hearing this, immediately understood that under such conditions, the Northern Lights technique is much more profitable and cooler. Because the spiritual Yang technique is a method of enhancing extreme intelligence, so if chooses this path, then in the future he will not even be able to look towards the highest point of the Earth's energy darkness. But if the price is the same, then it seemed to the guy that it was much more logical to choose the option from which he would get more benefit. At that moment, he was confused by only one thing. Why was Seok behaving so politely with him and offering something that was clearly not beneficial to him? And was also sure that a person like Seok would definitely not try for his sake. Decided to remind Seok that if he decided to do something, then he would firmly follow through to the end, which the man knew perfectly well, but did not quite understand why the guy was telling him this. But right after these words, began to tell him that if Seok did not want the profit share to be cut in half, then he should quickly answer his questions while he was still speaking nicely with him. And right after that, he asked Seok why he was so desperately recommending the Northern Lights technique. The answer to this question was quite unusual. Seok fell to his knees and began to beg to spare him. The guy immediately asked him why he suddenly started behaving like that, and who told him that they were going to destroy him. The man continued to scream and throw tantrums, so had to calm him down and tell him that no one was going to touch him, because they had signed a contract with him. But Seok tried to convey to him that didn't have to destroy him physically, because the life he had now was more like survival, and that's why he wouldn't last that long. After all, according to him, if helped him once, he would happily be loyal to him for the rest of his life. As it turned out, what he wanted most was to get back his martial art, namely the heavenly cultivation technique. Murim is a distorted world that is crazy about martial arts, and the dumpling seller and the beggar, even the boys with rosy cheeks, each of them have at least one or two low-level talents. But when a first-class warrior loses all his talents in such a world, then of course his life turns into hell, as it was for Seok. Without any words, it's obvious that he has become prey among predators who are just waiting for him to make a mistake. That's why the man started begging to give him back this technique, because he basically had no excuses left, and if he made even one wrong move, his wife would simply beat him until he lost his pulse. Was thinking at the same time that although he understood perfectly well what situation the man was in, if he extracted this technique, his status would automatically drop, and therefore he wanted to ask Seok why he should bear such a loss. Seok thought that in this case, everything was logical, because it was for this very reason that he recommended the Northern Lights technique to him, because it was similar to the heavenly cultivation technique and had the same direction. Although he did not hide the fact that there would be some losses, he could guarantee that he would quickly cover them and everything would quickly fall into place. He also didn't forget to tell the guy that when he provided him with the secret records, would be able to reach an even higher level. Knew that Seok's words were undoubtedly true, but he still felt like this was all too good for him. And besides, he didn't necessarily have to fulfill this idiot's request. But he thought that this time it would be a good idea to take a risk. So he began to tell the man that he knew very well what was going on inside Seok and what he was really planning. Also wanted to assure him that he actually knew Seok much longer than he might think, and the guy was almost certain that Seok also felt some internal discomfort. The man didn't understand what the guy was talking about until said that he meant that he apparently had a hard time pretending to be vulnerable in front of someone from a lower system. Clearly understood that Seok was most waiting for to let down his guard so that he could launch his attack. But the man's reaction was not at all what expected, because he started shouting and saying that the guy was wrong, and he knew exactly what would happen if he behaved incorrectly. Actually asked this just in case, but apparently his guess was correct. After which he told the man that since he was also engaged in exchange, he should not appeal to his emotions, but should only adhere to the basics. Although the man agreed with everything, he still did not understand what the guy was getting at. Continued to say that if a heavenly cultivation technique had 8 stars, then it could mean that it was worth around 5,000 to 6,000 coins. And in that case, the guy wanted to know if he shouldn't start the conversation by at least setting a minimum price. After which Ern told him that if he wanted to return the technique of cultivating internal energy, then he should come to him with a worthy proposal, and Ern gives him exactly 1 day to do this. The guy understood that this was a fairly short period of time, but he still believed that Seok should have expected something like this when he told him that he would be truly devoted to him. Meanwhile, at the Albrecht family residence, Dirk answered to Kunz's father, to whom he also gave the letter that the boy had left for last. And as soon as he began to read this letter, he immediately wanted to know from the second captain why Kunz ran away from home. Dirk replied to the man that it was too presumptuous, and he was not sure that the young master had done the right thing by leaving his home. Marquis Dorian Albrecht was not entirely sure that his son could have done such a thing, although he clearly saw that this letter was written by his son's hand. Dirk carefully decided to point out that the fact that this letter was written by hand did not mean that he could believe everything that was written in it. Dorian understood what Dirk was getting at and wanted to ask the man if he really thought his son was being threatened. The knight obviously didn't want to admit it, so he simply remained silent in response, letting Dorian understand it without words. Besides, Kunz's father always believed that his eldest son was too greedy, and therefore he was even more reluctant to believe that he could just up and give up everything, especially considering the fact that he was quite talented. Although this is not what Dirk wanted to say at all, according to him. If Kunz really ran away, then at least some traces should have remained. But there are no eyewitnesses who saw the young master, and absolutely none of the servants noticed that he was preparing for the trip that day. In that case, one could assume that Dirk wanted to say that someone assisted or even kidnapped Kunz. Dirk confirmed this and added that it was possible that they wanted to take revenge on Kunz and came up with this plan. This caused an immediate reaction from Dorian because he did not quite understand what this could mean, so he asked the knight to explain what he was talking about. Dirk was forced to tell Dorian in full what had happened 4 days ago in Arcadio. And as soon as Dorian finished listening to this story, he immediately began to shout about how it was for this very reason that their knights were considered a senseless squad of spendthrifts, and he was very angry that Dirk did exactly this. Dirk tried to ask him for forgiveness for this mistake, but in response, he heard only a scream and the fact that he was apparently just wasting money on a knightly squad. He smashed everything in his office for a long time, then calmed down and asked Dirk, or was the youngest of the Stilgard family really that unexpected? The knight gave him a clear answer and said that Ern was completely different from what was said about him in the report received. Moreover, Dirk even believed that this guy could be Rabahan's true successor. Although Dorian did not agree with this, he still became quite interested in finding out why one of the Stilgards appeared in Arcade at all. He also wanted to reassure Dirk that he had gone too far when he said that it could have been revenge, since the Stilgards had no reason to harm Kuntz. The knight, although he agreed with this, still wanted to assure the man that at that moment, the situation was too unexpected. In his mind, Dirk could only think about the cold look that Ern had given him. The man did not deny that perhaps their knights had indeed insulted Stilgard, but he could not come to terms with the fact that as soon as Ern left, the young master immediately disappeared, and he was almost certain that there was some connection. Therefore, he wanted to assure Dorian that they had good reasons to begin an investigation. And from these words, Kunz's father understood that something was apparently bothering the knight. With all this in mind, the man decided to allow Dirk to conduct the investigation because he was now especially eager to do everything possible to find his son. But at the same time, he asked him not to take any rash actions because their enemy was Stilgard. Dirk already understood all this, but in order for Dorian to be calm, he decided to promise him that the knight was ready to bet his life on doing everything right and trying to find Kunz. After talking with Ern, Seok immediately began to act, because he understood that he would not have such a chance again in his life. Although thoughts came into his head that in any case, a lot of time had passed since the situation became irreversible, and one way or another, it would still come to an end. But thanks to these thoughts, he did what he might never have dared to do, if only he had a little more chance of saving his life. The next day, Ern couldn't help but laugh when he entered into a conversation with Seok again. The thing is that the man was still able to get a copy of the secret records of the Heavenly Sword of the Lost Soul in the fifth world of Murim. This martial art is one of the top 3 sword techniques and an ascension martial art that contains the secret to reaching the highest peak. Ern felt so funny when he realized that in front of him was the #1 official technique that had brought Heavenly Sword Castle to its current state. Now in his hands is the martial art of swordsmanship, which even in the 5th world of Marima, even babies know about. Seok put his whole life on the line when he got this technique, so he asked that this be taken into account when Ern makes his decision. The guy thought for a moment and said that he could value this item at 5,000 coins. The man was very surprised when he heard this, because he thought that this item was worth much more, and he definitely would not be able to find it anywhere else. Ern mentally completely agreed with Siak. This item is really not sold anywhere, and if there is a chance to get something like this, then no matter what the price, it is still worth it. But of course he didn't tell the man this. He decided to just add that he had tried hard in any case, and was thus able to prove that he had spoken sincerely about being devoted to him. After some thought, he made his decision and told Seok that the heavenly cultivation technique had already been extracted, and he would deliver it to him as soon as he obtained the Northern Lights technique. Seok was obviously very happy about this, so he promised Ern that he would try to complete this task by tomorrow night. Ern didn't mind, and therefore asked Seok to contact him as soon as he could. At this point, their dialogue ended, and Ern realized that the man was apparently in a great hurry to do such reckless things. And this was completely different from the situation with rewriting the chaos cultivation technique. The guy's mood was simply wonderful, especially after the calculated money auction, where he received a considerable sum of money from the leaders. The Northern Lights technique is one level higher than the heavenly cultivation technique, and if he were to overestimate himself again, he might get sick and be laid up for a long time. Although on the other hand, he understood that it could take a long time, but he essentially had no choice but to sort everything out through separate absorption. And since the guy didn't have a method for cultivating internal strength, the key energy of the lower abdomen became the fifth wheel in the cart, and for some time he should rely only on the mana of the heart, so it was quite important for him to spend these few days in peace. But before Ern had time to think about it, Michael scared him with his scream. As it turned out, the knight simply wanted to tell Ern that they would arrive soon so that the master would have time to prepare. Ern was glad to hear this, so he decided to tell Michael that he and Harvest were heading straight to the academy, and he and the knights would have to go to the inn, where they could rest a little. Standing in front of this academy, Ern thought about how he could never even imagine that he would ever return to this place again. Harvest, who was standing next to him, decided to note that it was simply a majestic appearance, as one would expect from the academy from which Rebahan Stilgard had graduated. Ern didn't quite understand him, because it seemed to him that Harvest was clearly not in this academy for the first time, but this opinion was wrong, because according to the knight, before he wanted to visit here at least once, but he constantly had to serve in another place. However, he did not give up and still managed to get to this place, and for this, he wanted to thank Ern. The guy was a little surprised, but still decided to ask Harvest how he liked this academy in general, and whether it could be compared to the Imperial Academy. Harvest didn't think long, and immediately said that this academy is not as impressive as it might seem, because first of all, the scale here is very different. But then he realized that he had said too much, so he immediately decided to say that he sincerely considered the Royal Academy to be majestic. After all, it is most likely thanks to this place that the great empire of Navalo is considered a knightly power. All Ern could tell him was that the guy was clearly still a long way from being a spy, because one also needs to be able to speak complex sentences. At this point, they ended their rather useless dialogue and went to the admissions office so that Ern could submit documents and become an official student of the academy. The man who was on the admissions committee was a little unfriendly and immediately asked them to be quicker and give him letters of recommendation. But as soon as he saw the coat of arms of the Stilgard family, he immediately rose to his feet and began to talk about how it was a great honor for them, and therefore they were very happy to see them. After which he began to talk about how he had accepted applications from their two older brothers, so he was able to immediately recognize them. Although Ern and Harvest thought of one thing, this man never even looked at them. Ern's father is one of the masters representing Navarro. However, despite his remarkable achievement of reaching the heroic rank, he is always compared to his grandfather, who managed to reach the mythical rank in his lifetime and was judged as not living up to expectations. So with that in mind, Ern had no idea what he needed to do to surpass his father and grandfather. The man could tell from the boy's expression that he didn't really want to talk, so he decided to tell him that he would be admitted based on a letter of recommendation, after which he asked them to go to the next building where they could find a small training ground. Harvest didn't really understand why they should go there at all, since the entrance exams had ended several months ago. And as for the Stilgards, they had the right to a special selection. The man smiled and said that it was just an entrance test. Their academy does not provide special privileges just because someone has an influential family. Ern noted that the special selection already seems like a privilege, but the man didn't think so. According to him, they see it as a simplification of the process, because a member of the Stilgard family cannot fail the entrance exams, but the distribution into groups is not an exception. Harvest was, of course, unpleasantly surprised by this, but still asked what kind of test it was. Arriving at the training arena, one of the examiners told Ern that the first test was to leave a palm print on the back of a stone wall. This instructor's name was Circle. He tried to explain to the guy that Ern should not strike, but only feel that he is pushing the stone. He also immediately warned Ern not to even think about bragging about his strength, because he wants to see the general management of mana. But on the other hand, Circle allowed him to do whatever he wanted, but then he risked getting the lowest score, which will affect his distribution into groups in the future. Ern didn't argue, but just wanted to know from the man to what extent he had to be pushed to get the highest score. Circle, hearing this question, immediately thought that this guy was somehow different compared to his brothers and other children of famous families, who immediately after hearing the essence of the task, wrinkled their faces. But this only aroused even more interest in this guy, because the man immediately thought that an interesting specimen had appeared. And to Ern's question, Circle answered quite simply when he said that he could not clearly outline the border, so he would just need to show as much as he could. Ern was more prepared than ever, even though in his past life he didn't know what this test meant. But now he was aware that depth was mana output, brightness was mana control. And given the handprints that were already on the wall, Ern concluded that there was no one standing here. However, looking closer, he noticed one good print, and therefore he immediately became interested in finding out who left this print. His thoughts were interrupted by Circle, who asked the guy not to just look at the wall, but to move on to completing the task. Harvest, watching this, thought that Ern was simply worried because he understood that with the master's abilities, it would be easy to complete this task. Ern walked up to the wall, concentrated, and after a few seconds a small stream of energy appeared around him. Circle couldn't believe his eyes, so it began to seem to him that Ern was not from the Stilgard family at all. In fact, the imprint was neither clear nor blurry, deep nor superficial. It could not be described in other words. After thinking for a bit, Circle made a decision and gave Ern 5 points for it. Ern guessed that was a pretty high score, but Circle immediately upset him and said that in fact the guy received 5 points out of a possible 10. Ern wasn't too upset, but Harvest was shocked. The test did not end there. They moved on to fencing, and the instructor was again Circle. After spending a few minutes sparring with Ern, he couldn't help but notice that the boy's swordplay was also different from what he usually saw from the Stilgards. Looking at the guy, he had the feeling that, without having any talent, he tried to look like an ace in the eyes of others. And considering all this, it seemed to him that the future of the Stilgards was not as cloudless as it seemed at first glance. The fencing came to an end, and Circle concluded that Ern's mana management was normal. His ability to handle a sword was also normal, and based on this, he could determine that the guy was of average class. And as soon as they left this training arena, Harvest immediately wanted to know from Ern how it happened that he was classified as middle class. And most of all, he wanted to know what they would do next, because apparently the plan that Ern told him about had failed. The guy answered Harvest that he had reported to the Empire that he was approximately 6th or 7th rank. And Ern had not forgotten about this, and believed that he needed to first act according to this information. Harvest realized why Ern hadn't shown his true strength, so he decided to tell him that he was simply magnificent, because if he had been in Ern's place, he would most likely have broken down long ago and shown everything he was capable of. And now he was quite interested in finding out how long he was going to hide his abilities. Ern gave him a fairly quick, if unexpected answer, which was that he would hide his abilities until he was sure that he could handle the Empire. Hearing this, Harvest immediately thought that this was not at all like empty chatter, because he, like no one else, knew that the gentleman's potential was no less than Rebahan's. Therefore, he did not rule out the possibility that the Stilgards would again be able to tie the Empire to themselves and take control, as was the case before. Suddenly, Harvest's thoughts were interrupted when Ern turned to him and asked why the guy had such a distrustful face. But the knight immediately made it clear to Ern that this was not the case, and then added that at this age, it is actually typical for the heart to beat wildly in anticipation of new achievements. Ern couldn't help but agree with him, because he clearly understood that for the next 2 years he would have to work hard without any respite. And so he wanted Harvest to continue to report on a regular basis on the state of the Empire and the situation of the Stilgards. Then Harvest was to hold on to the strongholds around the Stilgard holdings, using the image of Yulaf. Ern understood that without motivation this guy would do his job rather mediocrely. So he told him that if Harvest did a good job with the tasks set before him, then in 2 years he would be able to completely free himself from the forced life of solitude. And from the knight's face it was immediately clear that he would do everything for this. And when they had talked about this, Ern handed Harvest a small bag of coins. He wanted Harvest to spend these coins so that they could have a good rest with the nightly company and then return home peacefully. The knight did not miss the opportunity and decided to invite Ern to go with them, because the entrance ceremony was only the day after tomorrow. But according to Ern, he cannot endlessly waste time on fun. He needs to do something as soon as possible to cut the semester in half. Harvest understood him perfectly, but he also wanted to tell Ern that in that case, everyone would be very upset. In that case, Ern asked to convey to the nightly detachment that they were not parting forever, and they could calmly relax without him, not paying attention to the fact that Ern was absent. Harvest was very grateful to Ern for such a gift, after which he bowed and told the guy that he would like to wish him success and that he would always be in good health. When the knight left, the thought immediately came to Ern that he had made all the possible preparations that he was capable of right now, and now he only had to prepare for the collapse of the family, which would begin in 2 years, by which time he simply had to become stronger. And for this he came to the Tyros Knight Academy, where he will again go through the path of a cadet, but this time it will be a completely different path. The semester began the day after the entrance ceremony. At the same time, the Academy's training program called Hell Race began. Ern sat in class next to Dmitri, who was the son of Viscount Tolevraman, and this guy was not very interesting because he constantly told Ern strange facts, for example, that the first class is a fixed duel against each other, or as the students call it, the battle of the internal rating. But Ern was not interested in listening to this, but he could not tell Dmitri about it, so he simply nodded in agreement. Mentally, at that moment, he was thinking about the fact that in his past life this really annoyed him, although even in the lower class he was at the lowest level. While Ern was thinking about this, Dmitri continued to tell him about how, regarding the internal ranking battle, it was an indicator of the Academy's uniqueness and that all cadets had the right to apply for a duel with any other student. Dmitri is a guy who can't remember the details of anything, even if he strains his memory very hard, and this is what annoyed Ern the most. He just looked at him and thought at that moment that he really didn't want to get closer to him or pay any attention to him at all. But for 2 days now, he hasn't even thought about closing his mouth and continues to talk all the time. In other words, one could say that Ern was quite unlucky with his choice of roommate, and he really wanted the instructor to come into the classroom as soon as possible, because he was already pretty tired of listening to Dmitri. And as soon as he thought about it, Sir Kal immediately entered the classroom, who was not in the best mood, because he could already hear from the corridor how the kids were making noise here. They immediately took their places and listened attentively to what Circle was telling them. He decided to start by saying that he was the one who would be in charge of their class from now on, and they would be able to find out what kind of person he was and what he was capable of during their training. But before they begin their training, Circle decided to invite them to begin a duel. Then he began to talk about the rules, which consisted of the fact that this would essentially be a full-fledged tournament in which the entire class would participate. Opponents would be determined by drawing lots, but he immediately warned them not to even think that the purpose of the duel was reconnaissance of the situation. He wanted them to understand that if they lost in the first round, they were guaranteed to drop down the rankings. After he finally explained the rules to them, he immediately ordered them to immediately collect all their things and go to the training ground. The first fights turned out to be quite predictable, and the favorites quickly took their victory. Finally, it was Ern's turn, who was number 33, and in Sir Kal's opinion, he had come across a strong enough fighter who would be difficult to beat. After all, his opponent will be Franz, whose overall assessment is above average. But when it comes to fencing, he is so good that he can confidently stand on the same level with the highest level. And if he can improve his mana management level, then his abilities will be quite enough to move to the highest class. On the other hand, Sir Kal looked at Ern, who in his opinion was at an average level, no more, no less. But even this confused the instructor, because he sincerely did not understand how the hero's family could be at the lower level of the middle class. And considering all these facts, Sir Kal assumed that now they would behold a rather pitiful sight. And as soon as this fight started, Sir Kal immediately confirmed for himself that he could not be wrong, and his judgments were correct from the very beginning. Watching this fight, he noticed that although Ern was good at blocking his opponent's attacks, he still had trouble finding the strength to launch any kind of counterattack. Moreover, with each passing second, the man's opinion of Ern fell more and more, until at one point he thought that in fact Ern was not just weak, he was nothing at all. Ern was thinking at that moment that it seemed to him that there would be no people as strong as Franz at the middle level, but now he would have to do everything possible to win by accident, so that it would not look awkward. Franz, meanwhile, continued to attack Ern and tried his best to win. Ern was expecting such an attack in order to launch a supposedly random counterattack. He dodged Franz's attack and then struck him in the knee. Nobody expected to see this. Everyone around thought that Franz would now finish this fight, but not this time. Ern was able to deliver a clean counterattack. Thus, Franz fell to the floor and began to scream in pain, although Ern was sure that this was not a strong blow at all, because he did not even put in a drop of mana. After this fight, Ern thought that the lower class was too annoying because they had a low status and still continued to challenge him. But the upper class was even worse, so he decided that it was best to stick to the middle ground. And if you think about it like that, then he really just needs to win the second round, and in that case he can calmly refuse the third fight. The next pair of duelists were Baron Darius and Dmitry Tollerbriman. In this case, everything was clear before they started the fight. And so it happened. The fight lasted about 10 seconds, and Baron managed to land several blows before Dmitry actually gave up his position. But Baron was never allowed to finish this fight. He was stopped by Tsirkal, who declared him the winner and ordered him to stop. However, he was so impudent and self-confident that he still decided to continue and hit Dmitry several more times to show his superiority over the others. So Tsirkal had to intervene and end this fight, and to do this he had to stop Baran's sword with his hand. After which, he looked straight into Baran's eyes and asked him a question in which he wanted to know from him whether his words really seemed funny to him, since he decided to continue this fight. Baran was not afraid of him at all, so he answered quite calmly. He said that he was so excited that he did not hear him, so now he asks him for forgiveness for this mistake. Circle still decided to remind the guy that this was a training fight, not a fight for survival, and now he was giving him the first and last warning. Baran smiled and said that he would definitely take this remark into account and try to never repeat this mistake again. After talking with the instructor, Baran decided to approach Ern and tell him that the guy could relax because he definitely didn't need to worry about his own skin. And he said this because he believed that his relationship with Ern would end with just one blow. Ern wasn't that stupid, so he decided it was better not to respond to such statements. At that moment, he looked at Dmitry and thought that he was seeing himself from the past, who was angry at his own incompetence. After which he looked at Baran and thought that he had an idea, and it was not that he decided to do this only for the sake of his roommate. So he decided to call this act a payment for the fact that Baran made him remember the moment that he wants to forget. A few hours later, when all the guys had finished the first round, the second one started, where the first pair were Ern Stilgard and Baran Darius. This fight was not as easy for Baran as the first one. His blows were not successful, and he had to defend himself because Ern was much stronger. Although he still believed that he could beat this guy, if only for the reason that Ern made him incredibly angry and infuriated. But it was too easy for Ern to dodge all of this guy's blows, and at some point he started to play with him. This couldn't help but anger Baradan, so he started yelling at the guy to fight him with full force and not make the fight a child's play. But Ern took this as a compliment, after which his opponent decided to go on the attack again. And along the way, Barden shouted that Ern would still answer for his words. However, his attack ended before it even began, because Ern was much faster and therefore managed to deliver a counterattack, which he simply could not block. Right after that, Ern started saying that he probably should have waited until he finished his sentence, but he couldn't resist, because Barden, according to him, opened up so well for the blow, so he decided not to wait and still made a lunge. Sir Kal was in a state of shock for a long time, and thought for a long time that his eyes were simply deceiving him, because he could not comprehend that Ern's average skills were able to defeat Baran. He wasn't entirely sure if it was a victory of fortitude after a fierce struggle, because from the outside, it looked as if Ern was simply playing with him. In any case, he did not forget to say that the winner in this fight was Ern, although Baran continued to prove that he could still continue. He also asked Ern to fight properly and without using cheap tricks, after which he applied for a duel, and with this request he turned to the instructor. Sir Kal could only laugh at these words, because it seemed to him that Baran was mocking him, because no normal person would arrange a duel in the middle of a tournament. And besides, you can't challenge the same person to a duel twice in a row. The guy can't submit such an application until next week. Baron could hardly restrain himself from bursting with anger, because Ern irritated him so much, and that was why he wanted to take revenge on him so much. The only thing he could do was to turn to Ern and tell him that he made a big mistake when he lowered him in the rankings, and in a week he would do something to him that would make everyone laugh. Ern wasn't too interested in these quarrels because he understood perfectly well which of them was actually stronger. But Baron thought that Ern was challenging him in this way, and so he began to shout his name and say that soon Ern would remember him for the rest of his life. Surkal listened to all this, and then at one point he couldn't hold back and started laughing. Barand, of course, could not ignore this, and he immediately thought that the man was making fun of his family. But Surkal immediately assured him that this was not at all the case, because he did not even have the right to ridicule the Count's family. He said he simply found it funny that Darius was trying to elevate himself at the expense of the Stilgard family. And as soon as he said this name, everyone immediately opened their mouths. Apparently they didn't know that Ern was a member of such a famous family. Barand was also incredibly surprised, and therefore immediately wanted to ask Ern why he didn't tell from the very beginning that he was from the Stilgard family. Ern thought that everything here was pretty obvious. He didn't tell for the reason that no one asked him. The next day, when Ern woke up, he immediately noticed that his neighbor had gone somewhere since the morning. He immediately assumed that this was a good motivation for Dmitri, and he probably decided to train, which was surprising, because Ern always thought that he was just an annoying guy. But even so, Dmitri was much better than Ern in his past life, because when Ern got the last place in the lowest ranking, he cried for 3 days. Before leaving, he gave Sari his sword, who allowed him to eat it and sit here for now until Ern returned to take it and play a little. The first day of the academy, Cadet is climbing a rocky mountain. This training is also called the Hell Race, due to the fog-covered peak and steep slope. But this time it was not difficult for Ern to do it at all. He was even surprised that climbing this mountain became so easy for him. He did not even sweat a drop, and he had the feeling as if he was running on a plane. Suddenly he stopped his run when he saw Franz, who was standing behind a tree and seemed to be waiting for someone. Ern immediately recognized him, so he stopped. But before he could say a word to Franz, he spoke first and told Ern that he was actually waiting for him here. This could not help but surprise Ern, so he rather wanted to ask Franz why he was waiting for him here. The guy spoke quite quickly and his voice was clearly shaking. But even so, it was clear that he wanted Ern to go with him to a place for a short while, because it concerned his friend Dmitri. Ern immediately said that he was not his friend at all, but just a roommate, which confused Franz a little. In any case, he continued to ask Ern for help, because according to him, Dmitri was caught in a rockfall, and they should hurry to him and help. Ern was in no hurry, and in response to Franz's words, he said that if an accident had occurred, they should call the instructor. Franz said that they had already done this a long time ago, but Dmitri still continued to call Ern. Therefore, he believed that if Ern came to him, it would give Dmitri strength. But all this clearly looked like a circus to Ern, because he just went out to train. Besides, he understood perfectly well that they were trying to lure him into a trap in this way. But it looked funny to him, and he believed that they should have come up with something better. However, he also understood that if he ignored them, they would most likely start to bother him even more. So he decided that it would be better to get it all over with now. A few minutes later, Fred was already shouting that their plan had worked, and that idiot had finally taken the bait. Among them was also Barand, who praised Fred for his work. And as soon as Ern came closer, they started shouting at him that now they were able to get him, and now the guy would answer for his actions. Dmitri was indeed there. He was moaning from the pain that Barand and Franz had apparently inflicted on him. While Ern was looking at him, Barand turned to him and began asking him what emotions he was feeling now, seeing his friend being beaten like the last cur. Ern reacted to all this quite calmly, so in the same calm tone he said that he would ask them just one single question. The question was, did something so serious happen yesterday that he decided to stoop to this? This absolutely normal question angered Barand so much that he literally immediately started shouting and talking about how because of Ern, he actually dropped in the rating yesterday, and this is incredibly serious for him, and he can't just forget about it. And what enraged him even more was that he beat him with some primitive blow and then voluntarily withdrew from the next round. Considering all these facts, he assumed that Ern simply decided to take revenge on him for his friend, and then quickly ran away. But Ern in response only once again explained to them that Dmitri in fact is far from his friend. Barand, of course, was not going to believe this, and he literally proved to Ern that the guy fought yesterday because of a feeling of resentment. Ern didn't argue with him, and simply said that it went without saying that if they got together in a group of 5 people, including Barand, they would most likely feel more confident. This shocked Barand, because there were only 3 members of their group in front of him, so he did not quite understand how Ern managed to understand that there were only 5 of them. Ern smiled and said that he shouldn't be so surprised by this. It would be more surprising if he didn't know about it. Besides, they don't know how to hide, and this is immediately clear. He was absolutely right. After a few seconds, 2 more guys appeared behind him, who were also surprised. And Ern continued to tell them that it would be better if they put more effort into preparing. And in the end, he wanted to ask them if they would be able to cope with the consequences after they touched him. But they believed that Ern overestimated himself too much, and in general, in their opinion, he had no right to be called Steelguard. At that moment, Ern remembered that his brother also studied at the academy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted again by Barand, who decided to repeat the phrase of his brother Ern, who after his graduation from the academy said that they could do whatever they wanted with his younger brother, and not even think about the fact that he was from the Steelguard clan. Ern, of course, was not surprised that his brother said something like that, but he sincerely did not understand why he said something like that at all, because it made absolutely no sense. In any case, he decided to tell Barand that he had beaten him yesterday, and that's why Ern thought it would be better for him to rest a little and then immediately start training, rather than doing the same kind of nonsense that he was doing at the moment. Barand, of course, started yelling at Ern and telling him that Ern was going to lie down here, and then ordered them to immediately start attacking the guy. But it was all one big mistake, because Ern didn't even move from his spot before delivering one blow to each of them, which forced the end of this useless fight. After which Ern smiled and looked at Barand to tell him that perhaps the place where he could lie down and rest would be his coffin. Of course, Barand couldn't stay on the spot after these words, so he immediately began to attack Ern. But even at that moment, Ern was not going to move from his place, so he simply put out his hand and thereby stopped the big guy's blow. He couldn't fully understand how this was even possible, and how Ern was able to block a blow with the maximum amount of mana with just one hand. But his thoughts were interrupted when Ern grabbed his fist tightly and squeezed it so hard that he most likely broke several of his bones. After which Ern added that most likely this is all that Barand is capable of, and this disappointed him a little, because he hoped to see something more than just stupid direct attacks. And when he finally finished speaking, he decided that it was time for him to finish this fight and do it. He decided to give it a little flick. However, after just a few seconds, it became clear that this was more than enough to put Barand down. Now all that was left was to make the final touch. He turned to Dmitri and told him to listen to him carefully. Then he made an incredibly scary face and said that the guy should understand that he had just seen nothing and that he had just dreamed it. After a while, after a good lesson on the Rocky Mountain, life in the middle class became very easy, with just one problem. The level of teaching in the middle class of the academy is completely inadequate. So Ern often wondered if maybe he really should have gone to high school. But on the other hand, he understood that this would not help him too much, because he just needed to finish this academy, which would most likely help him find chi energy in the future. Suddenly, this boring lesson and all these boring thoughts were interrupted by the system, which notified the boy that the weed removal was completely completed, which meant that the technique of absorbing the heavenly radiance had also completed its work. Like any big city, in Tearos there is also light and darkness, and what Ern wanted is on the dark side. He chose this side not just like that, but in order to get guaranteed freedom of action in the academy. And for this, he needs to get his hands on one person. For the sake of today, Ern had watched him countless times, and it only took a quick glance at him from behind, and he could immediately tell that this was the one the guy needed so much. Without a doubt, it was Instructor Circle in front of him. Seeing that he had finally left the academy, Ern decided that it was time for him to set out on his journey. Sir Call walked around the city at night and thought about what he needed to do next, and in general, how much longer he had to do this. But on the other hand, he couldn't answer this question because he really had no way to change anything. Suddenly, he felt a rather strong aura that immediately attracted his attention, so he immediately turned around to look back. In the crowd, he noticed a man standing in a robe and looking at him. Circle immediately realized that this aura was coming from this strange man. But literally a few seconds later, this man disappeared. He literally dissolved into the crowd. Circle was of course incredibly shocked when he saw this, because he didn't think that it was even possible to evaporate in such a short time. So he immediately wanted to know who this man was and why it seemed to him that this man knew him. In any case, he decided to leave immediately because he had a bad feeling about this. But he didn't manage to run far because a few minutes later, that same strange man caught up with Circal. Before he could say a word to ask who the man was and why he was following him, this same stranger suddenly began to say that Circal was an instructor at the academy who should be a model for imitation, but instead he was into alcohol and women. The man also believed that the love between the knight and the waitress was a bit too much, and that Circal should stop it quickly. After all, if this were to somehow surface, the instructor would clearly become the most talked about person in the capital. Circal got tired of listening to this, so he finally asked the man a question in which he wanted to find out who this man was. The stranger gave him a rather unexpected answer, and said that the man could call him a fateful meeting in a good place. At that moment, Circle thought about the fact that he no longer felt any energy nearby, so he could concentrate on this man who somehow knew the details of his personal life. The decision came to the man on its own. In his head, there was an understanding that if he did not catch this man, then he would not be able to find out, so he made the decision to start attacking him. However, his attacks were not as successful as he could have expected. Every blow of his was blocked or parried by the stranger. After a few blows, Circle realized that the scoundrel was not as simple as he might have seemed, and in his case, a protracted duel could be incredibly dangerous and unpredictable. In that case, he decided to use his aura and finally finish off this stranger. But no matter how strong his blow was, Circle's opponent was able to block it with incredible ease. Or to be more precise, he simply stood in place and did not even move his hand. After such a blow, the man noted that Circle had a fairly strong blow, and if he continued training, he would clearly be able to achieve greater success. This was a shock to Circle because it finally dawned on him that those who were able to envelop themselves in an aura on their upper body were pure first class, which he definitely couldn't defeat. Therefore, he decided to stop the fight for now and find out from the man who he really was, because he clearly did not look like an ordinary passerby. The stranger continued to hide his identity, instead telling details of the life of Circle, who, as he knows, is dating a waitress named Sylvia. The man certainly didn't expect to hear that the stranger knew even such details. He realized that this stranger was most likely from the nightly inspection squad, but these words caused the man to laugh, after which he stated that Circle should relax, because he certainly did not intend to disgrace him. Moreover, on the contrary, he came here to help him keep his secret. But before explaining everything to Circle, the man suggested that he first go to another place where they could talk without prying ears. After a few minutes of conversation, the stranger found out that, in fact, Sylvia was the daughter of Circle's former lover, and the man had a relationship with the girl that was not what one might think. Therefore, the man decided to calm Circle down a little. And to do this, he told him that in life, there are actually different difficulties. But in his opinion, Circle has it too hard, because such sacrifices for the sake of the daughter of his first love, not everyone could decide on something like that. The instructor replied that Sylvia was actually doing a job that she didn't like at all, but that at least a few hours a week when he was around her, she might feel a little relief. The stranger listened to him attentively, until at one point he said that Circle had apparently spent quite a lot of gold coins to help this girl, so he didn't quite understand why he didn't immediately shell out a lot of money and buy her freedom. Circle would very much like to do this, but from his words it became clear that they demand 10,000 gold coins, but he does not have that much money, and he cannot put it aside because the salary at the academy is too small. Then the stranger did not understand why he could not simply ruin the business of its owner. Wasn't that a trifling matter for someone with the power of a knight? Circle answered this question quite quickly, according to him. Everything was not as simple as it might seem, because he would have to deal with the Black Mamba, and this is a huge group that controls the entire dark side of Thearos, and the knight's skills alone will clearly not be enough here. According to the man, he knew about this group, and it is still quite surprising to him that the city guard is in no hurry to deal with them. For Circle, this was actually not at all surprising, because Sylvia works in a drinking establishment that is run by this group, and he does not even know what to do about it. Ern, in the body of this man, thought that the situation was quite different from the version he knew, which he saw in his past life. He always thought that Circle was an instructor who ruined his life by falling in love with a waitress, but now everything looks like pure love that brings tears to his eyes. Ern had originally intended to use this trump card to put pressure on Circle, but now he realized that he had chosen a completely wrong approach. Now it seems to him that the best thing would be to do the instructor a favor and leave him in an unpaid debt. This method of pressure should definitely work. That's why he told the instructor that he could help him, but before that, the man had to make a deal with him. Circle immediately jumped up from his seat and wanted to find out as quickly as possible what he had to do to get the man to help him. The man suddenly wanted to ask the instructor if he knew who Ern Stilgard was. Circle didn't think long and immediately said that of course he knows the guy because he is his instructor. And as soon as he finished speaking, the stranger immediately said that now Circle's main task would be to provide every possible assistance to Ern. Circle's satisfied face disappeared, because he realized that the stranger had arrived here from the Stilgard residence, and most likely, here he was, simply following the instructions of Master Rabadan. But in any case, he believed that whoever sent him, he did not see anything good in his proposal. And he thought so for the reason that the cadets' achievements are also assessed by other instructors. Manipulations with his subject will not affect the overall assessment. At least that's what he thought. After these words, the stranger realized that Sirkal had apparently misunderstood him, because he was not actually asking him to manipulate grades. He asked him first of all to pay attention to his comfort during his stay at the academy. However, given Sirkal's reaction, this did not change the essence at all. According to him, the stranger was far from the first to ask him about such things, and bribing instructors from influential families had always been a thing. But he is not on the list of people who would do something like this, because in his personal dictionary, there is no such word as falsification. The stranger no longer understood how to explain to the man so that he would understand that he was not telling him that he needed to help Ernu with his grades. He was only asking to be given freedom of action. And for this rather simple action, the stranger is ready to free Sylvia. In other words, one could say that if Ern gets freedom, then Sylvia will also become free. Circle stopped being indignant, and now he wanted to know how the man was going to organize this. Was it really going to be some kind of escape? But before the stranger could answer him, Circle added that the Black Mamba were cruel guys, and if Sylvia really had a chance to escape from them. However, the man did not let him finish, assuring Circle that he had misunderstood him again. According to him, the girl would not have to leave Tearos. It was an incredibly good offer for Circle, but he still couldn't agree because he insisted that rigging grades was unacceptable. The stranger was already starting to get angry because he didn't understand how many times he had to repeat that there was no need for this, and if necessary, he could easily prove it. Circle thought that all this was complete nonsense, and the man simply could not prove it, but the man assured him that it was more than possible, especially since there was very little time left to wait. At first, the man had absolutely no idea what this man was talking about or what he meant, until one day Ern took off his mask and showed his true face. The expression on Circle's face spoke for itself. He couldn't believe such things for a long time. What surprised him most was the fact that the guy was able to use aura and magic, to which Ern replied that in fact, he was much stronger than others from the very beginning, but he just hid it. Although the instructor still thought that this was an amazing growth rate, because if he was a first-year student, he would hardly have an aura of this level, and thanks to this, he could become a genius who would go down in history. Moreover, looking at the guy, he literally shouted at him that at 16 years old, he was not even in the second grade, but already in the first grade. Erna was of course amused by these words, so he decided to ask the man if he thought he could get the highest score. Now Circle had no doubt that the guy could do it without any particular problems. Hearing this, Ern asked the man another question, whether he was sure that the guy needed someone to falsify the grades, and then Circle realized that there was no need for this. After which, Ern finally said that he really only had one request, which was that the man would allow him to skip classes from time to time. Of course, it would be on legal grounds. Circle noted that if this is the guy's only condition, then he is of course ready to assist on his part without any problems. However, before they came to an agreement, the man really wanted to know from Ern why he was hiding his abilities, and moreover, how did he find out about Sylvia? The guy answered the man rather dryly, saying that if the instructor was too curious, he would start to suffer from insomnia. Besides, he reminded the man that now this was not the most important thing and not what he should think about first of all. Now Ern asked him to think carefully and give him an answer as soon as possible. And as soon as he finished speaking, Ern paused for a moment and asked Circle again if he was ready to make a deal with him. That evening, Ern went to the head of the Black Mamba clan to take Sylvia with him. The man who was in charge there spoke too slowly, but it was still clear that he first wanted to find out from Sylvia whether she knew this man. Sometime before this, Ern approached her and said that he came here at the request of Circle to get her out of here. So she confidently answered that this man's name was Flip, and he came to her quite often. The head was not entirely happy with this proposal, according to him. As soon as he forgot that Sylvia was causing a lot of trouble, she suddenly did something again that reminded him of her. But after thinking a little more, he still decided to say that if Flip brought him 10,000 gold coins, then he could take her with him. However, before he could finish speaking, Ern threw a small bag onto the table. And then he said that in this bag, there were exactly 10,000 gold coins that he asked for. The head immediately took this bag in his hands and began to check whether Flip was telling him the truth, because he could not fully believe that there were such people who could drag in so much money. While he was thinking about this, Flip took Sylvia by the arms and was about to leave. But he was left by the head of the clan, who asked the man to wait and then said that he had not finished speaking yet, and Flip would be incredibly rude if he just left without listening to his interlocutor, although Flip believed that they had agreed because he had just given him 10,000 gold coins. According to the man, He says this amount only to weed out the scumbags, because he is first and foremost a businessman and never does anything at a loss to himself. And this means that he wants to weigh everything up again, and for this he wanted to find out from Flick how much he thinks Sylvia earns per year working for them. Before he could answer, the headman himself gave an answer, saying that for some ordinary eatery, its earnings would be about 8,000 gold, but he could easily get up to 12,000 gold from it. And given all this, he wasn't entirely sure that it made sense to hand over an ace for money that could be recouped in just a year. Flick understood what the boss was hinting at, and immediately after that wanted to know from him how much he wanted to let Sylvia go. The chief smiled and said that it could well be used for the next 10 years. But when she gets old and is no longer in demand, she can be sent as a concubine to some local rich man. And in this case, he can receive about 20,000 gold coins. And if you calculate the total amount, it will come out to about 130,000 gold coins, which she can bring him over the next 10 years. And according to him, this is the extreme price for which he is ready to consider giving the girl away. Before Flick could answer, the chief immediately began to say that he had thought that the man was not that rich, after which he threw his bag of gold at him and said that since he did not have that many coins, he could take his change and leave immediately. In response, Flick took out some coins and told him that he was also giving him one last chance to take this bag of coins, or they had another option, which was that they fight one against the other. These words made the head of the Black Mamba laugh, because for the first time, he heard that everyone around him did only what they liked, because it seemed to him that the man did not quite understand where he was and who he was dealing with. Flick didn't listen to him and interrupted him to say that he knew in advance that everything would turn out this way, because everyone who moves in the criminal world acts in a similar way, although he also didn't consider himself the kindest person, but still it seems to him that he should teach them a lesson. Sylvia realized what could happen now, so she went to Mr. Flip to tell him that he should not do this, because those people from the Red Cobra, they are incredibly dangerous and cruel people. Flick was silent for a while and then asked her not to worry about it. He was confident in his abilities and asked her to stand behind him. The leader of these bandits at that moment was telling his guys that his patience was already starting to run out, and therefore he would like to ask them to remove this clown from his office. But before he could finish speaking, one of the mercenaries fell from an incomprehensible object and apparently would never be able to get up again. Flip shot him with one of the coins he was holding, and then said that they could have just taken the 10,000 gold coins and ended this boring conversation. After which he continued to shoot coins, and the rest of the mercenaries began to fall one after another. The head of this clan was, of course, angered by this, so he immediately took out his blade and used his magic to finish off this man. But he couldn't hold out for long because Flip threw another coin, which hit his hand, and for the same reason he dropped his sword. However, as it turned out a little later, this was not the biggest problem, because after that, he simply could not move his hand. And as soon as he raised his head again, he saw Flip's angry face in front of him, who immediately wanted to ask the man who he suddenly wanted to attack with his dark magic. The man suggested that he probably needed to be spoken to in the language of the criminal world so that the boss would understand what he had done wrong. The clan leader didn't quite understand what was going on, so Flip had to hit him to make him understand as quickly as possible. After which Flip approached him quite slowly and along the way talked about how man is actually a truly complex creature. After such a beating, the head began to beg the man to stop, and for this he would give him twice as much money as compensation. The man believed that Flip had been paid to come and solve this problem, and the boss decided to offer him a lot more just to make him stop. Flip pretended that he was very interested and wanted to get not twice as much but 3 times. The headman took these words with a smile and said that there was definitely no need to worry about this, because he had enough money to cover all his needs. And then he decided to say that if Flip also revealed who his customer was, he would agree to pay him 4 times more. Besides, he didn't understand at all what there was to think about here, because if Flip only wanted, he could give him a recommendation for work in their organization. But Flip pointed out that that wasn't the issue. The main problem was that if you multiply 0 by 3 or even 4, you still get 0. And only now did it dawn on the man that he probably should have gotten the order first and only then come here. Surprise was immediately visible on the face of the clan leader, because he could not believe that the man came here without any order. And as soon as he decided to ask again why he came here, Flip immediately told him that he came here first of all to take Sylvia with him, after which he came even closer to him and said that he should have seized the opportunity when he gave it to him. And now it was too late, and before he could say a word, Flip shot his coin straight into his head, which clearly left him no chance. Flip turned to Sylvia and said that he was very sorry that she had to witness such a cruel scene. But when he heard his words, everything inside him boiled. So in the end, he could not hold back. Sylvia became even more interested in finding out who the man was then, if he was capable of such things. Flip asked her to finally understand that he is the man sent by Circle, and he is the one who will give her freedom, after which they went to a local hotel, where Flip gave them enough money to rent the entire top floor. And he also asked to bring dinner only for this girl, and he forbade them to approach him until he himself called them. With such a number of coins, the owner of the hotel had no questions left, and he promised that he would do everything in the best possible way. They went up to the top floor, and Flip told the girl that he would be in his room across the street, so she had nothing to worry about. The only thing she needed to do now was get some good rest. She wished him good night and went to her room. And Ern at that moment remained in the corridor and thought about the fact that he had erased all traces with the help of disintegrating acid, and they had gotten out of there unnoticed by anyone. At least he thought that no one would threaten them that night. So he decided to use this time to practice a little, clashing with the Zirkel aura, the ascending method he used to channel Qi into the gold coins, and the thousand-dimensional footwork technique he used to reach the inn with Sylvia on his back. When he released his skills without any concealment, he realized how necessary the foundation was for mastering the technique of the Northern Lights. The Heavenly Cultivation Technique and the Northern Lights Technique have the same root, but he missed the core principle that exists in the Heavenly Cultivation Technique but is absent from the Northern Lights Technique, namely the intersection of two martial arts that will connect the scattered threads. It took him a whole night to finally piece together all the scattered threads. In other words, he was able to clear the space by removing the weeds and sow the seed of the Northern Lights Technique that has 7 stars. And when he was finally able to understand the basics, it began to bear fruit, which could not help but surprise Ern. The only superior rank of humanity, a special rank that the founding emperor achieved at the age of 17, but Ern was able to repeat his success and even surpass him because he managed to obtain this rank at the age of 16. The thunder sword that Ern held in his hands was made of wood struck by lightning, and the blade was made of wrought iron smelted in a 1,000-year-old thunder mine, and lightning was also embedded inside, so it emits soft electrical energy even in normal times. And this electrical energy can be strengthened by introducing internal force. Considering all this, Ern was very happy, because in this way he had a practically perfect sword that had no drawbacks, and therefore he thought that with such characteristics, it could be considered a magic sword. He also decided to buy cast iron ghost bullets from the store, which he decided to use as food for Sari. And he also acquired the path of dominance. It was an exalted dignity, and laws that were adapted to the rank of awakening. He also acquired a distortion technique that could change faces to whatever he wanted by fine-tuning facial muscles and bones with internal Qi energy, a skill he thought he would definitely need over time, because messing with human skin was a bit unpleasant. Besides, he thought that now was a great chance for him to test this skill. Sylvia, sitting in her room, heard a knock on the door, and then the words of Flip, who asked her to open the door. But as soon as she opened the door, she was horrified, because she saw in front of her the face of a man whom she wanted to forget forever. She immediately began trying to close the doors, and at the same time screamed as loudly as possible so that at least someone could hear her. Ern realized that something was wrong, so he held the door and repeated once again that it was Flip, and she didn't have to worry. After which he decided to calmly explain to her that this was in fact his real face, because yesterday he used transformation magic because he could not allow himself to be exposed. Sylvia understood everything at once and immediately asked him for forgiveness, because she thought that someone from the Red Cobra had come to her. That's why she had exactly that reaction. Flip immediately after this wanted to know from her why she looked so tired, whether she couldn't sleep, to which the girl answered him that she couldn't even close her eyes for a second because she was too anxious. The guy said that in that case, she should have come to his room, although she noted that he said not to approach him. Flip stopped her and said that these words were said especially for the owner of the hotel, after which he handed her a small bucket which contained various items for personal care, because Flip believed that she could not walk around the city in such a form because she could attract a lot of unnecessary attention. And first of all, he suggested that she change her appearance. A few hours later, Circle came to them and saw a rather strange picture. He immediately apologized for bursting in so unexpectedly, and then said that he must have just been in the wrong room. But before he could leave, Sylvia asked him to stay, because it was really her and he had not made a mistake in the room. He couldn't believe his eyes, so she had to explain that she had simply dyed and cut her hair. Although even after this phrase, He had the feeling that there was a completely different person in front of him. Ern intervened in this conversation and assured Circle that this was simple disguise magic. And the pendant that Sylvia wears on her neck is a magical artifact, and with its help you can avoid the pursuit of the Black Mamba. Circle began to believe them, but still wanted to ask the guy where he managed to get such a thing, and mentally he was also confused by the fact that Ern also changed his face, which is why he did not recognize him at first either. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when a strange creature began to crawl out from under the man's robe, which frightened everyone. And after a few seconds, it shot out like a bullet, but only from the body. This, as expected, scared Sylvia, who could not contain herself and began screaming again. As it turned out a few seconds later, it was Sari who had been under Circle's mantle all this time. Although for Sari, all this was not funny because he was very worried about the fact that Ern did not come home to spend the night. For a long time, Sylvia and Circle could not believe what they saw in front of them. But Ern, looking at his little animal, thought that Sari would be able to recognize him. Even despite the change in appearance, it was so nice. Sylvia walked away a little and decided that she urgently needed to meet this little boy, whose name was Sari. The little animal began to look at Sylvia and think that this person seemed not to be hostile to the owner, so it was most likely possible to become friends with him. After a few seconds, Ern even allowed Sari to play a little with Sylvia, and while they were doing this, Ern decided to talk a little with Sir Kal. The first thing he wanted to know from the man was what he wanted to know about his request. Circle replied that he had tried to do everything as best as possible and had first signed Ern up for a closed training session. Closed training was quite good because Ern understood perfectly well that this could become a great excuse when he would actively skip classes. Circle also added that this would only work until the next full moon, but Ern immediately said that this was actually a very short period. Circle explained to him that this was actually a very difficult question because the number of days that the middle class could get at one time was very limited, but according to the rules, closed training could be done up to 3 times. This was not exactly good news, so Ern noted that apparently nothing could be done about it, and the man would still have to think about what other options there were. To begin with, the guy decided to stop at what he already had, and now he would like to suggest that the man make an exact calculation, after which he approached Sylvia and handed her a bag of gold and said that this was her share, and she could consider it a kind of compensation for the exploitation of her labor. And he took the money when he was covering his tracks. Circle also received his share, and Ern did not forget to give him these coins. However, the man immediately told him that he could not accept them. Ern interrupted his speech and immediately said that the man could consider that he was returning the money that he had spent in the Black Mamba establishments. Besides, according to Ern, he feels a little awkward about appropriating the entire amount for himself, since he wouldn't have received it if it weren't for the two of them. Circle took this bag in his hands and thought about how everything was resolved so easily. He didn't even think that it was possible at all, considering the shackles that were on Sylvia's shoulders. So he decided to tell Ern that for his help, he would do everything possible to repay him in kind, and would try to do it in any way possible. Ern had been waiting for this answer and was glad that the man had finally said it, so he smiled and told him that they would most likely work together in the future. After which he again turned to Sylvia to find out from her what she was going to do next, and whether she had any thoughts at all on this matter. The girl admitted that she doesn't have any special thoughts about this yet, because it all happened too unexpectedly, and she doesn't have any plans in her head yet. In that case, Ern decided to offer her to help him for a while. He didn't just offer some strange job, he directly stated that she could work for him officially, and he even already had one case in mind that they could do together. At this time, the guys from the Black Mamba came to their colleague and realized that he apparently decided to screw them over, because he was not there, and he took all his money with him. One of them was named Bass, and he believed that things were not so simple here. He suspected that their colleague might have disappeared against his will. Although his comrade named Titan certainly didn't think so, in his opinion, Bass was simply pretending to be reasonable again, because he only needed one look to understand that he had raked in all the gold and run away. Bass asked Titan to at least use his brain a little when he speaks, because if you think a little and look more closely, you can easily notice that the safe was not opened with a key. The door was clearly broken using force. And when Bass told him about this, Titan took a closer look and really saw traces of a break-in, but he still believed that Gabe or his accomplices were involved. Bass had no doubt that Titan would answer exactly like that, so he asked him to think again about the fact that if it had been one of his subordinates, he would hardly have been able to cut the iron plate so evenly. Before Titan could answer, Bass stated that he had no doubt that Aura was involved. But if that was the case, then Titan didn't really understand why a robber with an aura would touch Gabe at all. It was a difficult question, so Bass decided to walk around and look for some clues that could help answer this question, and the first thing he noticed was that everything was perfectly clean. However, at one point he did notice something interesting. Under one of the cabinets there was some object that attracted his attention, after which he could say with confidence that Gabe had indeed been attacked by someone, and apparently this room had been visited by a character unknown to them. Titan didn't quite understand what Bass meant, so he asked him to explain. And for this he took out a coin and asked Titan how many owners of aura exist who are capable of destroying people with just one throw of a gold coin. Moreover, one should not forget that this is such a secret place that no outsiders know about it. And now, Bass didn't care at all who this person was. He believed that his biggest mistake was that he dared to disturb them. Meanwhile, continued to actively meditate and think that in order to expand the area of concentration of chi energy, he would need to drink a lot of different elixirs. But on the other hand, he can easily gather 100 years of chi energy and awaken the Northern Lights technique. However, considering all the other facts, he realized that for him, in fact, at the moment, such progress would be quite enough. He only needed to hope that right now he could reach the peak stage of chi development, thereby showing excessive greed. So he decided that he should take a little rest, especially since he had achieved certain goals. After which, he thought that he might have to live as Flip longer than he planned, so he decided to get a mansion for 50,000 gold coins. Considering that it was sold in the capital, it was a fairly reasonable price that was neither too high nor too low. After observing Sylvia for several days, he came to the conclusion that she was much more capable than he could have imagined, to the point that she managed to complete all the work assigned to them. In addition, she can read and write and is also trained in etiquette. All this prompted the guy to think that the girl most likely belonged to some fallen aristocratic family, but he decided not to inquire about it, because if his guess is correct, then perhaps with his questions he can touch upon some painful memories, similar to what he experienced in a past life. In other words, there was no need to interfere in her affairs, and besides, he only had 10 days of closed training left. Therefore, he simply could not waste a minute on all sorts of useless things. He re-entered the world of trade, where he immediately noticed that Hearthstone had grown quite a bit, despite the fact that the Alliance was pushing its high-price policy. Now realized that this man was much smarter than he could have imagined. But all this was only to his advantage, because now the time had come to cast his line. And for this, published mana stones for only 20 coins, which was significantly lower than the market price that Hearthstone and his team set. So many people bought them and were very happy, because they waited a long time for the price of these stones to begin to fall. In addition, noted that he had a limited amount of this product, so he advised them to buy as soon as possible in order to have time to buy these stones at a good price. Within minutes of putting the stones on the market, he had active sales. So he just sat and enjoyed the fact that his plan had worked again. There was an equally quick reaction from Mr. Hearthstone, who immediately decided to invite to take part in the conversation. And as soon as the guy confirmed and entered into a dialogue, he immediately heard the man start yelling at him and saying that he urgently needed to stop doing what he was doing, and the man absolutely didn't care what had come up with. Of course, expected such a reaction, but he didn't think that the man would immediately start yelling at him, so he couldn't think of anything better than to simply tell him that he was also glad to see him. After which he immediately noticed that Hearthstone's business began to flourish, and thanks to this, he was able to sell mana stones, which cost 3 coins at most, and he managed to raise the price to as much as 20, which was incredibly pleasant. The man could not believe his words, because at that moment it dawned on him that was the same shameless bastard who started selling mana stones. And before that, he bought them all at an incredibly low price. So he immediately wanted to know from the guy how he managed to do it at all, to which replied with a smile that it was a commercial secret that he would not like to tell. In response, he heard another scream. Hearthstone had a hard time holding back, so he screamed as loudly as possible. But decided to interrupt him and say that he was not here primarily to fight, and he did not want to quarrel with him, just talk a little about their affairs. According to the guy, he came here only to earn a measly 10,000 coins, and after that, he will immediately leave and will not interfere with Hearthstone to continue to deceive people. But the man immediately asked him not to talk this nonsense, because he was definitely not going to just sit back and wait while would deceive him, because before that, had managed to create advertisements with which he essentially slandered them, and thereby created a bad reputation. Moreover, the man didn't just say these words. He decided that he would create a huge piece of paper with a protest, which he would send to the top so that the guy would be punished. And in some ways, Ern agreed with him and understood that he had gone a little too far when he wrote his statement. But even so, it was a little strange to him that Hearthstone didn't understand that he would never have done this if he hadn't had a ready-made plan in hand. This is the restriction on the trade of mana stones, which Aaron asked Mime about. And he told him that among the masters of the channel of the Zero system he has a junior comrade. So he decided to entrust him with this matter, and in the future, they will provide him with more comfortable conditions for his activities in the Zero system. Ern was glad to hear this, so he told Mayim that he was in his debt. But the man immediately told the guy that there could be no debts between them, and if the guy continued to talk like that, he would be upset. Given Ern's relationship with Mayim, the boy could only wish Hearthstone luck in getting his protest accepted and considered. And all these thoughts made Ern think about what other gift he could give him to make the man even more angry. But suddenly, he was interrupted by the sound of a notification. Ern was a little surprised when he saw who sent him the message. It was a golden dragon with a jade face, Zhou Gam Hui, who wanted to offer the guy a proposal for a part-time job. The guy immediately started to worry about this because he absolutely did not understand where this person came from. After all, he was incredibly influential. The owner of the trading guild, the only grandson of the trading king Zhou Gyeomnam, even the golden dragon envies his skills and wealth. The Nerite prominent beauties admire his face. The level of inaction that threatened the super advanced players due to the desire to avenge his parents. He does not reveal his abilities, and all this was in a small, brief summary that Ern was able to see before agreeing to talk to this man. What interested him most was the phrase about revenge for parents. Ern was very interested to know if this was somehow connected with part-time workers. Just by looking at Zhou Gam Hui's short report, Ern could conclude that he was a man who seemed to have no regrets and did everything with confidence. So Ern didn't mind playing hard to get with him. It had been about 4 hours since he had received the note, so Ern felt that this was more than enough and that he could now slowly begin to make contact with him. First, he entered the first system and then asked for a request to talk to the golden dragon with the jade face, Zhou Gam. The first thing Zhou Gum did was thank Ern for answering him, and Ern was immediately surprised that Zhou Gum answered him in literally 1 second. Apparently, the man was in a hurry somewhere. Ern told him that he had some business to attend to, but was now ready to talk to him. Although Zhou Gum assured him that it was no big deal, since he himself felt a little embarrassed for disturbing the boy during working hours. The guy was of course pleased to hear this, but he still asked the man to get down to business quickly, and first he wanted to ask him where he found out about the part-time job. Zhou Gum told him that he was in a hurry, so he simply demonstrated the urgency of the matter, without really preparing, for which he felt a little ashamed and was forced to ask for forgiveness. After which he added that he heard that Ern had recently had a conflict with the elixir traders, and they say that the head of the Great Mountain Center was gravely insulted. Ern didn't think that the conversation would turn to this, but he still realized that apparently Zhou Gum and the head of the Great Mountain were well acquainted, and what Ern also noticed was that this man was a chatterbox. Therefore, he thought so because he couldn't cope with him on his own, so he pulled Zhou Gum into this matter. Ern's interlocutor immediately assured him that this was not entirely true, because they had actually crossed paths with the head of the Great Mountain several times and were simply acquaintances, and this story was passed from mouth to mouth and thus reached him. In any case, Ern didn't care. He just wanted to know from Zhou Gum what business he had with him. Zhou Gum noted that he had heard that he had 10 tickets to report. Now Ern understood what was going on here. He began to understand that Miam's words had some meaning to them, and in some situation, they would listen to him. But most of all, he was surprised because he didn't think that anyone would even believe such nonsense. At that moment, he remembered Miam, who told the guy that the stock report had been drawn from a random box. But the most important thing was that if Ern stuck to this legend, he would clearly not lose anything, and might even be able to earn something. He also couldn't help but think that he should add a little spice to this situation. So first he decided to ask Zhou Gam how he found out about this, because he didn't seem to share this information with anyone. And as soon as Ern said this, Zhou Gam immediately thought that these rumors were probably true. After which he immediately answered Ern that sometimes he manages to get the necessary information, but now he would still like to find out from Ern. Or does he still have those 10 tickets? Ern smiled and told the man that he actually had the tickets, but he had used them just recently. It was immediately clear from the expression on Zhou Gum's face that this was very sad news for him, and this was what he was most afraid to hear. He was very upset, then began to tell Ern that he was very grateful to him for giving him a little time, despite his busy schedule and the fact that they still couldn't come to an agreement. Ern interrupted his sadness when he said that he didn't have 10 tickets, but he still had the right to provide a report. And immediately after these words, hope appeared in Joe's eyes, and he immediately wanted to know how many attempts the guy had left. To which he replied that if he was not mistaken, he had about 5 attempts left, since he had used the other 5 to catch part-time workers. Joe's reaction was very mixed because he started laughing out loud, which confused Ern a little. And when he calmed down a little, the man began to talk about how he finally had a small chance to take revenge. According to him, he was going to do everything possible to ensure that these creatures burned in hell. And today, the heavens finally turned to face him. Ern simply waited for the man to speak, although in his mind he wasn't sure if it was the same person he had just spoken to. Joe realized that he was not alone, so he asked Ern for forgiveness and began to talk about how there are those in this world with whom he cannot live under the same sky, and he calls them enemies who destroyed his parents. According to the man, he lived his whole life with the thought of revenge, and finally today he will be able to see a ray of hope. Ern couldn't help but notice that Joe apparently wanted to get the right to provide a report. Therefore, his enemies were those who were engaged in the exchange. Joe confirmed this and said that there is one he suspects the most. Ern understood his circumstances, but he still wanted to know what they would do next, because he could not give him the right to provide reports. Joe didn't think it was as important as it might seem because he would be more than happy with just handing over the contents. And according to Joe, he is ready to buy all 5 pieces and he is ready to pay 50,000 coins. Hearing this, Ern immediately became interested. He also thought that judging by the phase of the soul and the fact that he was ready to calmly pay 50,000 coins, one could conclude that he was not from an ordinary rich family. If Ern is not mistaken, then Grandpa Joe is an incredibly great man, and he cannot even roughly judge how great a man the king of trade is, and although he never heard his name in his past life, seeing the lack of information about him on the stock exchange, one can conclude that he does not deal with transactions. Now, the fact that Joe has exactly 50,000 coins in his account suggests that he must have thought that this would be quite enough. But now it was his turn to make a move. Ern asked the question, wanting to find out if Joe really thought this would be enough. Joe immediately began to tell him that 50,000 coins is more than 200 grams of gold, a reserve that will not be exhausted even after 3 generations. And he knows that Ern earned 30,000 coins by using the report 5 times, so he thinks that he made the guy a pretty good offer. Ern immediately answered him that the amount earned with the help of 5 tickets was exactly 32,000 coins, and in fact, he won much more from this than it might seem at first glance. After which he told Joe that thanks to the suspension of 2 companies from the top 5 elixir producers for a month, he was able to strengthen his position in the elixir market. And considering the coins that were earned after that incident, it cannot be said that he earned only 30,000 coins. Although he couldn't say that everything turned out this way only because of the report, its presence increased his chances of success. However, depending on how and who uses the report, its value will vary greatly. Ern continued to tell Joe things that he certainly didn't expect to hear from an ordinary merchant. According to the guy, he too had been on the path of revenge for quite a long time, and at first it brought him pleasure and made him feel better. But now he knows what revenge really is, and wants to ask Mr. Joe if revenge is really worth 50,000 coins to him. If this was really so, then Ern believed that it could only mean one thing, that his words about living his whole life with the thought of revenge were a lie, and these words were actually worth nothing. Joe did not hold back and immediately shouted that he had been waiting for this day his whole life, and it was real hard labor for him. Ern was glad to hear this, because this was the very reaction he wanted to see to his provocation, and this meant that everything was going according to plan, and he just had to push Joe a little in the right direction, and that was it. Suddenly, something distracted his attention. Something was on the street, and Ern immediately realized that he had problems. So he immediately asked Joe to continue their conversation a little later, because he had some urgent business to attend to. Before Joe could say a word, Ern interrupted their conversation and then began to take out his sword, realizing that suspicious energy was clearly gathering outside. And he was absolutely right, because outside the hotel, quite a lot of different people had gathered, and at the head of this detachment was Bass, who assured them all that they had arrived at the right place, and the only thing he wanted to ask them was to get ready, because they would soon begin their offensive. A few minutes later, they carefully approached Ern's door to catch him by surprise. One of them decided to check how things were going, but as soon as he reached for the door handle, a colossal energy immediately fell upon him. This guy won't be able to continue fighting today, and it was obvious right away. And while the other guys were distracted by this trick, Ern flew out of the room. Looking at him, it became clear that everything would not go as easily as they thought, because he looked incredibly frightening. They immediately realized that the guy knew that they were coming, and therefore was able to prepare, but they had no other choice and they needed to go on the attack. However, they did not manage to do this first because Ern, like lightning, went into battle and dealt them enough blows, which managed to hit them before they even saw him. He destroyed all his enemies except one, to whom he decided to ask a question, and if he gave him an answer, then he would leave him alive without unnecessary torment. And the question was who they were really looking for, Ern or perhaps Flip, after which he changed his image. Titan and Bass stood outside in the meantime and saw how bright color filled some dark areas of the building. Bass didn't like all this, and the first thing he did was assume that the first group they sent out had fallen into a trap, and apparently the one they were hunting knew that they would come. In his mind, he understood that the one they were hunting had an aura, and therefore he believed that there was no point in dividing the forces at his disposal into parts. In that case, he decided that they should immediately all go inside and pull out this scoundrel. Upon entering, each of them immediately noticed that there was complete silence inside the house, which even gave them goosebumps. So the man asked them to be as careful as possible because it was far from known who they were dealing with and how strong this person was. However, they won't have to guess for long, so Ern decided to come out himself and say that they were apparently a little stupid since they decided to go for a frontal attack. They immediately started yelling at him to immediately introduce himself and who he was, or they would have to destroy him. Ern smiled and said that he had a feeling that it was he who had broken into their house, and not they into him. Bass interrupted their conversation to ask the guy a question, in which he wanted to know if it was he who destroyed Gabe. Ern mentally understood why these guys came, so he confidently answered that he did it and did not regret it one bit. And immediately after this confession, all the guys took their swords firmly in their hands and ran to attack him. Ern raised his sword and noted that the guys were in too much of a hurry, which would sooner or later put them in a difficult position. And besides, they had not yet gotten to know each other properly, and they had already decided to attack him. Immediately after these words, Titan struck the guy, but Ern was able to dodge it and did it incredibly easily. In his mind, he thought that this big guy was quite strong, and he felt a little sorry that such abilities were wasted in one of the criminal organizations. While Ern was actively fighting them, Bass watched this closely and immediately noticed that the guy was much stronger than they could have thought. The subordinates that Bass brought with him are the elite, especially since Titan, who is the leader of the vanguard of their organization, is also fighting with them, but they still could not defeat him. So at one point, he finally got out what he had hoped with all his heart not to use, but apparently he couldn't do without it. And as soon as Bass got this paper, all his guys immediately understood what would happen next. But the most important thing is that they urgently needed to run away now. Otherwise, nothing good would happen if they stayed in their place. By tearing up the piece of paper he had been holding in his hands all this time, he was able to create a huge seal. And as it turned out, it was pure magic with which Bass was able to summon the ice blocks with which he attacked Erna. These icy boulders surrounded Ern from all sides, and it seemed impossible to get out of this icy prison. Meanwhile, Bass took off and started running away, shouting to his guys that they all needed to get to shelter, and that they needed to do it immediately. There was an explosion, and as the fog cleared, some bloodstains became visible. Titan immediately noticed that it was amazing, although it still seemed to him that they could have done without using the scroll that cost 1,000 coins. Bass didn't argue with him. It was really a pity, because it was a mass destruction magic that could be used on the battlefield. But still, that owner of the aura was very strong, so he decided to do this to finish him off once and for all. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a voice that wanted to ask the man why he had arranged such a thing here, since he had only bought this mansion a week ago, and they had already come and destroyed it. And a few seconds later, they saw that same guy who was slowly emerging from the fog and saying that the repairs would cost a pretty penny, and they should prepare to reimburse the costs for it. Titan couldn't believe his eyes that not only had the guy survived, but he hadn't received a single injury. Bass was just as surprised, and his mind also couldn't wrap itself around the fact that the guy had survived, since he was more than sure that he had been in the very center of the explosion. At that moment, Ern was thinking that the highest limit was so great because he was essentially able to block magic for self-defense, and the magic could be of a fairly high level. The only thing Ern regretted was that he had not managed to completely reduce all the cold energy to nothing, and that some of it had even remained in his hair. And while he was trying to get this annoying ice out of his hair, he started getting angry because he put so much effort into taking care of it, and these guys came into his house and ruined everything. After which he took his sword and decided to make sure that each of them would be punished for damaging not only his house, but also his hair. Bass and Titan were a little surprised by Ern's strength, but they also found it quite strange to realize that the guy was so angry just because he damaged his hair. A few minutes after Ern got angry, Bass and Titan were not in the best condition. Ern understood that if he hadn't held back for one moment, at this rate he could easily have destroyed the whole house. Although on the other hand, he did not regret it at all, because his hair was at stake, for which he was ready to do anything. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed that one of the doors of the house was open, and when he looked around, he immediately noticed that some of the bandits were missing, which could mean that they ran away while Ern was dodging the explosion. He immediately jumped up because he understood that he was not alone in the house and these people could harm Sylvia. But as soon as he ran out into the corridor, he noticed that the rest of the bandits who had escaped were lying unconscious in the corridor. But what was most surprising to him was that each of them had a pierced chest, and it didn't look at all like a sword mark. Before he had time to think about who could have done this, his attention was suddenly drawn to a strange creature that appeared from the shadows. It was a unicorn, which scared the guy a little at first. But then it finally dawned on him that it was actually Sari. Ern was very happy that his beloved pet had changed so much, he was literally unrecognizable now. Besides, Sari is strong enough to be able to so easily deal with those bandits who attacked them. At this point, their conversation was interrupted by Sylvia, who slowly opened the door to her room and asked him to explain to her what was going on here. Ern didn't answer her question until he knew she was okay, which she quickly assured him and continued to ask what was going on and what was that unicorn next to him. The guy immediately told her that if she didn't know, this is Sari's transformation. Now he looks like this and it's quite normal. He was very happy to tell her that Sari could take on other forms. Moreover, according to Ern, she would see this quite often in the future, so it seemed to him that she would quickly get used to it. Now she understood what was wrong with Sari, but she still wanted to know what happened in the house because she heard a loud noise and got scared. Flip told her about the small black mamba infestation that had occurred, but he immediately tried to reassure her that there was nothing to worry about because he had already sorted it all out. He also said that he was very glad that she was okay, but he was still forced to ask her to stay in her room with Sari for now, so that he could make sure that there were no criminals left in the house. He also added that he was going to conduct a small interrogation because he had accumulated a lot of questions. As soon as Bass opened his eyes, he immediately felt an incredibly strong pain that engulfed his entire body. After which he calmed down a little and thought about how he had managed to survive at all, because he was sure that he had been stabbed in the stomach. But not everything was as rosy as it might have seemed to him, because he immediately noticed that something was wrong with his legs and arms. He was literally unable to move them. His thoughts and panic were interrupted at one point by Ern, who appeared out of nowhere and with a smile asked the man how he felt after such a difficult battle. Bass was of course very angry, so he immediately started yelling at Ern and asking him what he did with his body. Ern, listening to him scream, thought about how this man did not appreciate the fact that he left him alive at all. A few seconds after these words, Titan finally came to his senses, and his reaction was quite similar to Bass's, because he also screamed in surprise, and then from the fact that he couldn't feel his legs or arms. Bass immediately turned to him and asked Titan not to waste his strength for nothing, because he was almost sure that this was probably some kind of magic, considering that they managed to survive. Ern decided to interrupt this sentimental scene and asked them to listen to him, after which he introduced himself as Flip, and he admitted it so abruptly because he understood perfectly well that most likely in the future conversation, they would not be able to keep their mouths shut. He then asked them to understand that he had the power to bring them back to life, but for now he didn't see much point in it. Now he preferred the option of burning them and then reviving them again, and so on in a circle. And he was going to do this throughout the night, until they begged him to destroy them once and for all. They realized that they couldn't joke with this guy, so they immediately introduced themselves, and Flip noted that they were great, because this was just a great start. After which he began to say that if you think about it a little, you can conclude that the boss would hardly take part in such a fight, which means that they are far from the most important, and are most likely in the middle of the hierarchy in their clan. Titan laughed at this conclusion, and then added that it was unlikely that top management would behave this way with people who were in the middle. After which he admitted that they were actually a group that had been thrown out by the new boss. Flip responded to his words by saying that in his opinion, each of them at least reached the 4th class. And as for Titan, he would have given him the third, and it seemed rather strange to him that such a strong group was abandoned. The guy noted that he didn't really believe that their organization had suddenly become a royal knightly order. Titan answered him that this is essentially how it is. Their new boss is called Kamazan, and he is a bastard to them who throws talented people to the very bottom just because they did not take his side. Flip, hearing this, decided to say that apparently a guy named Kamazan was that very new boss, and if he understood them correctly, then they had a rather tense relationship with him because they did not take his side. They confirmed everything that Flip had just told them. And then he said that, to put it briefly, they were now expendable material, who had two options. If they win, then good, but if they lose, then they still don't feel sorry for them, and no one will go to save them. Flip quickly realized that their new boss would benefit from either of these two options, because if they died, he would lose those who were against him. But if they could survive and complete the task, they would return with the stolen money, which was also good. The guy understood this, so he decided to ask them the next question, the essence of which was that he wanted to find out from them how they managed to find him at all. Bass did not hide anything, so he began to talk about how when everyone was saying that other organizations did this, the first thing he did was draw attention to one nuance. This nuance was that one of the waitresses had disappeared. Based on this, he understood that if someone had taken her and run away, then there were only two possible scenarios left. Either they had left the capital together, or they were hiding somewhere in Tiaros. After which he looked at several possible routes and even looked at real estate transactions, and that is how he came to this place after hearing the story. Flip wanted to ask the man how he was able to recognize Sylvia. Bass smiled, because he believed that even if the voice and appearance were changed, it was very difficult to get rid of old habits or gestures. And since she was the main ace of their establishment, he often looked at her. Ern definitely liked this. Mentally, he thought that Bass was apparently a professional in his field, because he was very perceptive and meticulous for a member of a criminal organization. And if you look at the two of them together, you can see that Titan is essentially the body and Bass is the head, and this is actually not such a bad combination. It was thanks to such thoughts that Ern came to the conclusion that these guys would be quite useful to him. He told the guys that at this point he had found out everything he needed to, and now he needed to decide what to do with them next. And as it seemed to him, destroying them was the most prudent option that should be taken. Bass immediately intervened in the conversation and asked the guy to think about it again, because according to him, it was simply pointless for Flip to destroy them, because he would definitely not get anything useful from it. Flip didn't think so. It seemed to him that if he did this, then at least he would get rid of anxious thoughts about the future. Bass continued to persuade him not to do this. Besides, if you believe him, then regardless of the fact that they are outcasts, the organization will still not turn a blind eye to this incident, and they in turn have connections throughout the capital. In other words, there is no place that would not feed them. And to sum it up, Bass was far from confident that the guy would be able to withstand the storm, disturbing the Black Mamba. Flip didn't argue with him, because in fact he saw sense in his words, although it seemed to him that their organization did not pose a threat to him. But the possible consequences should not be ignored. It turns out that they want to save their lives, but he wants to get rid of worries about the future, so he wanted them to think and find some way by which the three of them could get what they so badly want. Bass did not know the answer to this question, which really scared Titan, because if Bass does not know the answer to this question, then he, in turn, does not know what to do in such a situation. Flip calmed them down a bit and said that in fact there was one way that might help them fix this problem. A few hours after the discussions, Bass and Titan stood in front of their men and talked about how their task now was to capture the Black Mamba. They didn't quite understand what was going on, so Bass tried to explain to them that they had unfortunately failed their mission because they didn't have enough power to destroy the man sitting behind them to begin with. And when the guys looked at Ern, he deliberately made a terrifying face so that they wouldn't think that Bass was joking, and that if they refused, he would instantly destroy them and not leave even a smell of them. They realized that it was better not to argue, so they agreed to it, although they thought that it would be incredibly difficult, considering how big the clan was. Bass laughed at them and said that in reality it was not just difficult, it was practically impossible, even if all those who supported them came. Besides, the guys didn't quite understand how they could even trust that man's word, and how they could be sure that ultimately he wouldn't destroy them. Bass immediately responded and said that he did bring them back to life when they were practically in another world, and even if they couldn't trust him, they still had no other choice. He only asked them to remember how Mr. Flip was able to resist the ice blast with his bare hands. This fact alone is worth a lot. In general, Bass believed that this path seemed a little strange, but that person was the first to make such an assumption, and perhaps they would never have such a chance again. Bass admitted that perhaps they would be lucky, and they would still be able to put an end to their discrimination, and if Kamazan continued to be at the head of the organization, then they would continue to be used as expendable material. So they urgently needed to do something about it. After which Titan joined the conversation, who decided to point out to the guys that since they had already managed to survive, shouldn't they try to do something grandiose in their lives? Besides, he didn't see any difference where they died, there or here. But in the fight for the clan, they would at least fight for their rights and freedom. Ern, looking at all this, could not help but mentally notice that those two had excellent teamwork. They were doing a great job, and he did not even doubt that they would be able to persuade their team. But one of the warriors suddenly decided to say that no matter how much he didn't want to, he still wasn't going to risk his life for the sake of a person unknown to him. However, on the other hand, he cannot abandon his commanders, so he agrees and will follow them anywhere. The other guys also started saying that the commanders were absolutely right. They were ordered to capture the owner of the aura, whose abilities were completely unknown to them. And if this is not just sending them to die, then what? And if you look at it from another angle, then they are an important link of the most important ones. And while their older brother's alive and well, how can a bastard who is not able to utter a word of protest call himself a boss? Ern was glad that they were finally able to resolve this issue and supported their zeal to change the owner of Thearos. And according to him, he will not leave them without help, so they don't have to worry about it. A few hours later, the head of the Black Mamba clan was informed that they were able to capture the very owner of the aura, who stole all the coins, which, judging by his facial expression, clearly surprised him. Inside, he was very angry, because he hoped that when he sent this squad on such a mission, they would all die, but they again turned out to be tenacious cockroaches that continued to live even in the harshest conditions. His assistant interrupted the man's thoughts when he told him that the owner of the aura was actually on the verge of life now, because he had been turned into a bloody mess. The leader understood that if those he sent managed to beat him, then this owner was only of the 3rd rank. But he still decided to tell his assistant to take chains and handcuffs with them, tie him up, and immediately bring him to him. And just in case, he asked him to take a couple of guys with good skills with him for insurance. The man wanted so much for all these rebels to die, but this time he was unlucky again, because the idiot who cleaned out the Enterprise turned out to be not so strong. A few minutes later, Bass and Titan brought Flip, the head of the clan, into the office, who, as he had requested, was bound with all possible handcuffs and chains. The first thing the chief wanted to do was to ask the guy who he was because he didn't know his face. The guy introduced himself in a quiet voice, saying that his name was Flip, after which the chief raised his voice and addressed him by name to ask Flip where his money was. Flip answered him rather cheekily, asking in response why the man even thought it was his money, since he had taken it from Gabe. Although later he couldn't help but notice that this was now his money. The boss didn't expect such impudence, so he immediately started yelling at him and saying that this was first and foremost the property of the Black Mamba, and the Black Mamba currently belonged to him, after which he did not wait for an answer and wanted to ask Bass where the money was, and whether they had taken it with them at all. Bass didn't answer him, but only winked, which is not clear what it could mean. This, of course, made the man more and more angry, so he began to call him names and order him to answer normally. And then he stopped reacting normally to everything and just started yelling at them and saying that they should immediately stand at attention and report everything to him as required. Bass waited until the man finished screaming, and in a fairly calm voice answered him that in his entire life he had never done anything senseless, and now he saw no point in talking to a corpse. The chief was of course shocked by such words, so he immediately asked Bass to repeat what he had just told him and what it even meant. Bass looked around and said that there was no one in this room who should remain alive. And then Flip finally entered the game, breaking his chains and making it clear that this was a trap. Well, when the boss realized everything, it was too late because Flip asked Bass and the others to get out of here, unless they, of course, want the same fate as this man who is looking at him. After a few seconds, Ern began swinging the chain, destroying one enemy after another. The head of the Black Mamba at this moment thought about the fact that for some reason, he had some kind of strange premonition from the very beginning, and looking at this guy and what he was doing, the man finally understood what it was. He was smart enough to realize that Bass and Titan had joined him secretly and planned all this together. But on the other hand, he didn't care because he was going to deal with this weird guy first, and then deal with the rest. However, the blow that seemed perfect to him did not go through, and Ern was eventually able to dodge. And after just a few seconds, the head was chained and his neck was encircled by an iron prison. And when the man was in such a situation, Ern could finally say that thanks to Kamazan, he would finally be able to absorb the Black Mamba. The man asked him not to do this, but the guy, of course, was not going to listen to him. So as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately squeezed the chains with all his strength, and that was the end of the story of the head of the Black Mamba. Upon entering the room, Bass and Titan stood for a long time with their mouths open and simply looked at what was happening around them. They stood there until their thoughts were interrupted by Flip, who told them to come in and not stand rooted to the spot. And as soon as they did this, he immediately wanted to know from them what was going on downstairs, to which Bass replied that all the gang members loyal to Kamazan had been dealt with, and the slug and the controversial gang members had been tied up and thrown under lock and key. Flip praised them because they did their job well, and now, according to him, the main thing is speed, because they need to get everything done before sunrise. He meant that all the brothels, gambling houses, trade associations, and smuggling organizations, all of this should be seized, and Bass was in complete agreement with him and immediately supported this idea. After which Flip told him that he thought he had contributed enough when he had dealt with the top management, and now he would like them to continue and win over the remaining opponents. Bass stated that the smuggling organization still adheres to the previous boss's line, and Titan was once in their ranks, so most likely the negotiations will go favorably for them. He also did not forget to mention that the trade association also had an unkind attitude towards Kamazan due to the unfounded demand for debt repayment, which meant that half of the possessions were already on their side. Bass, although he completely agreed with him, still couldn't help but say that the main problem was justifying their actions, because otherwise it would be treason. But Ern assured him that in fact this was not a problem at all, because a reason could always be simply invented. But if specifically, then Ern suggested spreading the rumor that Kamazan was the culprit of Gabe's death, and also that it was Kamazan who hired the owner of the aura. And they found out about this when they were investigating this case, and as a result, they literally had to draw their sword. Bass immediately noted that this was a great idea, and in this case they would even be able to lure the brothels to their side. And Flip noted that then the gambling establishments will find themselves isolated and have no choice but to wave the white flag. Titan, of course, trusted them completely, but still wanted to find out from them. Or do they really think that organizations will believe such a story? Flip was sure of it because that was how he himself was caught by them. The guy said this because he believed that there were already those who saw everything and had already started spreading rumors, like Bass and Titan captured the owner of the aura, who was the culprit of the incident in the brothel. Therefore, they will have no reason not to believe what they say if, as they said, they really are from the Black Mamba base. As for Flip himself, he is just a shadow that no one will see, and it is the two of them who must come to the fore when it comes to settling issues with other organizations. He earnestly asked them to do their utmost to take advantage of this opportunity to properly influence the public opinion of the crime-ridden area. After these words, the guys were filled with motivation and assured Flip that they would do everything possible for this. At this point, Flip decided to leave this place, but before that, he told them that he would wait for them at his mansion, and as soon as they finished, he would wait for them, and then we would talk. Arriving at his home, Ern decided to take a shower first and think about the fact that they had actually staged a pretty serious riot in the middle of the night. But nevertheless, now he had a Black Mamba, and now that he had finally dealt with this problem, he could look with peace of mind at the decision the Golden Dragon had made. And as soon as he opened the dialogue, he found Joe there, according to whom he had been waiting for Ern all this time. And this could only mean one thing, that Joe was impatient to solve his problem. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard Joe tell him that his grandfather wanted to tell Ern something, and now he would be the one talking to the guy, which couldn't help but shock the guy, because now he would essentially be talking to the King of Trade himself. And just as he was thinking about this, the King of Trade, Joe Nam, greeted him. But no matter how much Ern respected this man, he still understood perfectly well that this was not really a very good sign. And it was not at all because he did not know what to expect, but all because now he had to deal with an experienced merchant. In addition, Ern knew better than anyone that the King of Trade did not conduct interdimensional transactions directly, so he could not see information about him with the eyes of providence. But this once again confirmed that he had to negotiate with the utmost caution. So to begin with, he decided to greet the head of the Golden Association. And the guy also did not forget to add that he was incredibly pleased to talk to him. The old man knew that the guy knew who he was, and apparently their conversation would not go too hard. Ern said that he had actually recently conducted an investigation into his grandson's surroundings. And he also said that he was acquainted with the head of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center, Yen. The old man noted that Ern was a smart enough person to have figured it out so quickly, since he had avoided interdimensional transactions all his life. But he never thought that a person from the Zero system was aware of him. After this, the man noted that, as Ern apparently knows, he is a merchant, and he is an expert in both buying and selling, and from his point of view, Ern's request seemed somewhat excessive. Joe reminded him that Ern had said that if they added up the profits they had made to date, the sum would still be over 50,000, to which Ern agreed and replied that he didn't quite understand why they were so surprised. The old man answered him that heavenly-level elixirs are expensive because their cost price is also not small, and this means that the guy was able to earn about 20,000 gold coins during all this time. Before Ern could answer, the man pointed out that it was actually quite difficult to do, since even the head of the Great Mountain Yen could not earn that much. The old man understood that perhaps these facts could work against Joe, who understands absolutely nothing about trading, but now the old man is more than sure that the guy did go a little too far. Ern really couldn't say anything to these words, because he understood that the old man had calculated everything, and he couldn't even argue. But he still answered the old man that it was the old man who was going too far here, because in the guy's opinion, he was underestimating the value of 5 tickets. To which the man replied that he understood everything perfectly well. However, he still thought that the words about the cost of revenge being only 50,000 coins were clearly too much, and he was very surprised when he heard these words from his grandson. Although he did not argue with Ern that he could set the price of his product himself, taking into account his own criteria. But the old man believed that everything has its price, even revenge. So he came here today to talk to Ern, exclusively as a merchant with a merchant, and their main commodity will be revenge, and he believes that 50,000 gold coins is quite enough. Ern immediately noticed that the old man was definitely different from Joe, and apparently it was all about the experience he had gained, and what was most unpleasant was that it was very difficult to get the man angry, and he knew exactly how to calmly assess the whole situation. But Ern still believed that he was in a better position, because the King of Trade still managed to make a mistake. And when he did this, he allowed Ern to play a small game of chess with him, which the guy would have a good chance of winning. So Ern began to answer him, and the first thing he said was that the man could certainly consider this price to be more than reasonable, and although for him it was also quite a decent amount. However, Ern only wanted to hear the answer to one question, which was whether the King of Trade would regret his choice after such a deal. The old man did not fully understand what the guy meant when he said such things. Ern explained that saying that children bury their parents in the ground, and parents bury their children in their hearts. And given this, Ern wanted to know from the man how he would live out his last years after his attempt at revenge failed. Besides, he is a merchant, and therefore he must take revenge exclusively as a merchant. These words definitely touched the old man, and Ern at that moment thought about the fact that with the appearance of the King of Trade in the conversation, it became clear that revenge was much larger and was the cherished desire of the whole family, and not just Joe. And now he had a clear understanding that the side that could feel sorry was them, and not Ern. Therefore, he confidently told the old man that he was essentially the only one who could give them these tickets. And since this was so, the price for the guy seemed quite low. The man had no choice but to ask Ern what conditions he was offering. These were the words the guy was waiting for the most, so as soon as the old man asked him about it, he immediately thought about the fact that apparently it was always beneficial for him to hold on until the end, and then he would be able to break anyone. The time had come to answer, and Ern admitted that in fact, what he wanted was far from coins or objects. He was exclusively interested in trust. Hearing this, the King of Trade immediately had the thought that the guy from the very beginning seemed to him to be an ordinary guy who was thirsty for profit. So he was going to listen to him. But this friend continues to make inflated demands, and does it so confidently. After thinking for a while, the old man finally decided to say that the Gold Trading Association was not involved in the trade of dimensions, and he would not open a new business for the sake of report tickets. But in his mind, the old man understood that this young stock trader was too greedy, and it was strange for him to realize that he could not simply be satisfied with a deal of the heavenly level. But on the other hand, there is no harm in dreaming. At least he was not afraid to offer such things. But if they are just entering into the trade of dimensions, then this fact alone will cause a huge stir in the world of Murim. The man consciously understood that he wanted to become the only intermediary and receive profit from concluding transactions, and this is simply incredible impudence. He cannot even imagine how influential a person he will then become. His thoughts were interrupted when Joe said that the stock trader, Earn, had made another offer, and if this condition was also rejected, there would be no deal. According to Joe, Earn asked them for an investment of 200,000 coins, which he would definitely pay them. This could not help but shock the old man, because this was simply a huge amount of money, and besides, he did not understand how he could trust him, even if he gave him this money. According to Joe, Earn simply asked him to sign a contract that would provide the exchange's guarantee. But the king of trade immediately replied that he didn't even know what Earn's abilities in trade were, and that if you blindly invest money in some business, you could lose everything over time. Joe stopped his grandfather and said that according to Earn, there was a way to solve this problem, and if he was believed, then this risk could be completely eliminated. Meanwhile, Earn began to use all his skills, and while he was doing this, he thought that he could not get used to this, because every time he had the feeling as if someone had opened his head and forcibly shoved knowledge into his brain, and then returned everything back. And as soon as he finished, Earn wanted to find out from the old man, or the person from whom this knowledge was extracted, he will no longer be able to continue working with him in this area. The king of trade answered him that this was the knowledge of one of his subordinates, who had been with him since the time when he was just taking his first steps in the trading market. Earn wanted to at least thank this man because he had done him a great favor. The old man assured him that there was really no need for this, because he had been keeping him by his side forcibly while he wanted to move from the capital to the countryside and look after his grandchildren. But now he had a chance to do just that. Of course, he was still sorry that he would become an ordinary villager, but if his abilities were preserved in other dimensions, then he would only be happy about it. In any case, the man promised that he would take care of his people, and therefore assured Earn that there was no point in worrying. He would treat him with respect so that he would never feel the bitterness of regret. Earn was of course glad to hear this, but he still reminded the old man that he had once said that the Gold Trading Association was not involved in the trade of dimensions, so the guy wanted to know how he was able to immediately organize the shipment. Joe assured Earn that they were not making transactions on behalf of the company, but that they had no restrictions on individual transactions. In other words, any transaction was possible, as long as the name of the Gold Trading Association was not at stake. Earn understood that in any case, this was a real jackpot, the knowledge of a subordinate who spent 50 years of his career next to the king of trade. This is the knowledge that he needs to carry out all his plans. Besides, he was provided with huge investments and the desired contract. And as soon as they had done all this, the old man immediately told the boy that he had just satisfied all his demands, and therefore he would like to ask him not to forget that he had made all these concessions on the condition that he would definitely help Joe. Earn immediately made it clear to him that there was no need to worry about this, because he promised to provide the goods that would be necessary for revenge over the next 3 years. The old man understood that Earn was an incredibly risky bet, but on the other hand, he could never have thought that he, as the king of bets, would make concessions to this man and then even make a deal with him. In any case, he believed that they had come to an agreement, and he had no doubt that the contract would be of great help to Joe, if of course he used it carefully. Earn fully agreed with him and added that he had incredible hopes for further cooperation. At this point, the grandfather finished his visit to his grandson and was about to leave. In the end, he only told him that someday a good day would come for them too. Joe said goodbye to his grandfather and turned to Earn to tell him that he would immediately provide him with a list that included the weed and root remover, the wanderer, the storm girl, and the first island of Hangzhou. Earn was thinking at that moment that all 5 main characters in the Murim world have a lot of money, but the level of their transactions differs. However, there is still one thing in common between them, which was that the description said that their soul phase was a master of transcendental martial arts. Although Earn understood that Joe had also reached a transcendental level, he was far from confident that this young man would be able to enter into confrontation with them. But on the other hand, Earn understood that this did not concern him at all, and it would be better for him if they sorted it out without him, so he sent him a report and asked him to check it. However, as soon as he did this, Joe did not have time to thank him before he changed his voice and said that Earn must be joking now, since he sent him something like that. Joe immediately started talking about how the guy did it on purpose, and apparently all of this was done in order to add some other condition. He asked him to confess honestly, because he was almost certain that he had just fabricated the data. Ern didn't really understand what was going on at first, but when he finally got it, he assured Joe that such a report simply couldn't be fabricated, no matter how much he wanted to. He realized that if he took into account Joe's reaction, it was easy to assume that something had gone wrong, but he first decided to clarify whether the enemy he needed was definitely on this list. Joe was already seething with anger, but still told Ern that there were two of his enemies on this list, but the main one was not there. After which he decided to check with Ern again whether he had made any changes. Ern confidently answered him that it would be better if it were exactly that way, but no matter how many times Joe asked him about it, the answer would still be the same. At this point, their conversation ended, and Joe left the conversation, and Ern was left with a feeling that makes him feel angry and disappointed. Even though he is in another dimension, it is still transmitted very clearly. He also understood that if his disappointment was as great as his despair, then it was very sad, and nothing could be done about it. But he couldn't shake the thought that if there were two enemies among the five, then they most likely had something in common. After reading their descriptions, he found nothing serious except that they both played a major role in the bloody massacre at Nanzhou. Bass and Titan were standing in the office of the head of the Black Mamba and talking about how they still can't believe what happened here. According to Bass, he didn't fully believe that it would work, but in the end, everything happened just as Flip told them. But Titan was thinking about something else at that moment. In his opinion, it was Bass who should take the place of the head of the class, because he was smart enough for this, and he copes with paperwork perfectly. And as for Titan, he only knows how to use force. He also believed that if he stood in this office, then over time he would not be any different from the furniture that was there. Bass was very pleased to hear such words, so he thanked Titan. After which Titan decided to ask Bass, or had he already found out something about it? According to Bass, he was told that neither healers nor magicians would have the courage to do such a thing. Given this, Titan could assume that Bass would leave things as they were, to which Bass agreed and added that at this point they simply had no other choice. But they still couldn't get the thought out of their heads that Flip had made them drink some strange liquid and told them to do it slowly, while he kept repeating that they had become one team. So he suggested raising their glasses once. And as soon as they looked at this drink, they immediately felt very sick because it certainly did not look like an expensive cocktail. However, Flip still asked them not to look into the glass and to drink it all to the bottom. And as soon as they did this, they felt a strange sensation throughout their bodies. A few days later, they gathered again in the office, and Ern wanted them to share their feelings with him. Bass started first, and he says the mood is much worse than he could have imagined because they have no idea what Flip's demands will be. Flip told him that they were going to take over the organization, and that was why they were so worried. But he assured them that there was no point in worrying about it because he was a sensible person. According to whom, he will try to do everything possible to give them as much freedom as possible in their actions, because he is not interested in doing business in the criminal world. Well, and then he handed them a small piece of paper and said that on it were all the conditions that he wanted them to fulfill. And if they followed them, then they would never suffer the fate of Kamazan. They immediately took this piece of paper in their hands and began to actively read it. And the first point there was written that if they even tried to get rid of the spiders, it would immediately be regarded as treason. The second point was that if they tried to reveal his identity, then this would also be regarded as treason. And the third, a monthly payment in the amount of 15% of the organization's net income. They thought that was all, but they turned the sheet over and saw that there was a fourth, fifth, sixth, and many more points, and this sheet could easily be confused with threats and not with conditions. But even taking all these points into account, Bass still noted that to some extent these conditions are acceptable and could have been worse. Flip made a pretty angry face and asked him again what he said about his conditions, which is why the guys had to apologize and say that this offer was incredibly generous, and they were very happy that Flea offered them exactly these conditions and no others. Then he smiled again and said that, as he had told them, he was a sensible man, so it could not have been otherwise. Bass at this point really thought that this was not the worst scenario, because he wondered how exactly he would act. And if Flip had decided to secretly control the organization from the outside, it would have been completely different, but this did not happen. And the only problem was the large percentage of income that they would give away. However, for now, this was not what worried him the most. First, Bass would like to know what kind of trading company Flip was. As surprising as it may be for the guys, Flip told them that he is actually a trader with a lot of experience, and this is his company. That same night, Ern passed through the Academy's security to continue his business. And as soon as he did, he immediately realized that he actually didn't need to use invisibility. because there was no such control here as he might have thought. But on the other hand, there is nothing wrong with being overly cautious, and if he gets caught, he will be immediately excluded, and this is a pretty big loss at the moment. In 15 days, Earn managed to do quite a lot, and this thought warmed his soul, because the period was quite short, but he still managed to work hard. Firstly, he was able to achieve an excellent rank when he made a pact with the King of Trade, because he acquired the knowledge of an experienced trader for the rest of his life, and an investment of 200,000 coins, which is also important. Thanks to this, he was also able to buy out the bankrupt guild and open the flip trading company. In addition, he put his people in the place of the boss of the Black Mamba, and he even managed to sketch out a small sketch that he needed for his studies at the academy. And if you go outside and look around, you can see that the world simply consists of different possibilities. In the end, even the trading of dimensions exists to improve reality. But Earn knew he would have to ask Sir Kal for one more closed training session to finish his business. His thoughts were interrupted by Sir Kal, who just then returned and saw Earn in front of him. The boy was glad to see his teacher, whom he was just about to visit. Earn began to make a case for a new closed training session, but was immediately interrupted by Sir Kal, who said that they currently had a more serious problem. The first thing the man wanted to know from the guy was whether he had accidentally gotten into any trouble for entering the academy, because yesterday, a man from the prosecutor's night corps came to him and said that he needed to meet with Mr. Earn. The guy certainly didn't expect to hear such information, but he was even more interested in finding out what Sir Kal responded to these words. The man said that since the closed training session was ending only today, he asked him to come next time, but Sir Kal still asked the guy to think, and maybe he had some guesses about why this person might have come. Earn didn't even have a rough idea of what they wanted from him, which he told Sir Kal. Sir Kal still thought that this did not look like a normal visit from the prosecutor's nightly corps, and that they were clearly looking for something, but it was not yet clear what exactly. And suddenly he remembered one very important point, that with this man, there was a companion named Derek from the Albrecht estate. Hearing this name, Earn immediately understood what was going on and why these people were looking for him. He no longer had any doubts that Marquis Dorian suspected him, so he sent his people to check this hypothesis. He understood that it was impossible to punish a guilty person who had not left a single piece of evidence, and besides, he had a solid alibi, which meant that even if he was from the prosecutor's nightly corps, he would never be able to refute it. A few minutes later, a man entered the office and introduced himself as the commander of the Zenith's nightly prosecutorial corps. Earn tensed up a little because he didn't think that the commander would personally handle his case, but he quite calmly found out from him what the matter was and how he could help. Zenith immediately told the guy that there was no need to be afraid, because he was only here to ask the guy a few questions. After which he sat down at the table and suggested that the guy begin the interrogation immediately, if he didn't mind, of course. After their short conversation, Zenith told the guy that such a situation had arisen, and they still had not been able to find Kunz. Earn pretended that this situation shocked him and that he was hearing about it for the first time. But Zenith still decided to ask the guy again if he was really hearing about this for the first time. Although later he himself said that how could the guy have found out about this since the Stillguard guards had left the day before, and the incident occurred between midnight and dawn the next day. However, he still wanted to ask Earn if he found it strange that Kunz was absent from the academy. Earn began to talk about how at first he thought they were in different classes, but was a little puzzled by the fact that he had never seen him during all this time. However, according to Earn, they didn't even really know each other in the first place, and as far as Earn knew, Kunz always did as he pleased, which is why he thought that he had returned to the Albrecht residence. Hearing this, Zenith noted that he had no more questions for the guy, and he could go free. Earn didn't quite expect that their dialogue would end so quickly, but if that was really the case, then Earn didn't understand at all why the commander called him into the interrogation room, because he thought that there would be something like an intensive interrogation, but in the end everything turned out to be exactly the opposite. The guy asked again whether he could definitely go, but suddenly Commander Zenith changed his mind and asked the guy to stay behind because it turned out there was another person who wanted to ask him a few questions. After which Commander Zenith called that very man, and Earn already guessed who would enter those doors. His guesses turned out to be correct. Derek entered the interrogation room, and at that moment Earn realized that the real interrogation was about to begin. As soon as Derek sat down at the table, Earn immediately noticed that Derek's face had changed greatly, to which the man responded quite logically, saying that in the situation he found himself in, there was no other way. Well, after that, Derek asked a rather direct question, in which he wanted to know from Earn why the guy did this at all. Ern was surprised that Derek decided to skip all possible preludes and immediately hit him head-on. But still he calmly answered him with a question in which he wanted to clarify what Derek was talking about. The man explained to the boy that just a day later, the day after his departure, young Mr. Coons disappeared without a trace. And as far as he remembers, the day before there was a fight in which Ern also got involved. Considering all these facts, it seemed to Derek that this was all too amazing a coincidence. Ern was mentally disappointed. He didn't think that this was all that Derek had prepared in the end, because all his reasons were too weak and wouldn't work at all. The guy raised his head and asked Derek to think about his words again, because if Ern understood him correctly, then the man currently suspects him of ending up in this city completely by accident. Derek answered him immediately and said that he had thought about it until today, thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of times, and in the end, it had been more than a month since young Master Kunz had disappeared, and if he had left of his own free will, they would have had enough time to find him. But if the young gentleman had been kidnapped for profit, the criminal would have already demanded a ransom, but this also did not happen. Moreover, they could not find any traces of the disappearance and no one made any demands on them. Therefore, this is definitely not an escape or kidnapping. And in the end, he wanted to say that when all impossible possibilities are erased, the last thing that remains is the truth. And he believes that Kunz was destroyed, and then all possible traces were erased, and he is talking to Ern now for the reason that he was the only one who had the motive and the opportunity to put his plan into action. Zenitz intervened in this conversation and asked Derek to show respect, because he was currently talking to the son of a count and the descendant of a hero. Ern wanted to find out from the commander whether Derek even had the right to interrogate him, since he was not a prosecutor. Zenitz answered the guy that at the moment he had such a right, because he came with him. And besides, Marquis Dorian asked about it. After which he told Ern that if he had any objections, then for today, they could easily stop the interrogation and continue at a time convenient for him. But Ern refused this and added that he was not against talking, because he was also interested in learning some details. And then he asked Derek to clarify what his motive was. Was it really that he simply looked at Kuntz the wrong way? But before Derek could answer this question, Ern asked him to substantiate his guesses, and not just say it and then blame someone. Derek was prepared for this question, so he immediately began to talk about the fact that on the night of the young master's disappearance, a guard detachment of still guards stopped in the village of Thane, just a day's drive from Acadio. Considering all this, Derek thought that it was all rather strange, because it looked as if he was trying to get to the village at any cost. Ern thought this argument was incredibly stupid, because they were really in a hurry, because sleeping without a roof over your head was extremely uncomfortable. Zenitz agrees with him because sleeping on the ground is not the most pleasant pleasure, but a soft bed is, of course, much better, and frankly speaking, he would have done exactly the same thing at night. Derek had no doubt about it, but he had something else. According to the villagers, the security detachment that arrived remained in the village from night until the morning of the next day. The commander noted that this fact is not enough for an accusation, since there are dozens of similar testimonies. Derek had no doubt about it, but he still asked to take into account the fact that there was a crucial gap in all the eyewitness testimony, which was that there was a man using the room alone and he didn't come out until dawn. And that person was precisely Ern Stilgard, who was now sitting right in front of them. At that moment, Ern was thinking that the man had prepared well enough, and he even wanted to applaud Derek. But he still understood that the information provided was still not enough to sink him and put him in prison. The commander decided to clarify that if Derek's words were to be believed, that Ern Stilgard returned to Acadio, made Kunz disappear, and then went back to the village. Derek knew that it sounded quite complicated and at times impossible to them, but he was still sure that this was exactly how it was. After which Zenitz reminded Derek that Ern was a middle-class cadet, and therefore it seemed to him that the guy simply could not do it. Moreover, he was not sure that Derek or even the commander could do it, because it would require incredible skills. Derek immediately said that he had already conducted the experiment and he had succeeded in doing it, although it was incredibly difficult. But the commander still thought that even if it was physically possible, he was interested to know how a guy of average rank could deceive the guards. To which Derek gave an unusual answer, saying that Acadio has a fortress wall, through which it is not difficult to get in and out after midnight. And if we believe the knight's words, then Erna even managed to get through to Kunz's subordinates, who were in the next room. Derek knew that with every word he said, it all sounded unbelievable and impossible, but he still continued to assure the commander that everything was so. However, the commander believed that all this was just a set of conjectures and guesses, and he advised Derek to rest a little because it looked like he had gotten too carried away. After these words, Derek stood up and suggested that they conduct one last experiment that would put everything in its place. And according to him, this experiment will show them whether Ern Stilgard is hiding his true abilities or not. Derek, while looking at Ern, was only thinking that having a first rank at 16 years old was pretty incredible, and he himself understood that it was complete nonsense. But when he first saw Ern, he immediately felt some unique energy. In addition, the idea that it is Stilgard cannot be concluded that this may be just dry speculation, and if it turns out that Ern Stilgard has the first rank, then all their questions will be answered. The prosecutor's commander at that moment was thinking that Derek's accusations were truly absurd, and besides, he had chosen as his opponents not some average family, but the Stilgards. This meant that if he was not stopped at the right moment, then ultimately, this situation could develop into a conflict between the two noble houses. So he told Derek that he could not, at his own discretion, place mana into someone else's body. But then Ern intervened in the dialogue, assuring them that they could check it if they wanted, but first he suggested that they clarify one thing, after which he began to say that he was a little offended that they were telling him that he was involved in the disappearance of Kuntz, and that all this looked like a falsification of data. And then he would like to know from Derek what he will do if it turns out that he has nothing to do with this incident. Derek was willing to do anything, but first he wanted to run a check. And as soon as he said these words, Ern immediately suggested that he finish it quickly, after which they shook hands and the magic began, during which Derek intended to find out who Ern really was. This test didn't last long because it didn't take Derek long to find out that the guy was actually a 4th rank. He just didn't understand what was going on here and where all the excess mana went. But Ern at that moment was thinking that if a person does not know about the existence of the first system and the various martial arts techniques that are used there, then he will never be able to find its mana. Moreover, the first rank mana is blocked in certain vessels. Immediately after this test, the commander wanted to know the results of this check. Derek quietly told him that Ern was in 4th grade, which was close to 3rd. Hearing this, the commander was incredibly surprised that the guy had even managed to get into the middle class of the academy. Ern explained to him that this was not surprising, because he had recently managed to acquire several achievements. The commander did not question him further, but simply added that at first, he was puzzled by the fact that a first-year student studying in the middle class had a closed training session, but now he understands that there were reasons for this. Zinnek also added that in his opinion, the boy's father will be proud of him, if of course Ern continues to try like this. And as soon as they finished speaking, Derek had to ask the guy for forgiveness for all his words and for the fact that he was wrong. Zanuck began to tell Ern that they both hoped for his understanding, because Captain Derek was not in the best condition right now, which is why he behaved in such a way, but Ern assured him that he was fine, and he was glad that the doubts that had arisen were now dispelled. Although he believed that they were groundless from the very beginning, and Derek was simply wasting his time. The captain once again asked the guy for forgiveness and added that he was incredibly ashamed of his actions. He didn't even know what had come over him. It was as if a demon had entered him. Ern replied that although he didn't know Kunz well, they were still acquainted, and therefore he would hope that they would definitely find him in the future. At this point, he suggested ending their dialogue because now he needed to go to class, and the commander agreed with the guy. After leaving the interrogation room, Ern had a smile on his face because he was now more than sure that the case regarding Kunz was officially closed forever. The next day during class, Dmitri tried to find out from Ern how he could have done such a thing to him. Ern completely forgot what happened and what he was guilty of, so he asked Dmitri to remind him. But because of this, he started to scream even more, because he did not understand how it was possible to leave for a closed training session without saying a word to him. Although in his opinion, Ern probably knew how much Dmitri was worried about him. But Ern thought that this was stupid, because Dmitri could have asked Serkal and he would have told him where he was. The guy still continued to shout and prove that he had not slept at night and had been waiting for Ern all this time. Ern himself tried not to pay attention to him at that moment because he noticed how the whole class was discussing him, that he somehow managed to get into a closed training session and he was a middle-class student. They felt that Ern had received a special privilege due to his family's influence. Ern heard all this and felt that their level of thinking left much to be desired. His thoughts were interrupted by some guy who called Ern over to talk. But as soon as Ern turned his head, he immediately saw that very same student who distinguished himself on the entrance test. An ace who never came down from the top before graduation. whose very existence was a kind of amplifier of his inferiority complex in a previous life. And the name of this ace was Cassian Traus. Ern's first reaction was to tense up because he didn't understand what this guy wanted from him and what had happened anyway. He heard the answer to this question quite quickly, because after Ern turned to him, Cassian challenged him to a duel. This, for obvious reasons, surprised absolutely everyone. So everyone turned their attention and then began to whisper and discuss the possible reasons why Cassian challenged the guy to a duel. After all, no one understood why the first place from the upper class would challenge a middle-class player from the intermediate class to a duel. Ern thought for a bit and immediately refused. He didn't give a reason. He simply said that he didn't want to participate in something like that. When asked why, he answered briefly, only repeating that he didn't want to, but Cassian wanted to hear a normal answer, because that was definitely not the reason. Ern did not explain anything to him. But in response, he only wanted to know from Cassian why he suddenly decided to challenge him to a duel. Were they really acquainted? Cassian did not answer his questions and only added that it was impossible to refuse the fight. Such were the rules. Ern reminded him that rules were made to be broken, and he also decided to advise Cassian that if he was at the top, he should not focus on his ranking and take on the challenge, a right given to lower-class students. But Cassian didn't want to let the situation go, and so he continued to insist and say that he could actually use this rule too. Ern immediately responded that this right was not given in order to feel superior by cruelly destroying people. And if he is from the upper class, then he should have fun with those who are his equal. Cassian immediately added that Instructor Circle also gave his consent, and they also agreed that he would be an observer during their fight. Eren understood that if this was the instructor's decision, then he couldn't refuse. Besides, they were talking everywhere about a closed training session, so he definitely had no other choice. After such thoughts, Ern sighed and with a heavy sigh agreed, and he immediately wanted to know when the duel would be. Cassian didn't think long and immediately said that they would have a duel immediately. Ern didn't mind, and so he started to get up to finish the circus faster, and he also hoped with all his heart that it wouldn't take much time. This caused even more discussion among the boys, because it was a match between the first and 72nd place freshmen, so everyone wanted to go and see how talented Cassian was. A few minutes later, they were already holding training swords in their hands and preparing for battle. But before he started, Ern looked at Surkal with a look that sent goosebumps down the man's body. He mentally asked the guy for forgiveness, but such are the rules, and in this case, he could not do anything about it. Eren also decided to ask Cassian again about the reason for such an unexpected duel between them, because he had already agreed, and it would be nice to know the reason. To which his opponent responded quite confidently, saying that until this morning, Ern had been at a special training session among the first-year students. No one had ever gone through it before. Ern agreed with this, although he thought it was a very stupid reason to challenge him to a duel. Although he did not deny that only 1 week had passed since the beginning of the semester, and the fact that he got to such training so early was definitely an absolute record. Cassian continued to say that he really doesn't understand how this is even possible, since his application was rejected, but Ern was accepted. Ern couldn't believe that Cassian was acting like this just because he had stolen his chance to be first. But as soon as Ern suggested this, Cassian immediately started yelling at him and telling Ern that this was absolutely not true, because he was just wondering why he was able to get permission. And he was not, however, given such a violent reaction. Ern was almost sure that Cassian was very offended by this. So he decided to tell him that this was an incredibly amazing argument. The training hall appointments were based on potential, not on the ranking place, and Ern was almost certain that Cassian should know about it. Ern also added that before the training, there was a wall in front of him, and thanks to the closed training, he was able to cross it, and this was originally the goal of the special training. Cassian immediately stopped him and asked the guy to stop talking about it because he himself knew about it. But then Ern simply didn't understand what the problem was. Did Cassian really think that since he entered the academy with the highest grades, he should be the first in everything? These words and expressions made Cassian incredibly angry, so he started yelling at him and telling the guy that he was talking complete nonsense. Ern said all this on purpose, but he didn't think that Cassian would have such a violent reaction to such a small provocation. But this once again proves that Cassian, who's shown in his past life, is still a child who is so easily provoked to emotions. And while he was thinking about this, Cassian placed a sword in front of him and told Ern not to think that there was only a wall in front of him, because he considered himself exactly the same as everyone else. Ern smiled and told him that if that was really the case, then he would hope that he would continue to work hard, and perhaps he would be able to overcome it someday. Cassian immediately noticed that Ern had clearly gone too far when he said something like that, so he was going to check for himself at this point to see how much Ern had improved his skills. After which he attacked him, shouting at the same time that he would now check whether Ern was even worthy of going to a closed training session. Ern decided that he would not give in to this fight, so he was able to quite easily block this blow from his opponent, who was definitely counting on the fact that he would have an easy fight. During the fight, Ern couldn't get the thought out of his head that Cassian was a real genius who knew exactly what he was doing. It reminded him that in his past life, this young man had been strutting around with his head held high until the end of his days. But Ern couldn't help but think that what if today he managed to choose as his opponent someone who was too tough for him. Their fight continued, and at some point Cassian decided to point out that Ern had a pretty strong defense. But in his opinion, it would still help him because he wouldn't be able to just defend himself all the time. Ern noticed that Cassian was doing things that irritated him, and he was very sorry that he couldn't deal with the guy with just one blow because that would be too suspicious. He clearly understood that in the eyes of others, his level was not high enough to defeat Cassian, so Ern began to think about how he could lose better, make Cassian smash him to smithereens, or arrange a draw. Suddenly, the thought came into his head that the shortcomings of the trace left by Cassian indicate that although he releases mana perfectly, his control skills are noticeably weak, and this will now play into Ern's hands. And while he was actively thinking through the details of his plan, he had to continue to dodge quite serious attacks from his opponent, who continued to press on the guy. How suddenly, after another attack, Ern lowered his sword, and this caused misunderstanding on the part of Cassian, because he did not understand at all what Ern was doing. Therefore, he had to explain that a knight who has reached the heights controls strength with softness, and overcomes heaviness with lightness, and overcomes speed with slowness. These are exactly the words that Ern's father once said to him. The spectators of this fight did not understand at all what was happening and why the guys suddenly, instead of fighting, started chatting with each other. But apparently Cassian became completely indifferent to the fight, because he wanted to know what the continuation of this instruction was. However, Ern was forced to disappoint him when he told him that his father had said nothing more. But he has something much cooler, because if you believe Ern's words, then his father demonstrated all his techniques in return, using his own example. While Ern was saying all this, he managed to get right up to Cassian and put his sword to his side. This quite obviously angered him, so he knocked the sword away and asked what kind of antics this was and why Ern was doing all this. But suddenly his anger disappeared because he realized that he had definitely touched Ern's sword. But for some reason he did not feel the sensation of the blow. So he decided that he would try again, and to do this he needed to strike again. However, this time he again failed to change anything and his sword remained in his hands. This scared the guy incredibly, especially when Ern asked him the question he wanted to know, or was he now entitled to a closed training session? Serkal decided to intervene and say that he did not see the guy's desire to fight, so he decided to declare a draw and end the fight. The other students were clearly against this, so they asked the guys to continue the fight because they stopped at the most interesting place. Serkal immediately intervened and ordered them all to shut their mouths because he had already said that the duel was over, which meant that the duel was over and they should return to class. After this fight, most of the guys were of the opinion that since Ern's fight with the #1 contender ended in a draw, then he probably really deserved to attend the closed training session. Cassian himself bowed to his opponent and instructor, after which he also left the training ground. And as soon as he left, Ern turned to the instructor and said that this was actually a wonderful end to the duel, and to be honest, it seemed to him that this was the best option. Serkal noted that he immediately understood this, but he was still surprised by the fact that the guy decided to carry out this plan from the very beginning. And in Serkal's opinion, Ern went a bit overboard because this is an art that is difficult to comprehend even for him. Ern agreed with him completely and thought it was like leaving the door to a special rank open after he had mastered it all. What Ern demonstrated was magic, the 8 stars darkness sword technique. It was first-class enlightenment or higher, of course. He only showed the tip of the iceberg. Serkal went on to say that a child who was striving to reach 2nd grade must be confused by the demonstration of higher-level skills. But Ern assured him that he understood this perfectly well. Moreover, that was why he had acted this way, because thanks to Serkal, the duel had such an outcome. However, the man meant that the guy could lose and not go too far, because in any case, he was going to hide his skills further. Ern admitted that he thought about this option, but in the end, he decided to spite Kaisen a little, and besides, he didn't really want to lose to that bastard. After which he decided to notify Serkal that after classes he would need to leave the academy for a short time, and therefore he would like the man to prepare a pass for him. Sometimes Circle sincerely did not understand why Earn entered the academy at all if he was constantly going somewhere. Earn went to solve the problems associated with Flip's personality, and as soon as he arrived at the address, he immediately noticed that things were going great. The first person Flip spoke to was the deputy, whom he wanted to know if there had been any incidents, to which the man replied with a smile that everything was fine. Flip's deputy for the trading company was a man named Marcus, and it was this man who assured the guy that things were going well for them. Also, Marcus really wanted Earn to approve one decision and sign some documents, since he had already come here. When Earn looked at the documents, he realized that these were documents about recruiting new employees. There were about 30 of them in total, but according to Flip, this was too few, so he asked Marcus to double the number of employees. The deputy thought that this was a bit excessive, but Flip assured him that even if the number of workers doubled, it would still not be enough, and that in the future, they would often increase the number of workers. This once again left the man in a stupor, because he was still reeling from the volume of transactions requested by the head of the trading company. Flip wanted to know from Marcus why he was so surprised, because in fact, he would like to increase the staff 3 or even 4 times. But at the moment he thinks that there is no need to rush now, and it is better to gradually gain momentum. After all, if you believe his words, then soon they will have a lot of work, since in a few years, Flip will become the largest trading company of Thearos. And so he thought that Marcus should be proud that he was the deputy of such a trading company, and it was good to be careful. But first of all, Flip asked the man to grow the company to the size that would suit him. Well, Flip also wanted to add to Marcus that the building was too old, so he asked to call carpenters to repair it and expand the warehouse. Marcus immediately asked him for forgiveness for his insolence, but he thought it was unnecessary, especially since Flip himself had just said that they had opened their own business, and there was still enough free space in the warehouse. Flip asked him not to think and to do what Flip asked him to do, because his thought, in his opinion, quite clearly describes what he needs to do. Also, Flip thought that if Flip Trading Company was going to use a rundown building, he didn't really understand how customers would look at them, which led to the idea that you shouldn't try to save money, you should spend as much as you need. It was the first time Marcus had seen such an approach, but he essentially had no other choice, so he agreed and promised Flip that everything would be done. At that moment, Earn thought that if you look through the eyes of an old man who had been in business for half a century, then Marcus is a pretty good option for the position of deputy, because he's not greedy, diligent, and has good practical skills. But he thinks too much before making a decision. At least Earn was confident that he would not stab him in the back. And of course, when the need arises to appoint someone to a leadership position, the choice, as usual, falls first of all on the one who deserves trust. Then Earn went to the secretary of his company, and as soon as he entered the office, he immediately wanted to know if the secretary had any complaints about his office. The position of secretary was taken by Sylvia, who was very happy to see Flip. Well, Sylvia's assistant was sorry, who immediately pounced on Earn and began to lick him, despite the fact that they had not seen each other for only one day, and he already missed her so much. At one point, Flip noted that perhaps he had put too much work on Sylvia, since she was doing the counting and also keeping an eye on Sari. But the girl assured him that she herself was not against helping him, especially since under his guidance she had easily settled in here. The guy was very happy that she grasped everything on the fly, and he admitted that she was doing even better than he could have expected, and if any difficulties arose, he immediately asked her to tell him. She agreed with this and immediately after added that she had just been informed from the workshop that his order had been completed. She also added that the deputy had personally picked up his order earlier in the day and it was now in the backyard. But Flip assured her that she really didn't have to go to all that trouble because he could have gone himself. Sylvia, of course, understood everything, but she still wanted to know where he would use it. Flip told her that this order was not for him, but for Sari, after which they went down to the backyard, where the same order was already standing. And as soon as Earn and Sari saw this miracle of technology, the guy immediately told the animal that this was exclusive food for him. He immediately went to taste this carriage, and Earn could only assume that from a human point of view, it was the same as seeing a carriage made of sweets. And besides, the carriage was really huge, so Sari wouldn't eat it in the blink of an eye. The guy understood that if he thought about it, there should already be some kind of result, and for that he should check his mail. And as soon as he entered the mail, he immediately saw a notification from the system, which congratulated him on the fact that he successfully passed the entrance exam, and from that moment, he could manage the affiliate store menu, which could not but please Earn. Considering all these facts, it was safe to say that this was a real place to invest coins received from the King of Trade, and compared to this, The money he spends on the flip trading company is mere pennies. All he had to do was give 100,000 coins for the entry fee. But on the other hand, he understood that even though the price was an astronomical sum of 1,000,000 gold coins, it was still worth it, for which he was grateful to Miam, who, in the guy's opinion, as a channel master, was very useful in many things, and in the future he would try to get the most out of their relationship. First, the guy decided that he needed to change the name of the store. He tried the name, Erna's Store, but this name didn't suit him right away because it seemed to him that it definitely didn't sound the best. However, on the other hand, there is nothing terrible about this. Besides, this is the concept on the exchange and almost everyone calls their stores this way. He understood that partner stores had one specialized field, since the number of places was limited, but specialized stores were already overcrowded with representatives of the first system. And he, in turn, is not a manufacturer, but first and foremost an intermediary, and no matter what trick he uses, he still will not be able to sell wholesale a product of better quality than they do. In this situation, he would prefer to diversify his goods, and this will be the main advantage of his store, in which you can find anything. But the problem with this solution was that many of the items were not yet in stock, so he felt a little ashamed to call it an everything store based only on what he had in his inventory. So to begin with, he decided that he needed to replenish his stock of martial arts records, and to do this, he invited Siak to a conversation, who, oddly enough, responded immediately to Ern's request. Siak first of all decided to tell that his business was going just great and all this thanks to Ern's help, because now he too was buying little by little and collecting internal energy. Ern stopped him and said that he was not interested in this at all. First of all, he wanted to know about the security of the library, because as far as he knew, Siak had recently said that security had been strengthened. Siak immediately started talking about how the library's security was no longer a joke, because it was now quite difficult for them to take even a single volume, and he believed that this practice would continue for some time. Ern realized that there was no other choice in this situation, so he told Siak that he was going to provide him with a reliable business partner, which of course surprised Siak because he didn't even understand what they were talking about. But Ern didn't see the point in telling him anything if Siak couldn't do anything anyway due to the library's increased security. Hearing this, Siak immediately pointed out that his words did not mean that it was impossible to make a hole in the security. Besides, he had already done it many times. He was a kind of legend who was still alive even after putting his life on the line in the Heavenly Sword Castle. Ern immediately asked him to shut his mouth because he thought that Siak had talked too much, because he just wanted to hear from Siak whether he could pass security or not. Siak confirmed this and wanted to know how many books he needed, to which Ern replied that the more Siak got, the better it would be for him. And for this, the guy was ready to pay him about 600 coins, and as soon as Siak heard this, he immediately thought about the fact that with such earnings, he would be able to return half of his internal energy in just a year. And so he immediately agreed to these conditions, and the next step he wanted to find out from Ern who his business partner was. Ern didn't create any intrigue and immediately told that their partner would be a partner store. Siak became even happier because now he was sure that the money would not go down the drain. He only had to find out what the name of this partner store was. And how much Ern was waiting for this question, because this partner store will be his personal store, which he called all kinds of Muram goods. Siak certainly didn't expect to hear this. He thought they would be dealing with a normal store, but in the end, everything was not as he imagined. But his thoughts were immediately interrupted by Ern, who wanted to warn Siak that if he laughed at his store, the guy would simply destroy him. So Siak had to say that it was not that. He wanted to say that since the guy opened his own affiliate store, he would have to go through a strict check. Ern assured Siak that there was no need to worry about it, because he would somehow figure it out. He just wanted the man to prepare martial arts records. He also asked to take into account that the offer price would be 10% lower than the average. Siak immediately thought that this way his income would be much lower than he could expect, so he decided to ask Ern why he was lowering the price so low. The guy thought that the man himself would guess the answer to this question, but since he failed to do so, Ern told him that among the stock traders ready to make a deal, he chose the stupidest bastard and began to lay the foundation, and in this way, he would be able to sell his goods faster. Siak couldn't argue with the fact that a large sales volume is certainly great, and probably one cannot disagree with Ern on this. In any case, the guy did not want to continue this dialogue and asked Siak to do everything possible, as he asked him to do. Now that he had given the task to Siak, Ern realized that it was time to replenish his stock of other products. When Ern finally returned from his foray into the academy, he was in a great mood, because the foray had been simply wonderful, even though it was short. What was worth at least that he was able to open his partner's store, as well as fill the product shelf and even make progress in the necessary connections. In addition, he kept thinking about the fact that Sari's ability to transform had been confirmed, which had previously been a mystery to Earn. Over time, it dawned on the boy that the reason the transformation of the magic sword was not perfect was because he was still too young at the time. So as Earn had assumed, the last transformation into a unicorn was not an accident. This further raised his spirits, because now Earn could be sure that Sari was a Bulgasari of the highest level. And besides combat power, there are many other uses. Henceforth, it is worth feeding him with both, so that his growth will be much faster. All these thoughts were interrupted when Earn returned to the room again and noticed that Dimitri was gone again. This time, he could already believe that the guy had gone to training. And it was very timely for Earn because he was just burning with impatience, wanting to quickly find out how things were going with the partner store. But as soon as he opened the book of transactions, he immediately noticed a message that Joe wanted to talk to him. He entered into a dialogue with him, and the first thing he did was find out how Joe was feeling. Was he able to put all his thoughts in order? Joe was quite reserved, but still answered Earn that after much thought, he was finally able to decide what he would do next. After which he added that despite the fact that the revenge would be incomplete, he was ready to carry it out. Earn suspected that Joe would make exactly this decision, so he immediately noted that in his opinion, John made the right decision. Joe thought so too, although it took him quite a long time to think about it. Although, according to him, there were 2 people on this list whom he sincerely did not like, but this still does not compare to what he feels for the main culprit, because of whom all this happened. But now, he has made a decision and is going to do everything to get rid of them. But Joe was no fool and understood perfectly well that the main culprit of this tragedy most likely knew about the existence of the Avenger, and if he hid, he would forever lose the opportunity to take revenge. Earn noted that he was not entirely sure that the 3 were still in touch, since so much time had passed. Joe had little doubt about it, because they were marine masters, so even after decades, some news about each other could still reach their ears. Earn had nothing to argue with here, because it was really true, and they had a special relationship, if only because they were accomplices in the bloody massacre in Nanzhou. Joe couldn't believe his ears that Earn was even aware of this event, because it seemed to him that only those closest to this tragedy knew about it. Earn admitted that he certainly didn't know the details, but he was generally familiar with the situation, although at that moment, he was thinking about how he had sent Seok Hyun to Nanyaju and how he had managed to get some information about the incident with difficulty. The bloody massacre in Nanyaju, a tragedy that occurred after the dimensional transactions appeared in the world of Marima. A terrible incident. The abuse of the main characteristics of dimensional transactions that allows the exchange of internal energy. On that day, the internal energy of hundreds of people was sucked out, after which every single one of them was deprived of life. And what is most important in this dialogue is that among all these victims were Joe's parents. At this point, Joe continued to talk about how he was just going to wait a little and find the main culprit and then catch the whole gang. But when he finally managed to find the enemy, he realized that he did not have enough strength to wait, because he was burning from within with the desire to make them feel on their own skin what he had to go through. He wanted to do everything possible to pay them back in the same coin. Earn completely agreed with him, so he told him that Joe was thinking in the right direction, and according to their agreement, if he needed anything, he would provide support. Earn also assured Joe that he could contact him at any time, and as a bonus, he was also ready to be his interlocutor in difficult times. For this, Joe was very grateful to him and assured Earn that they would talk to him again in any case, after which he left the conversation, and Earn thought about the fact that both opponents were at their peak, but he was not sure that Joe would be able to easily take revenge. It seemed to him that it would be quite difficult for him. But on the other hand, this is already Joe's sole concern, and he just needs to do his assigned duties well. And now that he's finished with Joe, he can finally see what the reaction to the partner store is. And as soon as he opened the statistics, he immediately saw that his sales had skyrocketed incredibly, and the plan he had in his head had worked. As it turned out, opening a retail outlet with a wide range of products instead of a specialized store was the right decision, and it even caused a much greater reaction than expected from the very beginning. And this was indicated by the reaction of all customers. Things were going so well that Earn was even a little scared, because each of the buyers was buying a lot of goods, because in their opinion, the prices were simply wonderful. He understood that if everything went well, then at this rate, everything would be sold out in a week. So he essentially had no need to worry about the leftovers. Therefore, Ern thought about the fact that the minimum plan was to achieve a heroic wound and enter the second system of dimensional transactions. And from the very beginning, he had set the bar at 2 years. But with this scenario, he can already move on to the next step. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a rather strange energy behind him, and what was most surprising was that this energy was familiar to him. Before he could turn around, the man standing behind Ern asked him why the guy had been hanging around here all this time. Ern noted that he came to him quite quickly, and after all, only 1 month had passed since he was enrolled in the academy, and so much had already happened. This infuriated his interlocutor, so he immediately told him that if Ern had behaved quietly, then there would have been no need for them to meet throughout the year. Ern began to rise and talk along the way about how it sounded like a real brotherly affection that brought tears to one's eyes. And the whole point was that his interlocutor was Jason Stilgard, the second son and third child of Count Stilgard, a knight of the 4th rank. Jason immediately wanted to know what had happened to Ern during all this time, but Ern asked him to clarify what exactly he meant. According to Jason, he was sure that he would end up in the lower class, but the middle class, and even 72nd place in the ranking, it seemed to him that this was impossible for Ern, and he clearly arranged something to get to such a place and in such a class. Ern sighed and asked his older brother if it was really that surprising to him. Jason told him again that it was not just surprising because it was about Ern and not someone else. Ern understood that, in fact, this was exactly the reaction he should have expected from Jason, because he only remembers the Ern who was weak and incapable of anything. So it was so surprising for him to watch how the guy was becoming stronger every day more and more. But of course he couldn't tell Jason anything, so he just said that this was his life now, and apparently that was why his older brother was so surprised. Looking back, Jason also did not live up to Count Stilgard's expectations. Even Kieran, who graduated from the academy as a second-class knight, often heard cries of regret, and Jason is only a 4th-class knight. Luckily, in his past life, he simply didn't have any outstanding skills, and Jason was finally broken when he couldn't overcome the wall of aura owners. That's why there was always a slight sense of anxiety in his gaze when he looked at Ern. Ironically, he was the one who ignored Ern the most, and the one who watched him with the greatest wariness. Jason always said that he would never defeat Kieran, but if he tried his best, he could take a position in the middle, and then no one would reproach him too much, and for him that meant that it would be enough to become better than Ern. Ern himself did not know about this in his past life until a certain point, but now, looking at Jason, he understands perfectly well how pathetic and insignificant he is. After all this thinking, Ern simply couldn't help but say that he didn't think Jensen had come here for a tearful reunion with his younger brother, and therefore he wanted him to quickly tell him what business he had with him. Jensen wanted to talk to Ern about the fight with Cassian. He wanted to ask his brother how he managed to do something like that. Ern immediately asked Jensen not to make him laugh, because in this case, everything was very simple. It was all just a matter of calculations. But this angered Jensen even more, because he believed that all this was complete nonsense, and his fight with Cassian could never end in a draw. The boy didn't quite understand what his older brother wanted from him. Was he really telling him that he shouldn't have done that? Jensen told him that it wasn't that. He didn't understand how the number 1 ranked guy and the number 72nd ranked guy could enter into a duel and then end the fight in a draw. Ern assured him that there was always a way, and as soon as Ern started talking about this way, Jensen conveyed that someone wanted to see him. It was unexpected, so Ern immediately wanted to know who they were talking about and who wanted to see him so much. Jason thought for a moment about whether he should even tell this information, but then he finally admitted that Thane wanted to see him. And as soon as Ern heard this name, he asked several times, or were they really talking about that same Thane Carson? Jensen didn't know what to say in response to these words, so he simply nodded in agreement. Erna laughed a little at this, after which he said that since Thane had something to say, he could always come here himself. Why was it necessary to send Jensen here? And as soon as he said this, his older brother immediately asked him to speak more quietly, or better yet, not to say such words at all. Ern himself understood that his words were too rash, but it seemed to him that there was no one here except the two of us, so there was nothing wrong with him saying such things. In any case, he asked where Thane wanted to see him and where he needed to go. Jensen immediately told the guy that his outfit did not match what Thane wanted to see, and in general, did Ern really think that Thane would meet with him personally? And right after these words, he took out a small envelope and said that the guy should come to the address written here. And he also didn't forget to remind Ern that he needed to wear his best suit so as not to embarrass himself. In other words, Jensen wanted Ern to understand what an honor he had been given, since being invited to the freshman club was something out of the ordinary. Ern carefully picked up the letter, and said that as far as he understood, there was no question of any honor here, because it was just an invitation to a puppet show. Jensen got tired of listening to this, so he turned around and started to leave, and at the end he shouted to his younger brother that he should not be late under any circumstances, because it would have serious consequences. After this conversation, Ern began to think that maybe he really should go there since he had the chance. After all, he knew perfectly well that there would be those with whom he would have to meet sooner or later, and those whose faces he sincerely wanted to see. Club 21 is an unofficial high society club of Thearos Academy, and since the number of members is limited to 21, only students from high-ranking and noble families are invited to participate. The connections made here last a lifetime, so many strive to be among the chosen ones. In a nutshell, this means a gathering of the rising stars of the current generation of Navarro, on whom great hopes are pinned. And apparently today another member will appear in this club, whose name is Ern Stilgard. As soon as Ern entered the hall, all the people began to whisper that they were seeing him for the first time, and some recognized him and said that he was actually a freshman. At that moment, Ern was thinking that their wariness was completely natural, because in front of them was a body with a tag on it. A few minutes after he entered the club, he turned his attention to the girl. Ern knew that her name was Selena Lefebvre, and Ern remembered very well that she was also in this club in a past life. She tried to wave at him, but Ern decided for himself that in this life, he should never get involved with this girl, so he just walked past. This caused quite a violent reaction among Selena's friends because they did not understand who the guy thought he was, since he dared to ignore Selena. And besides, they could not help but notice that this young man simply had terrible manners. Selena herself was very angry because she believed that the guy had essentially humiliated her in front of everyone, but she immediately told herself that if he had a pretty face, then this would definitely not help him. Ern was thinking at this moment that in his past life he couldn't see through Selena's true nature, so he was just captivated by this beauty. There was no benefit in being around her, so it was better to just avoid her. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by two healthy twins who apparently wanted to talk to him. Ern didn't quite understand what they wanted from him, so he calmly asked about it. For some reason, this made them angry, and they began to speak to the guy in even more rude tones. One of them even said that he must have gone crazy, since the guy doesn't understand who he's talking to, and who's on top, and who's on the bottom. And this guy's name was Hilan Darius. He was the eldest son of the Darius family. After which Duran Darius, who was the second son of the Darius family, burst into their dialogue, and he also believed that Ern was allowing himself too much, and they assumed that all this was because Ern had managed to beat Barand, and now he decided that he could allow himself more than necessary. Now Ern understood with whom he was having a dialogue. These were Barand's older brothers, and Ern was well aware that apparently Barand had complained to them that Ern had beaten him. In any case, Ern believed that there were too many people here, and making noise in this place would be too risky and dangerous. He had one option, which was that he needed to somehow ask these guys to get out of the way. But before he could say anything, Jason suddenly intervened in their dialogue, asking the guys to stop this nonsense and behave normally. Ern was glad to see his brother, so he decided to say that he had just thought of him, and here, Jensen appeared in person before him. Heelan immediately told Jensen not to interfere, because if he decided to protect his younger brother, then this was not the best decision. Duran immediately decided to add that Jensen himself once said that he did not consider him a relative. So did he suddenly develop brotherly love? Jensen realized that they probably wouldn't calm down just like that, so he decided to tell them that he wasn't defending Ern because Thane had originally invited him here. Hearing this, they immediately decided to leave here, because they definitely didn't need any problems with Thane. Ern was glad that he was able to solve this problem without unnecessary noise and attracting attention. Afterwards, he and Jensen went to Thane, who, according to his older brother, was in one of the rooms and was already waiting for Ern. On the way, Ern decided to say that this Thane was trying to pretend to be someone he really wasn't, and it was also strange for him to see that the future Duke didn't want to hang out with ordinary people. This immediately angered Jensen, because he had already asked Ern to watch his language and not to say too much, because in his opinion, while they had not seen each other, Ern had apparently completely lost his sense of fear and now allows himself too much. Ern thought that his older brother was worrying too much because as far as he knew, no one really listened to them at this academy anymore. But Jensen thought that whoever needed to would definitely hear, so he once again asked him to keep quiet and follow him. As they walked, Ern thought about the fact that apparently in this academy, everyone is quite afraid of Thane, even the impudent Darius brothers. But in fact, Ern could understand them because behind that guy was a noble family, unrivaled fencing skills, and icy charisma. Such qualities make not only students, but also teachers tremble with horror. So in his past life, he also tried his best not to go against that gentleman. However, he was still always very curious about how Thane would look in his eyes now. In Navarro, there are three nobles grouped by similar nicknames: the Steel Count, Rabadan Steelguard. No less famous is the ardent Marquis Dorian Albret, the same father of Kunz. Well, and the last, the most unpleasant and dangerous in appearance, cold-blooded Duke Luther Carson, and the three of them, named the three main lords of the continent. All of them represent the real power of Navarro, or the appearance of a great aristocrat who can boast of fame at the continental level. Among them, the eldest son of Carson stands out, who is the embodiment of unconditional influence on all spheres. And this is the same Thane Carson. And as soon as Ern entered his room, he immediately noticed that he was allowing himself too much, especially when he put his feet on another student. His thoughts were interrupted by Thane, who spoke first and said that he was pleased to meet Ern. He also immediately decided to tell him that he had a pretty good appearance, but he was not tall enough. However, in his opinion, Ern is still young and probably still has his best years ahead of him. Ern didn't understand what was going on and why this pompous aristocrat began to evaluate him from the very beginning. But he still answered him and said that Thane was probably right. But he didn't particularly like his words, which made Ern's older brother nervous, because he had asked him to behave more restrainedly. At that moment, Ern couldn't get the thought out of his head that Thane hadn't changed at all. He was exactly the same in his past life. At this moment, Thane was telling Ern that he was extremely surprised and could not imagine that the Steel Guards were hiding the pearl. Ern didn't understand what this psycho was talking about, so he asked him to explain, because as far as he knew, there was no sea in the north. This sounded quite funny to Thane, and he immediately told Ern about it. And then he turned to Jason and asked him if he should start to get nervous, because he thought that his younger brother clearly looked better than him. This clearly offended Jason, so he immediately started shouting and asking how he was better than him. Thane noted that even if one idiot calls another an idiot, in his opinion, his younger brother is better to carry around as an ornament. In any case, he already wanted to end this useless chatter, because he wanted to see Ern's abilities as soon as possible. But before that, he decided to kick his footrest because he didn't need it anymore. Ern felt a little strange looking at all this, because it no longer quite looked like the best academy on the continent. And as soon as the guy left the room, Thane turned to Ern again to ask the guy if he thought Thane was going a little overboard. Before Ern could answer, however, Thane began to talk about how treating people like footstools seemed so inhumane. Ern didn't act like he was incredibly afraid of Thane, so he agreed that it was in some ways pretty rude behavior. Hearing these words, Thane assured the guy that he really didn't care what Ern thought about this, because in the current situation, he could very well see everything from this angle. But he was interested in another question, which was that he wanted to find out from Ern why he suddenly decided that he could allow himself not to show due politeness. Jensen was already panicking inside because he understood perfectly well what would happen next and why all this was said. But Ern continued to behave quite calmly and not fall for these provocations. And after he thought a little, he decided to check with Thane, or was it just by chance that there was originally not such a cultural level here? Thane didn't quite understand what Ern was talking about, so the guy had to explain that both the Darius brothers and Thane himself acted like they were kings, although they were only third-year students at the academy. But at the same time, they didn't show any politeness, for example, to someone who was in their senior year. Therefore, according to Ern, he also decided to adhere to a similar line of behavior. And, in general, he did not see any problem in this. These words seemed funny to Thane, so he began to laugh out loud, after which he noticed that, as it turned out, Ern had a gift for gab, and therefore the longer he looked at him, the more he thought of him as a useful thing. He also said that he would really hope that Ern's skills are not as good as his speaking skills. At that moment, Ern was thinking about the fact that recently, Thane had only been talking about abilities, and this prompted him to think that perhaps Thane was going to offer him a duel. Thane continued to speak at this point, and at some point decided to ask Ern if he had a duel with Cassian. It was a rather strange question, since everyone knew about it very well. But Thane asked it anyway, and then added that after the fight with Ern, Cassian continued to remain in such a dejected state. That's why he was very interested to know what actually happened that day, because everyone was dying of curiosity. Why did Cassian give up? Thane doesn't really understand how this is even possible, and whether it actually happened. And if rumors are to be believed, the reason was that they threw a few phrases at each other. Well, when he finished talking about this, he suddenly decided to say that in fact all this is absolutely unimportant, because the truly important words are about the enlightenment of the steel count. As soon as Ern heard these words, he immediately thought that Thane was thus throwing him bait and hoping that he would fall for this pathetic trick. But on the other hand, he didn't argue that if it was Thane, then he might well be interested in such a secret. And as a third-year student, if we consider the academy as a whole, he is among the best. Thane interrupted his thoughts when he wanted to ask Ern, or had the guy accidentally heard anything else? Ern didn't understand what this psycho was talking about, so he asked him to clarify what he meant, to which Thane replied that he was currently at a crossroads. But when he heard the words spoken by the steel count, he immediately thought that they could become a guiding thread, after which he added that since Ern was thinking and did not give a quick answer, he could calmly assume that there was something else, and that this was a rather rare opportunity. Ern couldn't believe that Thane actually said that, because in the guy's opinion, he was currently in the position of a supplicant. But at the same time, he spoke as if it was a gesture of goodwill. Therefore, he had already begun to think that he would be able to punish this guy, as he had done earlier with Cassian. It even seemed to him that this was some kind of incomprehensible mystery that was now hidden, and the more the guy savored it, the more he fell into the labyrinth. After some thought, he finally answered Thane, saying that there was actually something else. He began to talk about how a knight who has reached the heights controls strength with softness, and overcomes heaviness with lightness, and overcomes speed with slowness. These words were spoken to Cassian when they were fighting with each other. And the most important thing in all of this is that every knight must realize that there is fullness in emptiness. Thane was a little surprised by the last expression, because for some reason it touched him, so he immediately wanted to ask the guy what it even meant. After which Ern continued to talk about how you need to pretend that there is nothing. Even if a person has something, you need to always remain full. But on the outside, you need to continue to look empty, a state when even with outstanding achievements, a person still looks very ordinary. Thane pretended that he really liked these words, and the meaning that Ern was talking about was simply amazing, because he himself had the feeling that his consciousness had instantly opened up. It was a little funny for Ern, because he thought that Thane was an incredibly self-confident guy. Apparently, he was so confident that he even thought that he could become the new emperor. Although, in fact, if it were possible to achieve enlightenment with a couple of phrases, then no one would ever go through all these difficulties. While Ern was thinking about this, Thane wanted to ask Ern's older brother why his words were different from what he said. Before Jensen could say a word, Thane immediately added that apparently the third son knew more nuances from his father's training than the second, so now he was unsure about who he should exclude first. But on the other hand, he thought it was surprising anyway, because he thought that Kiran was the only useful person in their family. And given all this, he could see that the words he had said earlier about the guy starting to get nervous were a joke, because now he was going to talk about it seriously. And he told Ern that he liked him quite a lot, if only because of what he told him. But right after that, he said that he couldn't let Ern into the club because all the seats were taken, because that's their symbol. They can't just increase the number of participants. However, at the same time, he felt very sorry to just let Ern go. So he would like to know from Jensen what he thinks about making room for his younger brother. And as soon as Jensen heard this, he immediately started shouting and telling Thane that this was not serious and that this could not be done. Besides, he could not believe that Thane was telling him straight to his face that he should leave the club. Although Thane himself did not see anything wrong with this, because he believed that apart from a big name, the Steelguard family had nothing left, and he did not need to have two offspring from their family with him. But right after that, he said that he was joking and asked them to make their faces simpler, because he did not forget that thanks to Sir Rebahan, he can also calmly enjoy all these benefits, and he should definitely be thanked for that. Ern mentally understood that Thane actually spoke as he thought, and every word of his sounded like a nitpick. And to finally calm Jensen down, he told him that there was nothing to worry about, because he would forever remain a member of the 21 Club. Besides, Thane thought that since Jensen was so grateful to him, maybe he could fulfill one of his requests? Jensen didn't even hesitate, and immediately said that he would do everything that Thane told him to do, and he would do it with great pleasure. Thane was happy to hear this, so he started talking about how he had just felt something, and so he decided to ask Jensen if he could have a trivial duel. Jason's confidence was gone, and he was no longer entirely sure that he could fulfill Thane's request. But the guy continued to press him and tell him that he shouldn't tremble so much from fear, because he said that they would have a trivial duel in which they would only slightly measure their strength, and he just needed to check something. In the end, he literally destroyed Jason in a one-on-one fight, His opponent was not even able to land a single blow. Thane was very pleased with himself because he believed that he had been able to experience that very thing of overcoming speed with the help of slowness. Ern, who was watching this whole circus, understood that in reality, Thane was only demonstrating the difference in their abilities and nothing more. Thane was going to continue this fight, and so he asked Jensen to try his best because he has no idea if he did everything right, and to understand he probably needs to practice more. The guests of this event enjoyed the view and were glad that today the role of punching bag went to Jason and not one of them. Besides, no one liked this guy because they all thought that he was worthless without a family. Thane kept telling Jensen that he needed to start fighting already and not just take the punches with his face. At some point, Jason got angry, so he immediately ran into the attack and was going to do everything to deliver at least one successful blow to Thane's body. However, every one of his strikes was off target, and this was apparently due to the fact that Thane's skills were a level higher. Thane simply beat him and believed that he was thus overcoming heaviness with lightness, although he still didn't deny that it was much harder than he could have imagined. So he just kept beating up Thane and trying to figure out how he was supposed to do his attack properly to actually do it right. Ern continued to calmly watch this at this moment, but with each passing second he became more and more disgusted. At some point Jason fell and did not get up again, and this in turn angered Thane a little because he thought that he had only hit him a few times, but he had already fallen and stretched out his legs. So he ordered him to get up immediately, because now he seemed to have begun to understand how to properly use his power, according to the principle that his younger brother had told him. Suddenly, Ern stood in front of Jason, who could no longer stand it, and asked Thane to stop this useless violence. Thane was shocked like the others, so he asked Ern to repeat what he just said. Ern did not remain silent and continued to talk about how such a spectacle cannot be called a fight at all, because he only sees a one-sided beating. Thane smiled and began to talk about how he just couldn't get enough of how strong he was. And he also believed that he had to learn the truth step by step and not stop for a second. Ern immediately answered him that if it were a wall that could be overcome by doing such nonsense, then even a dog could use the aura. Thane was surprised that Ern would allow himself so much, especially after he had shown such leniency towards him. Besides, he asked Ern to hold his tongue, because as he had already said, the Stillguards could do nothing but boast of their title and the glory of their grandfather. As for Ern, he reminded the guy that he is still a nobody, and it will be very difficult to prove himself. But most of all, he wanted to hear the answer to the question, the essence of which was what Ern himself did for Navarro. The audience and guests of the show immediately began to laugh and say that the Steelguards are weaklings, because now all they can do is hang on someone's neck and brag about their grandfather's achievements. At that moment, Ern was thinking that even though his blood was boiling in his veins, he still forced himself to endure all of this, because he understood perfectly well that the right time had not yet come when he would be able to show what the Stillguards were really capable of. Besides, he, like no one else, understood why they were being treated with such disrespect, because they were no longer the Stillguards who were revered as heroes. So after all these insults, he turned to his brother and asked him to leave. Thane immediately intervened because it seemed to him that they would definitely not be able to just leave here. Ern immediately turned to him and asked in a rather rude voice if they really needed to get Thane's permission for this. According to Thane, that's not what he meant. He didn't mind them leaving. He just wanted them to remember one thing, that he always pays his bills to both his benefactors and his enemies. And in light of recent events, they are one of the two, which he has not yet decided on. Ern smiled and told him that if it was a matter of charity, then payment was not really required, because he saw no point in handouts. Besides, if Ern is not mistaken, it was he who gave Tyne what he so desperately wanted to get, and it was primarily about the enlightenment of the Steel Count. Although even in this case, in Ern's opinion, Thane will not be able to comprehend the secret and essence of this method, even if he learns it completely. At this point, he finished his monologue, after which he turned around and began to leave. Thane couldn't think of anything better to say than that. Since they were scared, they could of course leave. At that moment, Ern walked and thought that they could laugh as much as they wanted, but he was sure that soon a lot would change and then he would be the one laughing. Moreover, he believed that everything would change so much that the deep-rooted humiliation of the Steelguard family would be shattered into pieces, and no one would be able to afford something like that. But no matter how confident he was of his victory, he still felt a little unpleasant realizing that he had held back, thus leaving him with a bitter aftertaste. However, Ern could not continue to think about this, because his thoughts were interrupted by his older brother, who told Ern that all this happened only because of him. According to Jason, Ern did too wrong because such actions will now get him kicked out of the club and made an outcast in the class. Ern, in response, wanted to know from Jason why he was so afraid of Thane. Jason didn't quite understand what a stupid question this was, because of course he was afraid of it, because in his opinion, Thane was the one who didn't pay attention to the steel guards or anyone else. Ern found it funny to listen to this, so he said that you can't look at Jason without tears, but at the same time, he was a little offended that such a fate befell the Stilgads. Jason became quiet, but Ern continued to tell him that at the moment, it was all about them. At least the older brother would not have been treated like that, because at least he had some strength. Looking at Jason after these words, Ern realized that, given his facial expression, Jason was thinking exactly the same thing. But he still wasn't sure what he should do in such a case, because to be honest, he had been holding himself back for a very long time, and now he had enough excuses and witnesses. He was already too angry about all this, so he decided that this time he couldn't be lenient, which meant that he would go right now and paint them properly. And before he went and did this, he told his older brother that he continued to be overcome with doubts, but thanks to him, he made a firm decision. Jason didn't understand what was going on and what Ern was doing, and why he was heading towards Club 21 again. Ern believed that he himself could answer this. And if not, then he asked not to forget that Ern did not have any particularly warm feelings for him, but he still considered him his older brother, even though they pretended not to know each other. But Thane, with his words and actions, has definitely insulted the Stilgard family, for which he must receive what he deserves. As soon as Ern approached the club, he was immediately met by the twin brothers, who wanted to ask him why he had come again. Ern couldn't understand what was wrong with these guys and why they kept getting in his way. These words sounded very offensive to them, so they began to call him names and tell him that he should not forget who was standing in front of them. But before hitting Ern, they turned to Thane and asked him if the guy had any business left with Stilgard. Thane made it clear to them that they could do whatever they wanted with Ern, and that he didn't care about him at all. They were very happy to hear this, because they were essentially officially allowed to beat up this impudent fellow. But before they did this, they wanted to tell him that he had come here in vain without Jason, because they wouldn't mind giving him a few blows either. Ern started laughing at them and saying that apparently Barand hadn't told them anything, and that was very bad for them. The brothers began to smile and tell him that of course Barand had told them everything. They knew perfectly well that he had used dirty tricks during the competition, but they were more than sure that this would not happen to them. Ern was glad that they thought so, because it once again proved that they were just as pathetic as their younger brother. This was the last straw for the brothers' patience, so they were going to show Ern what he was doing wrong and what he had done wrong. But as soon as they said this, Ern immediately dealt them several blows so that they would not relax. From their facial expressions, it was clear that the guy's blows were strong enough to make them shut their mouths. And Ern only added to them that they suffered such a fate only because their younger brother kept silent about many things. Everyone who saw this immediately stood still and opened their mouths in shock. Ern wasn't going to just stand there, so he turned to Thane to ask him if he thought about having a trivial duel. He immediately noticed that Thane instantly cowered in fear, so he decided to say once again that this would be just a trivial fight and that they would only slightly measure their strength. No one could believe it, because everyone clearly saw that Ern was literally provoking Thane, and he was just a freshman from the middle class. The entire hall froze in anticipation of whether Thane would accept the challenge, because everyone understood that even if Thane won this challenge, he would still not receive any benefit from this duel. But on the other hand, if he suddenly decided to refuse, his reputation would immediately be shaken. Thane finally spoke up and started by saying that he thought Ern was a pretty strong guy, but he turned out to be just an upstart who had no idea about social relationships. Ern immediately asked him to speak louder and not mumble something under his breath, because as far as Ern remembers, during the conversation with Jason, he definitely did not look for excuses. These provocations angered Thane even more, so he agreed to a duel, at least in order to punish Ern for every nasty word he said, and besides, he doesn't mind punishing someone who allows himself too much. Finally, Ern heard what he had been waiting for so long, so he asked Thane to attack faster, because only then would he finally be able to see what Ern had told him about earlier. Thane immediately attacked because he decided that Ern had completely lost his mind, which meant that he needed to show Ern where his place really was. But as soon as he carried out his attack, he immediately felt that his fist was passing through the air, and not at all through his opponent's body. Thane was clearly scared because he sincerely did not understand where Ern had disappeared to and what was going on. Ern didn't want to torture him, so he appeared behind Thane and said that he was here. Thane immediately jumped up and launched another attack, as he didn't like the games Ern was playing with him, but his attack was unsuccessful again. But Ern continued to irritate him with phrases about how apparently Thane hadn't gotten enough sleep that day, since he couldn't see where and who he was hitting. So the guy asked him to try hard, because he would only start the demonstration when Thane matched his tact. Immediately after these words, a colossal energy began to emerge around Thane, and apparently from that moment on, he was finally ready to show everything he was capable of. Immediately after this, he began to shout that he would literally crush Ern for every word he said. But before he could use his strength, Ern appeared right in front of him and dealt him a good blow. The expressions on the faces of the spectators of this fight spoke for themselves. They certainly did not expect this, because Thane was invincible for them, so they did not even dare to raise their voices at him. But Thane himself was a little shocked by what had happened. It seemed to him that this fight would be just a formality. But when he received a slap in the face from Ern, it became a turning point for him. However, this was far from the end because Ern was not going to stop there and continued to beat him. He beat him until Thane fell down and fell, and then Ern finally asked him if he had learned anything from this fight. Also, Ern couldn't help but notice that Thane had this expression on his face, as if he still didn't understand what was going on. So Ern assumed that he needed to hit him a couple more times for the guy to finally get it and feel something. Thane remained silent and simply looked at Ern as if he looked like someone who could destroy him, although at that moment that was essentially the case. He just couldn't believe that Ern Stilgard was the one who had been so masterful in hiding his talent all this time. At some point, Thane became angry because he simply did not want to believe what was happening, because he believed that even if Ern hid his skills, this did not mean that he had the right to touch the Carson family at all. So he shouted to William, Kaplan, and Hardin, whom he ordered to make sure that not even a wet spot remained of Ern. At that moment, 3 men emerged from the crowd who were determined to carry out their master's order, and looking at Ern, they thought he was crazy for deciding that he could defeat someone, but they were willing to spend a little time to teach the guy some sense. Ern smiled and noted that if he was not mistaken, then they had a one-on-one duel, so he did not quite understand where these guys came from and whether they were ashamed to play such games against him. Although Ern mentally understood that he could essentially forget about the fight, it was even better for him because now he would be able to fight without holding back. And as soon as he thought about it, one of these big guys immediately went into battle, who thought that he could teach Ern a lesson and show him who was who here. But as Ern expected, their abilities were significantly lower than his, so he would be able to play with them a little. The first of them lay down literally a few seconds after he tried to strike. Thane clearly began to worry because everything he saw with his own eyes seemed like a dream to him because it was simply impossible. After all, looking at Ern, he thought that the guy was essentially able to single-handedly take down the most talented students of the upper class, who had been personally selected by him. Thane, out of desperation, began to scream at Paris because he did not understand how much longer he would stand and just watch this madness. Paris stepped out of the crowd and said in a quiet voice that Ern was quite a funny guy, and in all likelihood he was aiming to reach the threshold of the second class. Ern immediately realized that Paris had a keen eye for such things, because the guy knew that he couldn't destroy these guys, so he used exactly as much force as would correspond to the second class. He also heard very well that if in the first year Cassian was number 1, then in the third year Paris took that place. After all, he was supposed to graduate from the academy next year, and in theory, it shouldn't have caused him any more problems. Paris at one point began to say that with such abilities as Ern's, it is permissible to behave arrogantly, and he understands this perfectly well. However, he decided to remind Ern that he still had to restrain himself until he graduated from the academy. Ern sighed and decided to point out that, as far as he understood, they were the first to go after the man who wasn't bothering anyone. Paris, in response to these words, told Ern that he was actually better than Cassian, if only for the reason that he had a good family, outstanding abilities, and reckless self-confidence. But even taking all this into account, they are not a club where a freshman can dictate his own rules. Everyone understood perfectly well what was about to happen, immediately after they saw Paris use his red aura. Thane also started to smile, because he was sure that in this case, Ern would definitely not be able to get away with a couple of injuries. Ern was watching Paris closely at that moment and thinking that he hadn't expected there to be anything to see in this place. But apparently Paris owns the famous Red Moon light spheres, and this is an unusual and rare skill. But now Ern was very interested to know how strong this guy was with this technique. Ern was smiling, so Paris immediately jumped up to make sure the guy clearly wasn't laughing. Everyone around started to run away because they were worried that they might get hit too. But no matter how many blows Paris threw, Ern still stood firm and waited for Paris to use all his strength so he could see what this guy was capable of. However, at some point, Ern realized that this was a complete disappointment because given the way Paris fights, he still has a long way to go before he can be called a famous warrior. But now he had another problem. He needed to figure out what he should do next, because if he used internal ki energy, it would be easy for him to suppress his attack. But if he defeated an aura user without using it, it would truly shock everyone. Considering all this, he realized that since this had happened, he needed to finish this fight. Thane's smile grew wider and wider because he was almost certain that Ern would now be destroyed and he would no longer dare open his mouth. But at some point he had to change his mind because Paris screamed in pain after another blow. After this, Thane started shouting that this was just some kind of madness because he sincerely did not understand how a first-year student could do something like this. Ern eventually decided that he would have to use the aura, and it was at an incredibly high level, which amazed everyone who was there. From incredibly strong pain, Paris fell to the floor and began to scream, which made Ern think that Paris was overdoing it a bit since he was an aura user, so most likely, in a week all the bones would grow back together. However, now Ern apparently has another problem. Everyone who was at the Club 21 training camp that evening looked at him with a look that said only one thing. So Ern decided to break their state of shock and tell them that he was looking at them, and it felt like they were all seasick. But he was more annoyed that they were looking at him at all, so he told them in plain language to stop looking at him. It worked instantly, and everyone who looked at him immediately turned their gaze away, which they directed anywhere except into Ern's eyes. This awkward moment was interrupted by Thane, who began clapping and saying that although he had observed the entire process with his own eyes, he still could not believe what he had seen, because this was the first time he had seen a first-year student possess an aura. Besides, in his opinion, since he was able to defeat someone like Paris, it could be acknowledged that the Stilgard family still had some gunpowder left in their powder flasks. Ern laughed at him, and then decided to ask the guy why he suddenly decided to talk like that. Thane replied that it was quite simple. To be honest, he was simply amazed by Ern's skills, so he would like to offer him to end this senseless psychological war. And this time he intended to make a sincere offer, which was that Ern could become a member of their club. Besides, now he's more than sure that Paris was absolutely right and the guy only needs to wait 2 years, and then his era will definitely come. But Ern definitely thought differently in his opinion. Thane was talking complete nonsense because he sincerely did not understand why he needed to do this. Thane gave him an answer that he considered quite simple because the real world was outside the academy and Ern had no right to forget about it. And all those gathered here are talented people who will in the future stand at the head of the political life of Navarro, and therefore he would like to advise Ern to think carefully about what might be best for him. But Ern's reaction was definitely unexpected for them, because he just started laughing and telling them that they were quite funny. Thane and everyone in that room couldn't believe their ears that Ern actually said something like that. But Ern didn't understand what was so complicated about what he said that they didn't understand him. But since they wanted it that way, he could easily repeat once again that they were funny and boring at the same time. But considering their life, it was only good for them. This made Thane very angry because even considering how kind he had been towards Ern, after everything he had done, the guy still had the audacity to say such words. These words made Erna laugh even more, because this was being said to him by someone who was holding on to his father's trouser leg and apparently had nothing to brag about except the position of his family, in which he also took no part. Immediately after Ern's last word, Thane took out a small blade and instantly ordered him to shut his mouth, after which he went on the attack, because he believed that Ern had no right to chatter as if he knew anything about Thane at all. These words no longer pleased Ern because he considered that Thane had crossed the line by saying these words, for which he would not mind punishing him. Even in this situation, Thane continued to threaten Ern, saying that he definitely wouldn't get away with it because he was Thane Carson. Ern squeezed his throat even harder, and then added that he knew very well who Thane was, because wherever he went, from his birth until today, he was special. But now Thane must also accept the fact that to Ern, he is nothing more than a worthless idiot, and he doesn't really see anything special in him, which is why Thane can allow himself to behave like this. And as for the fortress called Club Number 21 that Thane built, it was actually just a sandcastle. At least that's what Ern thought. Thane kept telling him to shut his mouth and not to dare insult his club and his family. However, Ern didn't care about his words because now everything would change, and from now on, he would like to ask Thane to be extremely careful and think about what he was doing wrong. After all, Ern can always, without any special problems, make the castle called Club 21 collapse. After these words, Ern threw Thane into the wall and showed with his whole appearance that he absolutely did not care who was from which family. Before he left, he turned to everyone else and also gave them advice, which was that they better not cause them any trouble. At this point, the performance ended and Ern headed for the exit. As soon as he went outside, he immediately noticed his brother, who wanted to run away quietly. Ern stopped him to ask a question, wanting to know why Jason was trying to act like he didn't see anything when everything was exactly the opposite. Jason was silent, so Ern asked another question. Why did Jason come back at all if he could just leave? But Jason didn't think he could do that. This was a little surprising to Ern, although he understood it, because most likely Jason was thinking that since he had fallen out of favor with Thane, his life at the academy would become simply unbearable. Ern understood that it was probably not enough for Jason that he was beaten and kicked out, so he decided that after all this, he also needed to ask for forgiveness. In any case, in Ern's opinion, his older brother had changed a lot, because the Jason he knew would never give up his pride. Jason thought differently in his opinion. Ern doesn't know anything and just thinks that he bows his head to the younger students because he likes it. Although Ern thought to himself that he actually understood him perfectly well, because he had been doing this his whole life. The tentacle of Thane destroying the steel guards with its suckers was always there, and those who started it were just Ern and Jason. But in this life, Ern was sure that everything would be different. Jason, meanwhile, literally screamed that the only one who had changed here was Ern, because he had no idea what Ern had been doing all this time, that he had managed to learn to use the aura. Ern responded and said that it was simple, because he was just secretly training a little, which Jason didn't want to believe. But Ern assured him that even if Jason found it hard to believe, he was still telling him the truth, and there was absolutely no point in him lying to him. Jason didn't care because at that moment he only wanted to know the answer to one question, which was why did Ern do that in the first place? Ern didn't understand what his brother was talking about, so Jason continued to talk about how he didn't have to turn Thane against him, and why even go that far. Ern sighed and asked him a question in return, in which he wanted to know how they, being still guards, could have gotten to such a state. He told Jason that he, as an older brother, always said bad things about Ern and expressed hostility for no reason. But even considering that his older brother was like that, Ern still didn't reject him and didn't say that he didn't know him. And if you think about it, only Ern has the right to beat Jason for his words, but not Thane, who has nothing to do with their family. Suddenly, Jason woke up and asked Ern to hit him hard, which Ern thought was a pretty funny request. After which he decided to clarify once again, or was Jason watching closely as Ern conducted his duel with the 21 Club. Jason decided to clarify that he should not hit him too hard, but just so that he would not die. At that moment, Ern thought that his older brother must have gone crazy, since he was asking him about such things. He even scared him a little. He still wasn't going to hit him, and so Jason wanted to find out from Ern what he was going to do next, because Thane most likely wouldn't back down so easily, and Paris would also try to pay back for the humiliation at all costs. Ern reassured him when he said that he actually had an idea, but he didn't want to tell him about it yet. Jason didn't understand the reason why he didn't want to tell him about it. Did he really think that Thane would run to tell Thane about it? Ern laughed at these words and asked him if he thought it was interesting to watch a play when you already know the ending. Jason didn't understand at all why Ern said this. But if you answer this question, then the answer is quite obvious, not the least bit interesting. Ern wanted to hear this, and as soon as Jason said it, the guy simply suggested his older brother to enjoy and wait for that very ending. Thane, after coming to his senses, immediately began yelling at his people and telling them that they were just a bunch of nobodies who attacked and were unable to defeat one freshman. Moreover, he immediately wanted them to understand that he would never fit them into his circle after such a prank. He told everyone else who was in the hall the same thing in his words: if someone dares to stir up trouble, then in that case you need to unite and teach the impudent fellow a lesson. But they all just continued to stand and watch it. Paris interrupted his screams when he asked Thane to calm down, because this noise wouldn't change anything anyway, and therefore there was no point in talking about it. But Thane wasn't going to listen to Paris, and as soon as he finished speaking, Thane immediately started yelling at him and telling him to shut his mouth because in the guy's opinion, he hadn't behaved in the best way either. Paris was very angry about this, but Thane still continued to tell him that he was the best in the stream and at the same time should feel ashamed of what happened. But soon he calmed down a little and exhaled, and then asked how Paris's arm was. Did it hurt a lot? Paris replied that everything would be fine with her, and then Thane wanted to know what happened to him and why he couldn't defeat him. According to the senior student, he was simply careless, and all because his opponent had hidden from the very beginning that he was the owner of an aura, and a very powerful one at that. And even with such a flawless attack, he was only at the initial stage of the second grade, And this meant only one thing, that in the next fight, he would certainly be able to defeat him and do it quite confidently. Thane was glad to hear this, but he still decided to tell him that if he didn't succeed, he would have to ask the seniors for help, and this was incredibly humiliating for him. After which he turned to all the spectators and said that they must remember that everyone present here must keep their mouths shut. Because if there is a leak of information about what happened today, he will definitely find out who exactly let it slip, and then that person will not be in a sweet place. Aaron was listening to everything Tyne said at that moment, and clearly heard the guy saying that he couldn't tell his friends, his family, his distant relatives, anyone, because this problem had to be solved in a close circle. How Ern liked to listen to this, because Thane essentially acts strictly according to the plan that he came up with in his head, and the situation develops even better than he expected. He understood that for some time everyone would remain silent, as if they had water in their mouths, so Ern had nothing to worry about, and no one would know about his skills for now. In that case, he decided that it was time for him to move forward to meet him, time to move towards the true purpose of his visit to Club 21. Huan, meanwhile, held the blade in his hands and was about to plunge it straight into his stomach. But as soon as he decided to do this, he was interrupted by a voice that asked him if the guy would like to make a bet with him. It was Ern who was ready to bet him that Huan could not stab himself. Han didn't quite understand what was going on and why Ern had suddenly come to him, but Ern continued to say that whatever it was, he understood him perfectly well, because he clearly saw how his older brother was going a little too far. And even though they had different mothers in Ern's opinion, he really was saying and doing unnecessary things, especially when he made a stand out of Huan. The guy Ern was talking to was the second son of the Carson family. He was the half-younger brother of Thane Carson, and his name was Huan. Huan immediately wanted to know from Ern how he even knew that he and Thane were brothers, to which Ern replied with a smile that there probably weren't any people in this academy who didn't know about it. But Huan was referring to the information that he was an illegitimate son, because he did not share this information with absolutely anyone. Ern, of course, knew this from knowledge from his past life, but he told Huan that he would not tell where he knew this from. In any case, Ern believed that Huan would not be able to pierce himself with this blade, and therefore he had a question as to why the guy was still standing and holding this dagger in his hands. It would be better to give it to Ern. This angered Huan, and so he decided to prove Ern that the guy was wrong, and to prove it, he tried to plunge this dagger straight into himself. But in the end, he felt a force that did not allow him to do this. It was Ern who stopped Huan at the last moment. After which Ern added that, to be honest, Huan surprised him a little because he couldn't even think that the guy would actually strike. He also couldn't help but say that the problem in their family was that the older brother was too strong, but the younger one was too weak, and it seemed to him that it would be good if the strength was mixed in moderation. Huan was already starting to get nervous, because he had absolutely no idea what Ern was even talking about, and why he was talking about it. But Ern just kept talking and went on to the point that when he looked at him again, he assumed that Huan had quite a temper. And when he finally finished speaking, he wanted to ask his younger brother, Tyne, if he let go of his hand, would he try to cut himself again properly? Huan understood what Ern was hinting at, so he asked to let go of his hand, and he would no longer try to cut himself. Ern immediately let go of his hand and asked him to calm down so they could talk to him. Immediately after this, Huan threw the dagger to the ground and began to cry. And in a fit of tears, he began to talk about how he really didn't want to die. Ern pretended not to understand what the problem was, so he suggested that the guy just continue living. But according to Huan, if he continues to live, he will be no different from the dead man. Ern mentally understood that the guy was right in some ways, because the whole point was that his older brother was good at bullying others. Moreover, looking at Huan, he saw in him an uncertain expression and attitude, a weak impression without a drop of dignity. Given all these facts, Ern knew that if he decided to mold something worthwhile out of this guy, he would clearly have to try hard. But first he decided to ask the guy how they treat him in general and his family a little better. Huan immediately responded that no one touches him in the family circle, and his father never humiliated him or said anything bad to him. Ern immediately noticed that it was very much like the Duke to be cold to everyone. It meant saying that everyone was equal, and so he decided to immediately assume that this was the reason why Thane hated his older brother. Huan said that while he was at the ducal residence, Thane had some boundaries, but immediately after they arrived at the academy, Thane decided to build his own kingdom, and he became its prisoner who receives only the hatred of his king. Ern wanted to ask the guy, or had he never thought about just running away? Huan thought that this was not entirely possible, because they still did not consider him a human, but only continued to point fingers and say that he was no better than an animal, which is why he was almost certain that his father would soon abandon him. Ern realized that apparently Thane was mocking him so much because he apparently knew this information, and that was why Huan decided to take his own life. Before the guy could answer, Ern immediately told him that he thought he was too young to die, and since they had met each other, he wouldn't mind helping the guy deal with his problems. In other words, Ern wanted to propose to Huan Carson to make him the head of the Duke's House of Carso, which could not help but shock him. Because of this, he had to ask Ern several more times what he wanted to do. But before Ern could repeat it again, he started yelling at Ern and asking him to stop talking nonsense. Ern didn't understand this reaction because he was absolutely serious. Huan still believed that even if Ern was serious, his words were still complete nonsense. He started to leave, but before he finally said goodbye to Ern, he decided to turn around and thank him for the guy saving his life, and he would definitely do everything possible to pay him back. Hyun clearly wanted to know how he could become a duke, but then he sighed heavily and said that he was unlikely to become a duke because he was a non-entity and everyone knew it. Ern interrupted his sadness and said that he wished Huan could see what he had done to Thane after he left. But then he realized that even if he told about it, Hyun still wouldn't believe him. So he asked him to find out for himself what happened in the club in his absence, after which he left. But before that, he asked him to make a final decision, and when he finally did it, he would need to tell it to Ern. Ern understood that whether he liked it or not, Huan essentially had no choice but to become a duke. A few years later, Thane will die from an incurable disease, and Huan will still become the head of the Carson family. So Ern knew he just needed to make a small contribution to this process, and then in the future he would have a strong enough ally. Arn was about to fall asleep when he got to his room, but he couldn't get the thought out of his head that the policy of the 21 Club was to form bonds with the cadets who were most likely to succeed in the future, and the more he thought about it, the more tempting this idea seemed to him. But on the other hand, he understood that in all likelihood, this venture would be barely half successful, and he was definitely not happy with this arrangement. And from this list, he needs to choose only those who will definitely succeed. And besides Huan, there are many more promising students who will turn from ugly ducklings into beautiful swans. These thoughts made Ern realize that he had been taking the academy too lightly all this time, and that setting up a trading company and taking control of the criminal world would certainly help him move forward. But the cadets gathered at the academy are the future of Navarro himself, and therefore he needs to take away the diamonds and make them his people. But first of all, he had to do everything possible to increase his own fame. The next morning, when Ern entered the classroom, he immediately noticed that every student was looking at him. Ern immediately noticed that the atmosphere in the upper class was quite fierce. The guy came to the wrong class, so a senior student immediately approached him and wanted to ask the guy why he came here. Ern is so fed up with the fact that wherever he goes, there is a gatekeeper who eventually has to be punished. While he was thinking about this bald guy started yelling at him because he didn't like that Ern was ignoring him. But instead of answering, Ern decided to ask what his name was. He didn't understand why Ern needed to know this at all because he came to his class and he would be the one asking the questions. Ern couldn't help but agree with him because he also believed that a name was useless. It was important to know its rating. The senior student realized that he had better say his place, and according to him, he was in 30th place. Ern noted that it was rather weak and therefore did not suit him. This immediately angered him and he started to freak out because he did not understand how a first-year student dared to talk to him like that. Ern was thinking at this moment that if this guy was ranked number 30, it meant that he was in last place in the upper class, and if he defeated him, he would automatically move to the middle class. But he felt sorry for this guy, so he decided to be lenient. While this strange guy was screaming, Ern turned around and started looking around for a suitable target that he could work with. His attention was drawn to Cassian, who was also in the same class. Ern immediately thought that there was no point in competing with this guy, because if he beat him, he would attract too much attention to his person, and this was too unacceptable at the moment. And at a certain moment, he saw the one he had been looking for so long. There was another guy sitting there, and Ern thought that because of Cassian, he was constantly in second place for 2 years. But then he graduated from the academy on an accelerated program, having proven himself to be a talented and smart person, and this guy's name was Max Jr. So Ern decided to turn to Max and ask him if he was the one in second place. Max leaned over and immediately replied that it was true, and he wanted to know why Ern was even talking to him. Did he really have some business with him? Ern immediately answered him that he had no business with him and could not have any, because he considered Max pathetic and insignificant. And also, according to Ern, because of the high wall called Cassian, he will always be in second place. Max obviously began to get angry because of these words, and also suspected that Ern was deliberately asking for trouble. Ern didn't hide it and even decided to offer the guy a fight with someone from a different rank. Max was overcome with anger, and he literally started screaming, showing with his whole appearance that he would show Ern how strong he was. But as soon as the fight began, Max immediately began to receive blow after blow from Ern. The duel eventually ended on the orders of the instructor, who stopped the fight because Ern's sword had reached Max's neck. After which he announced that the victory belonged to Ernst Stilgard, which caused shock among the other students, because each of them knew that the guy was only in 72nd place in the ranking, but Max was in second. Looking at Ern, each of them had a thought about what Ern's true essence is. In any case, the main question was that Ern would apparently move up to the top class. But the 30th place will move to the middle class, and that same bald guy immediately began to panic, because he was very worried about the fact that he would lose all the advantages of the upper class that he received. But then he remembered one peculiarity, which was that in order to move up to the top class, you need to get 2 victories. In this way, he caught a ray of hope because he was sure that Max could not possibly lose twice. But suddenly, he was interrupted by an instructor who wanted to ask the guy if he had accidentally gone blind. After which he said that given what they had seen, they could not even hint at Max winning the victorious fight. And if there was a second fight, then someone else would take Max's place. Grab, that was the name of this bald guy, and he couldn't believe his eyes, because he always thought that Max was very fierce and extremely difficult to defeat. But now it was all too obvious that the difference between these guys was far from being such that it could be narrowed during training. The instructor believed that Grab had better start preparing for the worst, because Max would not be able to protect his place. At that moment, the man was thinking that the steel guards always eventually show what they are capable of. And even after several of Erna's brothers graduated from this academy in not the best way, in the end, someone still came who would make this family name famous again. Now it became absolutely clear that the power of the Iron Guard was concentrated in the youngest member of the family. But it seemed that this was even for the better. After the fight ended and Ern walked out of the training arena, he immediately saw the other students who were near the entrance. Among them all, he immediately saw his old friend, who came to Ern much faster than he expected. And when he asked Huynh how he found it, the guy immediately said that he had help with this. He glanced at Club 21, which had almost completely come to watch the fight, but they did not go inside. Huynh believed that they all stayed outside only because they suspected what the final outcome would be. And then Huynh paused for a moment and whispered to Ern that he turned out to be the owner of an aura. Ern was surprised and therefore immediately wanted to ask him how he managed to find out everything so quickly. But apparently this is the reason Huynh is here. According to the guy, this was not entirely true because he carefully thought over everything that Ern told him. But he stopped him immediately because he thought that this was not the best place to discuss such things. So he asked Huynh to follow him because he knew a quiet corner where no one would disturb them. As soon as they arrived at that very secluded place, Huynh immediately began to tell about what he heard, what happened yesterday, and now he would like to know what Ern's real plan was, because he was sure that Thane would not turn a blind eye to what happened. And to be honest, Huynh was internally very pleased that someone had finally taught Tyne a lesson, and in front of everyone, moreover, he was so disappointed that he wasn't there that he was simply ready to jump on the spot to see it again. Ern, looking at all this, thought about the fact that apparently all members of this family are like that, because Huynh is more glad that he made fun of his brother, and not that he saved his life. However, Huynh still thought it was pretty stupid to think that he had the upper hand this way, because he thought his brother was a real psycho who wouldn't just stop. And to prove it, Huynh even told a story about how Thane once tried to poison him. At first, Ern thought that this was actually normal, but when Huynh said that he was only 10 years old at the time, Ern had to change his mind. But considering all these stories, one could assume that Huynh was still afraid of Thane, which the guy himself did not particularly hide. But even if this was so, today he had enough courage to come and meet with Ern. And to begin with, he wanted to know from Ern why he said those words and was it serious? Ern already liked the beginning of the conversation, so he immediately noticed that if he was talking about Huynh being able to become the next duke, then of course he was serious. Huynh immediately asked Ern to speak more quietly, because someone might hear and then he would have problems. Ern asked him not to worry so much, because they were not at a meeting of rebels, although Huynh still thought that if anyone found out about it, then he would be laughed at. After all, he still wasn't sure that someone like Huynh could become a duke. Ern didn't argue with him that that's how it looked now, but he asked him to understand that it would be difficult, but possible, and for that, they would have to work a little. There were a lot of problems, so Huan sincerely did not understand how he could even claim the title of Duke. Did not argue that it would be very difficult to do this alone, but for this, he had Ern asked him to think about the fact that he was thus investing in undervalued stocks, and this seemed to him to be the basis of commercial activity. And to begin with, Ern suggested that he correct his rotten thinking, but first he needed to think carefully about this. And you had to think about what would happen if things went wrong and what Huan might lose. The only thing Huan was sure of was that if Thane found out about this, he would definitely not ignore it. Moreover, Huan was sure that even Ern would not be able to stand up to the 21 Club. But even if this was so, Ern still believed that this was no reason to tolerate such an attitude towards himself. Huan understood this, but still it seemed to him that it was much better, because in this way the situation would not get worse. But Ern immediately answered him and said that he had a completely different point of view, after which he began to talk about how Thane would most likely graduate from the academy with flying colors, thereby completely strengthening his position as the successor to the ducal title. And if in a few months he became a duke, then what would happen to Huan? In other words, one could assume that he would be treated like an ant, and as a result, the rest of his life would be filled only with regrets. The phrase will be playing in the guy's head for many years. If only he had tried to change something, but it would be too late. Huan eventually decided to agree with what Ern was telling him, because he would actually regret it later. And up until that day, he had always avoided Thane and given in to him in every possible way. And only for this reason, he eventually turned into a non-entity who is incapable of anything. But now, for the first time, he thought that he needed to change something, to try to change his life, so that no one else would dare tell him that he was worthless. Therefore, he is ready to do everything that Ern tells him. He is ready to change himself for the better. Ern immediately asked him not to rush, because he would definitely not achieve anything good that way. And in his opinion, Huan had already learned one important thing the right way, and that was that he couldn't defeat Club 21 on his own. In his mind, he understood that they were now talking specifically about those people who were included in this club. But if we believe Ern, then in this case, there is only one solution, and it was that Huan needs to create his own club. And of course, he will help him with this and will soon tell him all the details, because he already actually has a list of potential candidates. Several guys approached Baryon to remind him that he had lost again. They laughed at him that the guy had no wins and 64 losses, although on the other hand, they did not argue with the fact that this was an absolute record. However, before graduating from the academy, he should have won at least once. But then they started laughing again, because with his grades, he would be kicked out of the academy before this graduation happened. Baryon simply remained silent and listened as they told him that he was lucky to be in the lower class, and they believed that his main problem was that he was a commoner. And this once again proved that no matter how talented he was, they still shouldn't be accepted into the academy. They continued to discuss the guy in his presence and talk about how they even heard that even the instructor who recommended him gave up. And if they were not mistaken, then the guy had a fear of swords, and therefore they believed that there was no point in connecting one's life with fencing if a person was afraid of the sword. After all, even the people who supported him, believing only in his talent, probably gave up on this idea long ago, seeing how his grades dropped, and if he is thrown out of here, he will again become a homeless beggar. These words brought Baryon back to reality, and he firmly decided for himself that he must do everything possible to avoid returning to that life. Suddenly, Baryon's thoughts were interrupted by a strange voice behind him, which made him turn around and see who was talking to him. It was Ern who immediately said that it was a good thing they were able to meet him here, because he had actually been planning to talk to him. After these words, Baryon followed Ern, and in his head there were thoughts that even though he did this, being enchanted, he still did not understand what kind of gathering of people this was. Huan was talking to Ern at that moment about how if he understood correctly, no one else would come, which Ern confirmed. Ugly ducklings who will later turn into beautiful swans and turn the whole of Navarro upside down. That's who Ern has gathered in this hall today. The knights who represent the next generation are Baryon and Mita. Acadio's youngest mayor, Benjamin, will be hailed as a genius by his administration. The invincible field commander, Davin, who is said to have expanded the horizons of military science. Benjamin and Davin are geniuses that were overlooked at the academy because they both have talents that cannot be measured by the school's rating system. Also among them was one who, unfortunately, no one followed. The second son of the Count's family, Klaus, a famous knightly family with a century-long history, as well as a dissident of the Count's house, Klaus, the wandering magical genius Chapelle Klaus. And when everyone was finally gathered, Huan asked Ern to finally tell them why he had gathered them all here today. Ern decided to start by saying that they had most likely heard about the purpose of the meeting in general terms, and, as had already been said, he was going to create a prestigious club that would be in no way inferior to the 21 Club, and perhaps even be much better. After which he began to tell them that each of them was a butterfly chrysalis, waiting for its time. But he was ready to bet that soon they would proudly flutter on beautiful wings. And with all these thoughts in mind, Ern decided that their club would be called Vizlet. As soon as Ern told them this, Barian immediately noted that from what he heard, it sounded like a pretty good idea. But he wasn't entirely sure that this idea would go well. Ern assured him that there was no need to worry about this, because he had both confidence in his abilities and a firm belief in success. Barian still continued to doubt and be unsure that they could really succeed, because he actually had only gaps, both in his skills and in his family. And he also did not forget to say that, to be honest, there is not a single person among them who would declare himself. He also immediately wanted to say that he said this not at all because he was trying to spoil someone's mood. Moreover, he generally believed that there was nothing to take from him, because he was a hopeless case. Chappelle noted that such a statement could not spoil anyone's mood, because he was simply stating the facts. Besides, in his opinion, Club number 21 is a dream club, because all the elite has gathered there. But as for the Vizlet Club, which they want to create, then without any words, a completely different association arises. In general, he believed that there was nothing other than the possibility of establishing connections with Stilgard and Carson. Ern believed that this was the only thing that made them feel so insecure, and it was because the club had no advantages. But they thought there was little point in focusing on it. Ern realized that they were incredibly unsure of themselves, so he decided that he had to demonstrate his obvious advantage. They thought he was going to show them some skill, but instead he asked someone to come in. A few seconds later, a man entered the room, introduced himself as Marcus, and then stated that he was the deputy head of the flip trading company. To make them understand what he was talking about, he added that they were just a small company with a few businesses. But due to the favorable environment, their business had suddenly taken off recently, and he even got to hold gold bars in his hands. But that was not the main thing he wanted to talk to him about, so he suggested that they get to the point. And the point was that he would like to provide regular sponsorship support to students. Everyone was so surprised that they just silently looked at him, until Barian decided to ask why on earth he would provide financial assistance to cadets like them. The man immediately assured them that in fact this question is very easy to answer. According to him, this happens because their company is under the guardianship of Mr. Ern, and the Vizlet Club also belongs to Mr. Ern. After this, Ern hoped that everything was now fine with them, and he also wanted to assure them that this was far from the end of the series of things that he could give them, and therefore he asked them to think carefully, because he was leaving the choice up to them. That same evening, Ern, sitting in his room, was in a very good mood, because he was able to settle the problems with the club quite easily, and now all that was left for him was to get that very thing. And to do this, he needed to enter system number 1, where he would most likely be able to find her. He began to actively look through the catalog and think that instead of the fakes that had been put into circulation recently, he needed to identify the original. And at some point, he finally got what he had been waiting for so long, namely the art of reincarnation and a conversation with the god of the sun, who, as soon as he entered into a dialogue with Ern, immediately said that he hates those who begin to brag about their merits in order to impress. Ern immediately assured him that he had no intention of doing that, and that he was there for another reason. The sun god was glad to hear this, so he decided that they should quickly get down to business, and to do this, he needed to name his price. The art of rebirth. This item is capable of transforming everything from the body and limbs to a single cell, while at the same time reborn into a new body. The musculature and the chi core of the body are reconstructed into a form optimized for martial arts, and it was simply the perfect item to obtain a perfect body. And Ern understood this like no one else, because this is one of the best things that can be obtained in the first system, so it is always in the upper price range. But the price that the sun god asked for was incredibly high, as much as 150,000 coins. Right after the man named his price, he decided to add that he hates communication most of all after the price has been named, and he hates even more those who then start trying to knock down the price. In other words, he wanted to say that if Ern even tried to offer a lower price, he would immediately be out of luck. And in fact, at that moment, Ern was seriously lacking. So the guy decided to look at the detailed statistics of this person and what he does in general. The most excellent, above the first class, the highest limit. soaring above the summit, the border of which, having reached, you look down on everything, equal to God. While Ern was busy reading the profile of the sun god, the man decided to hurry him up, because the guy was thinking too hard about something, and therefore apparently was not answering him. The guy asked for a few more minutes, because he found one nuance that did not fit in his head. Why is such a person, who is practically equal to God, so poor, and he generally sees for the first time that the one who is going to make a deal does not have a penny in his account? Therefore, he decided that he needed to conduct a thorough investigation, after which he learned that Li Ji was the god of the sun, the supreme ruler of the Sun Palace, and the young master of the first world of Marima. He emerged victorious from a confrontation with the ice warrior of the northern sea, Sol Jin Wook, which lasted for 50 years. But with Li Ji Ham, who was honored as the winner, not everything was all right either. The extremely strong ice energy that hit his body destroys his blood vessels, so he is in critical condition. Thus, Ern had a general picture. Apparently, for the sake of one battle, the god of the sun had to bet everything. But what interested him most was that he was short about 90,000, and even if he used all the price privileges, he would still need more than 40,000 coins. However, in order to create a body that will support the attainment of the awakened level, he desperately needs the art of reincarnation. The sun god was already tired of waiting, so he asked the guy to give him an answer right now, because he doesn't like it when. But before he could finish speaking, Ern continued the phrase for him and said that apparently the man doesn't like being forced to repeat something twice, which made him a little angry, and he wanted to know how the guy knew that he wanted to say exactly that, to which Ern replied with a smile that apparently the man doesn't like it when someone else hits the bullseye. The sun god did not react to this in any way, but only said that if the guy was not going to make a deal, then he would immediately leave the conversation. Ernu had to stop him right away because he said he wanted to make a deal. But in his mind, he was thinking that he would have to go all in now to try to benefit from the information he had received. So before making this deal, he decided to ask the man a question, or was the reason he was in such a hurry to reach an agreement by any chance, because he needed to quickly extract the ice energy from his body. The man immediately reacted and decided to ask the guy who he was and how he knew this information. In response to these words, Ern began to talk about the fact that the god of the sun and the ice warrior of the northern sea, and on the channel of the first system, there probably won't be a person who doesn't know about the battle of two such powerful titans. He pretended that this was how it should be, and then added that it was all because there were quite a lot of observers of that fight. However, in his opinion, one thing was still quite strange, that Ern somehow found out about the ice energy that was causing him torment. Ern immediately said that there were rumors that the Palace of the Sun had turned into an ice residence, and there were also rumors in society that it had become as cold there as the ice palace of the northern sea. The sun god realized that the guy was probably one of those people who knew how to listen to what people were chatting about. And according to Ern, this is actually his advantage at the moment, because considering all these facts, a man simply has no right to ask for double the price. This immediately made him angry, so he started screaming and freaking out, because he didn't understand at all how this could be connected. Ern understood that this situation was so serious that he even decided to go and sell such a valuable art of reincarnation, and that is why he was so confident that if he put a little pressure on the man, he would lower the price. This confidence allowed the guy to speak directly about the fact that he was struck by the ice energy. And so in the guy's opinion, if he wants to extract it from his body without a trace, then he will obviously need a high-quality basic essence or a lot of heavenly-level elixirs, and all this costs a lot of money in any case. And Ern understands so correctly that he doesn't have enough coins now to buy all of this. And if everything continues in the same spirit, then they could see how the Lord of the Palace is trying to get money, and apparently the giant clan, bearing the name of the Palace of the Sun, is now enduring difficulties. And these words became the last straw in the patience of the god of the sun, so he began to shout at the guy and tell him to immediately shut his mouth. Ern couldn't help but notice that the man apparently did have an explosive temper, but on the other hand, it was a little surprising to him to watch the man tremble with anger over such a trifle. Every word made him even more angry, and of course he yelled at the guy. Thus he tried to prove to him that he was absolutely not afraid. Ern, despite everything, continued to talk about how a man walks with his head held high day after day, being a ruler, so he looks at those who make deals as his subordinates. But he was sure that the sun god was too much mistaken in this, because in trade it does not matter at all. And since the guy had already started this conversation, he decided to point out that most likely the man should regret the second heavenly stem to a greater extent, and the first heavenly pillar Jia to a lesser extent. But he still wanted the man to answer. Which of the two parties would regret the failure of the deal more? The man didn't understand why the guy was even telling him about this and what he was hinting at. Ern tried to explain it to him in simple words. And for this, he began to say that if he, in turn, did not receive the art of reincarnation, then he would definitely not die from this. But as for the man, it seemed to the guy that he was currently on the verge of life and death, so he didn't really have a choice. After thinking a bit about Ern's words, the man finally answered the guy at some point that he apparently froze his brains because of this ice technique, but Ern immediately assured him that there was nothing to worry about. The sun god immediately admitted that he had never dropped the price in his entire life, but today he was ready to do it for the first time and therefore dropped the price by 10,000 coins. Ern answered him rather unexpectedly and said that in fact there was no need for this because he just wanted to offer him to change the terms of the deal. After all, in the guy's opinion, it's quite funny to value the life of the sun god at some miserable 150,000 coins, with which the man couldn't help but agree. Therefore, Ern began to talk about the fact that he was primarily interested in the technique of reincarnation, and as they already understood, the man needed a way that would help him get rid of the icy energy. In other words, he offered him to satisfy each other's desires, and now he listened to his respected customer. What exactly does he want to buy in Ern's store? After some time, Ern already watched as the process of loading the art of reincarnation began, and he immediately became interested in finding out how long the absorption process would take, because he had spent several days before this. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a strange itch on the back of his throat. And after a few more seconds, he saw a tooth appear in his hand. Ern was a little scared at first because he didn't expect the process to start so quickly. But as it turned out a little later, this was only the beginning, because after a few more seconds, he felt incredibly strong pain, and he immediately had the feeling that all his bones and muscles had been turned into a pancake. As for his internal organs, they were no exception either. He literally began to go crazy and cursed the god of the sun for giving him some kind of wrong technology. But if this is the technique, then he still should have warned Ern about what awaits him. The loading process became unbearably long due to the colossal pain, but at the same time, Ern understood perfectly well that if he lost consciousness from this pain, he would simply die. He started screaming as loud as he could, but he continued to endure and did not give up until he mastered this technique completely. The next morning, as soon as Ern went outside, the students of the academy immediately noticed him. They recognized him immediately, because it was that same crazy freshman who rose to 70th place in the rankings after just one fight. But looking at the guy now, each of them was sure that a completely different energy was emanating from him. Ern heard every word they said, and at that moment he thought that it simply couldn't be any other way, although he still wonders if this is really his body. Last night, when he tested his new abilities, he was able to understand how natural-born geniuses see the world. After all, if in his old body he needed to apply tenfold force to get tenfold return, now the ratio has changed to 1 to 10, and this is simply crazy efficiency. It was safe to say that if he had been born with such a body, everything would have been easy and simple for him from the very beginning. But now, at least from this moment on, natural geniuses looking at him will feel that fate has treated them unfairly. After several days of intense meditation, he was able to complete the final achievement to raise his rank in the transaction sphere, and thus he was able to gain access to a new channel, which he himself does not know well. In fact, he was not able to organize his affairs very well in the first system either, but only bitter memories remained from contact with the second system. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by a new notification from the system, which informed him that he had access to a new privilege that could show the guy the psychological state of the person he was talking to. In other words, he would be able to read the thoughts of his interlocutor. But for now, he decided to put this skill aside. He will try to use it a little later, because now he has a much more important matter. And the thing was, Ern finally got permission to enter the second system. Ern was so happy to re-enter this wonderful world he had not been in for so long, the magical world. It was the main part of system number 2. He decided to start by wanting to look at the page with coupons and events. And as soon as he opened one of the messages, it said that they congratulated him on entering system number 2, and for this they sent him a small gift. And they also wished him unlimited profits in his trading. As a gift, he received an ancient mana enhancement pendant, a mana ring seal, and a few other things. So he decided to go into his inventory and see what it looked like. Among these items was a lightning massager, and according to the description, this invention was developed by Antello, who was called a monster in the field of magical engineering. It was said that there were about 1,500 symptoms that could be cured and improved with the help of this machine. So the magician's healers, who were afraid of being left without a piece of bread, put up fierce resistance, so mass production was never fully established. But reading all this, Ern immediately thought that this was complete nonsense. Although he was clearly not sure about this, because the trade of measurements should not be based only on common sense. Besides, as far as he knows, this is, after all, the second system. Therefore, to begin with, he decided to stop it for now, and then he would see, and he decided to start with what was in front of his eyes at the moment. He began the accumulation process, and at that moment he could only think about the knights accumulating mana in the heart, the wizard creating a mana ring around the heart, but the mana heart interferes with the installation of the ring, and the mana ring interferes with the accumulation of mana. A complex process that requires 5 times more effort than using one thing. So, it is simply impossible to predict whether even one such person will appear once in 100 years. But Ern was able to achieve this title, and he still became that very master of the sword. The absorption was complete, the seal of the mana ring was installed, and he was now qualified as a magic sword master. The only problem he had now was that he only had one ring at his disposal, and he was a little ashamed to call himself a magical sword master with such a meager amount of magic. But on the other hand, no one is stopping him from raising his level, and besides, he knows perfectly well how he can do it. Most of the representatives of the second system are scientists and researchers, but there are even people who are obsessed with magic, and Ern even heard that the wizards who were involved in dimensional transactions were the most sociable among them. Therefore, one could often find offers when former magicians wrote that they were tired of doing magic. This path was not for them, so they were ready to sell 3 circles and an expanded mana circuit. Ern decided to buy a similar thing, and as soon as he wrote to the seller, he received an immediate response. But even in the case of such a quick response, Ern still decided to look at the profile of this seller to understand who he was talking to. It was the perfect time to activate his new perk. So while this salesman was talking about how his ad must have told Ern what situation he was in, Ern literally knew he was depressed, because that's what the system was telling him. But after a few minutes, Ern realized that in fact this privilege was just showing a person's emotions. So he decided that it was a terribly useless privilege, and besides, it was clear without any hints. Ern tried to keep his cool and not get angry, so he continued to talk to the man about how the ad only said that it was selling rings and additional contours. The magician told the guy that he had actually planned to sell only this from the very beginning, but in the end he decided to sell all his knowledge, but had not yet had time to edit the ad. Ern was glad to hear this, although he wasn't sure that there would be anything useful there, and he really didn't want to buy something completely unnecessary. But suddenly the system notified the guy about new information, which was also available to him, thanks to his new privilege, and it said that the man was thinking that if he sold all of this, then 10 years of his life would go down the drain, but he had no other choice because he urgently needed money. Now it dawned on Ern that this privilege was not so useless, because he not only now knew the man's emotions, he was literally aware of what was going on in his soul, but he still didn't understand how to use it to its full potential, so he decided to figure it out later. But for now, he decided to check with his seller what kind of knowledge he was selling. The man sighed heavily and told the boy that in this world he could only sell magical knowledge, after which he listed what exactly he meant, and there were quite serious skills. And also at the same time, Ern used his privilege, and each time he understood better and better how it actually works. Although he understood that all privileges were fraudulent, this one literally represented a shield. In the end, Ern did acquire the knowledge that the man offered him, and as soon as they made this deal, the man immediately thanked Ern, because now, thanks to the guy, he can again be treated like a person. Ern noted that in fact this deal was beneficial to both of them, and he was also very pleased that they were able to carry it out. And if fate so wills, then perhaps they would meet again in the future. The tone of the heart is a truly worthy privilege, and the fact that it is the second system does not mean that there are no liars here. And since there is Seok-hyun in the first system, then there is most likely a similar seller in the second system who is only looking for an opportunity to deceive someone. The moment he shows up, Ern will pierce his soul with a pair of daggers, which in this system are called the eyes of providence and the tone of the heart. Ern was very happy with what was happening to him lately, because if you analyze everything, you could say with confidence that his weekend was just great. 3 rings of mana surrounding the heart, 1 extended circuit, and 3 important manuscripts of wizards. And now Ern is a full-fledged wizard of 3 rings. Now Ern decided that he needed to quickly finish his morning training and start honing his new powers. But suddenly his thoughts and joyful mood were interrupted by a rather familiar voice which asked the guy, or was he really already going to train so early? The owner of this voice was the same girl from club number 21, whom Ern promised himself to ignore, but apparently she was not going to just let him go, and therefore asked for a few minutes. Ern agreed and waited for her to start the conversation, but in the end, they were just silent for a while, until the girl asked him to say at least one word. He looked at her, and thought that she was probably waiting here for him on purpose. But considering that she was just silent and looking at him, she clearly didn't want to talk to him. Ern started joking about how fashion must have changed a lot over time because, in his opinion, it looks so hidden. Selena pretended that she had no idea what they were talking about and asked Ern to explain. He looked straight at her and said that he was now talking about her true face, which she was trying so hard to hide. For a few minutes, she pretended not to understand what was being discussed, but in the end, she had to say that apparently over time she was losing her grip, and that one day a first-year student would figure her out. At that moment, Ern was thinking that he really couldn't know this, because in his past life he had fallen into her net, because Selena is a woman like a drug, beautiful appearance, a wonderful family, and a good night. In addition, Ern did not forget that she was incredibly cunning, and over time mastered the skill of manipulating other hearts, and how many years Ern tried to get out of her spell, which sucked him in like a swamp. She interrupted his thoughts when she asked him the same question again, to finally find out how he had obtained this information. But then she suddenly started laughing, because from her words, she realized that apparently Ern was the same as her, and therefore it was not difficult for him to find out about it. The guy continued to remain silent and not answer this question, which turned the girl on even more, and she wanted to know even more where he was going to use his hidden talents. Looking at him and considering all the recent events, she had only one option, that he was going to show his skills in that new club called Takeoff. Ern finally spoke up and decided to find out who sent the girl, whether it was Thane who did it so that she could find out information about his club. But she immediately assured him that if Thane needed something, he could easily come and find out all this himself. But she came here only to offer him something, and initially she planned to quietly test the waters, after which she came closer to him and decided to say that there was no point in them arguing with each other, and therefore she invited him to meet her. Ern immediately turned away from her after that and made it clear to her that he had already wasted the time he had set aside for training on such a useless conversation, and that he had had enough of it. But Selena clearly did not want to let him go just like that, and wanted him to state the reason for his refusal. And right after that, she reminded him that her name was Selena Lefebvre, and if he started dating her, everyone would burst with envy, and therefore she believed that no other arguments were needed. The guy didn't listen to her and just continued to walk away, and she continued to shout along the way that this was far from the end, because she assured him that she would make him cry because he refused such an offer. But Ern didn't give a damn about her. He just wanted to know where the girl found out that his club was called Vizlet. He couldn't believe that there was an information leak from within. That same day, he gathered his club and told them about it, and right after that, Huynh admitted that it might be his fault because he told Thane that he was leaving club number 21. The guy was very ashamed for telling about it, but according to him, he couldn't do otherwise, because Thane continued to question him, and it so happened that he told him. Ern asked Huynh to come outside with him for a moment so they could talk about why the guy had done what he had done, which made Huynh even more worried, because he felt like he had made a pretty serious mistake. But Ern calmed him down and wanted to ask the guy what he thought was wrong with them, hiding the lists and the name of the club. Before the boy could answer this, Ern assured him that in Navarro there was no higher name than the royal family, and since Huynh was a member of the royal family, he clearly should behave in accordance with this title. Although Huynh believed that he had no status, no skills, no talent, so the fact that he was Carson did not give him anything, because if you remove the name, then he is no different from the rest. Ern understood that it would be ideal if the guy himself realized the whole situation and changed himself, but apparently it would not be as easy as it might seem. So he decided that first he should take care of the equipment. And for this he asked Huynh to give him his hand. He tried to ask why, but Ern asked him to ask unnecessary questions and not waste time. And as soon as he extended his hand, Ern put the ring of courage on him, and from the name it was clear that this ring is capable of awakening courage. Right after that, Ern decided to ask the guy if he felt any changes, to which Huynh answered uncertainly, but he still said that for some reason he suddenly felt calmer in his soul. He wanted to ask Ern what was supposed to happen, but Ern did not answer his question and suggested that they go back inside. As they walked down the corridor, Ern thought that it would be enough to slowly move Huynh in the right direction, And if he were to press on him in vain, he would cause him even more serious injury, instead of correcting him. As soon as they approached the office, they heard one of the members of their club saying that Huan was so narrow-minded that he was not even able to figure out what was worth saying and what was not. The guys didn't stop there and continued to talk about how, compared to what they had heard, he seemed even more weak-willed. And it was hard to even call it weak-willed, and apparently the problem lay in his level of intelligence. But what they couldn't understand most was how a cold-blooded duke could have such a son, but apparently the best went to the older brother. They believed that although Tyne could not be called sane, he was much smarter, more capable, and more handsome than Huan, and as soon as they finished speaking, someone grabbed one of them by the clothes. It was Huan, who apparently couldn't stand everything that these two were saying about him, so he decided to punish them for such words. He literally yelled at them and ordered them to repeat what they had just said. Ern looked at all this with a smile, because he saw that Huan had become much more courageous. But he could not believe that everything was so simple, and he just needed to give him this ring. But he knew perfectly well that the ring would not have worked if the boys had not mentioned Thane and how much better he was for Huan. Ern realized that if he used it correctly, he might be able to achieve the highest efficiency from the Ring of Courage. But after a few minutes, he lost his momentum, and Ern realized that they would have to work on this too. This time Huan blamed himself for his behavior. He did not understand what he should do now, because of his actions it could happen that the guys would leave the club. Ern asked him to calm down because Benjamin and Davin bowed their heads and apologized for their words, and Huan accepted their apology, realizing that there was a misunderstanding, and asked for forgiveness for losing his temper. And then it dawned on Huan that all this happened because he had this ring on his hand, because the guy noticed that this feeling appeared in him when he first put it on. So he decided to tell Ern that he didn't think he should wear the ring after all, because he felt like he was becoming something he wasn't, because he had never been so angry about something like that in his life. Although Ern thought differently, on the contrary, he thought that the guy should continue to wear it, so there is still some truth in Benjamin's words. And so that Huan could understand what Ern meant, he asked him to remember the boys' faces, how their looks and manner of speech had changed. Therefore, Ern asked Huan to understand that if it was so difficult for him to accept what had happened, then he could make Thane his opponent in his mind, so that he could only be harsh towards him. Huan couldn't help but agree with Ern, because in his opinion, it was quite possible. After which he said that he would try to do everything possible, because he was Carson after all, and now he was going to do everything to live up to his last name. Ern supported him, and at the same time thought that this guy was incredibly difficult to motivate. Their preparations continued after some unpleasant moments, and Ern suggested that they forget about it and continue on a more pleasant note, to which the guys immediately agreed. After which he immediately turned to Barian and Mitya and asked them to take one tablet after training. Although Ern understood that the smell was disgusting, but he asked them not to pay attention to it. These were not just pills, these were green bamboo pills, which were a remedy for fatigue of the first system. And looking at these pills, the guys were far from sure that they could be eaten at all. Benjamin and Davin in turn received a pass to the Royal Library, and they were incredibly happy about it, because they did not even understand how the guy could give them something so valuable. Ern smiled and added that if the books they wanted to read weren't there either, he asked them to send a request to the flip trading company, because he had already given the relevant orders, so he could promise them that he would be able to get all the books that could be brought from abroad. While there was one last member of the club left, who was staring at Ern and waiting for the guy to give him some kind of bonus, so Ern had to find out what was going on and why the guy was looking at him like that. The guy replied that he felt a little awkward, but he actually wanted to read some books too, and therefore wanted to ask for a library pass. Ern told him that although there was nothing complicated about it, in his opinion, for this guy there was probably no need. A few minutes later, they were already near the Magic Tower, and the last member of the club wanted to know why they came here so unexpectedly. Ern assured Chappelle that there was no need to worry because the boy was going to hand him over to the best mentor he knew. And while they were talking about this, that same mentor just came out of the castle. Chappelle immediately thought about the fact that at first glance it was clear that he was a high-class magician. Ern asked Chappelle to meet Ern's uncle, whose name is Sir Kendall Risker. And as soon as the guy heard this name, he immediately panicked, because he knew this first and last name very well and what stood behind them. After all, this was the youngest owner of 6 rings, the first in the ranking of candidates for the position of the next Archmage, that same Sir Kendall Risker. After a short conversation, Kettle couldn't believe his ears that the guy wanted to become a wizard, even though he was a direct descendant of the Klaus family. The man thought it was very strange because a direct descendant of that very same Klaus family wanted to study magic under his guidance. Ern interrupted the man and began to say that his request was not at all for Kettle to take Chappelle as his apprentice. According to him, he was only asking him to allow him to use the materials of the magic tower. He understood that even though Chappelle had wasted 20 years of his life, he still thought that it could be safely said that he had a talent worthy of the Archmage's chair. And if from now on Chappelle began to practice in the magic tower, then everything would change dramatically. Perhaps everything will change so much that Chappelle could become the youngest Archmage in history. Kedden stopped him and said that the magic tower is first and foremost a haven of truth and a beacon of wisdom, and it is clearly not a place that opens its doors to everyone, and he, in turn, must make sure that Chappelle is worthy of receiving such a right. The man then turned directly to Chappelle and told him that since Ern had vouched for him, he would be happy to give the guy a chance, but before that he was going to give the guy a little test, so he asked him to step outside for a bit. Ern suspected what was going on, so he didn't argue and immediately agreed. Before he went out, he told Chappelle that he had a good opportunity, so he asked the guy to try his best. Chappelle was confident in his abilities at that moment, so he smiled and said that he would try to do everything possible for this. While they were doing this training, Ern started thinking about what he could do to kill some time. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a guy sigh, who sat and did not have the best appearance. And as it turned out, the reason for this state was that he could not find the answer to one problem for a whole week, and he did not even roughly understand what the problem could be. Moreover, he understood that if this time he also failed, then the mentor would literally eat him alive. Ern, looking at this task, understood that it was actually not as difficult as it might seem at first glance, and therefore he did not fully understand why the guy was suffering so much about this. This guy suddenly noticed Ern and decided to ask him why he was suddenly looking at him so intently, and Ern realized that this was the perfect moment to ask him if he could take a closer look at this magic circle. The guy wasn't sure if this was a good idea, so he told Ern that he had seen him talking to his mentor recently, and that's why he thought he was a wizard. This made Ern smile, because in reality this is not entirely true, although one could certainly say that he simply has some basic knowledge. These words made the guy tell Ern that he was the senior magician here and the second most important in this laboratory. So he didn't think that Ern would be able to solve the problem that even stumped him, and all just because he had picked up some magical knowledge somewhere. Ern ignored his words and said that if he slightly increased the value of the number and cut out all the disordered parts there, then it would be a good magic formula. But the wizard's reaction was rather strange. He started to get angry and tell Ern that he definitely wouldn't tolerate all his tricks, just because he was the mentor's guest. So for now, he politely asked him to get lost. Ern had the feeling that the guy in front of him was not a wizard at all, because he was being given an answer, and he was angry about it. So one could conclude that the only thing this guy had was pride in the knowledge he possessed. In any case, Ern decided that there was no point in proving anything to this guy, so he said goodbye to him, and before that, asked for forgiveness for disturbing him. After which Ern thought about the fact that since he is a senior mage, this could mean that he should have at least 4 rings, but Ern doubted this, because this guy does not see what Ern sees, who only has 3 rings. But thanks to these thoughts, he seemed to have found the answer to the question of what he could do while Chappelle was being tested, and the activity consisted of him deciding to try solving test problems. Standard wizard exam questions, high difficulty, for which they give 90 minutes, and the first task was that the guy had to correct the wrong path of the presented scheme so that it became correct. But Ern solved these problems so quickly that it seemed that half an hour would be more than enough for him. However, in this way, he was able to finally confirm that just as the released internal energy of the first system crushed the continent's aura possessors, the third ring of the second system should not be regarded as the same as the third ring of the continent's mages. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard the cry of that same supposedly senior magician, who was shouting that all this made no sense. And then he turned to Ern and started yelling at him and saying that the guy was a liar because he said that he was not a magician, but in fact this is far from true. At that moment, Kedden and Chappelle, who had finished their testing, just came out of the office. They just happened to catch the moment when that same senior magician was yelling at Ern and asking him who he was and why he came to the magic tower. The wizard didn't let him say a word, and all he did was assume that Ern simply enjoyed tormenting people in this way. His scream was stopped by the mentor when he called him by name, and it turned out that this guy's name was Raphael, after which the man wanted to find out from him. Or did he correct all the magic formulas and therefore decided to arrange this whole performance? Raphael had no answer to this question, so the man continued to tell him that indeed, If the senior wizard does not have an ounce of responsibility, then he should be thrown out by the scruff of the neck. Raphael, in response to these words, began to tell his mentor that he was going too far, because according to him, he had been working tirelessly all this time, and this was evident even if you just looked at him. He also couldn't help but add that because of one task, he hasn't been able to go home for a week, because of the hard work on the research. He can't even wash or eat normally, let alone sleep. The mentor believed that the boy should have been prepared for this when he applied to the academy, and besides, he was immediately told that this was the fate of a senior wizard. The guy assured the man that he already knew about it, but he still wanted to say that if a man makes someone work hard, then he too should be responsible for that person until the very end.